3064 Retrieving the treasure in the stone room. 1. Li Yifu didn't dare to refuse and listen to Xia Ruofei's explanation seriously. Although Li Yifu's talent wasn't very good, it was very easy to brand a flying sword with spiritual power. He learned it very quickly. Xia Ruofei personally guided Li Yifu to keep the flying sword in his dantian for nourishment. Then, he taught him how to control the flying sword with his spiritual power and let him practice it by himself. After Li Yifu left, Xia Ruofei rested for a while, before locking the doors and windows. He then took out the spirit map space and entered the mountain and sea realm. When they arrived at the stone chamber in the mountain sea realm, Xia Ruofei tried to sense the ore as usual and found that Scholar Yuntai was still in seclusion. Xia Ruofei said to himself, "This senior is really good at closed-door cultivation. The legend of him being in closed-door cultivation for hundreds of years can't be true, right? Did all the ancient cultivators cultivate like this? If Scholar Yuntai went into seclusion for several years, it would be a bit of a scam." Xia Ruofei still wanted to ask him about the ancient cultivation world. However, he was in deep seclusion, and Xia Ruofei could not force him to wake up. He could only let him do as he pleased. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's eyes fell on the stone platform. There used to be 5 light balls here, and now he had opened the first 4. The first light ball contained a small booklet, while the other 3 contained the 3 inheritance jade talismans of heaven, earth, and human. Thus, there was still a solitary light ball on the stone platform. Through the light screen, one could vaguely see a small case inside the light ball. After Xia Ruofei broke through to the golden core stage, he had not tried to collect it. He muttered to himself for a moment, and felt that his cultivation had broken through a major realm. In addition, his mental energy had also improved by leaps and bounds. It seemed that he could give it a try. When he had first obtained the spirit map space, he had been filled with curiosity about these light balls. The facts also proved that anything that could be carefully collected by Immortal Mountain River was good stuff. All the things recorded in the 3 jade talismans of inheritance were of high quality. Whether it was cultivation methods, secret skills, or even the ancient books that recorded the anecdotes of the cultivation world, they were all quite precious. Moreover, these light balls that Immortal Mountain River had set up were obviously to set a threshold. Only when one's cultivation had reached the standard could he take the things inside. Therefore, according to this rule, the later the items were, the more precious they were. The small box in the last ball of light must contain a treasure more precious than the Heaven Jade Talisman. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei couldn't hold back. He decided to give it a try now. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and placed his hands on the ball of light. He pressed it gently, and the ball of light retracted slightly, but it was still very resilient. Xia Ruofei was already experienced. The only way to open the ball of light was to use force. When the external force was strong enough, the ball of light would not be able to withstand it and would eventually break. However, this light ball had another characteristic, and that was that it had a very strong reaction force. Basically, the greater the external force, the greater the counterforce. Moreover, it was all directed at the hands that were in direct contact with the light ball. Hence, it was a test for Xia Ruofei's body. Xia Ruofei tried the toughness of the light ball and suddenly had an idea. Would it be better if he used a flying sword to break the ball of light? After this thought appeared, he could no longer suppress it. Xia Ruofei decisively summoned the blue immortal sword that he had been nurturing in his dantian. He made a hand seal and the blue immortal sword immediately flew towards the light ball on the stone platform. The blue travel immortal sword's speed increased to its maximum in the blink of an eye. Under Xia Ruofei's control, it slashed down at the ball of light. From above, the ball of light suddenly caved in, and then a strong force directly flicked the blue immortal sword away. If Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was not so strong, the blue travel immortal sword might have gone out of control. Xia Ruofei had clearly seen that the blue travel immortal sword could not even break through the surface of the ball of light. Such a sharp flying sword could not even leave a trace on the surface of the ball of light. It was clear that it was not easy to take advantage of the situation. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and put away the blue travel immortal sword. Then, he reached out and pressed on the light ball. From the force of the rebound, Xia Ruofei could tell that the sword did not cause any damage to the light ball. Since there was no other way, Xia Ruofei did not think too much. He took a deep breath, then used the yuan qi in his dantian to push it down bit by bit. He also used the convenience of controlling the spirit map space to exert pressure on the ball of light. Xia Ruofei could feel that the reaction force of this ball of light was much stronger than the previous ones. Fortunately, he was pouring vital qi into his hands and using all his strength at the same time. His lower body was very stable, so the reaction force could not hurt his hands, and it was even less likely to bounce him away. Xia Ruofei didn't hold back his yuan qi and continued to increase the pressure. He saw his hands sink into the ball of light bit by bit. Under the powerful external force, the ball of light began to gradually change shape, from a standard sphere to a football placed horizontally. The more he pressed down, the stronger the reaction force of the ball of light. Xia Ruofei felt that he was about to reach his limit. It wasn't that his body couldn't take it, but that this was the most he could do with his current cultivation base. 3065 Retrieving the treasure in the stone room. 2. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to push down. The invisible force of space gathered from all directions and pressed down on the back of Xia Ruofei's hand. The light screen trembled slightly. Xia Ruofei knew that the battle was about to come to an end. Based on his past experience, Xia Ruofei could tell that the ball of light was on the verge of collapse. It all depended on whether he could hold on. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth. The bones in his hands seemed to have reached their limit under the pressure from both the inside and outside. He felt as if they were going to crack. This level of pain was nothing to Xia Ruofei. However, the pressure he exerted on the ball of light had basically reached its limit. Now was the final tug of war. The deformed ball of light kept trembling. The expression on Xia Ruofei's face turned ferocious. He gritted his teeth so hard that the muscles on his face seemed to be trembling. His hands, which were in direct contact with the ball of light, were also trembling. Xia Ruofei had already made a rough judgment that Taoist Master Mountain River was the one who wanted to inherit the painting. He had to be at least in the intermediate stage of the Aur's core stage to open the light ball. If Xia Ruofei was in the intermediate stage of the golden core realm, he would be able to defeat the ball of light. Although it would not be easy, he would still be the winner. Even though Xia Ruofei had already come to this conclusion, he did not want to give up so easily. They had already reached the final stage, so why should they give up? Why couldn't an early-stage golden core cultivator open the ball of light? Xia Ruofei refused to believe it. His entire body was trembling, and so was the ball of light. Both sides were on the verge of collapse. Xia Ruofei's eyes revealed a trace of madness. He mobilized the remaining yuan qi in his dantian and shouted, "You fucking break it open for me." Yuan qi crazily flowed through his meridians and into his hands. At the same time, the invisible spatial force had been increased to its maximum. Xia Ruofei's palm made a slight cracking sound. The bones in his palm had cracked. However, Xia Ruofei did not care at all. With a crazed expression, he pressed down on her. Finally, the ball of light could no longer bear the burden. It emitted a soft "chi" sound and directly dissipated. The pressure on his hand disappeared instantly, but Xia Ruofei was still using all his strength to press down. It was as if he had stepped on air. When he was going down the stairs, he staggered and fell forward. His reaction speed was still very fast, and his hands immediately supported himself on the stone platform. However, Xia Ruofei immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It was so painful that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He noticed that the bones in his palms were already cracked. The excruciating pain caused him to cry out in pain even though he had undergone special anti-interrogation training in the army. Then, Xia Ruofei laughed madly. His entire body felt weak as he leaned against the stone platform and sat on the ground. He shook his hand and laughed loudly. Who said that an early Jian stage cultivator couldn't do it? Didn't this work? Xia Ruofei's heart was filled with the joy of success after overcoming many difficulties. After a while, Xia Ruofei directly grabbed the box containing the petals of the spirit heart flower from the Archean realm. He took out a petal from the box, put his hands together, and pressed the petal in his palms. The moment the petals of the spirit heart flower touched the skin of his palms, they melted almost instantly and were all absorbed by Xia Ruofei's palms. The petals of the spirit heart flower could be said to have an immediate effect on this kind of standing in front of the stone platform. Xia Ruofei adjusted his breathing and suppressed his excitement. Then, he reached out to open the small dark red box. However, Xia Ruofei immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It was so painful that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The bones in his palms were already cracked. The pain was so excruciating that even though Xia Ruofei had undergone special anti-interrogation training in the army, he still could not help but cry out in pain. Then, Xia Ruofei laughed madly. His entire body felt weak as he leaned against the stone platform and sat on the ground. He shook his hand and laughed loudly. Who said that an early Jian stage cultivator couldn't do it? Didn't this work? Xia Ruofei's heart was filled with the joy of success after overcoming many difficulties. After a while, Xia Ruofei directly grabbed the box containing the petals of the spirit heart flower from the Archean realm. He took out a petal from the box, put his hands together, and pressed the petal in his palms. The moment the petals of the spirit heart flower touched the skin of his palms, injury that wasn't considered serious. After a few breaths, Xia Ruofei could feel the pain in his palm weakening rapidly. He used his spiritual power to sense it and realized that the cracks in his palm were healing rapidly. They melted almost instantly and were all absorbed by Xia Ruofei's palms. The petals of the spirit heart flower could be said to have an immediate effect on this kind of injury that wasn't considered serious. After a few breaths, Xia Ruofei could feel the pain in his palm weakening rapidly. He used his spiritual power to sense it and realized that the cracks in his palm were healing rapidly. After about 2 minutes, Xia Ruofei's palm had recovered. He first carefully closed the box that contained the petals of the spirit heart flower and sent it back to the Archean realm. Then, Xia Ruofei stood up and looked at the stone platform. At this moment, the small dark red box was quietly placed on the stone platform. Now, Xia Ruofei had cleared all the obstacles and could get the small box at any time. However, he began to worry about his gains and losses. Standing in front of the stone platform, Xia Ruofei adjusted his breathing and suppressed his excitement. Then, he reached out to open the dark red box. After a while, Xia Ruofei directly grabbed the box containing the spirit heart flower petals from the Archean realm and took out a petal from the box. He then put his hands together and pressed the petal in his palms. The moment the petals of the spirit heart flower touched the skin of his palms, they melted almost instantly and were all absorbed by Xia Ruofei's palms. The petals of the spirit heart flower could be said to have an immediate effect on this kind of injury that wasn't considered serious. After a few breaths, Xia Ruofei could feel the pain in his palm weakening rapidly. He used his spiritual power to sense it and realized that the cracks in his palm were healing rapidly. After about 2 minutes, Xia Ruofei's palm had recovered. He first carefully closed the box that contained the petals of the spirit heart flower and sent it back to the Archean realm. Then, Xia Ruofei stood up and looked at the stone platform. At this moment, the small dark red box was quietly placed on the stone platform. Now, Xia Ruofei had cleared all the obstacles and could get the small box at any time. However, he began to worry about his gains and losses. Standing in front of the stone platform, Xia Ruofei adjusted his breathing and suppressed his excitement. Then, he reached out to open the dark red box. The petals of the spirit heart flower had an immediate effect on such minor injuries. After a few breaths, Xia Ruofei could feel the pain in his palm weakening rapidly. He used his spiritual power to sense it and realized that the cracks in his palm were healing rapidly. After about 2 minutes, Xia Ruofei's palm had recovered. He first carefully closed the box that contained the petals of the spirit heart flower and sent it back to the Archean realm. Then, Xia Ruofei stood up and looked at the stone platform. At this moment, the small dark red box was quietly placed on the stone platform. Now, Xia Ruofei had cleared all the obstacles and could get the small box at any time. However, he began to worry about his gains and losses. Standing in front of the stone platform, Xia Ruofei adjusted his breathing and suppressed his excitement. Then, he reached out and opened the small dark red box. 3066 The Rising Dragon Order. 1. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then immediately cried out in surprise, "Senior Yuntai, you're awake." Layman Yuntai said, "That. Please mind your words. I'm in closed door cultivation, not sleeping." "Why? Should I wake up?" Yes, yes, yes," Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "You've finished your closed door cultivation. By the way, do you know this 5 holy badges?" "Oh. This is the name given to this token by the cultivation world. It's called the Rising Dragon token, right?" Upon hearing this, Yuntai laughed and said, "The 5 holy badges? What a stupid name. But one thing is quite appropriate. There are indeed 5 Rising Dragon tokens in total." "Then tell me about the Rising Dragon Order." Xia Ruofei perked up. "Because many inheritances are missing, there are many different opinions about the 5 saints. The Rising Dragon token. The mainstream opinion is that if you Collect all 5 tokens, you can open a complete ancient cultivation cave. Ancient cultivation? Layman Yuntai asked with some doubt. This is what the cultivation world calls the cultivators of your era. Xia Ruofei smiled and explained, we usually call the cultivators of your era the ancient cultivators. I've become an ancient cultivator? Layman Yuntai had a very strange feeling. That. Senior Yuntai, is it convenient for you to tell me about the Rising Dragon Order? Xia Ruofei asked. Of course. Scholar Yuntai replied readily. But I don't know much either. Xia Ruofei was happy when he heard the first half of the sentence, but the smile froze on his face the moment he smiled. Didn't you recognize it at a glance? Xia Ruofei asked in confusion. That's because the Rising Dragon token was very famous in our era, and it appeared many times in the cultivation world, said Layman Yuntai with a bitter smile. However, being able to recognize it did not mean that he understood it very well. In fact, in our time, everyone's research on the Rising Dragon token has not yielded any results. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, so the Rising Dragon token isn't the key to opening the ancient cultivator ruins? If the ancient cultivator ruins you're talking about is the Immortal's Cave of a cultivator from our era, then I can tell you with certainty that it's definitely not, said Layman Yuntai. Then, he continued, I'll tell you what I know. I hope it will be of some help to you. Thank you, Senior Yuntai. Xia Ruofei quickly said. The first time this Rising Dragon token appeared in the world of cultivation should be the year I first entered the sect. At that time I was only a sweeping boy at the first level of the ore refining realm. The voice of Layman Yuntai was full of reminiscence of the passing of time. At that time, it was the sect I was in that received a token. If I remember correctly, it should be the 3rd token. Token number 3 was now in the hands of Valley Master Liu of the Flying Flower Valley. When Xia Ruofei thought of this token that had appeared more than 3,000 years ago in the sect of Master Yuntai, he couldn't help but have a very wonderful feeling. About 100 years later, the scholar continued, 5 tokens appeared in the world of cultivation one after another. Have you guys tried to put the 5 tokens together and study them? Xia Ruofei could not help but ask. Of course. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known that this token was called the Rising Dragon. The second episode won't know that there are 5 tokens in a set. Layman Yuntai said, at that time, the 5 sects that had obtained the Rising Dragon Order gathered together under our sect master's call and took out their respective tokens. When these 5 tokens appear in the same place, they will automatically combine together and the words Rising Dragon will appear. That's why we named them the Rising Dragon token. Xia Ruofei suddenly understood and said, I see. I finally know the origin of the Rising Dragon. Then, Senior Yuntai, did you find anything after the Rising Dragon Order was combined? I was only in the Golden Core stage. At that time, said Layman Yuntai, I was just an insignificant character in the sect. How could I participate in such an important matter? However, I don't think there were any results from the study, because everyone took the Rising Dragon token back after splitting it up. Our sect master also agreed that every 50 years, the people holding the Rising Dragon token would come to our sect to meet again. The purpose was naturally to study the Rising Dragon token. After such a long time, you still can't find any results? Xia Ruofei asked in disbelief. Indeed, scholar Yuntai said, what's even more surprising is that after almost 300 years, these 5 Rising Dragon orders all disappeared. Whether they were stored in a storage ring, in a secret room, or protected by layers of arrays, they all disappeared without exception, including the one in our sect. At that time, our sect leader thought that it had been stolen. After contacting the other forces with the Rising Dragon token, he found out that everyone's Rising Dragon token had disappeared. I can't believe there's such a thing. Xia Ruofei could not help but frown. It had been more than 300 years. It had been about that long since Venerable Mountain River had placed the Rising Dragon Order in the spirit map space. Didn't that mean that if this rule was still in effect, the Rising Dragon Order could disappear at any time? It's indeed very strange, said Master Yuntai. And after the Rising Dragon token disappeared, it would appear in the cultivation world again after about 10 years. It's also because of this that many sects and forces in the cultivation world have actually possessed the Rising Dragon token before. No matter which force has this token, everyone will gather together regularly and combine the tokens to study it, but there has been no progress. 3067 Rising Dragon Medallion, 2, Scholar Yuntai paused and continued. However, this strange characteristic made the Rising Dragon Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You said to try to copy the floating points and then dismantle them immediately." Yes, yes, yes. Scholar Yuntai said, "Make a copy of the floating point, disassemble it into a token, and then immediately put it back together." At this time, the floating point's position would not change. In the end, after some research, it seems that the floating point's position changes periodically. The cycle is about 50 years. Every 50 years, the floating point's position will change completely from the last time. I see. Xia Ruofei said thoughtfully, "It seems that this Fu point is where the secret is." We also know that. Scholar Yuntai said with a smile, "However, there is no pattern to these FUO points. Some cultivators have spent hundreds of years studying the FUO points of more than 10 or 20 different FUO points. But in the end, they found nothing. So, don't have too much hope. Of course, you only have one command token right now, and I don't know when all 5 command tokens will appear. Senior Yuntai, the other 4 Rising Dragon tokens have appeared." Xia Ruofei said, "The only missing one. I didn't expect it to be in my small space." Oh, really? In other words, the Rising Dragon token has reappeared? Scholar Yuntai said with great interest, "If you put the 5 tokens together, remember to make a copy of the floating point diagram. I'll study it when I'm free." In fact, in the era where layman Yuntai lived, many cultivators were devoted to studying the floating point distribution map. Although layman Yuntai was not obsessed with it, he had studied it for a while. Moreover, it was not easy to see a treasure that had once stirred up a storm in his era appear, so he also felt a sense of familiarity and closeness. In addition, he was currently in a spirit body state, so he could only live in the space, which was actually very boring. In this state, studying the floating point split layout could be considered a form of entertainment. Yes. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "If I can gather all the tokens, I'll definitely make a copy of the floating point diagram for Grand Cloud Elder to study." All right, said layman Yuntai. "After such a long time, you still can't find any results?" Xia Ruofei asked in disbelief. "Indeed," Scholar Yuntai said, "what's even more surprising is that after almost 300 years, these 5 Rising Dragon orders all disappeared. Whether they were stored in a storage ring, in a secret room, or protected by layers of arrays, they all disappeared without exception, including the one in our sect. At that time, our sect leader thought that it had been stolen. After contacting the other forces with the Rising Dragon token, he found out that everyone's Rising Dragon token had disappeared. I can't believe there's such a thing. Xia Ruofei could not help but frown. It had been more than 300 years. It had been about that long since Venerable Mountain River had placed the Rising Dragon Order in the spirit map space. Didn't that mean that if this rule was still in effect, the Rising Dragon Order could disappear at any time? It's indeed very strange, said Master Yuntai. And after the Rising Dragon token disappeared, it would appear in the cultivation world again after about 10 years. It's also because of this that many sects and forces in the cultivation world have actually possessed the Rising Dragon token before. No matter which force has this token, everyone will gather together regularly and combine the tokens to study it, but there has been no progress. Scholar Yuntai paused and continued, however. This strange characteristic made the Rising Dragon token very famous in our era. Many people believe that the Rising Dragon token contains the secret of cultivating the ultimate Great Tao. They believe that as long as they crack the secret of the Rising Dragon token, they will be able to do what the token's name says, like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate and achieving the Great Tao. Xia Ruofei frowned and asked, Senior Yuntai, have you ever seen the Rising Dragon token merge into one? I've seen him once. Scholar Yuntai said, as long as the 5 tokens appear within a certain range at the same time, they will automatically combine together and form a shape similar to the 8 trigrams if there is no deliberate restriction on them. In addition to the words Rising Dragon, there were some other meaningless words. Everyone thinks that these floating points should contain the secret of Rising Dragon. Some people have also copied it down and studied it carefully, but as I said, there was no result at all. The most important thing is, Layman Yuntai continued, everyone noticed that the floating points on the Rising Dragon token seemed to be different each time. What? Hearing this, Xia Ruofei was even more surprised. Could it be that every time the 5 tokens are combined, the floating points on them will change? Is there any pattern to this? That's not it, said Layman Yuntai. We once tried to make a copy of the floating points of the Rising Dragon Order, and then immediately disassembled them. Oh right, it's actually very simple to disassemble them. Basically, an early golden core cultivator can break them apart with a full blow and turn them back into 5 tokens. Where was I just now? Yuntai was interrupted by him and forgot what he was saying. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you said to try to copy the floating points and then dismantle them immediately. Yes, yes, yes. Scholar Yuntai said, make a copy of the floating point, disassemble it into a token, and then immediately put it back together. At this time, the floating point's position would not change. In the end, after some research, it seems that the floating point's position changes periodically. The cycle is about 50 years. Every 50 years, the floating point's position will change completely from the last time. Come down and immediately dismantle it. Yes, yes, yes. Scholar Yuntai said, make a copy of the floating point, disassemble it into a token, and then immediately put it back together. At this time, the floating point's position would not change. In the end, after some research, it seems that the floating point's position changes periodically. The cycle is about 50 years. Every 50 years, the floating point's position will change completely from the last time. 3068 Taiching, 1, Tai City, Lu Province, night had just fallen. Xia Ruofei found a remote place outside Tai City. and landed the flying boat. After he put away the flying boat, he walked to the main road nearby and waved to stop a taxi. "Master, let's go to the Sky Peak Hotel," Xia Ruofei said as he got into the car. "All right. Please fasten your seat belt," the driver said. Then, he skillfully pressed the taxi meter and started the car. The taxi driver chatted with Xia Ruofei while driving. "Sir, this should be your first time in Grand City, right?" Xia Ruofei was sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed. He nodded and said, "N. You're here to mount Thai?" the taxi driver asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "That's a thought. It seems like you're here." The taxi driver smiled and said, "I think it's more comfortable to travel freely. We're rushing every day with a tour group, so we can't see any good scenery." Xia Ruofei smiled, but did not say anything. The taxi driver glanced at Xia Ruofei from the rearview mirror. Perhaps he felt that this passenger was not good with words, so he did not say anything. But at this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Sir, it's time to change lanes. You have to turn left at the traffic light ahead. If you don't change lanes, you'll enter the marked area." The taxi driver was stunned and could not help but turn to look at Xia Ruofei. He thought that Xia Ruofei was looking at the GPS on his phone, but he found that Xia Ruofei's hands were empty. And he had even closed his eyes. In fact, after Xia Ruofei landed in Thai City, the first thing he did was to use his phone's navigation system to check his current location and the route to Tianfeng Hotel. With the memory of an Oris core stage cultivator, such a simple route plan could be easily memorized. The taxi driver could tell that Xia Ruofei was a first-time traveler in Thai City. After some beating around the bush, he wanted to take a detour. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to see through him so quickly. The taxi driver forced himself to turn into the left-turn lane before entering the marked area. He then smiled awkwardly and said, "The traffic on this road is quite serious. Although it's a little further to go straight, it's more time saving." When Xia Ruofei looked at the navigation system, he realized that the route was green and there was no traffic jam. However, he didn't expose her, and only said indifferently, "It's okay, just follow the normal route." The taxi driver could only say resentfully, "All right then." Along the way, the taxi driver kept peeking at Xia Ruofei through the rearview mirror. Although Xia Ruofei had been resting with his eyes closed, he felt guilty for no reason. He felt that this passenger was a little strange. He did not dare to make any detours and drove along the normal route. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the entrance of the Sky Peak Hotel and slowly stopped. "Sir, we've arrived," the taxi driver said. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and nodded. "Oh. Thanks for the trouble, how much is it?" The taxi driver glanced at the taxi meter and said, "It's 65 yuan in total. Do you want cash or QR code?" Xia Ruofei looked at the taxi meter and said, "This price isn't right. It's only about 35 kilometers in total, so it's at most about 40 pieces. Although Xia Ruofei had been resting with his eyes closed all the way, as a golden core cultivator with spiritual power in the late stage of spirit gathering realm, he could clearly sense how far the car had gone. In addition, the local rental prices of Thai City were posted inside the car. Everything within 2 kilometers was charged at the starting price of 6 yuan. Beyond that, the charge would be 0.5 yuan for every 500 meters. There was almost no traffic jam on the way, and there was no additional fee. After a Quick calculation, he knew that the price was about 40 yuan. Besides, the GPS would always show the estimated price of a taxi. Xia Ruofei had checked the GPS before he got on the car and the estimated price was 40 yuan. Although he had only taken a glance, he still remembered it clearly. The taxi driver didn't expect a foreign tourist to be so astute. In fact, his taxi meter had been tampered with. There was a hidden button under the steering wheel, and after pressing it, it would jump much faster than normal. In his previous order, he had also pulled in a tourist from another city, so he had pressed that button. When he picked up Xia Ruofei, it had not returned to its original state. Although the taxi driver on the way felt that Xia Ruofei was a little strange, he felt that even if he knew the route through the GPS, he would not be so sensitive to the price, so he did not bother about it. He didn't expect Xia Ruofei to question him as soon as the price was announced. The taxi driver's face slightly changed and said, "Sir, this is what the taxi meter shows. I'm also following the route you told me. I've been running this road a lot, and it's not just 35 kilometers. There's no problem with the price." Xia Ruofei was not short of money, but that did not mean that he was willing to be fooled by a taxi driver. "Just turn on the GPS and you'll know how far this road is," he said indifferently. "Isn't it 35 kilometers? Don't you know it yourself?" "What do you mean?" The taxi driver naturally wouldn't admit it. "Sir, this is a regular taxi. I charge by the meter. You're being a little unreasonable." "I'm pestering you?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Master, if your taxi meter is faulty, you should fix it as soon as possible. I can pay you at the normal price, but don't think about ripping me off just because I'm a foreigner. Tai City is a famous tourist city, and renting a car is like the city's window and business card. Don't you try to smear Tai City's reputation." Actually, Tai City was very small, and the taxi just now happened to be taking guests to the suburbs. If he had not met Xia Ruofei, he would most likely have returned to the city empty-handed. However, he wanted to take a detour and also did something to the taxi meter. He was really greedy. Xia Ruofei was being tactful. In fact, he could tell that the taxi meter had been tampered with. Many news reports had reported that the taxi drivers had modified the taxi meter. After the taxi driver heard this, he couldn't help but become angry from embarrassment. His tone also became much colder. "Young man, be careful of what you say. You're a foreigner in Tai City, so it's best for you to pretend to be muddle-headed. You don't have much money in total, so why do you have to find trouble for yourself? Didn't you come out to have fun? Are you threatening me?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Master, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll ask you one last time, how much are you going to charge for this trip? If it really doesn't work, I'll call the transport management to complain." The taxi driver seemed to feel that his dignity as a local had been trampled on. He straightened his neck and said fiercely, "You're trying to smash my job. Young man, if you have the ability, then complain and see." Cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents. "If my job is destroyed, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to leave our grand city." At this time, the security guard at the entrance of the hotel saw that the taxi had stopped and did not disembark the passengers. He could not help but come over to check and knock on the window. Xia Ruofei did not want to argue with a taxi driver, so he rolled down the window and said to the security guard, "Get your manager, Sun Xiao, here. Tell him that I'm a friend of young Master Chen." He'll know. This Sky Peak Hotel was one of the first Heaven Society's businesses in the secular world. It was also the one closest to the first Heaven Society. Therefore, the Sky Peak Hotel was actually a contact point for the heavenly sect. Cultivators who weren't familiar with the heavenly sect would always stop here first. As for Sun Xiao, he was an outer disciple of the First Heaven Society, and he was in charge of receiving cultivators. Of course, Qin Xian was the one who had told Xia Ruofei about this. He had passionately invited Xia Ruofei to the First Heaven Society as a guest. Naturally, he had to tell Xia Ruofei the way to contact him. Manager Sun Xiao naturally had a special position in the Tianfeng Hotel. He was not responsible for any specific business, but many times, even the hotel's general manager had to listen to his words. The staff also vaguely knew Sun Xiao's position in the hotel. Therefore, when the security guard heard this, his attitude immediately became much more polite. He quickly said, "All right, please wait a moment." After that, he immediately said into the walkie-talkie, "Manager Sun, there's someone at the door looking for you." He said. "He's a friend of young Master Chen." The walkie-talkie buzzed and a voice came through. "I'll be there." Immediately, the taxi driver smacked the steering wheel and said angrily, "Are you going to pay or not? I'm telling you. You've already delayed my work. When the time comes, it won't be as simple as 65, shut up." Xia Ruofei said coldly. Although he only released a trace of his aura, it made the taxi driver feel like he had fallen into an ice cave, as if the blood in his body had frozen. He was so fierce just a moment ago, but he was so scared by Xia Ruofei's two simple words that he didn't even dare to breathe. At this time, the taxi driver also regretted a little. He clearly felt that the foreign tourist he had pulled in today was not a good person. After a while, Xia Ruofei saw a man in his mid-30s, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, running out of the hotel. The security guard was still standing next to the taxi. Seeing this, he quickly waved and shouted, "Manager Sun, over here." The middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes looked over and quickly walked to the taxi. Xia Ruofei also opened the door and got out of the car. The taxi driver opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not dare to speak. Sun Xiao quickly walked over and looked at Xia Ruofei. He asked cautiously, "May I ask which young Master Chen's friend you are?" Xia Ruofei smiled and looked at the security guard. "I'll take care of this, you can go first." Sun Xiao said to the security guard. "Yes. Manager Sun." The security guard quickly said. Xia Ruofei took a few steps away from the taxi and took out a name card from the spirit map space. He handed it to Sun Xiao. Xia Ruofei didn't say anything and just looked at Sun Xiao with a smile. This name card was given to Xia Ruofei by Qin Xian. It was a sign of advancement for cultivators to use name cards. However, the card was very exquisite, and there was a special metal wire embedded in it, so it was impossible to forge. When Sun Xiao saw the business card, he was shocked. He took the business card with both hands and looked at it carefully. Then, he immediately returned the business card with both hands and respectfully said, "Greetings, Senior." Xia Ruofei didn't know that Qin Xian had 3 types of business cards. The one he gave Xia Ruofei was one of the rarest. Usually, only very important guests or close friends could get it. Therefore, as soon as Sun Xiao saw the business card, he immediately realized that the guest in front of him was of high status. In fact, Sun Xiao was only an outer disciple in the first heaven society, and his cultivation was insignificant. In terms of seniority, he and Qin Xian were 2 generations apart. Xia Ruofei was able to get such a name card because he was on the same level as Qin Xian. Therefore, even though Xia Ruofei was still much younger than Sun Xiao, after taking on Xia Tian's appearance, Sun Xiao still respectfully addressed Xia Ruofei as senior and did not dare to be disrespectful. 3069 A small punishment and a big warning. 1. Sun Xiao continued, Senior, just leave this to me. I'll get someone to arrange for you to stay in the hotel. With that said, Sun Xiao beckoned for the doorman at the hotel entrance, not far away, and instructed, arrange for this gentleman to stay in suite 3. I'll talk to President Li. I'll fill in the formalities later. Yes, Manager Sun. The doorman quickly replied. Then, the doorman said to Xia Ruofei, respectfully, this gentleman, please follow me. Oh, yes, I didn't bring my luggage. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, thank you for your hard work. Let's go. Xia Ruofei took 2 steps and stopped. He said to the doorman, give me a moment. Then, he walked back to Sun Zhao's side and took out a few Chinese yuan from the spirit map space. It was exactly 40 yuan. Xia Ruofei handed the money to Sun Xiao and said, a lesson is a lesson, but you still have to pay for the ride. Senior, I have money here, Sun Xiao quickly said. He also felt a little drunk. This senior's quirks really made him not know whether to laugh or cry. It's only right and proper to pay for the ride. I have to pay for the ride myself. Xia Ruofei said, take it. I'm going to take a rest. With that, Xia Ruofei stuffed the money into Sun Zhao's hand and turned to walk back to the hotel. Sun Xiao didn't dare to refuse and held the money in his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He turned his gaze to the taxi and was instantly filled with anger. If it wasn't for this taxi driver, there wouldn't have been such a scene today. Although this matter had nothing to do with him, this taxi driver had affected the mood of the young sect master's guest. If his mood was bad and the senior had a bad experience while staying in the Tianfeng Hotel, then it would be his responsibility. Besides, Xia Ruofei had made it very clear. How could such a senior deliberately make things difficult for a brother? Therefore, there was no need to verify this matter. It could be basically confirmed that the driver was the problem. Sun Xiao was in charge of these matters in the secular world, so he was naturally influenced by some of the social phenomena. The violation of the rules by car rental drivers was a rather prominent problem in many cities, especially tourist cities with relatively large traffic. And today, this person had clearly hit the muzzle. When Xia Ruofei was leaving, the taxi driver saw it from his car, but he did not even have the courage to call out to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's cold tone in the car and the feeling of falling into an ice cave had already left a shadow in his heart. He didn't even want the fare now. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have the courage to run and his legs were still weak, he would have driven away immediately. Sun Xiao coldly looked at the driver who was sitting in the driver's seat, completely out of his wits. He walked over, patted the roof of the car, and shouted in the local language, "Come out." The taxi driver opened the door and got out of the car with a long face. Without waiting for Sun Xiao to speak, the taxi driver quickly said, "Big brother, it's my fault this time. I don't dare to take the money anymore. Since it's my first time, please spare me this time," Sun Xiao sneered. Let him go? How could it be so easy? Although Senior had said that he wanted to punish the past and punish the future to cure the disease and save the people, this didn't mean that he could smooth things over. If he let the person go after everything was clear, he would be in a difficult position if Senior asked. Cut the crap. What happened today? Sun Xiao asked fiercely. Also, what's wrong with the meter? You better be honest with me. If you don't make it clear, don't even think about leaving today. Following that, Sun Xiao coldly looked at the taxi driver and said, if you dare to hide anything from me, I can guarantee that you will never be in this business again. We're quite familiar with the transportation department. The taxi driver trembled slightly and quickly said, I don't dare. He didn't dare. The taximeter might be a little off, but I rent a car too. The owner never repaired it, so You're hoping to get lucky, right? Sun Xiao nibbled at the taxi driver with a faint smile and said, you want to get away with it? It seems like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. With that said, Sun Xiao took out his cell phone and began searching through his address book. In fact, he was also a little embarrassed about Ying. This matter was too small. When some of his friends took care of this matter, it always felt like a cannon hitting a mosquito. Who should he look for? After flipping through a few pages, he really found a suitable candidate. He was the director of the transportation department, whose surname was Li. So, he dialed it directly and turned on the hands-free mode. Then, he showed the phone screen to the taxi driver and said, it's so good to watch. This is the price of lying. When the taxi driver saw the name displayed on the phone, he was completely flustered. Director Li wasn't very important to Sun Xiao. If she hadn't looked through her contact list, she wouldn't have even remembered exchanging contact information with this person. But in the eyes of these taxi drivers, this person was the boss. He was directly in charge of the operation of the car rental. The transportation management personnel who caught illegal operations and car rental violations on the road were all from this Director Li's department. Mr. Sun. Hello. Director Li's warm and humble voice came through the phone. 3070, a small punishment and a big warning, too. The taxi driver had completely given up. Although he was not almighty enough to get Director Li's phone number and could not verify the authenticity just now, the taxi drivers had actually seen Director Li more than once. Moreover, he had entered the meltdown class once because of a violation and had the honor of listening to Director Li's lecture in person, so he was quite familiar with this man's voice. The taxi driver didn't dare to make a sound at all. He could only look at Sun Xiao with pleading eyes and keep shaking his head. Sun Xiao looked at the driver, then smiled and said, Director Li, it's been a while since we last met. I was thinking of having a meal together when we have time. I have something to trouble you with. No problem. Supervisor Li said very enthusiastically, it's my honor to be invited by CEO Sun. I'm always free. In addition, if Director Sun has any instructions, just say it directly. Even if I'm not capable enough, I'll try my best to create the right conditions for you. All right then. Sun Xiao said happily, it's not easy to talk over the phone. Let's find a time to meet and talk. Director Li, I won't bother you anymore. I'll ask you out when I've set the time. All right. Director Li said repeatedly. After Sun Xiao hung up the phone, he looked at the taxi driver with a faint smile and asked, can you answer my question properly? Now? The taxi driver felt that his back was drenched in sweat, but he was still a little glad that Sun Xiao did not directly report this matter to Director Li, which meant that there was still room for change. At this moment, how could he still dare to have any thoughts of getting lucky? The taxi driver said, "Brother. I was wrong. I was wrong. Brother, please let me go. I won't dare to do it again." "Say it, son," Xiao said impatiently. He had been here for a long time, and he still had a guest to entertain in the hotel. "Yes, yes, yes," the taxi driver quickly said. Then, he poured out everything about how he had modified the taximeter. He even personally got into the car and demonstrated the switching between the two modes of the taximeter. In fact, there were a few taxi drivers in Tai City who did the same thing. However, they were unlucky to have met the serious Xia Ruofei. After giving his honest instructions, the taxi driver looked at Sun Xiao pitifully and pleaded, "Brother, do you think you can be lenient?" "I won't dare to do it again, son." Xiao pondered for a moment, trying to understand Xia Ruofei's spirit of speech. Then he said, "First, how did you change the taximeter? Change it back to how it was when you go back." "Yes, yes, yes." The taxi driver nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice, and then he vowed solemnly, "I swear to God that I will operate in good faith in the future and will never engage in such crooked ways again." "Second," Sun Xiao continued, "the transport management will punish you, ah?" The taxi driver couldn't help but cry out. This time, he had immediately admitted defeat, and his attitude was very sincere. He didn't expect to be punished again. Wouldn't that mean that all his efforts had been in vain? He was filled with disappointment. Sun Xiao said impatiently, "What, ah?" He had to take responsibility for his mistakes. "You're an adult, don't you know this? However, your husband also said just now that as long as you sincerely admit your mistakes and repent, you shouldn't be beaten to death. The punishment from the transportation management is also a warning to you. If you can learn from this lesson, you will naturally be able to eat this bowl of rice in the future." The taxi driver finally understood that the other party was leaving him away out, but it was a little. The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment cannot be avoided. He couldn't help but feel a burst of regret, but since things had come to this, regret was certainly useless. He could only hang his head and say dejectedly, "Brother, I know." Sun Xiao wrote down the driver's name and license plate number, then said, "Go. Remember, don't try to be lucky. The transportation management will focus on your car. If they find any more crooked ways, don't blame me for not leaving you a way out." "Yes, yes, yes. I'll remember that," the taxi driver hurriedly said. Sun Xiao handed the money to the taxi driver and said, "This was left behind by that gentleman. It's a total of 40 yuan, enough for your ride." The taxi driver was so scared that he waved his hands and said, "Don T. Don T. Brother, I don't dare to take this money, that's a different matter." Sun Xiao frowned and said, "Of course, I have to give you the car fare that should be yours. Otherwise, wouldn't it look like that gentleman is trying to cheat you of the car fare and is deliberately looking for trouble? Do you think that man is that kind of person?" "I wouldn't dare," the taxi driver said quickly. He could not help but shiver when he thought of Xia Ruofei's gaze and tone just now. "Still," Sun Xiao said. Then, he directly put the money in through the window on the side of the front passenger seat and threw it on the front passenger seat. He said, "All right, you can go. Remember what I just said?" "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Brother. The taxi driver bowed and bowed, then got into the car and left as if he was escaping. After he left the Sky Peak Hotel, he went straight to the repair shop that modified his meter last time. The shop had even registered his ID card, driver's license, and license plate number. Moreover, it was obvious that the shop owner had eyes and ears everywhere. How could an ordinary brother like him disobey his orders? Moreover, this time, he was really scared out of his wits and didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. Tianfeng Hotel. After Sun Xiao finished dealing with the matter of the car rental, he quickly walked into the hotel and went straight to Suite 3. The number 3 suite was actually located in an auxiliary building behind the hotel's main building. This entire building was not open to the public, but was used to receive cultivators and friends who passed by. To be precise, Sun Xiao was actually the manager of this building, but it was located in the Tianfeng Hotel. Of course, in terms of importance, the entire Tianfeng Hotel was not even a fraction of the value of this building. That was why Sun Xiao's status was so high. In this building, the first 10 suites were reserved to entertain distinguished guests. Ordinary cultivators would not be arranged to stay in these suites. The first and second suites were for the sect master and the young sect master of the First Heaven sect. Xia Ruofei was arranged to stay in suite 3 because of the name card that Qin Xian had left behind. Surrounded by green trees, the subsidiary building was located in the best location in the entire Sky Peak Hotel. The interior decoration was also very exquisite. It didn't look particularly luxurious, but in fact, it was full of ingenuity. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was the real high-end. Although suite number 3 was called a suite, it was actually a little similar to a presidential suite. There were 6 to 7 rooms in this suite. In addition to the super-large master bedroom, there was also a room for the attendants, a study, a living room, an activity room, a guest room, and so on. There was even a kitchen with very complete facilities. This suite was much larger than many commercial buildings. In fact, it was a very luxurious flat floor. When Sun Xiao arrived at number 3 suite, Xia Ruofei had already settled down. The service staff also brought fruit platters, snacks, and red wine immediately. Anyone who could stay in such a suite was definitely a distinguished guest. Therefore, there was no need for Sun Xiao to give any instructions. The service staff of the annex building took the initiative to do the work first. Senior. After Sun Xiao knocked on the door and entered, he quickly bowed when he saw Xia Ruofei and said, "I've already settled the issue of the rental car." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "By the way, my surname is Xia. Don't call me senior. Just young Master Xia." "Yes. Young Master Xia," Sun Xiao quickly said. Then, he reported to Xia Ruofei the results of the investigation and his preliminary handling of the situation. 3071 welcoming them through the night. 1. After Xia Ruofei heard this, he smiled and said, "You can deal with this matter as you see fit, but remember not to beat him to death with a stick. He still needs this to support his family. Just let him have a long memory." "Yes. I'm going to ask the transport management to suspend his service for a week as punishment." Sun Xiao said, "Anyway, he has already admitted it. Now, the evidence is conclusive." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Sure." "Oh, right. Did you give him the fare?" I've given it. Sun Xiao quickly said, "I did as you instructed." "That's good. You've worked hard." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. No problem. Sun Xiao quickly waved his hand and said, Young Master Xia, you're too kind. Then, Sun Xiao immediately said, Young Master Xia, the young sect leader will soon receive news of your visit. During your stay at Sky Peak, you can let me know if you have any needs. This is my business card. With that said, Sun Xiao respectfully handed over his business card with both hands. Xia Ruofei took the name card with a smile and kept it in the spirit map space. Sun Xiao hesitated for a moment before asking, Young Master Xia, if I may ask, can you provide more personal information? In this way, this disciple can report to young sect leader, in case young sect leader asks and this disciple doesn't know anything. Xia Ruofei laughed heartily and said, Of course. Just tell him that Xia Tian from the Star Caesar sect is here to visit, and brother Qin Xian will understand. Sun Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, All right. Thank you, young Master Xia. Then disciple won't disturb you any longer, you can rest here first. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. You've worked hard. It's not hard. It's not hard. Sun Xiao quickly said, Young Master Xia, I will take my leave. Sun Xiao bowed to Xia Ruofei respectfully and left the room. It was not until he closed the door that Sun Xiao heaved a long sigh of relief. In the short time that he had spent with Xia Ruofei, Sun Xiao had felt immense pressure. In fact, Xia Ruofei had been very kind and friendly from the beginning to the end. However, Sun Xiao could feel an inexplicable pressure. This feeling was similar to the feeling he had when he was fortunate enough to receive the golden core cultivators in his sect, including Qin Xian and the other experts. He even felt that the invisible pressure from Xia Ruofei was stronger. After Sun Xiao bade farewell, he immediately returned to his exclusive dormitory in this subsidiary building and directly reported the situation to the sect through the phone. The heavenly sect's communication method was similar to the Star Caesar sect's. They both set up a point near the mountain gate, with disciples guarding it and people in charge of delivering news to the sect. Some news from the secular world was sent to the sect through this point. The reason why he could not directly contact the sect was also because of the sect protecting formation. However, the development of modern communication technology had brought great convenience and improved efficiency. It was said that in the ancient cultivation world, there was a means of long-distance communication between cultivators. However, this kind of magic treasure had been completely lost. In the cultivation world, they had to rely on some scientific means to achieve rapid communication. In the number 3 suite of the attached building, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Xia Ruofei had already had his breakfast and Sun Xiao had personally brought it to the suite. After the shower, Xia Ruofei was ready to go to the bedroom to rest. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the suite. Xia Ruofei scanned the room with his spiritual power out of habit and was surprised. He quickened his pace and opened the door. Standing at the entrance was the young sect master of the First Heaven sect, Qin Xian, whom he had just met at the auction not long ago. Sun Xiao was also by his side. In fact, Sun Xiao was very shocked. It had only been a few hours since he had sent the news to the sect, but the moment Qin Xian received the news, he didn't care that it was already night time and rushed to Tai City. Although the First Heaven sect was located in the depths of Mount Tai, it was still quite far from Tai City. From the looks of it, Qin Xian must have rushed over after making some simple arrangements. Furthermore, he must have flown over on his sword or on his flying boat. Of course, the sect was located in a remote area, and the mountain roads there were difficult to walk on. It would take a few hours for an ordinary, Xia refining disciple to come to Tai City from the First Heaven sect. Brother Chen, why did you rush here overnight? Xia Ruofei said in surprise, you're making me feel uneasy. Qin Xian laughed and said, Brother Xia, you're treating me like an outsider. How could I not welcome an honored guest? Besides, you're not only an honored guest, you're also my creditor. After Sun Xiao heard this, he was even more shocked. Their young sect master had never lacked cultivation resources since he was a child, let alone spirit stones. Yet, he wanted to borrow money from this young cultivator? Could it be that this person's background was greater than the young sect leader's? Looking at the dazed Sun Xiao, Qin Xian said indifferently, you can leave first. Tell the kitchen to prepare some supper. I want to have a few drinks with Brother Xia. Yes. Young sect leader. Sun Xiao quickly replied. Then, with a belly full of questions and shock, he respectfully bowed to the two of them and turned to leave. Xia Ruofei smiled and invited Qin Xian into the house. They sat down in the spacious living room. 3072 welcoming them overnight, too. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Brother Chen, let me make this clear. I'm here to visit a friend, not to collect a debt. Qin Xian burst into laughter upon hearing this. I don't care if you're here to collect a debt or not, but I still have to pay back the spirit stones I owe you. The reason I'm a little late today is to prepare the spirit stones. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Brother Chen, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you last time? I'm not short of spirit stones right now. You've spent a lot of spirit stones to bid for the 5 sages token, so I don't have to be in a hurry to return it. Don't worry, Brother Xia. Qin Xian smiled. Last time I had underestimated the determination of the other sects to fight for the 5 sacred badges, so I had prepared a little less spirit stones. It's a good thing we had Brother Xia's help, otherwise that 5 saints badge would have fallen into the hands of another sect. If it's the Soaring Flower Valley or the Surging Wave sect, it's still fine. After all, we're like-minded. But if the Black Dragon cult gets this 5 saints token, it'll really be a headache. So, after my father heard about this matter, he kept saying that he wanted to thank Brother Xia properly. Qin Xian paused for a moment before continuing, let's get back to the main topic. Although 110,000 spiritual stones isn't a small amount, the First Heaven Society can still gather it in a short time. So, since Brother Xia is here, I brought it here to pay off the debt. Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said, Brother Chen, you guys are too serious. It's like I'm really here to collect a debt, ha ha ha. Qin Xian laughed out loud and said, that doesn't exist. What kind of person was Brother Xia? Why would he care about a mere 110,000 spirit stones? But that's a separate matter. Since it's a debt, it's only right and proper to pay back the money. With that, Qin Xian took out 110,000 spirit stones from his storage ring. It was a huge, heavy bag. Brother Xia, please count. Qin Xian said with a smile. Brother Chen, aren't you slapping my face? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't tell me that the world-famous young Master Chen would shortchange me by a few spiritual stones? Wouldn't that be a joke? With that, Xia Ruofei kept the big bag of spiritual stones into the spirit map space. Chen Xian chuckled, all right. Then, from the debt relationship, we have cleared it. However, the First Heaven Society will never forget Brother Xia's help at the auction, and it won't disappear with the disappearance of our debt. Brother Chen's words are too serious. It was just a simple matter that day. Xia Ruofei said. By the way, Brother Chen, Xia Ruofei continued, your sect already has 2 5 sacred badges. Have you guys made any progress? After Xia Ruofei asked, he immediately explained, Brother Chen, please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to pry, I'm just a little curious. Even if you guys really did come up with something, you don't have to tell me in detail. It's enough that I know about it. A bitter smile appeared on Chen Xian's face as he replied, Brother Xia, to be honest, after I took the 5th saint token back, my father and some of the elders in the sect have been studying these 2 5 saint tokens for the past few days. However, they really have no clue. It seems that this secret can only be unraveled after the last 5 saint token, which is the first token, is born. Xia Ruofei had gotten a lot of information from Master Yuntai about the Rising Dragon Order, which was also known as the 5 Saint Order by modern cultivators, so he was not surprised by this result. He didn't tell Chen Xian that he had accidentally discovered token number 1 in his hands. After a short conversation, he changed the topic. Naturally, Chen Xian did not have the slightest doubt about this. Brother Xia, he said with a smile, other than visiting me, and the First Heaven Society, you must have come here for something else, right? Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, Brother Chen should be very clear. This time, I'm here to conveniently, wild tea tree branch. Chen Xian interrupted Xia Ruofei's words and laughed. No problem. I've told my father about this as soon as I return to the sect. Putting aside the fact that Brother Xia helped us obtain the 5 sages token, even if we didn't have this relationship, my father wouldn't have any reason to reject my friend's request for a few wild tea leaves. Therefore, the old man agreed without hesitation. When we return to the sect this time, I'll personally take Brother Xia to pick one. Just tell me which one you like, as long as you don't uproot the wild tea tree, there won't be a problem. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed and said, Brother Chen, that's interesting. This little brother will remember this favor. Chen Xian laughed and said, but it's getting late. Brother Xia, you must be tired from the journey. So, let's stay here for the night. I'll bring you back to the First Heaven Society tomorrow morning. How about it? The guest will do as the host wishes. Naturally, I will do as Brother Chen arranges. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Soon, Sun Xiao brought 2 waiters to deliver the supper that had just been prepared to the room. They also brought a few bottles of vintage wine. Hence, Xia Ruofei and Chen Xian went to the dining room of the suite. They chatted while drinking and eating. Chen Xian had always been a very approachable person. Whether it was to the big shots of other sects or ordinary cultivators, he always appeared to be approachable. Moreover, he more or less had the intention of befriending Xia Ruofei, so the 2 of them naturally had a great time chatting. To be honest, it was hard for anyone to have any ill feelings towards someone like Chen Xian. However, Xia Ruofei was no longer a greenhorn. He would not give his heart to Chen Xian just because he was friendly. He had always kept his mouth shut about the number 1 token and did not reveal anything. He only said 30% to everyone, but he couldn't completely throw away his heart. This saying was also applicable in the world of cultivation. If he was really a silly and sweet person who did not know how to keep his mouth shut, he would probably not live long in an environment like the cultivation world. Naturally, Qin Xian would not think of the 5 sages medallion either. He was just casually chatting with Xia Ruofei about the cultivation world, including some of the things that he had gone to explore ancient ruins with his sex elders. Now, although Xia Ruofei had a ready-made ancient cultivator like Master Yuntai by his side, this closed-door cultivation madman had not been able to talk to Xia Ruofei about the ancient cultivation world until now. Therefore, he was naturally very curious about the ancient cultivator ruins and listened very carefully. Qin Xian had always been a very approachable person. Whether it was to the big shots of other sects or ordinary cultivators, he always appeared to be approachable. Moreover, he more or less had the intention of befriending Xia Ruofei, so the two of them naturally had a great time chatting. To be honest, it was hard for anyone to have any ill feelings towards someone like Qin Xian. However, Xia Ruofei was no longer a greenhorn. He would not give his heart to Qin Xian just because he was friendly. He had always kept his mouth shut about the number 1 token and did not reveal anything. He only said 30% to everyone, but he couldn't completely throw away his heart. This saying was also applicable in the world of cultivation. If he was really a silly and sweet person who did not know how to keep his mouth shut, he would probably not live long in an environment like the cultivation world. Naturally, Qin Xian would not think of the 5 sages medallion either. He was just casually chatting with Xia Ruofei about the cultivation world, including some of the things that he had gone to explore ancient ruins with his sex elders. Now, although Xia Ruofei had a ready-made ancient cultivator like Master Yuntai by his side, this closed-door cultivation madman had not been able to talk to Xia Ruofei about the ancient cultivation world until now. Therefore, he was naturally very curious about the ancient cultivator ruins and listened very carefully. 3073, the number 1 sect. 1. Xia Ruofei knew that in Qin Xian's eyes, he was only a qi refining cultivator. That was why Qin Xian had brought the Clearwater flying boat with him. This was to prevent him from feeling awkward when he had to ride a flying sword. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not reveal that he had broken the Kasaya. In fact, neither Qin Xian nor the other cultivators he met at the auction had asked about Xia Ruofei's cultivation level. Now, Xia Ruofei would not reveal that he was already an Oris Core beginner stage cultivator. The group arrived at the rooftop, and Sun Xiao followed them respectfully. Qin Xian took out the Jadewater flying boat. The flying boat expanded rapidly and floated in the air quietly. Xia Ruofei secretly compared the blue water flying boat with his black flying boat and found that the blue water flying boat was indeed much worse. Whether it was the size, material, flying speed, or other factors, the black flying boat was much better. Brother Chen, I've troubled you to come out personally and even use the Clearwater flying boat. I've really troubled you, Xia Ruofei said. Qin Xian laughed heartily. There's no need to be so polite, Brother Xia. I've said it before. No matter how important you are to the heavenly sect, this is the courtesy you deserve. Brother Xia, please. Brother Chen, please. The two of them tapped the ground lightly with the tips of their toes, and their bodies floated up from the ground, landing firmly on the deck of the flying boat. This disciple will respectfully send young sect leader and young Master Xiao off. Sun Xiao hurriedly bowed and said. This time around, Qin Xian did not bring any of his followers with him. Hence, he had to control the flying ship personally. Soon, the jade water flying boat rose into the air and flew toward the depths of Mount Tai. Qin Xian raised the flying boat and adjusted the direction. He smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, "Brother Xia, we'll be able to reach the First Heaven Society in no time if we take an airboat from Tai City. Why don't we go to the deck? While you're at it, I'd like to invite Brother Xia to enjoy the scenery of Mount Tai." "Sure." Xia Ruofei smiled naturally. The two of them went to the deck and stood by the side of the ship. Although this airboat was slower than the black airboat, it was much faster than most of the planes. However, because of the protective cover, there was no wind on the deck, and the flight was very stable. Qin Xian smiled as he introduced the scenery to Xia Ruofei. This was the area where Qin Xian had grown up, so he was naturally extremely familiar with it. He was able to introduce the various scenic spots in a clear and logical manner. At first, Xia Ruofei could still see the tourists visiting Mount Tai below the swift boat. Although the tourists were as small as ants in his field of vision due to the height of the flying boat, he could still see them clearly with the eyesight of a cultivator. He could clearly see the tourists walking on the winding and steep mountain road. However, it didn't take long for the flying boat to fly over the scenic area and enter the depths of the mountain range where few people visited. Although these areas had not been developed, it was precisely because of this that there were fewer traces of man-made carvings, and there was no trace of smoke and fire. The scenery was more natural. "We'll be reaching the mountain gate soon," Qin Xian said with a smile. "Prepare to descend." In fact, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had already sensed the traces of cultivators in the nearby mountains. This area was already a no-man's land. The cultivators below were naturally the hidden sentries sent by the First Heaven Society. Qin Xian returned to the flying ship's cabin and maneuvered the ship to descend slowly. Xia Ruofei stood on the deck and watched as the flying boat charged towards a mountain wall covered with vines without any signs of slowing down. The speed of the flying boat was extremely fast. Xia Ruofei could see that the mountain wall was rapidly approaching. However, Xia Ruofei was still standing calmly at the bow of the ship, ignoring the mountain wall that he was about to hit. Actually, with his current attainments in the array Dao, he could already sense the array set up here from afar. As for this mountain wall, no matter how realistic it was, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power could sense that it did not exist. It was just an illusion created by the array, a simple smokescreen. Even though it was just a smokescreen, the effect was still very good. Not only was it a steep mountain wall in the eyes of ordinary people, but most cultivators who could not sense the array would only see it as a mountain wall even if they used their spiritual power to explore it. Sure enough, the instant the flying boat came into contact with the mountain wall, it didn't meet with any obstruction or impact. It directly entered the mountain wall. Xia Ruofei stood on the deck of the swift boat. He seemed to see a ripple, and then the scenery in front of him changed. A majestic mountain gate appeared not far away. Behind the mountain gate was a wide mountain road that meandered upward. A series of ancient buildings were built against the mountain, scattered in an orderly manner within a radius of several dozen li. It was clear that this entire area was enveloped in a large array. Everything within the array's range couldn't even be detected by the satellites in space. In the photos taken by the Pi Xiu reconnaissance satellite, this was a primeval forest. That was actually an illusion created by the formation. The real situation had long been concealed. The spiritual qi in the entire area was very rich. Xia Ruofei sensed that it was almost at the same level as the Taishu Xianqing formation. Before the second transformation. Near the mountain gate, there were a few disciples wearing white crescent-shaped clothes. They looked full of energy and were at least at refined Qi level 5 and above. 3074, the number 1 sect. 2. Looking at their clothes, one could tell that they were just ordinary disciples who guarded the water-flying boat. The two disciples bowed slightly and called out in unison, "Greetings, young sect leader." Chen Xian smiled gently at the two of them and nodded. Then, he turned to Xia Ruofei and said, "Brother Xia, this is the mountain gate of the First Heaven Society." The 3 words on the mountain gate were written by my father, the great ancestor. Xia Ruofei looked closely and realized that the 3 words First Heaven Society were also majestic. When he looked at it, he could hear the sound of metal clashing. These 3 simple words were like 3 angry gods, releasing an overbearing aura at the same time. Xia Ruofei's body was slightly stunned by the overwhelming aura. When Chen Xian saw Xia Ruofei staring at the 3 words, he quickly reminded him, "Brother Xia, please don't stare." However, his warning was too late. Xia Ruofei had already focused his attention. Chen Xian couldn't help but feel regret. He knew that the words great-grandfather contained an overbearing aura. If an ordinary cultivator didn't pay attention to it, it would be fine. However, if they paid attention to it, they would probably be crushed by the aura. Back when Chen Xian was still a Qi condensation cultivator, he had been forced to take 6 or 7 steps back by these words, before falling to the ground. In fact, Chen Xian was just giving Xia Ruofei a normal introduction. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so honest and take the 3 words seriously. If Xia Ruofei were to make such a fool of himself at the entrance, before he even entered the mountain, Chen Xian would really be embarrassed as the host. If Xia Ruofei was a little more narrow-minded, he might even think that Chen Xian was deliberately toying with him to give him a chance to show off his power. Chen Xian could not help but feel anxious. What he did not expect was that Xia Ruofei's footsteps only paused for a moment. There was almost no change in her expression. She was only stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, "Brother Chen, the 3 words on your sex gate are extraordinary. It's full of power." I was caught off guard just now and almost suffered a loss. Chen Xian looked at Xia Ruofei in shock. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't have the time to think about how Xia Ruofei was able to get out of that power so quickly and was completely fine. As long as Xia Ruofei did not make a fool of himself here, he would be thankful. "Brother Xia, I didn't explain myself clearly just now. I almost caused you to lose out. I'm really sorry." Chen Xian hurriedly apologized. "Brother Chen, you're too serious." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Brother Chen has already reminded me in time. If there's anyone to blame, it's my curiosity. Fortunately, nothing happened." "Yes, yes, yes. Please come in, Brother Xia," Chen Xian said, gesturing for him to enter. As Chen Xian brought Xia Ruofei into the sect, he muttered to himself, it was said that this Brother Xia was likely to be a Yuanying stage cultivator's personal disciple. It seemed that the credibility of this rumor was quite high. At such a young age, he could be as steady as Mount Tai in front of his ancestors' inscription. The foundation of a Yuanying stage personal disciple was really not ordinary. This was Chen Xian's first time trying to comprehend these 3 words. In the end, he was immediately suppressed by the aura, causing him to take a few steps back and fall on his butt. At that time, he was about the same age as Xia Ruofei. This was why Qin Xian was feeling especially emotional. Qin Xian personally led Xia Ruofei around the sect. At the same time, he introduced Xia Ruofei to the various buildings they passed by. A series of ancient buildings were built against the mountain, scattered in an orderly manner within a radius of several dozen li. It was clear that this entire area was enveloped in a large array. Everything within the array's range couldn't even be detected by the satellites in space. In the photos taken by the Xia reconnaissance satellite, this was a primeval forest. That was actually an illusion created by the formation. The real situation had long been concealed. The spiritual qi in the entire area was very rich. Xia Ruofei sensed that it was almost at the same level as the Taishu Xianqing formation before the second transformation. Near the mountain gate, there were a few disciples wearing white crescent-shaped clothes. They looked full of energy and were at least at refined qi level 5 and above. Looking at their clothes, one could tell that they were just ordinary disciples who guarded the mountain gate. The number one sect in the world of cultivation was indeed worthy of its reputation. Just a glimpse of the gate gave Xia Ruofei a feeling of myriad of phenomena and magnificence. The Clearwater flying boat was very recognizable. Therefore, the moment it landed in front of the mountain gate, the disciples who were guarding the gate hurriedly came out to greet it. "Brother Xia, we've arrived." Qin Xian walked out of the cabin and smiled. "Let's go down." "All right," Xia Ruofei said. "Please, Brother Qin." The two of them jumped off the flying boat together. Just as Qin Xian kept the shrunken green "Yes, yes, yes. Please come in, Brother Xia," Qin Xian said, gesturing for him to enter. 3075 Chen Nanfeng _Qin Xian personally brought Xia Ruofei along the greenstone mountain path to Yunshao Peak. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way. From time to time, the passing disciples would stop in their tracks and bow respectfully when they saw Qin Xian. Qin Xian didn't put on the airs of an elder or the son of the sect leader. He just smiled and nodded at everyone. "Brother Xia, there are a total of 6 peaks in the First Heaven Society. The Yunshao Peak is located in the middle and is personally managed by the sect masters of each generation. Some of the important places of the sect are basically located on the Yunshao Peak. I've been living on the Yunshao Peak since I was young. However, I had my own residence after I grew up," Qin Xian explained as he walked. "It's easier to live alone." Xia Ruofei laughed. Qin Xian laughed and nodded. "He's indeed more at ease." Whether it was in the world of cultivation or the secular world, every child probably had the same mentality when they were young, hoping to be free from the control of their parents. Many children applied for universities far away from home after the college entrance examination, and many of them had the same mentality. "Brother Xia, my father is quite a kind person, especially towards the young talents in the world of cultivation. He has always been very supportive, so you don't have to be too nervous." Qin Xian chuckled. "It's fine," Xia Ruofei said. "I'm more curious than nervous. After all, your father is the number one person in the world of cultivation." "That's just a rumor in the cultivation world," Qin Xian replied with a smile. "My father had said before that there were many hidden experts in the cultivation world. He was only a late-stage golden core cultivator, so he couldn't be called the number one expert in the cultivation world. In any case, we can't say this in the heavenly sect, including the So, called number one sect in the world of cultivation. We've never really considered ourselves the number one sect, in case it gets out and becomes a laughingstock. You're being too humble. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's hard to say whether your father is the number one in the cultivation world, but the First Heaven Society's strength is obvious to all. In terms of overall strength, there are almost no sects in the cultivation world that can compete with the First Heaven Society. You're too kind. You're too kind. Chen Xian laughed as he waved his hand. The two of them moved very quickly, and in a short while, they arrived in front of a chain bridge. Xia Ruofei looked up and saw 5 steep peaks in the misty valley. The one in the middle was the highest, and the other peaks were scattered around like stars surrounding the moon. Each peak was connected to the middle peak by a chain bridge. Xia Ruofei looked at the chain bridge in front of him and realized that he was actually on one of the peaks. Thus, there were 6 peaks in total. As expected, Chen Xian stood at the end of the bridge and introduced with a smile, Brother Xia, we're currently at the Blue Cloud Peak. This is the only peak that can be reached directly after entering the mountain gate. Most of the ordinary disciples cultivate and live within the Blue Cloud Peak's range. This chain bridge leads to Yunshao Peak. Brother Xia, please. Brother Chen, please. Xia Ruofei made an inviting gesture and stepped onto the chain bridge with Chen Xian. A steel cable as thick as an arm connected 2 mountains. After stepping on the bridge, Xia Ruofei immediately felt like he was floating in the air. The wind in the valley was usually stronger, and as long as a gust of wind blew, the chain bridge would sway. Furthermore, the chain bridge did not have any special railings. There was only a steel cable on each side as a basic protection. The wooden boards under his feet were not solid, and there were many gaps between them. He could directly see the valley that was faintly visible in the clouds. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably feel weak in the legs and tremble in fear after walking on this chain bridge. However, Xia Ruofei would not do that. Not to mention that he was already an Aura's core stage cultivator and could ride a flying sword anytime. Even before he started cultivating, when he was serving in the army, he had experienced much more dangerous environments than this. His mental fortitude had long been trained. On the swaying chain bridge, Xia Ruofei's expression was relaxed and he walked steadily. Naturally, Chen Xian had no problem with that. He introduced the basic situation of Yunshao Peak to Xia Ruofei as they walked. In addition to the residence of the sect leader, there was also a very important elder meeting hall. Basically, all major decisions in the First Heaven Society were made on Yunshao Peak. In addition, there was also an ancestral hall of the heavenly sect, where the memorial tablets of the previous sect masters and elders would be worshipped. Very quickly, the two of them crossed the chain bridge that was 200 to 300 meters long and arrived at Yunshao Peak. At the other end of the chain bridge, about 20 to 30 meters away from the top of Yunshao Peak, there were disciples who were specially assigned to guard Yunshao Peak, which was an important place in the First Heaven Society. Naturally, it was not a place that anyone could enter. Even some high-level disciples had to ask for permission before they could enter Yunshao Peak. Of course, Chen Xian was not one of them. He brought Xia Ruofei to the end of the chain bridge. The disciples guarding the chain bridge immediately bowed and greeted him. Greetings, young sect leader. Sect leader, are you free now? Chen Xian asked. Young sect leader, the sect leader has ordered That when young sect leader and this young master Xia arrive, they can go directly to the meeting hall. He is waiting there. The disciple replied respectfully. Meeting hall? Qin Xian was taken aback for a moment, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, I understand. 3076 Qin Nanfeng, 2. The function of the meeting hall, other than the elders discussing matters, was sometimes used to receive important guests. Usually, the sect leader and elders would personally receive them in the meeting hall to show how important they were. Qin Xian had thought that his father would meet Xia Ruofei at his residence. After all, Xia Ruofei was just a junior. It was already a great honor for his father to meet him personally. He did not expect his father to meet Xia Ruofei in the meeting hall. This was at least the standard for receiving the sect leaders of other sections. However, on second thought, Qin Xian felt that this did not seem to be an attempt to criticize Xia Ruofei's performance at the auction. Anyone with eyes could see that even the sect leader of the Star Caesar sect, Luo Qingfeng, seemed to listen to Xia Ruofei's words and even follow his orders. Hence, Xia Ruofei's status in the Star Caesar sect seemed to be above Luo Qingfeng's. Based on this logic, although Xia Ruofei was young, his status was not lower than a sect leader. It was not too outrageous for his father to meet Xia Ruofei in the meeting hall. Brother Xia, this way please. Qin Xian said with a smile. Xia Ruofei didn't know much about the First Heaven Society, so he didn't know the reason why the sect leader wanted to meet him in the meeting hall. He just followed Qin Xian's footsteps and went up the smooth mountain path. Soon, the two of them arrived at the peak. A majestic hall was built on the peak, and two disciples of the 8th level of the ore refining realm stood on both sides of the door of the hall. Upon seeing Qin Xian, the two disciples bowed and greeted him before making an inviting gesture. Qin Xian brought Xia Ruofei into the hall. Xia Ruofei quickly observed his surroundings. The hall was about 10 meters tall, which was equivalent to a 3-story building. Purple, gold pillars were neatly arranged, supporting the entire hall. The hall was paved with smooth blue stone, and from the entrance of the hall, there was a path of about 6 meters wide, paved with light blue stones. On both sides of the road, chairs were neatly arranged. At the end of the path were steps made of blue stones of the same material. There was a small platform after the 9 steps, on which there were tables and chairs. A figure in a white robe was sitting behind the table. Xia Ruofei wanted to take a closer look, but realized that he could not see the person's face clearly. Of course, this was not because Xia Ruofei's eyesight was not good enough. After becoming a cultivator, he could see even an ant at such a short distance. However, when Xia Ruofei's gaze fell on the person sitting in the main hall, he felt that there was a layer of fog covering his face. He could not see clearly. Of course, Xia Ruofei knew that this man was Qin Xian's father, the current sect leader of the First Heaven Society, and a late-stage golden core cultivator, Qin Nanfeng. Therefore, he only caught a glimpse of it and did not dare to size it up without restraint. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei felt a gaze on him. This gaze was not overbearing, but it seemed to be able to destroy everything. It made Xia Ruofei feel like he was being seen through. This child greets father. Qin Xian brought Xia Ruofei to a stop about 10 meters away from the steps. He bowed and said, Father, this is Brother Xia Tianxia, from the Star Caesar sect. Greetings, sect leader Qin. Xia Ruofei also cupped his hands and said, Is this our young friend Xia Tian? Chen Nanfing's voice was heard. You're indeed a promising young man. Xia Ruofei felt that Chen Nanfing's voice was actually very gentle, similar to Chen Xian's style. It was the kind that was very friendly. However, at the same time, he could feel that this voice seemed to have a kind of magic that made people submit. Xia Ruofei suddenly realized that this sect leader Chen must be highly accomplished in the aspect of spiritual power. One must know that Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had already reached the late stage of the spirit gathering realm, which was stronger than most cultivators in the intermediate stage of the golden core realm. However, Chen Nanfing's simple words had caused Xia Ruofei to feel dazed. This meant that Chen Nanfing's spiritual power cultivation was much higher than Xia Ruofei's. Xia Ruofei was shocked. Of course, Chen Xian was not one of them. He brought Xia Ruofei to the end of the chain bridge. The disciples guarding the chain bridge immediately bowed and greeted him. Greetings, young sect leader. Sect leader, are you free now? Chen Xian asked. Young sect leader, the sect leader has ordered that when young sect leader and this young master Xia arrive, they can go directly to the meeting hall. He is waiting there. The disciple replied respectfully. Meeting hall? Chen Xian was taken aback. For a moment, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, I understand. The function of the meeting hall, other than the elders discussing matters, was sometimes used to receive important guests. Usually, the sect leader and elders would personally receive them in the meeting hall to show how important they were. Chen Xian had thought that his father would meet Xia Ruofei at his residence. After all, Xia Ruofei was just a junior. It was already a great honor for his father to meet him personally. He did not expect his father to meet Xia Ruofei in the meeting hall. This was at least the standard for receiving the sect leaders of other sections. However, on second thought, Chen Xian felt that this did not seem to be an attempt to criticize Xia Ruofei's performance at the auction. Anyone with eyes could see that even the sect leader of the Star Caesar sect, Luo Qingfeng, seemed to listen to Xia Ruofei's words and even follow his orders. Hence, Xia Ruofei's status in the Star Caesar sect seemed to be above Luo Qingfeng's. Based on this logic, although Xia Ruofei was young, his status was not lower than a sect leader. It was not too outrageous for his father to meet Xia Ruofei in the meeting hall. Brother Xia, this way please. Chen Xian said with a smile. Xia Ruofei didn't know much about the First Heaven Society, so he didn't know the reason why the sect leader wanted to meet him in the meeting hall. He just followed Chen Xian's footsteps and went up the smooth mountain path. Soon, the two of them arrived at the peak. A majestic hall was built on the peak, and two disciples of the eighth level of the ore refining realm stood on both sides of the door of the hall. Upon seeing Chen Xian, the two disciples bowed and greeted him before making an inviting gesture. Chen Xian brought Xia Ruofei into the hall. Xia Ruofei quickly observed his surroundings. The hall was about 10 meters tall, which was equivalent to a 3-story building. Purple, gold pillars were neatly arranged, supporting the entire hall. The hall was paved with smooth blue stone. And from the entrance of the hall, there was a path of about 6 meters wide paved with light blue stones. On both sides of the road, chairs were neatly arranged. At the end of the path were steps made of blue stones of the same material. There was a small platform after the 9 steps, with tables and chairs on it. A figure in a white robe was sitting behind the table. Xia Ruofei wanted to take a closer look, but realized that he could not see the person's face clearly. Of course, this was not because Xia Ruofei's eyesight was bad. After becoming a cultivator, he could see even an ant at such a short distance. However, when Xia Ruofei's gaze fell on the person sitting in the main hall, he felt that there was a layer of fog covering his face. He could not see clearly. Of course, Xia Ruofei knew that this man was Qin Xian's father, the current sect leader of the First Heaven Society, and a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, Chen Nanfeng. Therefore, he only caught a glimpse of it and did not dare to size it up without restraint. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei felt a gaze on him. This gaze was not overbearing, but it seemed to be able to destroy everything. It made Xia Ruofei feel like he was being seen through. This child greets father. Chen Xian brought Xia Ruofei to a place about 10 meters away from the steps and stopped. He bowed and said, 3077 test, _ at this time, the figure wearing a white long robe on the steps let out a hearty laugh. Then, Xia Ruofei saw him stand up from his seat and walk down the steps with an interested look on his face. He walked to Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian. Xia Ruofei realized that he could already see Chen Nanfeng's face clearly. Chen Nanfeng's appearance was still very handsome, and he looked quite handsome in his long robe. His hair was black, and there was not a single wrinkle on his forehead and face. His skin looked extremely smooth and elastic. Judging from his appearance, he was at most 30 or 40 years old. If he had not known about this beforehand, Xia Ruofei would never have believed that this was Qin Xian's father. It was said that Chen Nanfeng had a son at an old age, and his real age was already 200 to 300 years old. One could tell that Qin Xian and Chen Nanfeng shared many similarities. The two of them stood together like brothers. The only thing that Xia Ruofei felt was out of the ordinary was probably Chen Nanfeng's eyes. Chen Nanfeng's eyes weren't particularly big, but they were very lively, as if they were emitting a mysterious light that made people involuntarily sink into them. Xia Ruofei knew that this was a sign of Chen Nanfeng's extremely high spiritual cultivation. Little friend Xia told me everything about the auction when she came back. Thank you so much, Chen Nanfeng said with a smile. Sect leader Chen is too polite. Xia Ruofei bowed slightly and said, I'm just lending some spiritual stones to brother Chen in case of an emergency. It's not a big deal. It's just a small matter. Sect leader Chen, you don't have to worry about it. It's nothing, Chen Nanfeng said with a wave of his hand. It's nothing during normal times, but if it weren't for the batch of spirit stones that little friend Xia provided us with during the auction, we would have missed the opportunity to obtain the 5 Saints badge. As the saying goes, it's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but it's difficult to send charcoal in the snow. I, Chen, and the entire First Heavenly Sect will never forget this favor from little friend Xia. You're being too serious, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He didn't continue on this topic. No matter if the other party was sincere in thanking him or just being polite, it didn't matter. He wasn't so naive as to think that he had really become the First Heaven Society's distinguished guest or benefactor. I heard from Xian that little friend Xia is very interested in our wild tea? Chen Nanfeng asked with a gentle smile on his face. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, last time. It was all thanks to brother Chen. I was lucky enough to taste wild tea. I was instantly shocked. Although Brother Chen has said that your sect and some other seniors in the cultivation world have tried many times in the past, hoping to breed wild tea by cutting but none of them have succeeded. I still want to try. My luck. I hope sect leader Chen can grant me my wish. No problem. Chen Nanfeng said readily, 1 or 2 branches are nothing. Little friend Xia can go and get them at any time. Then I really have to thank sect leader Chen. Xia Ruofei quickly bowed and said, You're welcome. Chen Nanfeng smiled and said, In your words, this is as easy as lifting a finger for the First Heaven Society. Then, Chen Nanfeng casually asked, By the way, little friend Xia, did your master give you any special instructions for your cultivation this time? Xia Ruofei's expression remained the same, but his eyes revealed a trace of embarrassment. Sect leader Chen. My master has repeatedly warned me not to reveal any information about him while I'm cultivating outside. I hope sect leader Chen can forgive me. It's fine, it's fine. Chen Nanfeng laughed. This is understandable. Some reclusive seniors and experts don't want us to disturb their peace, so when some of their disciples enter the world to cultivate, they are very low key and never mention their sect. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He had obtained a piece of information from Chen Nanfeng's words. It was possible that there were hidden nascent soul cultivators in this world, and their disciples had once entered the world to cultivate. It was very likely that Chen Nanfeng had come into contact with the disciples of these hidden experts. Xia Ruofei knew that being a nascent soul's disciple was a huge act, but what about the disciples of the reclusive cultivators that Chen Nanfeng might have come into contact with? Was he a true Yuanying stage disciple, or was he just a swindler? He thought of Chen Nanfeng's cultivation, especially his spiritual power, which even he was slightly afraid of. He felt that the possibility of Chen Nanfeng being deceived was not high. At the thought of this, Xia Ruofei's interest in the true reclusive cultivators grew. In recent years, no Yuanying stage cultivator had appeared in the cultivation world, especially more than 300 years ago. The cultivation world seemed to have been cut by a knife. Cultivators above the Yuanying stage disappeared overnight, and then the environment continued to deteriorate. What was the secret behind this? Presumably, those hidden Yuanying cultivators should know something. Even Chen Nanfeng, the leader of a top sect, probably had some information. Although Xia Ruofei was very curious, he did not dare to ask. He didn't know if those reclusive nascent soul cultivators were connected to each other, and he didn't know if there was a special connection between those nascent soul disciples. He knew nothing about all this. If he rashly asked and said anything wrong, it would immediately arouse Chen Nanfeng's suspicion. If Chen Nanfeng found out that Xia Ruofei actually did not have a nascent soul cultivator as a master and was just an itinerant cultivator who had obtained a great opportunity, it was hard to guarantee that he would not covet the treasures on him. Both Chen Nanfeng and Chen Xian looked righteous, and even Chen Nanfeng, the number one in the world of cultivation, was very kind to Xia Ruofei, giving Xia Ruofei a feeling of being bathed in the spring wind. However, one could only know a person's face, not his heart. Xia Ruofei could not guarantee that the father and son would not have any thoughts about the treasure. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei was now in the core of the First Heaven Society. In front of him was a late gold core realm cultivator whose spiritual power was much stronger than his. Xia Ruofei was not sure if he could escape if Chen Nanfeng suddenly attacked. Hence, the seemingly peaceful meeting hall was actually a place that made Xia Ruofei feel as if he was walking on thin ice. He had to be extremely careful and could not take a single wrong step. Even though Xia Ruofei was very curious about the disciple Of the mysterious senior that Chen Nanfeng had mentioned, he did not mention it. He only smiled and said, "I can't disobey my master's orders." "Thank you for your understanding, sect leader Chen." Chen Nanfeng had a friendly smile on his face as he nodded and said, "I understand. I understand. My young friend Xia, I heard from Xian that he has invited you to participate in the research and exploration of the Five Sages token," he asked. "Brother Chen is too polite. It's only because I borrowed some spirit stones, but he insisted on giving me a spot to research and explore the Five Sages token." Xia Ruofei said, "Now that I think about it, I'm the one who has the advantage. Ha ha ha. We're helping each other, so there's no such thing as who's at an advantage or who's at a disadvantage." Chen Nanfeng waved his hand and asked, "I wonder what little friend Xia thinks about this five saint token." Xia Ruofei immediately became alert. He said calmly, "Sect leader Chen, I only took a few glances at the five saints token from afar. To be honest, my understanding of the Five Saints token is limited to the rumors in the cultivation world. I really don't have any unique views. If little friend Xia is willing, why don't you study the five sacred badges now?" Chen Nanfeng smiled and said, "Thanks to little friend Xia, the First Heaven sect now has 2 five saints tokens. However, after Xian brought back that token, I've also gathered a few elders and disciples who have been studying the Five Saints token for a long time to study the new token together. In the end, we still have no leads. Little friend Xia is a disciple of a famous sect, so perhaps you'll be able to see some secrets that we can teach. This isn't very appropriate, is it?" Xia Ruofei deliberately showed a hint of interest and said hesitantly, "Your sect paid a huge price to get this. There's no loss in taking a look." Chen Nanfeng chuckled and said, "However, this five that's the case, I'll have to ask little friend Xia to study it." With that, Chen Nanfeng flipped his hand, and 2 tokens appeared in his palm. It was the 5 sacred wrongs that Xia Ruofei was familiar with. They were named after the ancient cultivation world. In fact, they should be called the Rising Dragon Order. There were no complicated patterns on the 2 tokens, including the number 1 with that. He waved his hand and the 2 tokens floated in front of Xia Ruofei. They hovered in mid-air without moving. "If little friend Xia is willing, why don't you study the 5 sacred badges now?" Chen Nanfeng said with a smile, "Thanks to little friend Xia, the First Heaven sect now has 2 Five Saints tokens. However, after Xian brought back that token, I've also gathered a few elders and disciples who have been studying the 5 Saints token for a long time to study the new token together. In the end, we still have no leads. Little friend Xia is a disciple of a famous sect, so perhaps you'll be able to see some secrets that we can teach. This isn't very appropriate, is it?" Xia Ruofei deliberately showed a hint of interest and said hesitantly, "Your sect paid a huge price to get this. There's no loss in taking a look." Chen Nanfeng chuckled and said, "However, this 5 Saint token is indeed an important asset of the First Heaven Society. Although I'm the sect leader, I can't act as I please. Therefore, little friend Xia can only observe and study it in this meeting hall and can't take it out of the hall." In fact, Xia Ruofei was not interested in the 2 Five Saint badges at all. It was because Scholar Yuntai had told him clearly that only when the 5 tokens were gathered together would they automatically combine. Otherwise, whether it was 2, 3, or 4, it would actually be meaningless. However, Xia Ruofei could not be sure if Chen Nanfeng was testing him, so he was still on guard. After all, it was impossible for him not to be interested in the five sages token. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei deliberately pondered for a moment and then said, "Thank you for your kindness, sect leader Chen. I really want to see this legendary 5 sacred badges. Although I am not very knowledgeable and most likely cannot figure out its ugly appearance, it is good to broaden my horizons." Ha ha ha. Little friend Xia is too modest. Chen Nanfeng laughed and said, "Since that's the case, I'll have to ask little friend Xia to study it." With that, Chen Nanfeng flipped his hand, and 2 tokens appeared in his palm. It was the 5 sacred wrongs that Xia Ruofei was familiar with. They were named after the ancient cultivation world. In fact, they should be called the Rising Dragon Order. There were no complicated patterns on the 2 tokens, including the number 1 token that Xia Ruofei had kept in the stone room in the cave in the spirit map space. Other than the different numbers, the tokens looked almost the same. To Xia Ruofei, there was nothing new about this. However, he still pretended that his eyes lit up, and then stared at the 2 tokens in Chen Nanfeng's hands. "My young friend Xia, please," Chen Nanfeng said with a smile. With that, he waved his hand and the 2 tokens floated in front of Xia Ruofei. They hovered in mid-air without moving. It was the 5 sacred wrongs that Xia Ruofei was familiar with. They were named after the ancient cultivation world. In fact, they should be called the Rising Dragon Order. There were no complicated patterns on the 2 tokens, including the number 1 token that Xia Ruofei had kept in the stone room in the cave in the spirit map space. Other than the different numbers, the tokens looked almost the same. To Xia Ruofei, there was nothing new about this. However, he still pretended that his eyes lit up, and then stared at the 2 tokens in Chen Nanfeng's hands. "My young friend Xia, please," Chen Nanfeng said with a smile. With that, he waved his hand and the 2 tokens floated in front of Xia Ruofei. They hovered in mid-air without moving. 3079 Wild Tea on a Lone Peak. 1. Xia Ruofei did not know that Chen Nanfeng had already seen through his disguise. He then followed Qin Xian out of the meeting hall. Qin Xian was still as gentle and refined as ever, but Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that he had relaxed a lot after he walked out of the hall. It seemed that when facing Chen Nanfeng, not only did Xia Ruofei feel a lot of pressure, but even Qin Xian, Chen Nanfeng's son, was not at ease. "Brother Xia, the wild tea tree is located on an uninhabited lone peak, and there is no chain bridge connecting it. There are also many arrays set up at the bottom of the peak, so we have to fly there on a sword." Qin Xian smiled as he explained, "This is the only place within the First Heaven Society that allows you to ride a flying sword. Of course, you have to get permission from the sect master first. I was planning to bring you there on the Clearwater flying boat, brother Xia," Qin Xian continued. "I didn't expect, brother Xia, you really don't show your true colors." The moment he thought about how this young man was already a golden core cultivator, Qin Xian, who had always prided himself on his outstanding talent, felt his face burn. Ever since he was young, Qin Xian had always been someone else's child. Not only did he come from an illustrious family, he was also extremely talented. No matter what he did, he was always the best. Now that a frame of reference that was even more freakish than his had suddenly appeared, Qin Xian suddenly felt that he had lived his life for the past 40 years in vain. "Please forgive me, brother Chen. I Didn't mean to hide it, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. I understand. Qin Xian waved his hand. He understood. Let's not talk about this anymore. Brother Xia, why don't we join forces and ride our flying swords later? No problem. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. That's good. Brother Xia, this way please. Qin Xian said. Although one could ride a sword on the lone peak, they were not allowed to do so at the entrance of the meeting hall on Yunshao Peak. Hence, Qin Xian brought Xia Ruofei to the lone peak on foot. Once again, they crossed the chain bridge. Then, the two of them walked down the mountain path. After walking for about half an hour, in the valley, Xia Ruofei saw a steep peak in front of him. This lone peak could be said to be 1,000 feet tall. It was basically perpendicular to the ground, as if it was man-made. From this side, it looked like a rock that was a few hundred meters tall, and not a blade of grass grew on it. If Xia Ruofei had not known in advance, he would not have imagined that there would be a tea tree growing in such an environment. The wild tea trees were so important that they were naturally guarded by disciples. There were also many formations at the bottom of the mountain. Although they were still a distance away, Xia Ruofei could already feel the strong waves of formations. As Qin Xian and Xia Ruofei walked closer, two disciples in martial arts suits appeared from behind the rocks. They cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Greetings, young sect leader. Yes. Qin Xian nodded and said, I've received orders from the sect master to bring fellow Taoist Xia from the Star Caesar sect here to retrieve 2 wild tea leaves. After saying those words, Qin Xian took out an exquisite token from his storage ring. Even though he was Chen Nanfeng's son, he still had to follow the rules in this heavily guarded place. Chen Nanfeng had given this token to him yesterday. Qin Xian knew that Xia Ruofei's most important purpose was to get the wild tea tree branches. One of the disciples stepped forward and took the token with both hands. After carefully checking it, he nodded and said, Young sect leader, the token is correct. Please. That's right. Qin Xian nodded. You guys just have to shut down the flight prohibiting formation. Brother Xia and I will mount the sword and ascend the lone peak. This lone peak was surrounded by a dense array, which was naturally to prevent the wild tea trees from getting into an accident. The lone peak was located inside the heavenly sect and was protected by the sect's great formation. To put it bluntly, the formation around the lone peak was just to add a few extra layers of security and to prevent ordinary disciples from accidentally entering the forbidden zone. Yes. Young sect leader. The two disciples said in unison. Please wait for a moment, young sect master. One of the disciples said. With that, he took Qin Xian's token and hurried back into a 2-story house built against the mountain wall at the bottom of the mountain. After a while, the disciple walked out and returned the token with both hands. He then respectfully said, reporting to young sect leader, the no-fly formation has been shut down. Young sect leader, you can set off at any time. Thank you for your trouble. Qin Xian said gently. Then, he turned to Xia Ruofei and smiled. Brother Xia, please. All right. Xia Ruofei nodded. The two of them walked side by side in the direction of the lone peak. When they were about 50 meters away, Qin Xian stopped and said, if we go any further, we'll trigger the formation here. Brother Xia, the no-fly formation has been shut down. Let's go up from here on our flying swords. I'll follow Brother Chen's arrangements, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. With a single thought, Chen Xian summoned the flying sword from his dantian. It was a light green flying sword, about 2 fingers wide and 50 centimeters in length. What was different was that this flying sword did not give Xia Ruofei a sharp feeling. Instead, it exuded vitality as if it was not a sword, but a field with the fragrance of patties or an orchard full of fruits. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel amazed. At the same time, he took out his flying sword. He didn't know how famous the blue travel immortal sword was in the cultivation world, so he didn't take it out rashly. Instead, he took out a flying sword left by Master Yuntai. 3080 Wild Tea on a Lone Peak, 2, the 5 flying swords that layman Yuntai had placed in the hidden space of the ring should be his proud works. Xia Ruofei gave the pair of flying swords, Autumn Water and Iran, to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue respectively. He gave the black gold to Li Yifu. This time, Xia Ruofei took out the blazing flame that he had prepared for Tang Haoran. Tang Haoran was too young, and Xia Ruofei was not at ease to leave the flying sword in his hands. Hence, this blazing flying sword had always been in his spirit map space. This sword was most suitable for Tang Haoran, who cultivated the yang cultivation method. However, it was not a problem for Xia Ruofei to use it to control his sword. The moment this blazing flying sword was revealed, Qin Xian's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Good sword. Brother Xia, this flying sword of yours is definitely a rare quality. It's just that I've never heard of this sword in the world of cultivation." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This was given to me by an elder. It said that this flying sword came from an ancient cultivator's ruin, so it shouldn't have appeared in the modern cultivation world before. It's normal that Brother Chen hasn't seen it before." Xia Ruofei's words were mostly true. To Qin Xian, it was reasonable, so he did not have any doubts. "Brother Xia, may I know the name of this sword?" Qin Xian asked. One could tell that Qin Xian was a sword fanatic as well. The moment the blazing flying sword appeared, his eyes were glued to it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This sword is called Blazing Flame. It's most suitable for people with yang type physiques or people who cultivate yang type techniques. However, it was given to me by my elder. Although it's not particularly compatible with me, I can only use it like this for now. I believe your master has other intentions." "Brother Xia," Qin Xian said immediately, "it's never wrong to listen to your elders." "Ha ha ha. Brother Chen looks like the kind of person who's always been an obedient baby." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "But Brother Chen is right. We must listen to the elders when it comes to flying swords." "Brother Chen, can we go up now?" Xia Ruofei asked. Qin Xian slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. "Brother Xia, please forgive me. When I saw such a good sword like Blazing Flame, I almost forgot about my business. If it's not a gift from an elder, I don't mind giving this sword to Brother Chen." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "I can't do that. I don't dare to accept it." Qin Xian chuckled as well. "Brother Xia, let's go." Xia Ruofei nodded. Then, the two of them jumped onto their flying swords at the same time. They activated their sword techniques and stepped on their flying swords to soar into the sky. Qin Xian even took the time to observe. After all, he only knew that Xia Ruofei was also in the early golden core stage. However, there was a huge difference between the early golden core stage cultivators. Some People could not even master sword kinesis flight, but they were both in the early golden core stage. Therefore, Chen Xian had intentionally slowed down his speed. He was worried that Xia Ruofei had just entered the golden core stage and was still not familiar with the control of the flying sword. However, Qin Xian soon realized that Xia Ruofei was able to keep up with his rhythm easily. He was able to control the flying sword steadily, and from his expression, he could tell that he still had some energy left. Only then did Qin Xian pick up his speed. Then, he realized that no matter how he changed his speed, Xia Ruofei could keep up with his rhythm and easily maintain a constant distance from him. Qin Xian gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up and said, "Brother Xia, the level of a Yuanying stage personal disciple is indeed worthy of its reputation." Xia Ruofei smiled and did not deny Qin Xian's words. Of course, he would not admit it either. Qin Xian brought Xia Ruofei around the lone peak on his flying sword. They arrived at the back of the peak and continued to rise. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already seen the wild tea trees when he turned to this side. Because the entire lone peak was almost barren, on the cliff wall near the peak, a tree suddenly appeared. Naturally, it was quite conspicuous. On this lone peak, there seemed to be only one remaining plant, so Xia Ruofei was very sure that it was a wild tea tree, even though this tree was different from the tea tree that Xia Ruofei was used to knowing. The wild tea tree was bigger than Xia Ruofei had expected. Most tea trees were small, but the one in front of Xia Ruofei was more than 20 meters tall. Its trunk was at least as thick as 3 people hugging it. This was already a big tree in the true sense of the word. This feeling was especially obvious when the two of them flew closer and closer, and when the huge tea trees hit their faces. Xia Ruofei had never seen a tea tree that could grow so big. This had completely subverted his understanding. This tea tree grew on the precipice, and there was no path on the cliff at all. Ordinary people would not be able to come up even if they were not blocked by the array outside. No wonder Qin Xian had previously told Xia Ruofei that the person in charge of the maintenance of the wild tea trees was a golden core elder. An ordinary tea refining disciple like Tao Wu could not do the job. It was difficult to even get close to the wild tea trees. Xia Ruofei finally understood why Qin Nanfeng and Qin Xian were so generous, especially Qin Xian. He was so straightforward on the airboat. He agreed to give Xia Ruofei 2 branches without thinking and directly went to the scene to pick. This wild tea tree was so huge and had many leaves. Taking 1 or 2 branches was no doubt a drop in the ocean. Very quickly, Qin Xian and Xia Ruofei were standing on their flying swords and stopped in front of the wild tea tree. Qin Xian smiled and said, "Brother Xia, you can choose. As long as you don't cut down this tea tree and take it away, it's fine." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "This is your first heaven society. If I really dare to do that, won't you just skin me alive?" As Xia Ruofei spoke, he had already released his spiritual power. Under the investigation of his mental energy, this wild tea tree could basically be said to have nowhere to hide. All the details were under control. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that this tea tree was full of vitality. It even surpassed some of the plants he had planted in the spirit map space. This tea tree grew on the precipice, and there was no path on the cliff at all. Ordinary people would not be able to come up even if they were not blocked by the array outside. No wonder Qin Xian had previously told Xia Ruofei that the person in charge of the maintenance of the wild tea trees was a golden core elder. An ordinary qi refining disciple like Tao Wu could not do the job. It was difficult to even get close to the wild tea trees. Xia Ruofei finally understood why Chen Nanfeng and Qin Xian were so generous, especially Qin Xian. He was so straightforward on the airboat. He agreed to give Xia Ruofei 2 branches without thinking and directly went to the scene to pick. This wild tea tree was so huge and had many leaves. Taking 1 or 2 branches was no doubt a drop in the ocean. Very quickly, Chen Xian and Xia Ruofei were standing on their flying swords and stopped in front of the wild tea tree. Chen Xian smiled and said, "Brother Xia, you can choose. As long as you don't cut down this tea tree and take it away, it's fine." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "This is your first heaven society. If I really dare to do that, won't you just skin me alive?" As Xia Ruofei spoke, he had already released his spiritual power. Under the investigation of his mental energy, this wild tea tree could basically be said to have nowhere to hide. All the details were within his grasp. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that this tea tree was full of vitality. It even surpassed some of the plants he had planted in the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "This is your first heaven society. If I really dare to do that, won't you just skin me alive?" As Xia Ruofei spoke, he had already released his spiritual power. Under the investigation of his mental energy, this wild tea tree could basically be said to have nowhere to hide. All the details were within his grasp. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that this tea tree was full of vitality. It even surpassed some of the plants he had planted in the spirit map space. 3081 In a hurry. 1. Xia Ruofei watched from the side and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, he had even prepared 2 flying swords. He was indeed a rich second generation in the cultivation world. He didn't know that. He had placed a maximum of 5 flying swords in the spirit map space. Of course, this was all obtained by himself and not by his father. From this perspective, there was a fundamental difference between him and Qin Xian. After Qin Xian cut the branch off, he took out a long jade box from his storage ring and placed the wild tea tree branch inside. Then, he rode his flying sword back to Xia Ruofei and passed the jade box to him with a smile. "Brother Xia, this jade box can better preserve the vitality of the tree branch. I hope it'll be of some help to the transplanting." Qin Xian replied. Clearly, Qin Xian had prepared this jade box in advance. First, it was the sect leader's token. Now, it was this jade box. After knowing that Xia Ruofei had come to the First Heaven Society, Qin Xian had immediately made sufficient preparations. This made Xia Ruofei very happy. "Many thanks, Brother Chen." Xia Ruofei took the jade box and said sincerely, "No matter if the cutting is successful or not, I will owe Brother Chen a favor." "It's nothing, Brother Xia. There's no need to worry about it." Chen Xian waved his hand and smiled. Xia Ruofei kept the jade box in the spirit map space. This way, the vitality of the branch would be completely preserved and he would not have to worry about it dying with the passage of time. After that, he and Qin Xian rode their flying swords down the mountain and returned to the foot of the mountain. They landed their flying swords outside the range of the formation. The 2 of them walked up the mountain path. Xia Ruofei said, "Brother Chen, I won't bother you any longer this time. The earlier you transplant these branches, the better. I plan to leave today." Qin Xian was a little surprised. "Brother Xia, there's an array carved on my jade box. It shouldn't be a problem to keep this branch for 4 to 5 days. It's rare for you to come here. You should at least stay for a few more days. I haven't even done my part as the host. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, there will be more opportunities in the future. In the future, when the 5 holy badges are all born, I'll definitely come and disturb you. It's better to transplant the wild tea trees as soon as possible. I plan to return as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei had hesitated a few times today. In the end, he decided not to mention the fact that he had the last 5 holy badges. This was mainly because he realized that he couldn't see through Chen Nanfeng's strength at all after the short meeting. He was even more afraid of the other party's profound attainments in spiritual power. Xia Ruofei couldn't predict how things would turn out if he told them about the 5 saint token. Hence, after much hesitation, Xia Ruofei felt that he could not let himself fall into an unknown situation and decided to hide the matter of the 5 saints badge for now. Although Master Yuntai had said that the 5 holy badges would mysteriously disappear every 3 or 400 years and then would only reappear one by one after a few decades, time was already a bit tight now. However, no matter how tight the time was, there was no hurry. After all, in a span of 300 to 400 years, a few days, a few months, or even a few years were actually very short. If all the 5 holy badges had been leaked, because of his hesitation, Xia Ruofei would just give up. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was determined to leave, Qin Xian did not ask her to stay. He said with some regret, it's rare to get to know such a young talent like Brother Xia. I originally wanted to have a good exchange of cultivation experience with Brother Xia. I didn't expect that after such a short reunion, Brother Xia would be leaving. Again, Brother Chen, you come from a well-known family, and your father is one of the top figures in the world of cultivation. The First Heaven Society has such a deep foundation that you don't need to exchange any insights with me. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I've only been cultivating for a short time. If we're talking about learning, I should be learning from Brother Chen. Brother Xia, you're too humble. Qin Xian continued, to be able to break through to the golden core stage at such a young age, Brother Xia is definitely a peerless genius that only appears once in 100 years. While I may be quite talented, I'm still far from Brother Xia. I'm well aware of my own abilities. Following which, Qin Xian laughed out in a carefree manner. In the past, I always felt that the younger generation's talents were withered, and that there was always a feeling of loneliness at the top. When walking in the cultivation world, it seems that I was too narrow-minded. After meeting Brother Xia, I realized that my previous thoughts were like frogs in a well. But it didn't matter. With such a strong reference like Brother Xia, my motivation to cultivate is even more sufficient. Brother Xia, you can't relax. Who knows, I might surpass you one day. Ha ha ha. To improve together. We'll improve together. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Qin Xian's words came from the bottom of his heart. Ever since he was young, he had always been the most outstanding person in the eyes of others. In fact, this was true. However, as time passed, he seemed to feel that his motivation to move forward had decreased. Today, when he learned that Xia Ruofei had reached the early stage of the golden core realm at such a young age, it had touched him greatly. The competitive spirit in his heart rose again. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not compare himself to Qin Xian. However, Qin Xian's words were to his liking. He even felt like he had a close friend. Actually, Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian had not known each other for a long time. They had even less time to interact with each other. However, the two of them felt like they hit it off when they chatted. This was due to Qin Xian's good upbringing and his gentle and refined demeanor. At the same time, it also showed that the two of them had many common interests. 3082 In a hurry, too, no matter how one looked at it, Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian were not the same kind of people. However, this did not stop the two from becoming good friends. The two of them walked along the mountain path and headed straight for the mountain gate. Xia Ruofei said, "Brother Chen, your father is in charge of the First Heaven Society. He must be very busy. I won't be going to say goodbye. Brother Chen, please convey this little brother's gratitude." "All right." Qin Xian replied readily. Chen Nanfeng was indeed busy on normal days. In order to break through to the nascent soul stage, he spent most of his time cultivating after settling the sex affairs. Even Qin Xian did not see him often. Therefore, it was not rude for a junior like Xia Ruofei not to go and say goodbye. The two of them chatted as they walked out of the mountain gate. Qin Xian personally sent Xia Ruofei out of the range of the array, which was the mountain wall that the Clearwater flying boat had crashed into when they arrived. "After 1,000 miles, we must part. Brother Xia, I'll stop here." Qin Xian continued, "Brother Xia, please come visit us when you're free. I'm looking forward to having a late night chat with you." "Definitely." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Brother Chen, please contact me if you are traveling in the secular world." Xia Ruofei had given his contact information to Qin Xian earlier. Of course, the number he left behind was registered under Xia Tian's identity. His current number was also kept on throughout the year because he was always in the public eye as Xia Tian in the cultivation world. Xia Ruofei did not know that Chen Nanfeng had seen through his disguise. Chen Nanfeng had even arranged for someone to investigate him based on his real appearance. Xia Ruofei's sock puppet in the world of cultivation was no longer a secret to Chen Nanfeng. "I'll definitely contact Brother Xia if I get the chance to go out," Qin Xian said with a smile. Then, he smiled and said, "Since Brother Xia has already broken through to the golden core stage, then I won't send you off. Brother Xia, let's part ways here." He had originally planned to send Xia Ruofei to Tai City on the blue water flying boat. However, since Xia Ruofei was a golden core cultivator, and although he had not spent a long time on the Lone Peak, he could see that Xia Ruofei was very familiar with the flying sword. Naturally, he did not need to make extra moves and send the guest off on the blue water flying boat. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Of course. I can't trouble Brother Chen anymore." With that, Xia Ruofei took out the blazing flying sword and jumped onto it. He cupped his fists and said, "Brother Chen, this little brother will take his leave. Have a safe journey, Brother Xia." Qin Xian had a warm smile on his face as he stood in front of the mountain wall and cupped his hands at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei then urged his flying sword to speed up. He flew through the sword radiance and soon he was a small black dot in Qin Xian's vision. Qin Xian waited until Xia Ruofei's figure had completely disappeared before he stepped onto his flying sword. He passed through the mountain wall that was used as a camouflage and flew towards the mountain gate. Xia Ruofei rode on his flying sword and flew across the mountain range. This trip had been rushed, but Xia Ruofei was still very satisfied with the results. Although Xia Ruofei had decided to hide the matter of the 5 saints token for the time being, Xia Ruofei knew that Qin Xian might not have known about this, but at least the leader of the First Heaven Society, Chen Nanfeng, knew. Perhaps the people behind him were following him under Chen Nanfeng's orders. Xia Ruofei's mind was spinning. No matter if they were from the First Heaven Society or if they had any ill intentions, he didn't like the feeling of being watched. Hence, after flying for another 2 minutes, Xia Ruofei made a decision. He simply stopped and hovered in the air on his flying sword. Of course, he didn't turn his head, nor did he release his spiritual power to check behind him. This feeling was rather weak, so the other party must be quite far away from him. Xia Ruofei took out the black flying boat from the spirit map space. This trip had been rushed, but Xia Ruofei was still very satisfied with the results. Although Xia Ruofei had decided to hide the matter of the 5 saints token for the time being, he had still managed to obtain the wild tea tree branch. Once the wild tea leaves were successfully transplanted and he could mass produce them, it might not be of much help to his own strength, but it would be able to increase the overall strength of his Star Caesar sect. To Xia Ruofei, the stronger the Star Caesar sect was, the more help it would be to him. After flying for a while, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but frown. He felt that something was wrong, as if he was being spied on. It was a very weak feeling. If Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was not so strong, he might not have noticed it at all. Of course, at the same time, Xia Ruofei also felt that the other party was simply spying on him. At least, he did not have any intention to kill him. Otherwise, he would not even need to use his spiritual energy to warn him. His sharp sense of danger would have detected him in advance. Xia Ruofei continued to fly on his sword while analyzing the situation in his mind. Who could be following him? It was most likely the people from the First Heaven Society. Xia Ruofei could feel that even if the person was not the sect leader of the First Heaven sect, Chen Nanfeng, he was at least a very powerful elder. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei wouldn't have been able to detect him after following him for so long. If he wasn't from the First Heaven Society, were there other cultivators nearby? Or was he just passing by and happened to see Xia Ruofei on his sword, so he followed him? Xia Ruofei felt that all these possibilities existed, but the most likely possibility was that the First Heaven Society was following him. Xia Ruofei knew that Chen Xian might not have known about this, but at least the leader of the First Heaven Society, Chen Nanfeng, knew. Perhaps the people behind him were following him under Chen Nanfeng's orders. Xia Ruofei's mind was spinning. No matter if they were from the First Heaven Society or if they had any ill intentions, he didn't like the feeling of being watched. Hence, after flying for another 2 minutes, Xia Ruofei made a decision. He simply stopped and hovered in the air on his flying sword. Of course, he didn't turn his head, nor did he release his spiritual power to check behind him. This feeling was rather weak, so the other party must be quite far away from him. Xia Ruofei took out the black flying boat from the spirit map space. Feeling was rather weak, so the other party must be quite far away from him. 3083, successful cutting _ the rest of the journey was very smooth. With the black flying boat's speed, even if they met cultivators with ulterior motives, they could not catch up at all and could shake them off in a short time. Of course, encountering other cultivators while flying was also a small probability. After 2 to 3 hours of flight, Xia Ruofei had returned to Paradise Island. He simply asked Li Yifu and learned that everything was normal here, so he let Li Yifu go and cultivate on his own. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, returned to his private suite. After locking the door and windows and setting up the defense and warning measures, Xia Ruofei returned to his bedroom and summoned the spirit painting scroll from his palm. Then, he entered the medium with a thought. He did not alarm Xia Qing. Instead, he directly came to the Archean realm. As soon as he entered the medium, Xia Ruofei took out the jade box that he had kept in the stone room in the cave. Inside the box was the wild tea tree branch he had obtained from the First Heaven Society. Xia Ruofei opened the jade box and took out the 2 branches. The wild tea leaves were well preserved in the jade box. There were some basic formations on the box to keep them fresh. Xia Ruofei had also placed the jade box into the spirit map space in the shortest time possible. Hence, the 2 branches were still in the state they had just been cut off. Xia Ruofei found an empty space at the Archean realm. This place had been cultivated when he first planted some vegetables and fruits. Later on, he no longer used the space of the Archean realm to plant vegetables. Basically, only those crops that had a longer maturity period and were relatively precious would be planted in the Archean realm. For example, wild ginseng, phoebe and so on. Hence, the space in the Archean realm was quite abundant. Xia Ruofei quickly planted the 2 wild tea leaves and watered them with the spirit pool water. In fact, the soil in the spirit map space was still relatively moist, and there was still a large amount of spirit chi in the air that had already turned into mist, so even if they didn't water it, it wouldn't have much of an effect. There was quite a distance between the 2 wild tea leaves. Xia Ruofei took the time formation flag and placed it around a cut wild tea tree. In this way, the time flow of this wild tea tree branch was about 2,000 times slower than the outside world. Xia Ruofei wanted to see the results as soon as possible. The reason why he didn't include both branches in the time formation was mainly for safety. If the wild tea tree branches in the time formation failed, Xia Ruofei would at least have the chance to think of another way to save the remaining branch, because the time was not synchronized. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not an expert in botany or agriculture. Besides, even an expert might not be able to understand the wild tea tree. So, if there was a problem, Xia Ruofei would not have any good solutions. After setting up the time array flags, Xia Ruofei checked again. After confirming that there were no problems, he left the Archean realm with a peace of mind. However, Xia Ruofei did not return to the outside world. He immediately arrived at the mountain and sea realm, where time flowed at the same rate as the outside world. In the stone chamber in the cave, he sat down cross-legged on a jade futon and began to cultivate. Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't enter a state of deep seclusion. He just cultivated the Great Tao Scroll normally and only cultivated for about an hour before he stopped and stood up. When the effects of the time array flag and the primordial realm were combined, there was a difference of about 2,000 times in time flow. Thus, an hour here was equivalent to 3 months in the formation. Whether the cutting of the wild tea tree was a success or a failure, there should be a result. Hence, with a thought, Xia Ruofei disappeared from the stone room in the cave. The next moment, he appeared at the Archean realm and stood outside the time formation. With just a glance, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy. He couldn't say for sure if the cutting was a success, but at least it didn't fail. Because the wild tea tree branch was clearly still alive. It looked full of vitality, and some new shoots had protruded out, growing a small branch. This growth rate was much, much slower than that of ordinary tea trees. Regardless, the fact that the wild tea tree could survive and grow in the spirit map space was enough to make Xia Ruofei very happy. As for the problem of slow growth, it was not a big problem in the spirit map space. In fact, only a few hours had passed in the outside world, but the wild tea tree had already sprouted and grown new branches. If it was measured by the time in the outside world, this speed was naturally very fast. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and removed the time formation flag. He placed it around another wild tea tree branch. This branch was only in an environment where time flowed 30 times faster. The 1 hour earlier was almost a day here, so there were basically no changes. After Xia Ruofei set up the time array flags, he went to the stone room in the mountain sea realm to cultivate for about an hour. Then, he returned to the Archean realm and discovered that the growth of the 2 wild tea leaves was basically the same. Xia Ruofei was finally at ease. He removed the time array flag and then carefully dug out a wild tea tree that had been successfully cut. In the process of digging, Xia Ruofei was even more certain that the cutting was a success. He saw that some roots had grown out of the wild tea tree. Xia Ruofei transplanted this wild tea tree to another one. Then, he set up the time formation flags again and put the 2 wild tea plants into the range of the time formation flags. This way, the range of the time formation flag was slightly larger than before, so the effect was more or less reduced. But even so, the time array flags and the effect of the Archean realm could still accelerate time by 1800 times. It was enough to support the rapid growth of the 2 wild tea trees. Xia Ruofei took some more water from the spiritual pond and watered the 2 wild tea plants. Then, he returned to the stone chamber in the mountain sea realm to cultivate. This time, Xia Ruofei did not need to make a trip every hour. He could cultivate in peace. Of course, he didn't know much about wild tea trees, and he didn't know if wild tea required a lot of reiki during its growth. Therefore, he would stop after an hour or so of cultivation to check on the consumption and replenishment of reiki in the spirit map space. After all, the growth process was compressed by the time array to 1,800 times. If the wild tea really needed to consume a large amount of spirit chi during its growth, the spirit map space would consume a large amount of spirit chi per unit time due to the compression of time. Xia Ruofei didn't dare to let his guard down, so he would monitor the spirit map from time to time to prevent the foundation of the spirit map space from being damaged. Fortunately, the thing he was most worried about did not happen. The spirit chi concentration in the spirit map space basically did not fluctuate much, which meant that the lost spirit chi could be replenished in a relatively short time, and a dynamic balance could be maintained. After a few rounds of checks, Xia Ruofei was finally at ease. He also gradually reduced the frequency of his checks. Xia Ruofei cultivated in the spirit map space for about a day. Other than stopping to check the concentration of spiritual chi in the spirit map space, he was basically cultivating. To Xia Ruofei, not eating or sleeping for a day and a night would not affect him at all. Moreover, he was cultivating, so circulating the great Tao arts was more direct to replenish his energy. It was more effective than eating any nutrition. Naturally, his cultivation was steadily improving. As well, constantly improving with each cultivation. After Xia Ruofei finished his cultivation, he stood up and stretched. He could feel his bones cracking. He stretched his neck and then left the cave in a flash, heading towards the Archean realm. 1 day and 1 night. According to the effect of the time array flag fusing with the Archean realm, The time flow was about 1,800 times faster. Therefore, the two wild tea trees within the range of the time array flag should have experienced about 5 years. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the Archean realm and looked up, he couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. The two wild tea trees were 100% alive, and they had grown a lot during the 5 years in the array. Of course, compared to the wild tea tree on the cliff of the heavenly sect, it was still far inferior. No one knew how many years the wild tea tree of the first heaven society had existed. It had grown to more than 20 meters tall and was as thick as 3 people. As for the two wild tea trees in the spirit map space, after 5 years, their trunks had only grown to a diameter of about 10 centimeters and a height of only a meter. If it was an ordinary tea tree, growing in an environment like the spirit map space for 5 years would probably yield better results than growing in the outside world for 10 or 20 years. But this wild tea seemed to grow slower. Of course, if Qin Nanfeng and Qin Xian knew that Xia Ruofei had successfully transplanted the plants, they would be shocked. Ying Luo and the others had tried all sorts of methods for many years. Many of Qin Nanfeng's friends had also asked for the branches to try cutting, but all of them had failed. If they knew that Xia Ruofei had succeeded in planting the tea leaves, and even complained that wild tea leaves grew slowly, they would probably doubt their lives even more. Of course, Xia Ruofei was generally satisfied. Although these two wild tea trees were still very short and thin, they exuded vitality. Their leaves were green, and they were growing well. Although the crops in the spirit map space did not need him to water them, Xia Ruofei still fetched 2 buckets of spirit pool water and walked into the range of the array to water the two wild tea trees again. As for the time array flag, Xia Ruofei had no other use for it at the moment, so he kept it where it was. He also wanted the wild tea tree to grow as soon as possible. After staying in the spirit map space for more than a day, Xia Ruofei finally left the space, satisfied. The success of the wild tea tree's cutting also gave him a lot of confidence. He was very confident that he would be able to raise the power of the Star Caesar sect in a short time. The effect might not be particularly obvious in the short term, but in the long run, the value of wild tea trees was undoubtedly huge. 3084 Investigation 1. Xia Ruofei had been cultivating on Peach Blossom Island for the past few days. Under the effect of the time flow difference of 1,800 times, he could see the two wild tea trees growing a little every day. He also used these few days to sort out some of the techniques he had mastered and finally picked out a technique that was more suitable for Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to practice alone. This cultivation technique was called the Nikkang Heart Sutra. It was especially suitable for the two of them. Moreover, it was also a cultivation technique specially made for female cultivators. In addition, the Nikkang Heart Sutra not only had cultivation methods, but it also had a set of moves. When these moves were used together with the cultivation method, not only was it very powerful, but more importantly, it was very beautiful. It was as if one was wearing a rainbow feather dress and dancing. In the beautiful dance, there was a fatal killing intent hidden. In addition, the Nikkang Heart Sutra also recorded a secret skill of sound wave attack. However, it needed to be used with the zither, and it had a high requirement on mental power and true qi. Xia Ruofei didn't know if Song Wei and Ling Qingxue could master the secret skill of sound wave attack. However, even if they didn't have this secret skill, the Nikkang Heart Sutra was very suitable for the two of them to cultivate. It was as if it was tailor-made. After Xia Ruofei went through all the techniques he had learned. He decided on this technique without much hesitation. He decided that the next time he returned to China, he would teach this technique to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. That way, they would be able to cultivate on their own. Xia Ruofei had been on the Peach Blossom Island for the past few days. He had even gone to the guard station to drink and chat with his old comrades. At the same time, he had also understood their current situation. All in all, the ex-soldiers were very satisfied with their life on the Paradise Island. Although the guards' responsibilities were not light, it was nothing to the veterans who had been in the army for so many years. Xia Ruofei gave them a high salary and better food than when they were in China. Other than being a little far from home, there really wasn't any other shortcomings. The ordinary staff might still feel that the island was isolated and that life on the island was far away from civilization. They would feel lonely. However, for these old soldiers who had been accompanied by the cold moon at the border all year round and could only see their families a few times a year, there was basically no difference between life on the Peach Blossom Island and life in the military camp. What's more, it was more humane here. They could take turns to leave the island every year, and the company would reimburse the travel expenses, so that they could go home and reunite with their families. In addition, family members who met the requirements and there were suitable positions here could be recruited to work on the island first and reunite overseas. The ex-soldiers were all very satisfied. What made Xia Ruofei even happier was that more than one veteran told him that living on Paradise Island was particularly comfortable and that his body was getting better and better. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable on the island, but he also did not have a cold or fever. In fact, everyone was the same. Some of the occupational habits that everyone had in the army even began to slowly improve. Xia Ruofei knew that this was the work of the Taishu Xianqing formation. The veterans had been living in an environment rich in spiritual qi for a long time. Although they would not evolve into cultivators, their bodies would definitely be very healthy. It was no exaggeration to say that living in the Taishu Xianqing formation all year round would at least allow one to live a long life without illness or disaster. Every day that passed in the outside world was equivalent to 5 years of growth for the wild tea trees in the spirit map space. In fact, the wild tea tree already had a lot of leaves, but Xia Ruofei did not plan to pick the tea leaves for the time being. He wanted to let the wild tea tree grow for a few more days. In just a few days, the wild tea tree had grown for almost 20 to 30 years. However, the trunk was only 20 to 30 centimeters thick, which was nothing compared to the wild tea tree on the cliff of the heavenly sect. Xia Ruofei wasn't afraid that the wild tea would have no effect after being picked, nor was he worried that the wild tea would hurt his foundation. What he was afraid of was that the current tea leaves were semi-finished and had a certain effect on cultivation, but they couldn't achieve the same effect as the wild tea of the first heaven sect. Wild tea could only be consumed once. It would not have the effect of promoting cultivation a second time. If he wanted to test the effects of the wild tea, he could only test it on the disciples of the Star Caesar sect. Furthermore, he had to let Luo Qingfeng choose the most reliable and talented disciple. Xia Ruofei would feel bad if the disciples who tried the wild tea did not make much progress in their cultivation and could not consume wild tea again in the future because of the age. Although he would definitely use the Star Caesar sect's disciples to test the effects of the wild tea in the future, Xia Ruofei would rather wait a little longer to be on the safe side. Just as Xia Ruofei was cultivating on the Peach Blossom Island every day and paying attention to the growth of the wild tea trees, thousands of miles away. In the depths of Mount Tai, China, a black shadow appeared in the study of Chen Nanfeng's residence on Yun Shao Peak in the dark of the First Heaven Society, which was shrouded in layers of formations. Chen Nanfeng was reading a thread-bound book with great interest under the light. When the black figure entered the study, he didn't even look up and asked indifferently, "What did you find?" The black figure took a step forward and walked into the range of the light. He was dressed in black, and his entire head was covered by a black hood, only revealing a pair of bright eyes. The black-robed man cupped his fists at Chen Nanfeng and said, respectfully, reporting to sect leader, "After a few days in the tea house, I basically figured out Xia Tian's situation. His real name is Xia Ruofei in the secular world and he's quite famous, so it's easy to find his information." After he finished speaking, the black-clothed man flipped his hand, and a stack of papers appeared in his hand. Clearly, he also had a storage treasure. The man in black handed the stack of papers to Chen Nanfeng respectfully and said, "This is all the information your subordinate has gathered." Chen Nanfeng took the stack of papers, but he didn't flip through them. Instead, he calmly said, "I want to hear you out first. It's more direct this way." "Yes, sect leader." The man in black lowered his head slightly and said, "Xia Ruofei, male, 26 years old, from Sanshan City, southeast province of Huaxia. If Xia Ruofei were here, he would be drenched in cold sweat." This man in black had a clear grasp of his situation since he was born. There were some things that he might not even remember, such as the 3 Model Students Award he had won in primary school. Chen Nanfeng quietly listened to the black-shirt man's introduction, then opened the stack of papers and read. Most of the information was downloaded from the public, including Xia Ruofei's own Weibo. Chen Nanfeng flipped through the book very quickly and finished reading it in a short while. Then, he placed the stack of papers on the desk, raised his head, and said thoughtfully, "It seems that there was nothing special about his previous life. Even his experience of serving in the Lone Wolf unit is not beyond the scope of ordinary people. The only thing that can be considered a cultivator's means is the Paradise Company he set up more than 3 years ago, which seems a bit like a cultivator's means." The man in black didn't say anything. He just stood in front of Chen Nanfeng's desk. He knew that Chen Nanfeng wasn't conversing with him, but more like he was talking to himself. This was just a habit of Chen Nanfeng's when he was thinking. However, Chen Nanfeng turned his gaze to the man in black and smiled. "Ning, tell me your thoughts." The man in black, who Chen Nanfeng called Ning, had said so much just now. It was all the results of the investigation. He was only describing it objectively and did not mix in his own judgment. Now that Chen Nanfeng wanted him to share his opinion, he pondered for a moment and said, "Sect leader, I feel that this Xia Ruofei doesn't seem like a hidden nascent soul cultivator's direct disciple. His life experience is very clear and he didn't disappear from people's sight at any time." Chen Nanfeng smiled and asked, "You're saying that he might have had some fortuitous encounter 3 years ago, and that's why he entered the world of cultivation?" This subordinate thinks that the possibility of this is still relatively high, the black-robed man said. "But he's already in Or's core stage cultivator." Chen Nanfeng said, "According to this judgment, he only started cultivating more than 3 years ago. I'm afraid that no matter how lucky he is, he wouldn't be able to reach the golden core stage in such a short time, right?" The man in black was at a loss for words, but he still frowned and said, "Sect leader, this subordinate is slow-witted and truly can't think of anything. Because no matter which possibility it is, there are contradictions. I'm more inclined to believe that he has a very powerful teacher behind him," Chen Nanfeng said with a smile. Although his childhood experience was very clear and he had never left the secular world, but why did the so-called great hidden in the city, Yuanying stage or even stronger cultivators, have to live in the deep mountains and forests where few people tread? Perhaps Xia Ruofei has been under the guidance of such a master since he was young and has become a cultivator. However, this senior did not want the people in the cultivation world to know of his existence, so no one has ever discovered him. At this point, Chen Nanfeng paused for a moment and then continued, "I'd rather believe in this possibility, because it's more reasonable than a person who has past the best age for cultivation, to use a short 3 years or even less to break through to the early Jidan stage." In fact, the second possibility that Chen Nanfeng had mentioned was closer to Xia Ruofei's actual situation. The reason why it was said to be close and not completely in line was that Xia Ruofei's actual time in contact with cultivation was even shorter. This was because he had established the Paradise Corporation not long after he had obtained the spirit map space. At that time, he had no chance to come into contact with cultivation. Therefore, the actual time he spent cultivating was even shorter. If Chen Nanfeng knew the truth, he would probably be even more shocked. After hearing Chen Nanfeng's words, the man in black nodded slightly and said, "By the way, sect leader, I have another situation to report to you. It's also related to this Xia Ruofei. 3085 A freak combination of factors. 1. Chen Nanfeng raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's the situation?" "When I left the sect that day, I happened to see young sect leader sending him out of the mountain gate, so I followed him from a distance," the man in black said respectfully. "You followed him?" Chen Nanfeng's expression changed slightly as he said, "Ah Ning, you're a little reckless. We're not even sure if he has the rumored nascent soul stage expert behind him. If he finds out that you've been following him, sect leader, Xia Ruofei's cultivation is only at the beginning stage of the golden elixir realm. I followed him very far. Even if his spiritual power was more than half of an early stage golden elixir realm cultivator's, it would still be hard to notice." The man in black said, "And I'm sure that he didn't notice me. He didn't show any signs of abnormality along the way. And didn't use his spiritual power to check the back." Chen Nanfeng waved his hand and said, "Don't be so sure. This young man gives me the feeling that he's a bit of a demon. Maybe he's discovered you, but he just didn't make a sound. Let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about what you found out." "Yes," the man in black said. He flew on his sword in the direction of the Star Caesar sect for a while. After he was far away from our mountain gate, he stopped and took out a flying boat, airboat. Chen Nanfeng was a little moved. He could not help but sit up straight and asked, "Are you sure he took out an airboat?" "I'm very sure." The man in black said, "It's a pure black flying boat. It's even size than our Jadewater flying boat. In addition, I tried to keep following them, but I soon lost them because the speed of that flying boat was much faster than sword riding, and also much faster than our blue water flying boat. I feel that even if the sect leader were to go personally, he might not be able to catch up to this flying boat." Chen Nanfeng revealed a thoughtful expression and said, "Since it's so fast, it must be an airboat." In today's cultivation world, only this kind of ancient flying treasure can reach such a speed. Yes, I am. The black-robed man replied, after I lost him, I did not continue to the Star Caesar sect. However, that flying ship is indeed heading straight for the Star Caesar sect. Chen Nanfeng muttered to himself for a while. Before saying, "Ah Ning, do you still remember the records of a primordial soul stage expert in the history of the Star Caesar sect?" The man in black was stunned for a moment, then he asked with uncertainty, "Sect leader, are you talking about Daoist Qiyun?" Chen Nanfeng nodded and said, "It seems like you've thought of it. The sect's ancient records have recorded that Daoist Qiyun's flying magic treasure was a black flying ship called the Black Phoenix. A few hundred years ago, this Black Phoenix flying ship was extremely famous in the cultivation world." The man in black revealed a look of disbelief and said, "You're saying that Xia Ruofei might be Daoist Qiyun's successor? This seems a little." Sect leader, Daoist Qiyun is a figure from 500 years ago. There has never been any news of him in the past few hundred years, so how could such a young successor suddenly appear? Chen Nanfeng revealed a trace of fascination and said, "Senior Qiyun is a primordial soul stage cultivator. Furthermore, he reached the primordial soul stage over 500 years ago. If there are no accidents, it's not strange that he's still alive. In this era, the powers of an immortal soul stage cultivator are beyond our imagination. In the current cultivation world, the nascent soul stage was already a heavenly chasm. As for the primordial soul stage, it was a realm that no one dared to think about." Chen Nanfeng continued, "If Xia Ruofei is Senior Qiyun's successor, then everything makes sense. If Senior Qiyun was still alive, his cultivation might have already reached the leaving aperture stage or even higher. For such an expert, there's basically no need for an airboat. It's only normal for him to give it to his disciple. Furthermore, if this Xia Ruofei was Senior Qiyun's successor, then the Star Caesar sect Master Luo Qingfeng's attitude towards him was very reasonable. According to seniority, Luo Qingfeng was only his disciple's disciple. Of course, we have to be respectful to him. Besides, it's very likely that Xia Ruofei has been cultivating under Senior Qiyun since he was young. It's only 3 years ago that Senior Qiyun allowed him to gradually come into contact with the world of cultivation after he had some success in his cultivation. As for the company he set up in the secular world, it's very likely that it's just a part of his experience in the mortal world." The black-robed man also revealed a thoughtful expression, then said, "Sect leader, now that you've mentioned it seems that the possibility is quite high. This means that Xia Ruofei's background is much more powerful than we thought. No matter how powerful his background is, it doesn't affect us much. Even if he was Senior Scarlet Cloud's successor, Senior Scarlet Cloud would not be able to help him with everything. If that was the case, there would be no use in gaining experience, and he would not be able to walk far on the path of cultivation. I reckon that if our guess is correct, then Senior Qiyun is at most protecting him in the dark. Moreover, he will only act when he is truly in a life and death situation. The First Heaven Society has no ill intentions towards him, and we don't have the intention to kill him either. Therefore, whether or not he is Senior Qiyun or some other nascent soul senior behind him, it doesn't matter much to us. 3086 A freak combination of factors. 2. Actually, Xia Ruofei's flying ship was not a black, armored flying ship. He did not even know the name of the flying ship. However, it was personally refined by scholar Yuntai and had not been circulated. When the ancient cultivation world still existed, it had already been sealed in the nested space of the storage ring. Naturally, it would not be obtained by Taoist Qi Yun of the star-picking sect. As for Taoist Qi Yun, he naturally had nothing to do with Xia Ruofei. A few days ago, after Xia Ruofei suspected that someone was following him, he deliberately took out the black flying boat. In fact, he only had two purposes. One was to get rid of the stalker as soon as possible. The second was to hope that the stalker would be able to confirm the rumor of a hidden master behind him after seeing the flying boat. He could never have imagined that there was really an expert with a great background, whose signature flying magical equipment was a black flying boat. And this expert just so happened to be a senior of the Star Caesar sect. With so many coincidences, it would be hard for Chen Nanfeng not to be misled. At this moment, Chen Nanfeng had already considered Xia Ruofei as Taoist Qi Yun's disciple. Although he was not completely sure, he was at least 70% to 80% sure. Chen Nanfeng furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, Xia Ruofei must have come into contact with the Five Saints token before. It's definitely not the one that appeared at the auction, nor is it the one that our sect has always held. I can sense the remaining aura of the Five Saints token on his body. Even though it's very, very weak, my senses can't be wrong. I've also seen the Five Saints tokens in Soaring Flower Valley and Surging Waves sect. I suspect that the Five Saints token that Xia Ruofei came into contact with is the number one token that has never been born. It's just that the aura left behind is too weak. I can't be completely sure. If Xia Ruofei was here, he would break out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Xuanji's Five Saints badge was stored in the spirit map space, so Chen Nanfeng definitely could not sense it. However, he had only broken the barrier and studied the Five Saints badge for a short while, and Chen Nanfeng could actually sense a trace of the Five Saints badge's aura on him. The man in black asked in confusion, Sect leader, if that's the case, why didn't you ask him directly that day? Why didn't you just give up? After a round of probing? Chen Nanfeng smiled and said, if I ask him directly, he probably won't tell me the truth. I might even alert him. He might be worried that I'll harm him. Moreover, there was only a trace of aura left on his body. Even if he had touched the token, he would definitely not have brought it with him. Furthermore, although we were unable to confirm his identity at the time, there were already rumors that he had a Yuanying stage expert behind him. Could it be that we would take the risk to force him to stay? Then did you discover anything when he was studying our Five Saints token? The man in black could not help but ask. Chen Nanfeng shook his head and said, no, he's acting very normal. However, I feel that it's too normal. This was rather abnormal. In addition, although he had expressed his curiosity about the 5 holy badges that day in the meeting hall and had studied them very seriously, I still felt that he didn't seem to be particularly interested. Of course, this is just a feeling. Anyway, I feel that Xia Ruofei's understanding of the 5 holy badges is much deeper than what he's showing. Chen Nanfeng continued. The man in black said, that's a pity. You should have asked him to stay a few more days that day. Maybe we can find some clues. Chen Nanfeng smiled and shook his head. Ning, this Xia Ruofei is a very cautious person. He's staying in the First Heaven Society and I'm a late-stage golden core cultivator. He definitely won't show any abnormalities. There's no point in keeping him here. After saying that, Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile and said, actually, I don't have any ill intentions towards him. We know too little about the 5 holy badges. However, I've always had a sense of urgency that I have to solve the secret of the 5 holy badges as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's very likely that all my efforts will be in vain. That's why I'm a little impatient. He must have felt that something was amiss that day. We've tested him, and he's also testing us, right? The man in black lowered his head slightly and said, Sect Master, why don't I go to the Star Caesar sect and keep an eye on them? We might be able to find out more information. No need. Chen Nanfeng waved his hand and said, if Xia Ruofei was really Senior Qi Yun's successor, then it was extremely likely that the 5 Saints token was in Senior Qi Yun's hands. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had only seen this 5 Saints token at his teacher's place. That was why the remaining aura of the 5 Saints token on his body was so weak. Do you think that you can obtain this 5 Saints badge from a senior at the primordial soul stage or even higher? Your subordinate naturally can't do that. The black-clothed man lowered his head and replied. Chen Nanfeng chuckled. Of course, there's another possibility. Our guesses are all wrong. This Xia Ruofei only obtained a great opportunity. That's why he has so many treasures and pill recipes. Moreover, his cultivation has reached the early stage golden elixir realm in just 3 years. If that's the case, then this Xia Ruofei might have many tricks that you and I can't even imagine. So, even if you keep an eye on the Star Caesar sect, there's a high chance that you'll find nothing. The man in black nodded and said, your subordinate understands. Of course not. Chen Nanfeng smiled and said, actually, the possibility of this is very small. I'm even more certain of my judgment now. Think about it, if this Xia Ruofei really had everything he had today because of a great opportunity, then why would Luo Qingfeng of the Star Caesar sect bow down to him? Luo Qingfeng, you're an early stage golden core cultivator and the leader of a sect. Xia Ruofei's cultivation level is similar to his, so there's no reason for Luo Qingfeng to lower himself. Yes. This subordinate also feels that sect leader's judgment is very likely to be the truth. The man in black said, Sect Master. Our investigation on him this time, will it? He's probably already found out, Chen Nanfeng said indifferently. But we don't have any ill intentions towards him, so there's no need to worry too much. No need. Chen Nanfeng waved his hand and said, if Xia Ruofei was really Senior Qi Yun's successor, then it was extremely likely that the 5 Saints token was in Senior Qi Yun's hands. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had only seen this 5 Saints token at his teacher's place. That was why the remaining aura of the 5 Saints token on his body was so weak. Do you think that you can obtain this 5 Saints badge from a senior at the primordial soul stage or even higher? Your subordinate naturally can't do that. The black-clothed man lowered his head and replied. Chen Nanfeng chuckled. Of course, there's another possibility. Our guesses are all wrong. This Xia Ruofei only obtained a great opportunity. That's why he has so many treasures and pill recipes. Moreover, his cultivation has reached the early stage golden elixir realm in just 3 years. If that's the case, then this Xia Ruofei might have many tricks that you and I can't even imagine. Even if you keep an eye on the Star Caesar sect, there's a high chance that you won't find anything. The man in black nodded and said, your subordinate understands. Of course not. Chen Nanfeng smiled and said, actually, the possibility of this is very small. I'm even more certain of my judgment now. Think about it, if this Xia Ruofei really had everything he had today because of a great opportunity, then why would Luo Qingfeng of the Star Caesar sect bow down to him? Luo Qingfeng, you're an early stage golden core cultivator and the leader of a sect. Xia Ruofei's cultivation level is similar to his, so there's no reason for Luo Qingfeng to lower himself. Yes. This subordinate also feels that sect leader's judgment is very likely to be the truth. The man in black said, Sect Master, our investigation on him this time, will it? He's probably already found out, Chen Nanfeng said indifferently. But we don't have any ill intentions towards him, so there's no need to worry too much. 3087 A strange request. 1. Xian it's been a few years since your cultivation broke through to the early Aura's core stage, right? Chen Nanfeng did not answer Qin Xian's question directly. Instead, he asked with a smile. It's been almost 3.5 years, Qin Xian replied without hesitation. Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but sigh. According to the information from the black-robed man, Ning, Xia Ruofei had only revealed his true cultivation skills in about 3 years. In theory, Xia Ruofei could have started from scratch and cultivated to the early stage golden elixir realm in such a short time. Of course, he also thought that the possibility of this was very low. No matter what, Xia Ruofei was only in his 20s. Qin Xian was obviously much younger than him. He had always thought that his son was very outstanding and was proud of him. Now that an even more monstrous Xia Ruofei had suddenly appeared, he had to admit that he had suffered a blow. Chen Nanfeng adjusted his emotions and said, it's been quite a long time. Xian, there are many difficulties in the path of cultivation, and it's a taboo to cultivate behind closed doors. It's time for you to go out and gain some experience. Chen Xian was slightly taken aback. It hadn't been long since he had broken through to the Aura's core beginner stage. There were many veteran Aura's core cultivators in the cultivation world who were stuck in the Aura's core beginner stage for decades. Furthermore, Qin Xian's cultivation had been progressing steadily. Even though the rate of improvement wasn't large, he had never felt any bottlenecks. After all, he had only broken through 3 years ago and still had a long way to go before he reached the intermediate stage of the Aura's core stage. Logically speaking, this was the time for him to lay a solid foundation, and he should be in closed-door cultivation more often. However, Chen Nanfeng suddenly did the exact opposite, as if he wanted Qin Xian to go out and train. This puzzled Qin Xian. However, Qin Xian, who had been brought up strictly since young, did not question Chen Nanfeng's decision. He only hesitated for a moment before nodding. I'll follow your arrangements, father. Chen Nanfeng seemed to have noticed Qin Xian's confusion. He said, Xian, you should know that many senior cultivators will go to the mortal world when they encounter a bottleneck. On one hand, it's to polish their state of mind. On the other hand, it's because the vast mortal world often contains the truth of the great Tao. It's difficult to comprehend it unless you experience it yourself, father. Could it be that you want your child to go to the secular world to gain experience? Qin Xian asked in surprise. He originally thought that Chen Nanfeng wanted him to travel the cultivation world, explore ancient ruins, visit various major sects, and learn from each other. He didn't expect Chen Nanfeng to actually want him to go to the secular world to train. Qin Xian was only in his 40s, and he felt that it was still too early. For him to experience the world. Chen Nanfeng nodded slightly and said, although you haven't encountered a cultivation bottleneck for the time being, you were born and grew up in the heavenly sect. Up until now, you've spent most of your time cultivating in the sect. You indeed lack experience in the secular world. This time, I hope you can make up for this lesson. There's a very insightful saying in the secular world, a clear understanding of the world is knowledge. And the practice of human relationships is literature. I believe that after you have experienced the secular world, you will certainly have a lot of new insights in cultivation, which will be of great benefit to you when you break through to the middle Jidan stage in the future. Although Chen Xian didn't agree with Chen Nanfeng's point of view, he didn't dare to disobey. Furthermore, Chen Nanfeng was a veteran late-stage golden core cultivator, so he had a lot of say in cultivation. Since he believed that going to the mortal world to train at this stage would be of great help to his cultivation, Chen Xian did not dare to take it lightly. Yes, father. Then I'll go to the secular world to gain some experience. Chen Xian nodded his head slightly and said, then. What do you think of the arrangements for this experiential learning? The First Heaven Society has many properties in the secular world. Why don't you pick one for the child? Chen Nanfeng waved his hand and said, you don't have to go to your family's business. You're going to the secular world to gain experience. You're not going to be a young master. What kind of training could he get in the property of his own sect? Which one of those in charge doesn't know you, the young sect leader? Even if they were to order you to change your identity to the most basic position, would they really dare to order you around like an ordinary employee? Chen Xian couldn't help but reveal an awkward expression as he chuckled. Father, you're so thoughtful. I won't go to our family's business. Chen Nanfeng nodded and continued to ask, I remember that you have also spent some time learning some knowledge about the secular world? What kind of knowledge have you learned all these years? Father, Chen Xian replied after some thought, I've learned a lot of things. I've dabbled in a lot of things. Business management, finance, those are all too high-end. Chen Nanfeng did not wait for Chen Xian to finish. He waved his hand and said, it's best for you to start from the most basic position when you go to the secular world to gain experience. Have you learned any secular skills? If I can work in a technical department, that would be the best skill? Chen Xian pondered for a moment before replying, last year, I was bored for a period of time, so I learned some computer-related stuff. It's about programming with PHPs. This should be considered a skill. I don't understand either. I guess so, Chen Nanfeng said. Chen Nanfeng's understanding of the secular world was even less than Chen Xian's. He had never even heard of any PhD. In reality, Chen Xian was a rather peculiar person. He had dabbled in a wide range of subjects. For a cultivator in the golden core stage to actually study computer knowledge in the secular world, even if it was just a momentary interest, how could a cultivator, especially a cultivator in the golden core stage, be comparable to an ordinary person in terms of brain development? Even if he was just learning, his skill level was already quite high. 3088 A strange request, too, Chen Nanfeng muttered to himself for a moment before saying, then. Let's go with this. PhD. Xianer, use this skill and apply for a technical position in the secular world. Go to a company in the secular world and gain some experience. Chen Xian felt that this was a little ridiculous as he laughed bitterly in his heart. However, he still nodded his head and said, yes. Father, I'll leave tomorrow. Alright, it's good. To go for experience earlier. Chen Nanfeng nodded and said, by the way, Xian for your training this time, go directly to a company in Sanshan City, Southeast Province, for an interview. It's called Paradise Corporation. Chen Xian couldn't help but be taken aback. He was well aware that this company didn't belong to the First Heaven Society. Based on his understanding of the cultivation world, it didn't seem to belong to any other sect in the secular world either. It was very likely that this was really just a company in the secular world. However, his father had been cultivating in the First Heaven sect and had almost never left the sect. Why did he suddenly pay attention to a company in the Southeast Province? Moreover, he had specifically asked him to go there to gain experience. Chen Xian knew that his father had a deeper meaning, but since Chen Nanfeng didn't want to say it, he couldn't ask for more details. He could only nod and say, okay, then I'll go to this Paradise Corporation. Even though Chen Xian didn't know what his father's intentions were, training was still training. Chen Xian felt that all he had to do was to follow his father's instructions. As for what his father's intentions were, he would find out when the time came. Xian Chen Nanfeng said, I'll remind you again. If you go to this company for an interview, you can only use the PS you mentioned just now, PHP. Chen Xian said. Yes, this is the same PhD technology. Chen Nanfeng said, other than that, you are not allowed to show any of the other abilities you have learned in business management. You are also not allowed to use the methods of cultivators. Only this kind of training will be effective. Chen Xian was already immune to Chen Nanfeng's strange request. He replied without hesitation, yes. The child would obey his father's instructions. You can send an elder to supervise the child, there's no need for that. Chen Nanfeng chuckled and said, of course, I believe in you, Xian This experience might have a profound impact on your cultivation career. I hope you can cheer up and calm down to go to that company to train. Yes. Chen Xian replied. Then you go. It's getting late, and you're going to the 3 mountains tomorrow. Don't cultivate tonight. And rest early. Chen Nanfeng said, take the Clearwater flying boat with you. You don't have to come here tomorrow to say goodbye. Yes. Father, you should rest early too. This child will take his leave. Chen Xian stood up and bowed slightly to Chen Nanfeng. Go. Chen Nanfeng said. However, just as Chen Xian was about to reach the door, Chen Nanfeng spoke again, wait. Hearing this, Chen Xian stopped in his tracks and turned around. Father, do you have any other orders? With a flip of his hand, Chen Nanfeng took out the 2 5 saints tokens from his storage ring. With a wave of his hand, the 2 tokens floated towards Chen Xian. Take these 2 tokens with you. Chen Nanfeng said. You can study them more when you're free. I have a feeling that the last 5 saints token will be born soon. Chen Xian reached out to receive the 5 saints token. With a look of hesitation, he could not help but ask, Father, if I take the token away, does that mean that Elder Chen and the others won't be able to study it? There was a group of people in the heavenly sect whose main business was to study the 5 sacred writs, and Elder Chen, who was a mid-stage golden core cultivator, was the leader. I've been researching for so many years. Chen Nanfeng waved his hand and said. I haven't had any results. Let them all rest for this period of time. It was a good time to change his mind. You didn't study the 5 sages token much in the past. You should use the time you have during this experiential learning to study it more when you have the time. Even though Chen Xian felt that it was strange, he did not dare to question Chen Nanfeng's words. Thus, Chen Xian carefully kept the 5 saints token into his storage ring and said, "I understand. Father, if there are no other instructions, then I will take my leave. Go." Chen Xian waved his hand. In truth, there was still a certain risk to Chen Xian bringing the 5 saints token out of the sect. However, Chen Xian was an early-stage golden core cultivator. As the young sect master, he had many ways to protect himself. He also had many more Dharma treasures than ordinary cultivators. Under normal circumstances, even a mid-stage golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Therefore, as long as it wasn't a premeditated alliance of some sects and powers to deal with Chen Xian, his safety could still be guaranteed. The safety of the 5 holy badges would naturally not be a problem. As such, even though Chen Xian felt that it was a little strange, he was not too worried about the fact that he would not be able to keep the 5 holy badges. After Chen Xian took his leave, Chen Nanfeng sat behind his desk in a daze. After a long time, he sighed and muttered to himself, "Danger and opportunity co-exist in the southeast. I hope that Xianer will be able to break through the fog in his life providence and walk a bright path." Even though Chen Xian didn't know his father's intentions, he felt that he just had to follow his father's instructions. As for what his father's intentions were, he would naturally find out when the time came. "Xianer," Chen Nanfeng said, "I'll remind you again. If you go to this company for an interview, you can only use the PSU mentioned just now, PHP. Chen Xian said. "Yes, this is the same PhD technology." Chen Nanfeng said, "Other than that, you are not allowed to show any of the other abilities you have learned in business management. You are also not allowed to use the methods of cultivators. Only this kind of training will be effective." Chen Xian was already immune to Chen Nanfeng's strange request. He replied without hesitation, "Yes." The child would obey his father's instructions. "You can send an elder to supervise the child, there's no need for that." Chen Nanfeng chuckled and said, "Of course, I believe in you, Xian. This experience might have a profound impact on your cultivation career. I hope you can cheer up and calm down to go to that company to train." "Yes." Chen Xian replied. "Then you go. It's getting late. And you're going to the 3 mountains tomorrow. Don't cultivate tonight and rest early." Chen Nanfeng said, "Take the Clearwater flying boat with you. You don't have to come here tomorrow to say goodbye." "Yes. Father, you should rest early. Too. This child will take his leave." Chen Xian stood up and bowed slightly to Chen Nanfeng. "Go." Chen Nanfeng said. However, just as Chen Xian was about to reach the door, Chen Nanfeng spoke again, "Wait." Hearing this, Chen Xian stopped in his tracks and turned around. "Father, do you have any other orders?" With a flip of his hand, Chen Nanfeng took out the 2 5 saints tokens from his storage ring. With a wave of his hand, the 2 tokens floated towards Chen Xian. "Take these 2 tokens with you," Chen Nanfeng said. "You can study them more when you're free." "I have a feeling that the last 5 saints token will be born soon." Chen Xian reached out to receive the 5 saints token. With a look of hesitation, he could not help but ask, "Father, if I take the token away, does that mean that Elder Chen and the others won't be able to study it?" There was A group of people in the heavenly sect whose main business was to study the 5 sacred writs, and Elder Chen, who was a mid-stage golden core cultivator, was the leader. There was a group of people in the heavenly sect whose main business was to study the 5 sacred writs, and Elder Chen, who was a mid-stage golden core cultivator, was the leader. There was a group of people in the heavenly sect whose main business was to study the 5 sacred writs, and Elder Chen, who was a mid-stage golden core cultivator, was the leader. 3089, successfully employed. 1. Chen Xian landed the Clearwater flying boat in a secluded area in the outskirts of the Triplet Mountain. When he reappeared by the side of the road, he was already dressed in a modern attire. He wore a pair of faded jeans, a plaid shirt, and a pair of sports shoes. He even carried a backpack on his back. He was dressed like a typical programmer. Chen Xian was able to get into character rather quickly. In fact, he was even starting to control his own expenses. From the suburbs to the city, he did not even bother to take a taxi. Instead, he walked a few hundred meters to the bus stop and took the bus to the city. Of course, Chen Xian didn't apply for the job directly at the Paradise Corporation. He found a youth hostel near the company, asked for a single room that cost 80 yuan a day, and stayed there. Chen Xian was in his room at the hotel. He turned on his laptop and went online to check on the situation at Paradise Corporation. Although he spent most of his time cultivating in the sect, he still had some understanding of the situation in the secular world. As for the basic operating skills of computers and the internet, he naturally had them. Chen Xian did a quick search on Paradise Corporation and was surprised to find that this company seemed to be quite interesting. Although the Paradise Company had only been established for slightly more than 3 years, it had achieved a series of jaw-dropping achievements. Almost every one of its products was a hit, and it could be said that its reputation on the internet had exploded. The company's development had been moving forward at a high speed. In just 3 years, it had expanded from a small company to an enterprise with billions of assets. After checking on the situation, Chen Xian's heart started to calm down. He had been worried that his father would send him to an unknown small company for training. If that were the case, he would be wasting his time. Even though he was training in the secular world, Chen Xian still hoped to achieve something. Chen Xian then visited the Peach Blossom Company's official website and Weibo. To his surprise, he discovered that the company had just released a recruitment notice. The scope of the recruitment was quite wide, including sales, operations, art design, and of course, the requirements for programmers. One of the positions was for programmers who were proficient in PhD. This was really like a pillow when you were sleepy. Chen Xian couldn't help but chuckle. He compiled his resume on his laptop and first submitted it to Paradise Corporation online. Then, he went to a nearby printing shop to print a few copies. Chen Xian's resume was actually very simple. His shortcomings were his lack of work experience and academic qualifications. This time, he had left in a hurry. Otherwise, he could have used the power of the sect's secular world to get him a degree. That night, Chen Nanfeng came to find him and asked him to leave the next morning. Of course, he didn't have enough time. Chen Nanfeng didn't even mention this at all, which meant that he was testing Chen Xian. Entering the company with a bright resume wasn't considered a skill. Entering the company with one's own strength was what was called skill. In Chen Xian's resume, he had written that he had graduated from high school, and after working for a few years, he had signed up for a PhD training course. He did not have any work experience in a related company, but he had more practical experience. He had taken on many jobs online and had completed them beautifully. In the email, Chen Xian had even included a few scripts that he had used to practice his PhD. The next step was naturally to wait for news. If Chen Xian's resume were to be submitted to other companies, it would most likely be swept into the trash bin during the first round of screening. However, the Paradise Corporation was a little different. Taoyuan Company had never been a company that only looked at academic qualifications. The chairman of Qinzhuang Company, Xia Ruofei, was only a high school graduate. Therefore, even though the recruitment process would give priority to those with high academic qualifications, they would not completely give those with low academic qualifications a chance. On top of that, the few scripts that Chen Xian had attached to the contract had also played a significant role. The HR department naturally did not know how to differentiate the standard of the script. Normally, such a resume would be easily eliminated at the first moment. However, the few small scripts made the HR manager in charge of screening the resume a little uncertain. Wan mainly knew that the company was recruiting a lot of programmers recently. Because Paradise Corporation was not an internet company, it had never been the first choice of programmers. It was not easy to recruit skilled programmers, so the HR department did not want to eliminate this resume so hastily. If they missed out on an amazing person, wouldn't they be in serious trouble? As such, the HR department followed the usual practice and transferred the resume and the attachment to the technical department. It was a matter of skill, and it was naturally up to the technical staff to judge. In the end, Chen Xian's small script caused a huge stir in the technical department. Although the amount of code in the scripts was not large, anyone who knew the game would know that the logic was clear and the thinking was meticulous. Every function, every call, and every variable were just right. There was almost no extra word. In the eyes of a real programmer, such code was full of a different kind of beauty. The technical supervisor in charge of setting up the development department made a decision on the spot and informed the authors who wrote these scripts to come for an interview. The reason why they didn't hire him directly but only came for an interview was naturally because they only saw the code, but they couldn't be sure that the author of the code was really the one who submitted the resume. Therefore, an on-the-spot examination was also an essential part. When Chen Xian received the notice for the interview, he had just taken a shower in the cramped bathroom of the youth hotel. This was already the best room in the hotel. He didn't need to share a room with anyone. Furthermore, there was a separate bathroom. Even though it was small, it was for one person to enjoy. 3090, successfully employed, too. When Chen Xian found out that he had already entered the interview round, he did not appear particularly excited. He did not know that it was not easy to find a job these days. For someone with a resume like his to be able to enter the interview round, it was like a pie falling from the sky. He politely made an appointment with HR and hung up the phone. Then, he took out a spiritual crystal, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to cultivate. What Chen Xian couldn't get used to the most was naturally the environment of the secular world. The Three Mountains was already known as a garden city. As the provincial capital, its forest coverage rate was ranked among the top in the country, but this still could not improve the cultivation environment. The spiritual qi here was barren, heterogeneous, and violent, and only 4 hours a day could be used for cultivation. The First Heaven Society had a sect, protecting formation, to gather and purify the spiritual qi so they could cultivate at any time. Furthermore, as the young sect leader, Qin Xian's residence had a much better cultivation environment than the residences of ordinary disciples. Qin Xian felt that if he were to spend too much time in the secular world, his cultivation might really regress. If one wanted to cultivate in the time outside of midnight and dawn, one could only rely on external objects. Although crystals were the most suitable for golden core cultivators, even the wealthy First Heaven Society couldn't provide Qin Xian with an endless supply of crystals. Therefore, when he went out, he would use spirit crystals more often. This was already the extravagance of the young master of the number one sect in the cultivation world. How could ordinary cultivators be willing to use spiritual crystals to cultivate? The next day, Qin Xian arrived at the Paradise Building as promised. The interview went very smoothly. The head of the development department was the main character in this interview. He asked Qin Xian a few questions about PhD, and Qin Xian answered them all with ease. Following that, he gave Qin Xian a real-life example. Even though it was only a small case, the head of the research department had never expected Qin Xian to be able to complete it on the spot. In fact, he had even offered to provide Qin Xian with a work desk so that he could complete it within 3 days. In fact, this was equivalent to a trial. To his surprise, Qin Xian took out his laptop in the small meeting room where the interview was held. After switching it on, his fingers flew like the wind. In less than half an hour, he had already completed the code. The head of the development department was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen someone writing code without thinking or stopping to think. It was a waste to use this hand speed to write code. He could totally consider developing in the direction of a professional e-sports player. The head of the research department didn't even have time to take a good look at the code before he gave Qin Xian a high score in his heart. When he started to check the code, he was once again convinced. The style of the code in the resume was exactly the same. The code was simple, logical, and full of a different kind of beauty. If they didn't hire such an expert, who else would they hire? As for education, what was that? Masters and PhDs in software, how many could be better than this guy in coding? Or was there such a person? The head of the development department decided to hire Qin Xian on the spot. Furthermore, the trial period was only a month. Next, he had to talk to HR, which was a necessary procedure. However, due to the importance placed by the head of the R&D department, the HR department had also arranged for a manager to meet Qin Xian. The main issue was the salary. The HR manager asked Qin Xuanli how much she wanted to pay. I don't have an ideal salary. I'll take whatever the company offers. Qin Xian replied without even thinking. The HR manager was stunned, but she quickly put on a professional smile and said, I can set an 8K for you. Of course, this is your salary during the probationary period. You can still increase it after you become a regular employee. In addition, whether it's the technical or administrative staff of the company, they all get a basic salary according to their rank. Every year, there are 2 opportunities for promotion and salary increase. If you pass the assessment, you can realize a salary increase. The interview went very smoothly. The head of the development department was the main character in this interview. He asked Qin Xian a few questions about PhD, and Qin Xian answered them all with ease. Following that, he gave Qin Xian a real life example. Even though it was only a small case, the head of the research department had never expected Chen Xian to be able to complete it on the spot. In fact, he had even offered to provide Chen Xian with a work desk so that he could complete it within 3 days. In fact, this was equivalent to a trial. To his surprise, Chen Xian took out his laptop in the small meeting room where the interview was held. After switching it on, his fingers flew like the wind. In less than half an hour, he had already completed the code. The head of the development department was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen someone writing code without thinking or stopping to think. It was a waste to use this hand speed to write code. He could totally consider developing in the direction of a professional e-sports player. The head of the research department didn't even have time to take a good look at the code before he gave Chen Xian a high score in his heart. But when he started to check the code, he was once again convinced. The style of the code in the resume was exactly the same. The code was simple, logical, and full of a different kind of beauty. If they didn't hire such an expert, who else would they hire? As for education, what was that? Masters and PhDs in software, how many could be better than this guy in coding? Or was there such a person? The head of the development department decided to hire Chen Xian on the spot. Furthermore, the trial period was only a month. Then, he had to talk to HR. This was a necessary procedure. However, due to the importance placed by the head of the R&D department, the HR department had also arranged for a manager to meet Chen Xian. The main issue was the salary. The HR manager asked Chen Xuanli how much she wanted to pay. I don't have an ideal salary. I'll take whatever the company offers. Chen Xian replied without even thinking. The HR manager was stunned, but she quickly put on a professional smile and said, I can set an 8K for you. Of course, this is your salary during the probationary period. You can still increase it after you become a regular employee. In addition, whether it's the technical or administrative staff of the company, they all get a basic salary according to their rank. Every year, there are 2 opportunities for promotion and salary increase. If you pass the assessment, you can realize a salary increase. The interview went very smoothly. The head of the development department was the main character in this interview. He asked Chen Xian a few questions about PhD, and Chen Xian answered them all with ease. Following that, he gave Chen Xian a real-life example. Even though it was only a small case, the head of the research department had never expected Chen Xian to be able to complete it on the spot. In fact, he had even offered to provide Chen Xian with a work desk so that he could complete it within 3 days. In fact, this was equivalent to a trial. To his surprise, Chen Xian took out his laptop in the small meeting room where the interview was held. After switching it on, his fingers flew like the wind. In less than half an hour, he had already completed the code. The head of the development department was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen someone writing code without thinking or stopping to think. It was a waste to use this hand speed to write code. He could totally consider developing in the direction of a professional e-sports player. The head of the research department didn't even have time to take a good look at the code before he gave Chen Xian a high score in his heart. When he started to check the code, he was once again convinced. The style of the code in the resume was exactly the same. The code was simple, logical, and full of a different kind of beauty. If they didn't hire such an expert, who else would they hire? As for education, what was that? Masters and PhDs in software, how many could be better than this guy? In coding? Or was there such a person? 3091 The newbie, Qin Xian, 1. Qin Xian's rented house was about 3 kilometers away from the current headquarters of the Paradise Corporation. This distance was already very close. He decided to ride a public bike to and from work every day. Since Qin Xuan was here to train, he had to experience the life of an ordinary person in all aspects. This was a single apartment in a commercial, residential building. It wasn't very new, but it was very clean from the inside out. The layout of 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom was more than enough for Qin Xian to live alone. A small space wasn't a problem. Although it was called a 1 bedroom and 1 living room, the bedroom was actually an open space. The small part that was connected to the bedroom was considered the living room. The most satisfying part of the apartment was the relatively spacious bay window. As it was located on a higher floor, one could enjoy the scenery of the Sanshan city from the bay window. He felt that it was not bad to sit here and cultivate. The rent for this small apartment was 1,800 yuan a month. For a new programmer, this was considered a relatively luxurious expense. However, Qin Xian still decided to rent this apartment after a round of comparison. This was because his cultivation could not be stopped. Or else his cultivation would not progress but regress instead. Therefore, the requirement for privacy in his living space was relatively high. He would rather save up in other areas and find a relatively good house. Qin Xian spent the entire day tidying up his room. He then went to the nearby supermarket to buy some daily necessities, laid out new bed sheets, and stuffed the refrigerator left behind by the landlord to the brim. After he was done with his work, Qin Xian headed to the small bathroom to take a shower. He changed into the casual clothes he had just bought from the supermarket and laid down on the sofa in the living room. To his surprise, Qin Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. The next day, Qin Xian woke up early in the morning. He picked up a public bike near the neighborhood and slowly rode it in the direction of the Peach Blossom building. Yesterday evening, Qin Xian took the opportunity to take a stroll and did some research on the public bikes that were available in the neighborhood. He then chose a brand that was of better quality and had a better supply of bikes. He also topped up a monthly credit card with an unlimited number of uses in advance, which saved him quite a bit of money. After arriving at the Paradise Corporation, Qin Xian first went to the Human Resources Department to complete the employment procedures. By now, the Paradise Corporation was already very formal and all the processes were standardized. Furthermore, Qin Xian had a full set of real identities, including a bank card and everything else. So, he completed the procedures very quickly and obtained a green employee pass that represented his probationary period. This worker's card was very useful. When taking the elevator, different levels of workers' cards had different privileges. In addition, when checking into work, eating in the cafeteria, and other scenes, this worker's card was used. It was also the so-called one card. After settling the employment procedures, Qin Xian, accompanied by a human resources specialist, headed to the development department. The development department was a newly established department, and the biggest project in the near future was the construction of Paradise Mall. The head of the development department was Yang Xinqing. He was the one who had interviewed Qin Xian the day before yesterday. He was also a new head. Yang Xinqing had a very good impression of Qin Xian. He was elated to see that Qin Xian had finally completed his employment procedures. He personally brought Qin Xian around the research department. Most of the staff in this newly established department were technical staff transferred from other departments, and there were also a large number of newly recruited staff. The office area had just been allocated to them. Even though everyone had just moved in, the office was still in good order. Qin Xian could also feel that everyone was filled with energy. Clearly, this team was full of energy. Everyone was extremely interested in the fact that their boss was personally leading a newbie who was familiar with the territory. One after another, they cast curious glances at Qin Xian. Yang Xinqing didn't introduce Qin Xian to everyone in a serious manner. Instead, he took Qin Xian around for a while before placing him in a project team. According to the needs of the Peach Garden Mall project, the development department divided into many project teams, and each team was responsible for one task. In fact, most of the people here had only arrived a few days earlier than Qin Xian. However, some of them had many years of work experience, so they were more valued. Of course, the person in charge of each project team was basically an old employee of Paradise Corporation. Taoran, Qin Xian is in the field of PhD. Haven't you been complaining about the lack of manpower? I personally interviewed Xiao Chen. He's definitely good in terms of skills. I'll leave him to you, Yang Xinqing said to a balding man in his 30s with a smile. In fact, other than a backpack and a plaid shirt, a programmer's hair was also very prominent. Because they were often in a state of overusing their brains, in addition to the frequent scratching of their heads when they encountered bugs that could not be passed. After repeated debugging, many programmers had sparse hair. They might not be balding, but the height of their hairline was basically proportional to their age. The person in charge of Qin Xian's project team, Tao Ran, was completely bald. His head was shiny and his hair was sparse. However, he still persevered and tried his best to gather the hair around him, hoping to create the illusion that there was a small amount of hair in the middle. Tao Ran stopped typing and raised his head. He adjusted his glasses and looked at Qin Xian. President Yang, thank you very much. I'm seriously short of manpower here. You're sending charcoal in the snow. 3092 The newbie, Qin Xian, 2, then, Tao Ran looked at Qin Xian and asked, You're Qin Xian, right? Yes, you can call me Little Chen, Qin Xian replied with a smile. On the surface, Tao Ran, who was in his 30s, could be the uncle of Qin Xian, who was in his 40s. You can't judge a book by its cover. Okay. I'll call you Xiaochen then. Tao Ran said, You've been in this business for years, right? Have you done any big projects before? Even though Qin Xian looked a lot younger than his actual age, he didn't look like a young man in his early 20s. He looked like he was in his mid-20s. And most programmers at his age wouldn't have just debuted. Otherwise, they would be left behind by the younger generation. In a few years. For programmers above the age of 35, unless they were promoted to a management position, the elimination rate was extremely high if they were purely focused on technical skills. This was why Tao Ran had assumed that Qin Xian was at least a skilled worker. Yang Xinqing cleared his throat and said, Tao Ran, Qin Xian doesn't have much work experience. You have to guide him, Yang Xinqing immediately said, but his technique is very good. He's so fast at coding. Tao Ran couldn't help but be speechless. He originally thought that Yang Xinqing had sent him a skilled coding expert, but it turned out to be an older intern. Tao Ran revealed an awkward expression and said, President Yang, you know, our group has the most important task. I'm afraid we don't have the energy to take care of the interns. Why don't you put Xiaochen in another group? Before the development department was set up, Tao Ran and Yang Xinqing were in the same department, so they were Yang Xinqing's old subordinates. That was why they dared to bargain with their superior. Yang Xinqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tao Ran, you didn't think that I'd force an intern for you to take care of, did you? What are you thinking? I've already said that I personally interviewed Chen Xian. He's extremely skilled. He may be lacking in work experience, but as long as you use him properly, he'll soon be able to play an important role. Is that so? Tao Ran obviously didn't believe him. He laughed drily and said, President Yang, since little Chen's skills are not bad, why don't you just put him in Old Bull's group? Yang Xinqing's face darkened as he said, Kid, are you itching for a beating? The reason why I assigned Chen Xian to your group was because I saw that your mission was too heavy, so I wanted to add a strong helper to your team. You still dare to refuse? I wouldn't dare, Tao Ran quickly said with a smile. Yang Xinqing waved his hand and said, It's settled then. Take care of Chen Xian personally during this period of time. You're not allowed to bully me. All right. Tao Ran said, Don't worry, President Yang. I'm such an honest person. Why would I bully others? Yang Xinqing ignored him and turned to Chen Xian. Chen Xian, show this brat what you're capable of when you have the chance. The elder roared. Chen Xian smiled. You must be joking, Chief Yang. I'm here to learn from all of you seniors. Team leader Tao is naturally my role model as well. This attitude is even better. The company is now focusing on developing the online shopping center. And there's a lot of potential in the technical area. Yang Xinqing said. After giving Chen Xian a few words of encouragement, he left Chen Xian in the research department's office and returned to the research department. He had a lot of things to do as a new official, and the fact that he could take the time to accompany Chen Xian showed that he placed a lot of importance on him. After settling Chen Xian down, he naturally had to return to work as soon as possible. After Yang Xinqing left, Tao Ran didn't give Chen Xian any attitude. However, his attitude wasn't exactly warm either. After arranging a work desk for Chen Xian, he had someone bring Chen Xian to the logistics department to collect his computer and some office supplies. Perhaps it was to make it easier for the programmers to work overtime. The development department was equipped with laptops. Chen Xian received a brand new ThinkPad. As for the work desk, a newbie during the probationary period naturally wouldn't get any good seats. Chen Xian's work desk was near the door, and it was facing away from the office. In this position, there was no possibility of slacking off. Otherwise, it would be difficult to detect when the leader was behind him. Chen Xian quickly tidied up his work desk, activated the system on his new computer, and installed the commonly used software. After everything was ready, he walked over to Tao Ran's work desk and asked for a mission. Yang Xinqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tao Ran, you didn't think that I'd force an intern for you to take care of, did you? What are you thinking? I've already said that I personally interviewed Chen Xian. He's extremely skilled. He may be lacking in work experience, but as long as you use him properly, he'll soon be able to play an important role. Is that so? Tao Ran obviously didn't believe him. He laughed drily and said, "President Yang, since little Chen's skills are not bad, why don't you just put him in old Bull's group?" Yang Xingqing's face darkened as he said, "Kid, are you itching for a beating? The reason why I assigned Chen Xian to your group was because I saw that your mission was too heavy, so I wanted to add a strong helper to your team. You still dare to refuse?" "I wouldn't dare," Tao Ran quickly said with a smile. Yang Xingqing waved his hand and said, "It's settled. Then take care of Chen Xian personally during this period of time. You're not allowed to bully me." All right. Tao Ran said, "Don't worry, President Yang. I'm such an honest person. Why would I bully others?" Yang Xingqing ignored him and turned to Chen Xian. "Chen Xian, show this brat what you're capable of when you have the chance." The elder roared. Chen Xian smiled. "You must be joking, Chief Yang. I'm here to learn from all of you seniors. Team leader. Tao is naturally my role model as well. This attitude is even better. The company is now focusing on developing the online shopping center, and there's a lot of potential in the technical area," Yang Xingqing said. After giving Chen Xian a few words of encouragement, he left Chen Xian in the research department's office and returned to the research department. He had a lot of things to do as a new official, and the fact that he could take the time to accompany Chen Xian showed that he placed a lot of importance on him. After settling Chen Xian down, he naturally had to return to work as soon as possible. After Yang Xingqing left, Tao Ran didn't give Chen Xian any attitude. However, his attitude wasn't exactly warm either. After arranging a work desk for Chen Xian, he had someone bring Chen Xian to the logistics department to collect his computer and some office supplies. Perhaps it was to make it easier for the programmers to work overtime. The development department was equipped with laptops. Chen Xian received a brand new ThinkPad. As for the work desk, a newbie during the probationary period naturally wouldn't get any good seats. Chen Xian's work desk was near the door, and it was facing away from the office. In this position, there was no possibility of slacking off. Otherwise, it would be difficult to detect when the leader was behind him. Chen Xian quickly tidied up his work desk, activated the system on his new computer, and installed the commonly used software. After everything was ready, he walked over to Tao Ran's work desk and asked for a mission. Perhaps it was to make it easier for the programmers to work overtime. The development department was equipped with laptops. Chen Xian received a brand new ThinkPad. As for the work desk, a newbie during the probationary period naturally wouldn't get any good seats. Chen Xian's work desk was near the door, and it was facing away from the office. In this position, there was no possibility of slacking off. Otherwise, it would be difficult to detect when the leader was behind him. Chen Xian quickly tidied up his work desk, activated the system on his new computer, and installed the commonly used software. After everything was ready, he walked over to Tao Ran's work desk and asked for a mission. Chen Xian quickly tidied up his work desk, activated the system on his new computer, and installed the commonly used software. After everything was ready, he walked over to Tao Ran's work desk and asked for a mission. 3093 You're awesome. 1. After returning to his desk, Chen Xian sat there for a while, before receiving the project document from Tao Ran in his email. Thus, Chen Xian opened up a document on his computer, before heading over to the water dispenser, to get himself a glass of water. Then, he sat down in front of his computer. and started studying the document. About an hour later, before lunchtime even arrived, Qin Xian had already finished reading through all of the documents. Qin Xian's heart was filled with doubt. These documents were very simple. There was nothing difficult to understand, so why did Tao Ran give him a few days to learn? Qin Xian was about to stand up and tell Tao Ran that he had finished reading the project document and that he could start working. However, he thought about it again. Perhaps this was the work rhythm of ordinary people in the secular world? He was here to gain experience, so of course, he wanted to experience the life of an ordinary programmer. So, it was better not to look for Tao Ran in such a hurry. It seemed more appropriate to work according to his arrangements and pace. Therefore, Qin Xian dispelled the idea. However, there was only so much content in those documents, and it was meaningless to read them over and over again. Qin Xian suddenly felt that this was not an easy time to pass. Then, he suddenly thought of the two programming languages that Tao Ran mentioned, Java and Python. He muttered in his heart, since he had nothing to do, why not learn these two languages? However, Qin Xian had no idea. If he were to learn Java and Python, would he be considered to be disobeying his father's orders? The night before he left, Chen Nanfeng had told him that he could only find a job with the help of PhD. Qin Xian mulled it over for a long time. In the end, he felt that this shouldn't be considered disobeying orders. First of all, Java and Python belong to the skills of programmers. They did not go beyond the scope of computer technology experience in the secular world. This was fundamentally different from the knowledge he had learned about business management, financial investment, and so on. Secondly, after he had been hired, he had learned more knowledge according to the leader's requirements. How could it be considered disobeying orders? Even if it was a cultivator, it was impossible to only cultivate one cultivation technique or secret skill, right? It was the same for ordinary people in the secular world. Of course, they had to constantly improve. With that thought in mind, Qin Xian's thoughts cleared up. So, he began to search for Java and Python tutorials on the internet and began self-learning. In fact, he had self-taught his PhD. He had not signed up for any training classes. He was very confident in his self-learning ability. Tao Ran busied himself at his desk. Occasionally, he would stop to look at Qin Xian, who was standing near the door. Every single time, he would see Qin Xian's eyes glued to the computer screen. Tao Ran couldn't help but secretly nod. Although this young man has no work experience, his attitude is good. At least, he's serious in his studies. If his comprehension ability was good, there was no harm in bringing him along. But he seemed to be a little too old. Programmers also relied on their youth to survive, so they probably didn't have much potential for development. Of course, these thoughts only flashed through Tao Ran's mind. He was now in charge of a project team and had a lot of work on hand. How could he pay attention to a newcomer? Soon, he threw himself into the great coding career. Meanwhile, Qin Xian sat in his corner, quietly learning Java and Python from the tutorial on the internet. The other members of the project team were also busy with their own work, and everyone was living in peace. Just like that, Qin Xian's mundane training began from a small corner of the Paradise Corporation's development department. Time passed by slowly and steadily. Qin Xian lived a very disciplined life every day. Be it at the office or at his rented apartment, he focused his energy on learning Java and Python. Tao Ran seemed to have forgotten that Qin Xian was still part of the project team. He had not looked for Qin Xian for the past few days. Qin Xian, on the other hand, was so engrossed in his studies that he was happy to be free of any distractions. 3 days had passed. Qin Xian felt that it should be enough. It was just a few simple project documents. He had already studied them for 3 days. He should be able to meet Tao Ran's requirements. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Xian had more or less mastered Java and Python in the past 3 days. He felt like there was nothing more to learn. He even learned about JS and databases. He even wrote a few small programs in Java to practice. It felt pretty good. Hence, he took a small USB and walked to Tao Ran's work desk. Group leader Qin Xian called out. Tao Ran was as busy as usual. When he saw Qin Xian walking over, he was slightly taken aback before he said, Qin Xian, what's the matter? Qin Xian's face darkened. Did Tao Ran forget about him? The truth was, Tao Ran really didn't have the time to care about Qin Xian. Yang Xinqing had been pressing for progress for the past 2 days, and he was extremely busy. Team leader, I've almost finished reading the documents you sent me, Qin Xian said. I see that everyone in the group is quite busy, and it's not good for me to be idle alone. Why don't you give me some tasks? You're done? Tao Ran was a little absent-minded. Then I'll learn more. Especially some code rules, he had to thoroughly understand them. Our Paradise Mall project is a collaboration between many teams, so the code must be standardized, otherwise it will be easy for problems to arise. I've already memorized it. Qin Xian insisted, I feel that it's better to do some practical work. Besides, don't we still have you, team leader, to help us? There shouldn't be any problems. 3094, you're awesome, too. Qin Xian didn't want to continue his studies at all. He was here to gain experience, not to attend university. If he couldn't come into contact with the actual work, then what was the point of coming to the company every day to work and idle? If he wanted to have nothing to do, he might as well stay in the First Heaven Society. After all, the cultivation environment there was better. Tao Ran laughed and said, Qin Xian, young people shouldn't aim too high. Even an experienced programmer wouldn't be able to understand the few documents I sent you without a week's time. You don't have any actual work experience. How could you have learned all of them in just 3 to 4 days? Team leader, my memory has always been good. I really did remember everything. You can test me if you don't believe me. Qin Xian replied. Tao Ran couldn't help but smile bitterly. Test you? I'm a project leader now, why would I play such a childish game? There's no need for that. Tao Ran waved his hand. At this moment, Qin Xian spoke up. Oh right, team leader. I've been looking through our project document for the past 2 days regarding the back-end construction of the mall. Based on my own understanding, I've come up with a preliminary framework. Please give me some guidance when you're free. Okay. Tao Ran replied absent-mindedly. Then, his eyes widened and he turned around to glare at Qin Xian. What did you say? Qin Xian also found Tao Ran's reaction a little strange, but he still replied honestly, I've built a preliminary framework for the Commerce City's back end. How is this possible? Tao Ran cried out involuntarily, in just 3 days, you still have to learn the project document. Even if you don't eat, drink, or sleep, how much work can you do? You're telling me you built the background framework? Don't tell me you have a problem with your understanding of the word backstage? Tao Ran's project team was mainly in charge of building the background of the mall. Paradise Mall only sold Paradise Company's own products and would not be open to third-party sellers, so the background was not as complicated as those e-commerce businesses. After all, there was no need to develop the seller's background. However, this involved money transactions, so the security requirements were very high. In addition, Feng Jing had specifically emphasized during the mobilization meeting after the establishment of the development department that Paradise Mall had to do the best. Whether it was the front page or the back end architecture, they had to be excellent. Although it was a small background, it involved all aspects of content, including the interaction of the data between the front and the back, various interfaces, and the realization of various functions. Tao Ran and his team had been working overtime these past few days to strengthen the back-end structure. But now, Qin Xian was telling Tao Ran that he had spent 3 days to come up with a framework for it. To Tao Ran, this was no different from a fantasy story. If he could really do it, was he still human? Qin Xian wasn't angered by Tao Ran's suspicions. His expression remained neutral as he passed the USB drive to Tao Ran. Team leader, I'm inexperienced. I'm sure I've made a lot of mistakes. If you have time, you can give me some pointers so that I can improve. Tao Ran looked at the small USB and felt that this was ridiculous. However, he still took the USB drive and inserted it into his laptop. Even if he wanted to criticize her, he had to do it with reason. Hence, Tao Ran wanted to see what Qin Xian's so-called back-end framework was. There was only one folder in the USB drive, and it didn't take long for Tao Ran to find the back-end system framework that Qin Xian had created. He opened it and browsed through it briefly. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Putting everything else aside, at least the logic was very clear, and it did fit the requirements of the background in the project document. Tao Ran could tell that Qin Xian had put in a lot of effort in his understanding of the project, regardless of whether he was just a pretty face. He then gave it a try. Naturally, Qin Xian had only built a framework. The specific functions had yet to be realized. Otherwise, no matter how heaven-defying Qin Xian was, he wouldn't have been able to complete it in just 3 days. However, even though it was only a framework, Tao Ran could still see many things. He had a feeling that Qin Xian's back-end framework was even more logical than the ones that the old programmers in his project team had come up with. Tao Ran couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Then, he opened the source code skillfully, and his eyes lit up again. The structure of Qin Xian's code was neat and tidy, and the logic was clear. Furthermore, it was rather standardized. Just looking at it gave one a comfortable feeling. To a programmer, looking at such code was undoubtedly a form of enjoyment. Tao Ran was enjoying it. After reading a few dozen lines, he suddenly came to a realization. He turned to Qin Xian and said, This is written in Java? Qin Xian smiled as he nodded his head, Yes, I am. I think it's more appropriate to use Java to build the website's background. I'm not talking about that. Tao Ran said, Didn't you say that you never learned Java? Yup. However, after you mentioned it the last time, I've been learning it for the past few days. Qin Xian said. Tao Ran almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Big brother, you must be joking. He could learn to this extent in 3 days? I don't believe you. You might as well tell me that sows can climb trees. It was still more reliable than mastering Java in 3 days. Xiao Chen, Tao Ran said weakly, this joke is a little too much. So what if you've learned it, what does it matter? The more the leader understands your situation, the more reasonable the work arrangements will be, right? I've really been, Qin Xian was only halfway through his sentence when he shrugged helplessly. All right. I did come into contact with some knowledge related to Java in the past, but it was not systematic and comprehensive enough. These few days, I picked it up and tried it again. Hearing that, Tao Ran revealed a look of realization and said, this makes sense. Your original foundation must have been pretty good. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve this in such a short time. Seeing how Tao Ran looked as if he had found out the truth, Qin Xian could only smile wryly in his heart. However, he wasn't in the mood to dwell on this issue. Whatever Tao Ran said was the truth. As long as I can get to work as soon as possible, it's fine. Tao Ran continued, Xiao Chen, this thing is pretty good. I'll take a good look at it first. You can go back to your desk and study. I'll look for you if I have any problems. All right then, Qin Xian said. He knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. At least, the semi-finished product he produced had gained Tao Ran's attention. He should be able to get some work arrangements next. After Qin Xian left, Tao Ran immediately turned his attention back to the computer screen. He couldn't bear to part with the code that Qin Xian had written. It was like a bookworm reading his favorite web novel. He couldn't wait to read the latest chapter without sleeping. With the mouse in his hand, Tao Ran stared at the computer screen with a dull expression. When he went through the code Qin Xian had written from start to finish, the shock he felt was indescribable. If not for the fact that they had come up with the requirements for this platform after much discussion and that it was impossible for it to be the same as the other platforms, Tao Ran would have suspected that Qin Xian had downloaded it from the internet. As for spending money to hire someone to do it online, Tao Ran didn't suspect a thing. The reason was simple. Why would a person who could come up with such an impressive back-end architecture need to take on private jobs online? He would have gone to a large internet company to get a high salary and shares. After reading the code and studying the architecture, Tao Ran sat at his desk in a daze for a while. Then, he suddenly stood up and shouted to a young man at his desk opposite him, Qian Ben, call the meeting room immediately. In half an hour, we'll have a meeting with the project team. 3095 Wild Tea becomes 1. The main purpose of this meeting was to study the back-end framework that Qin Xian had spent 3 days building. Of course, Tao Ran also introduced Qin Xian to everyone. It had been 3 days since he started work, but Tao Ran had yet to properly introduce Qin Xian to everyone. The people in the project team only knew that there was an intern in their team. Some of them didn't even know Qin Xian's name. It was clear how low Qin Xian's presence was in the beginning. However, all of this had become a thing of the past. Tao Ran formally introduced Qin Xian and told everyone that Qin Xian was the one who came up with the back-end framework. The way the programmers in the project team looked at Qin Xian suddenly changed. The world of a programmer was actually very simple. If your skills were good, then you were awesome. There was no need to be afraid at all. If your code was well written, with few Or no bugs, the comments were never confusing, and there were no random twists and turns, then you were awesome. And others couldn't be convinced. Through the projection, Tao Ran first demonstrated the back-end framework to everyone. After analyzing the structure of the code, he introduced Qin Xian. With that, everyone's impression of Qin Xian was completely different. And so, Qin Xian was finally able to integrate into the team in an astonishing manner. In the following days, Qin Xian felt that his life was very fulfilling. The project leader, Tao Ran, was very polite to him and had entrusted him with some relatively important work. The other programmers in the group were even more respectful to him. Two of the younger programmers even called him Teacher Chen and asked him questions from time to time. Of course, Qin Xian's personality was as easy-going as ever. He didn't look down on Qian just because he was skilled. In the secular world, status was nothing to him. Even in the world of cultivation, he was considered to have a prominent status. He was the young sect master of the First Heaven Society. Before Xia Ruofei's sudden appearance, he was still the youngest golden core stage cultivator in the world of cultivation. However, he was always polite to people. He would also not show his arrogance just because the other party's cultivation was low or the sect's strength was weak. Coming to the secular world to train, Qin Xian naturally wouldn't put on airs. His personality, coupled with his non-mainstream programmer looks, made him very popular in the project team from the beginning. With Qin Xian's help, the progress of the Tao Ran project team was much faster. Even Yang Xinqing praised Tao Ran many times. During the middle management meeting in the development department, this was because their project team had the most important tasks, and it was easy to delay progress. Previously, Yang Xinqing had urged Tao Ran many times because the progress of the quest was a little slow. But now, the situation had changed greatly, and their progress was even faster than the other project teams. All of this was because of Qin Xian. After Yang Xinqing understood the situation, he even joked to Tao Ran, you didn't seem too happy when I assigned Qin Xian to your project team the other day. Do you think I'm a burden to you? Why don't I transfer him to another group to help you reduce your burden? Tao Ran quickly waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, old leader, don't laugh at me. This time, I failed to recognize Mount Tai. No. He had eyes, but didn't recognize the great god. Qin Xian, you can't be transferred away. Otherwise, our project team will never be able to complete the task. You brat, you've learned how to threaten your leader? Yang Xinqing laughed and scolded. I wouldn't dare, Tao Ran chuckled. I'm just telling the truth. At least 40% of our project team's workload is completed by Qin Xian. His efficiency is simply too high. Furthermore, his error rate is extremely low. In my memory, there has never been a bug in the code he produced. Now you know you've picked up a treasure. Yang Xinqing chuckled. Qin Xian is, I know. I know. Tao Ran quickly said, you personally interviewed him. Qin Xian is a horse that can travel 1,000 li, and you are Bo Lu. Haha. Yang Xinqing laughed and said, all right. Don't flatter me. The Paradise Mall project was progressing in an orderly manner according to the plan, and Qin Xian was slowly gaining some fame in the company. Even Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and the other company executives had heard that a young programmer had joined the development department and that he was very skilled. While Qin Xian was training in the Peach Blossom Company, Xia Ruofei also spent a peaceful time on the island. In addition to cultivating every day, he would also go around Paradise Island, including the guard camp, the airport, and other places. When he had nothing to do, he would drive a boat to the nearby sea area to play diving and fishing. His days were very pleasant. Xia Ruofei even felt that it would be pretty good if he retired now and continued to cultivate on Peach Blossom Island. This kind of carefree life lasted for almost half a month. In addition to the few days before, the 2 wild tea trees had actually grown for more than 100 years under the dual effects of the time array flags and the Archean realm. Now, they had already grown into 2 big trees. The variety of wild tea was indeed strange. It was clearly a tea tree, but it could continue to grow, and could even grow into a towering tree. 3096, wild tea becomes, 2, although these 2 wild tea trees were not as good as the one in the First Heaven Society, which had been growing for at least a few hundred years, they were still 40 to 50 centimeters in diameter and had luxuriant leaves. Xia Ruofei would enter the spirit map space every day. Due to the flow of time, he could see the changes in the wild tea trees every day. More than half a month had passed. Xia Ruofei felt that it was time to try the effects of the wild tea. Thus, he returned to his room early that night, locked the doors and windows, and set up defenses. Only then did he summon the spirit painting from his palm. After entering the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei used telepathy to call Xia Qing over. He decided to harvest some of the tea leaves today. After he was done, he would head to the Star Caesar sect and ask Luo Qingfeng to find a disciple to test the effects of the wild tea leaves he had transplanted. He had drunk the First Heaven Society's wild tea 2 or 3 times, so he was quite familiar with its taste. Xia Ruofei felt that the First Heaven Society's wild tea had an obvious difference from his De Hongpo. It seemed to be more similar to Westlake Longjing tea. Of course, whether it was in terms of taste or tea fragrance, wild tea was much better than the best Westlake Longjing tea. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to process the wild tea leaves using the same method that he used to make green tea. The tools for making tea leaves were already available in the interspace. Although there were many differences in the production process and methods of rock tea and green tea, many of the tools were universal. Xia Ruofei had asked Xia Qing before and knew that Xia Qing was also good at making green tea kasaya. It was estimated that immortal Shanhe was also a tea lover, so the spiritual kasaya he made was also very proficient in the making of various tea leaves. Since Xia Qing knew how to make it, Xia Ruofei was naturally happy to be idle. In any case, even if he were to do it himself, the quality of the tea leaves might not be as good as Xia Qing's, so why would he add more trouble to himself? Xia Ruofei took Xia Qing and picked some tea leaves from the 2 wild tea trees. Then, he gave them to Xia Qing and divided them into 2 batches. To make the tea leaves of the 2 wild tea trees could not be mixed together so that they could form a control group when testing the effects of the wild tea. The wild tea leaves were lush, and only a small part was picked this time. After all, it was only for testing. So, after Xia Ruofei handed the task of making tea leaves to Xia Qing, he did not stay in the medium but directly returned to the room in the outside world. Anyway, even if he failed, he still had enough tea leaves to continue trying. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei couldn't wait any longer. After coming to the outside world, with the time flow being 30 times faster than that of an Archean realm expert, he would be able to see the results of the production very quickly. Xia Ruofei was watching a movie on his computer in the room outside when he received a voice Transmission from Xia Qing. Master, the 2 batches of tea leaves have been completed. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei's spirits were lifted. He quickly entered the spirit map space, without even stopping the movie that was playing. Xia Qing, you've successfully produced it? Completed in one go? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but ask the moment he entered the Archean realm. That's right. Xia Qing slightly nodded. Master, I followed the traditional method of making green tea step by step. There were no mistakes in the process and no accidents. It was completed just like that. I just don't know if the tea leaves meet the owner's requirements. Xia Ruofei took a look and saw that the 2 jars in front of him were filled with 2 tails of tea leaves. These tea leaves were all flat, and they were placed in a clay pot in a criss-cross manner. It looked very similar to the appearance of Longjing tea. Xia Ruofei had seen the wild tea of the First Heaven Society before. The appearance was indeed similar. He picked it up and smelled it. The fragrance of the tea was very obvious. Then, he immediately took out a tea set and skillfully boiled a pot of spirit pond water with a charcoal stove. He then took some newly made wild tea and put it in the teapot. Once the boiling water was poured in, Xia Ruofei immediately smelled the strong fragrance of tea. After a series of smooth and natural processes, Xia Ruofei held a small teacup in his hand. He first sniffed the fragrance of the tea in front of his nose, and then drank it in one gulp. The fragrance was very strong, and it was a smell that Xia Ruofei was familiar with. Furthermore, the feeling of clarity made him feel relaxed and happy. His eyes revealed a hint of joy. Although the tea in the pot had only been made once, Xia Ruofei still poured the tea leaves away with some heartache. After washing the tea set, he immediately took wild tea from another tree and made a new pot. The taste was still the same, and it was very similar to the wild tea he had drunk before. It could even be said that there was no difference. Haha. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Xia Qing, you are really something. Although these 2 wild tea trees were not as good as the one in the First Heaven Society, which had been growing for at least a few hundred years, they were still 40 to 50 centimeters in diameter and had luxuriant leaves. Xia Ruofei would enter the spirit map space every day. Due to the flow of time, he could see the changes in the wild tea trees every day. More than half a month had passed. Xia Ruofei felt that it was time to try the effects of the wild tea. Thus, he returned to his room early that night, locked the doors and windows, and set up defenses. Only then did he summon the spirit painting from his palm. After entering the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei used telepathy to call Xia Qing over. He decided to harvest some of the tea leaves today. After he was done, he would head to the Star Caesar sect and ask Luo Qingfeng to find a disciple to test the effects of the wild tea leaves he had transplanted. He had drunk the First Heaven Society's wild tea 2 or 3 times, so he was quite familiar with its taste. Xia Ruofei felt that the First Heaven Society's wild tea had an obvious difference from his Dehongpo. It seemed to be more similar to Westlake Longjing tea. Of course, whether it was in terms of taste or tea fragrance, wild tea was much better than the best Westlake Longjing tea. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to process the wild tea leaves using the same method that he used to make green tea. The tools for making tea leaves were already available in the interspace. Although there were many differences in the production process and methods of rock tea and green tea, many of the tools were universal. Xia Ruofei had asked Xia Qing before and knew that Xia Qing was also good at making green tea. Kasaya. It was estimated that immortal Shanha was also a tea lover, so the spiritual kasaya he made was also very proficient in the making of various tea leaves. Since Xia Qing knew how to make it, Xia Ruofei was naturally happy to be idle. In any case, even if he were to do it himself, the quality of the tea leaves might not be as good as Xia Qing's, so why would he add more trouble to himself? Xia Ruofei took Xia Qing and picked some tea leaves from the 2 wild tea trees. Then, he gave them to Xia Qing and divided them into 2 batches to make the tea. The tea leaves of the 2 wild tea trees could not be mixed together so that they could form a control group when testing the effects of the wild tea. The wild tea leaves were lush, and only a small part was picked this time. After all, it was only for testing. So, after Xia Ruofei handed the task of making tea leaves to Xia Qing, he did not stay in the medium but directly returned to the room in the outside world. Anyway, even if he failed, he still had enough tea leaves to continue trying. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei couldn't wait any longer. After coming to the outside world, with the time flow being 30 times faster than that of an Archean realm expert, he would be able to see the results of the production very quickly. Xia Ruofei was watching a movie on his computer in the room outside when he received a voice transmission from Xia Qing. Master, the 2 batches of tea leaves have been completed. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei's spirits were lifted. He quickly entered the spirit map space without even stopping the movie that was playing. Xia Qing, you've successfully produced it? Completed in one go? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but ask the moment he entered the Archean realm. He could not help but ask. He could not help but ask. 3097, T, Testing, 1, Star Picking Sect, Star Picking Tower. Luo Qingfeng stood respectfully beside Xia Ruofei and called out in joy, Master. Xia Ruofei smiled and kept the black flying boat. He asked, has everything been fine in the sect recently? Master, everything is fine. Luo Qingfeng said, after the transformation of the sect, protecting array, the cultivation environment in the sect is much better than before. The disciples have been making rapid progress recently. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, let's go down and talk. The 2 of them stepped on their flying swords and returned to the building from the roof of Jiaxing Tower. They came to the private room of Luo Qingfeng on the top floor. After Xia Ruofei sat down, he said, I'm here mainly for the wild tea. Luo Qingfeng was overjoyed and said, Master, you've already successfully planted the wild tea? The transplantation was a success, and I've also produced the first batch of tea leaves. However, whether it can achieve the same cultivation, enhancing effect as the first Heaven Sect's wild tea leaves still needs to be verified. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, that's the main reason why I came back today. When Luo Qingfeng heard that Xia Ruofei had already made tea leaves, he could not help but look shocked. It was mainly because the time was too short, which made Luo Qingfeng feel a little incredulous. Xia Ruofei saw Luo Qingfeng's confusion and said, with a smile, I used a time formation, so the tea trees grew faster. Luo Qingfeng suddenly looked enlightened and said excitedly, Master, if we can also mass-produce wild tea, it will be a great help to the sect's strength. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. So, we need to verify the effects of wild tea first. Qingfeng, I'll have to rely on you. Find 2 reliable disciples from the sect and let them try this wild tea. Yes. Master. Yes, Luo Qingfeng said without hesitation. A few of my direct disciples are very talented. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, don't find those talented disciples yet. Right now, we still don't know the effect of the wild tea. If the effect of promoting cultivation is limited after taking it, you should know that this wild tea is only effective when taken for the first time, so it's best to find those disciples with ordinary talent but relatively high loyalty. This way, even if there are losses for the sect, it's still within an acceptable range. Luo Qingfeng came to a sudden realization and quickly said, I understand. Please rest assured, Master, this old servant can find a suitable candidate. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes. You'll personally arrange this matter. Bring the person over tomorrow morning, and I'll personally check on him. Yes. Master. Luo Qingfeng said, Master, your room is ready. It's getting late now. If you don't have any other instructions, may I take you to your room to rest? In fact, Luo Qingfeng had already prepared a room on the top floor of Jiaxing Tower for Xia Ruofei's use. Xia Ruofei had not been in the star picking sect for the past few days, but this was the best room in the entire star picking tower. There were disciples in charge of cleaning it every day, and it was always ready to move in at any time. Xia Ruofei nodded. That's good. Let's go and rest. The next morning, Luo Qingfeng personally brought an exquisite breakfast to Xia Ruofei's room. Xia Ruofei had just finished washing up. He smiled and said to Luo Qingfeng, sit down and eat together. You've prepared so much, I can't finish it all by myself. Master, this old servant has already had breakfast. Luo Qingfeng said respectfully, please enjoy your meal. I'll be at the door at any time. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, you can eat some even if you've eaten. Sit down. Let's talk while we eat. Hearing this, Luo Qingfeng could only say, yes. Then, this old servant will overstep my authority, sit, sit, sit. As Xia Ruofei spoke, he picked up the bowl of millet porridge and took a bite. Then, he picked up a white steamed bun and took a bite. As he chewed, he asked, Qingfeng, have you found a disciple to test the effects of wild tea? Master. This old servant has already decided on the candidates last night. Qingfeng Luo quickly stood up and said. Xia Ruofei said, sit down and talk. Sit down and talk. You should eat too. I'm not used to it when you're watching me eat. Luo Qingfeng had no choice but to take a bite of a bun. Xia Ruofei was used to it, but Luo Qingfeng felt a little uncomfortable. After all, in his heart, his master was the heavens. Eating at the same table as the master, this was simply overstepping the boundary. Continue. Xia Ruofei said, as he chewed on the steamed bun and the millet porridge. Yes. Qingfeng Luo said, both of them are my direct disciples, and they are both at the 8th Qi layer. They are already 45 or 46 years old. Among all the disciples at the 8th Qi layer, their talent is considered below average, but their loyalty is definitely not a problem. This person is not bad. Xia Ruofei nodded and took another mouthful of porridge. Master, the two disciples are already waiting on the first floor of Jiaxing Tower. They can come up at any time. Luo Qingfeng said. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei finished the bun in a few mouthfuls, then the millet porridge. He stood up and wiped his mouth. Then don't let them wait too long, call them up. Let's go to your cultivation room and have them come in one by one to see me. I'll check on them. 3098 T, testing, 2. Luo Qingfeng knew that this matter was of great importance. Xia Ruofei was using hypnosis to confirm the loyalty of his two disciples. Although Luo Qingfeng was very sure, he did not think that Xia Ruofei's actions were unnecessary. Instead, he felt that it was necessary. After all, one could never know a person's true nature. If there was something wrong with these two disciples and the news was leaked, it could cause a chain reaction. Even the First Heaven Society would turn their attention to the Star Caesar sect. Therefore, it was necessary to hypnotize them again. Yes, Master, Luo Qingfeng said. Soon, Xia Ruofei saw one of the disciples, Tao Wu, and another person waiting on the first floor of Star, picking tower in the quiet room where Luo Qingfeng was cultivating. Luo Qingfeng did not stay in the quiet room, but waited outside the door. This disciple greets Elder Xia. The 40-year-old, rough-looking disciple quickly bowed and greeted Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Are you sect leader Luo's personal disciple? What's your name? Elder, my name is Lu Hong, and I have the honor of cultivating under the sect leader's master, the disciple replied hurriedly. Oh. Lu Hong. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, raise your head. Lu Hong obediently raised his head. When his eyes met Xia Ruofei's, he suddenly felt as if he had fallen into the endless starry sky. As Xia Ruofei's spiritual power cultivation had been greatly improved, he was more comfortable with this kind of hypnosis. To Qi layer cultivators, they simply had no power to resist. Lu Hong quickly entered a state of hypnosis. Xia Ruofei asked him a few questions, and Lu Hong answered them honestly. These questions were all related to Lu Hong's loyalty, and they were directly related to his true thoughts. 4. Example, Xia Ruofei had designed a question that said, if sect leader Luo is in danger and only you can save him, but at the same time, you will be in a very dangerous situation and may even lose your life. What would you do? Lu Hong, who was under hypnosis, answered without thinking, as long as I can help sect leader. Master, to turn the tide, what's the harm in sacrificing my life? The other questions also revolved around loyalty. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with Lu Hong's answer. Xia Ruofei could see that although Lu Hong's talent was average, he was loyal from the bottom of his heart to the Star Caesar sect and Luo Qingfeng. He was absolutely loyal and could not be a spy sent by other sections. Xia Ruofei skillfully got Lu Hong out of the hypnosis. Lu Hong had no idea that he had been hypnotized. His memory of this period was completely blank, so he did not notice the passage of time. Of course, Xia Ruofei's questions were simple, so it did not take long. Xia Ruofei asked a few more questions without changing his expression. Then, he asked Lu Hong, who did not notice anything strange, to leave and ask him to send another disciple. The other disciple was also Luo Qingfeng's direct disciple. His name was Wang Shan, and he was already 46 years old. Through hypnosis, Xia Ruofei had finally confirmed that both Lu Hong and Wang Shan were loyal to the Star Caesar sect and were even more loyal to Luo Qingfeng. He was finally relieved and asked Luo Qingfeng to call Lu Hong into the quiet room. Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng sat on the futon, while Lu Hong and Wang Shan stood with their hands by their sides. They were both slightly nervous. They also knew that their talents were not as good as the other junior brothers. This time, the sect leader, Master and Elder Xia had called them all to Zhaixing Tower. They did not know if it was a blessing or a curse. Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng exchanged a look. Then, Xia Ruofei nodded at Luo Qingfeng, indicating that he could start. Luo Qingfeng cleared his throat and said, Lu Hong, Wang Shan, this disciple is here. The two of them replied in unison. Luo Qingfeng sat up straight and said indifferently, I called you here for a special mission. What are master's instructions? This disciple will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Wang Shan, who was relatively quick-witted, quickly said. Lu Hong was a little slow, but he immediately said, Master, disciple is willing to go through fire and water for you. I don't need you to go through fire and water. For this mission, Qingfeng Luo said with a smile. You might even benefit greatly from it. Qingfeng Luo paused for a moment to observe the expressions of Lu Hong and Wang Shan, then continued, Elder Xia has found a type of spiritual tea that can promote cultivation, but its effects have yet to be verified. Today, he asked you to come to verify the effects of the spiritual tea. At this moment, Xia Ruofei also said, Lu Hong, Wang Shan, I have to make this clear to you. If this spiritual tea is effective, then your cultivation will probably increase by a large amount, but if there is a problem with the spiritual tea, after Lu Hong and Wang Shan heard this, their faces turned pale. Wang Shan's voice trembled as he said, Master, Elder Xia, I am willing to test the tea with my own body. Even if I unfortunately die after drinking it, it will be due to my poor luck. I will definitely not have any complaints. Master, Elder, this disciple is willing to try the tea. Lu Hong quickly said. This disciple is not afraid of death. It was obvious that the two of them were still a little afraid of Ying being used as a lab rat. Who wouldn't be afraid? Not to mention that they were already at Lianqi level 8. Even if their cultivation didn't improve in the future, they would definitely live much longer than ordinary people. Now that their lives were in danger, how could they not be afraid? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny. He deliberately said in a serious tone, the sect leader, and I won't force you to take this test. You have to think carefully. Once you've decided, you can't go back on your word. If there's a problem with the spirit tea, the consequences might be very serious. Lu Hong and Wang Shan exchanged a look, and then their expressions became determined. I've thought it through. Wang Shan said. I won't go back on my word. I won't change my mind. Lu Hong said. Then, Lu Hong changed his impassioned expression and asked weakly, Elder Xia, if there's a problem with the spiritual tea, what are the consequences? Xia Ruofei almost laughed out loud. Lu Hong and Wang Shan were actually very scared now, but they still tried to maintain their posture until the end. However, Lu Hong's last sentence revealed that he was a little scared. Xia Ruofei said with a straight face, the consequences are indeed very serious. If there is a problem with the spiritual tea, it means that you will lose the chance to directly advance one level after drinking the spiritual tea in the future. This is because everyone can only drink this spiritual tea once in their life. It'll be ineffective if you take it multiple times. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny. He deliberately said in a serious tone, the sect leader, and I won't force you to take this test. You have to think carefully. Once you've decided, you can't go back on your word. If there's a problem with the spirit tea, the consequences might be very serious. Lu Hong and Wang Shan exchanged a look, and then their expressions became determined. I've thought it through. Wang Shan said. I won't go back on my word. I won't change my mind. Lu Hong said. Then, Lu Hong changed his impassioned expression and asked weakly, Elder Xia, If there's a problem with the spiritual tea, what might be the consequences? Xia Ruofei almost laughed out loud. Lu Hong and Wang Shan were actually very scared now, but they still tried to maintain their posture until the end. However, Lu Hong's last sentence revealed that he was a little scared. Xia Ruofei said with a straight face, "The consequences are indeed very serious. If there is a problem with the spiritual tea, it means that you will lose the chance to directly advance one level after drinking the spiritual tea in the future. This is because everyone can only drink the spiritual tea once in their life. It'll be ineffective if you take it multiple times." 3099 Effect. 1. Lu Hong and Wang Shan had never dreamed that they would one day receive such treatment. Elder Xia was personally making tea for them, and the sect leader was boiling water for them. The two of them were so terrified that they didn't even know where to put their hands. Xia Ruofei used the boiling water to heat up the tea set as he said, "Since we want to test the effects of the spiritual tea, we must use the best method to make the tea. You all stay at the side and drink that cup of tea later. That will be the greatest contribution to the sect." In a short while, Xia Ruofei was done brewing the tea. This time, he took out 2 tea sets and made tea leaves from different wild tea trees. Xia Ruofei pointed at the 2 cups of fragrant tea and smiled. "Lu Hong, Wang Shan, take a cup each and drink. Don't worry about anything else." "Yes, Elder Xia." The two of them replied in unison. Since they already knew that the worst result was that the spirit tea had no effect, or that the effect was not obvious, and that they would no longer have any effect on the spirit tea in the future, the two of them naturally did not have so many concerns. They went up and took a cup each, drinking it without hesitation. They didn't even have the mood to savor the taste of the wild tea. After drinking it, they looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled. "You don't have to think about anything. Just sit down with your legs crossed. If there's any effect, you'll naturally feel it." "Yes, Elder Xia." The two of them quickly sat down. Xia Ruofei smiled and said to Luo Qingfeng, "Sect Leader Luo, the tea has been brewed. It's a waste not to drink it. Let's drink some too." Since there were outsiders, Xia Ruofei could not call him Qingfeng. Even if he was the great elder, he was still under the leadership of the sect leader. "All right," Luo Qingfeng nodded and said. Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng also held their teacups and slowly sipped their tea. In fact, Luo Qingfeng was very nervous at the moment. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was very calm. Even if this wild tea didn't have any effect or wasn't as effective as the one from the First Heaven Society, Xia Ruofei would just have to wait a little longer. He firmly believed that as long as it was aged enough, the wild tea should have an effect. It had nothing to do with the tea-making technique, not to mention that the taste of the tea leaves made by Xia Qing was very similar to the wild tea of the First Heaven Society. Of course, Xia Ruofei was very confident in the wild tea that he had planted in the medium. He sipped his tea calmly and observed Lu Hong and Wang Shan at the same time. After the two of them finished drinking their tea and sat down, their expressions changed slightly, and then they involuntarily entered a state of cultivation. There was a chance, Xia Ruofei thought. Qingfeng Luo was also looking at Lu Hong and Wang Shan. He held the cup of tea to his mouth, but did not take a sip. He just maintained his posture and stared at the two without looking away. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny. He filled his teacup and said, "Sect leader Luo, the tea will get cold if you don't drink it." Luo Qingfeng felt like he had just woken up from a dream. He awkwardly finished the tea in his hand. Xia Ruofei picked up the teapot and poured another cup for Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng stood up in fear and said, "Elder Xia, I'll do it myself," although Lu Hong and Wang Shan had already entered a state of cultivation. Luo Qingfeng did not know if they were completely unaware of the situation outside, so he did not dare to call Xia Ruofei master. He was more or less not used to this and felt uncomfortable no matter what he did. Xia Ruofei poured a cup of tea for Luo Qingfeng with a smile and said, "Don't be too nervous. This wild tea is not dangerous." "I know that," Luo Qingfeng said with a bitter smile. "Maybe it's because I'm too concerned. Elder Xia, look at Lu Hong and Wang Shan's condition. Is the wild tea already effective? If the wild tea was successfully planted, the Star Caesar sect would naturally benefit the most. After all, wild tea was only most effective for qi condensation cultivators, and each person could only drink it once. Although Xia Ruofei was not a loner, he did not have many cultivators close to him. The Star Caesar sect had a large number of members. Therefore, once wild tea was proven to be effective, it would have a huge effect on the Star Caesar sect's strength. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Of course, there will be an effect. The two of them have already entered a state of cultivation. However, the most important thing is whether the effect will meet our expectations. This is the most important thing. Let's wait and see. Don't worry, I think they'll have to cultivate for a long time. Alright, Luo Qingfeng nodded and said. Xia Ruofei saw that Luo Qingfeng was so nervous, and his eyes did not leave Lu Hong and Wang Shan, so he simply did not chat with him. He just sipped his tea and waited. As for Luo Qingfeng, he would let him drink by himself. In any case, he had just made 2 pots of tea, just enough for each person to have one. Lu Hong and Wang Shan cultivated for about half an hour, and then their auras rose sharply in less than 3 minutes. Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng looked at each other with a hint of surprise. Obviously, they had both broken through their cultivation realms. The moment the two of them broke through, even the spiritual qi in Star Picking Tower, which had the densest spiritual qi in the sect, began to drop significantly. After all, 2 8th qi layer cultivators broke through to the 9th qi layer at the same time, so the consumption of spiritual qi was very large. 3100 effect. 2. Xia Ruofei took out the spirit gathering talisman from the spirit map space and threw it out skillfully. In an instant, a small spirit gathering array was set up around the two. After the formation was activated, the surrounding spiritual qi gathered at an accelerated speed. The two of them had already shown signs of spiritual qi not being able to continue, but once the formation was set up, the spiritual qi instantly became much more abundant. The process of the two's breakthrough lasted for about 10 minutes before it slowly stabilized. However, the two of them did not stop cultivating. It was clear that the effects of the wild tea had not been exhausted. After about 20 minutes, Lu Hong and Wang Shan let out a breath of turbid air one after another. They slowly opened their eyes and left their state of cultivation. After consuming the wild tea, they all entered a state of cultivation uncontrollably. When they first consumed the wild tea, even Xia Ruofei could not get rid of this influence. He started cultivating in front of Qin Xian and the others. With Lu Hong and Wang Shan's cultivation, they naturally could not resist. When their cultivation base broke through, the two of them actually felt it, but when they were in a state of cultivation, they were not distracted, especially under the effect of the wild tea, so they were almost in a state of selflessness, so the two of them did not have much emotional fluctuations. Now that they had stopped cultivating, the two of them naturally discovered that they had already broken through to the ninth chi layer. Moreover, the half an hour of cultivation after the breakthrough had allowed them to completely stabilize their cultivation. They even felt that their current strength was a bit stronger than a junior brother who had just broken through to the ninth chi layer in the sect. This made the two of them feel like they were in a dream, and they couldn't help but be stunned when they found out that they were going to participate in the test to verify the effects of the spirit tea. They had thought that even if the spirit tea was effective, it would at most improve their cultivation. They had never thought that it would improve so much. Not only did they break through a level of cultivation, but they could also continue to advance a stage. This was simply too heaven-defying. Luo Qingfeng and Xia Ruofei were overjoyed. They did not even need to ask Lu Hong and Wang Shan. They only needed to scan with their spiritual power to sense their current cultivation. Naturally, Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng were well aware of their cultivation levels before they consumed the spiritual tea. After comparing the two, Xia Ruofei quickly came to a conclusion. Even though the effect of the wild tea he had planted in the spirit map space was not as good as the wild tea in the First Heaven Society, it was not too far off. Considering that Lu Hong and Wang Shan's aptitudes were relatively average, the effect of taking wild tea would also be reduced. If a more talented cultivator drank the wild tea, there would probably be a greater improvement. In this way, this batch of wild tea seemed to be about the same as the wild tea of the First Heaven Society. Seeing Lu Hong and Wang Shan in a daze, Luo Qingfeng could not help but frown and clear his throat. Only then did Lu Hong and Wang Shan come back to their senses. They looked at Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng, got up at the same time and walked to Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng. They knelt on the ground with a thud and kowtowed several times. Thank you, sect leader, master, and elder Xia, for your kindness in giving us a new life, Wang Shan said with a trembling voice. Thank you, master. Lu Hong sobbed. Thank you, elder Xia. Get up, Luo Qingfeng said indifferently. You too can get up. Yes, master. The two of them stood up and stood in front of Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng with their hands down, ready to listen to their teachings. Luo Qingfeng first looked at Xia Ruofei. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had no intention of speaking, he said, Lu Hong, Wang Shan, the effect of this spiritual tea has been verified and is almost the same as what we expected. The two of you are willing to test the tea with your own bodies under these circumstances, which is a huge contribution to the sect. In view of the fact that you've already gained a lot of benefits from the tea testing process, Master will not reward you any further. However, your contribution, Master has seen it with my eyes and will remember it in my heart. Moreover, now that you've broken through to the ninth chi layer, you're also a very important backbone of the sect. In the future, you'll naturally be given more important tasks. Thank you, Master. Shurzuan allowing this disciple to participate in the tea testing is already the greatest reward for this disciple. Wang Shan was the first to speak. I dare not ask for any other rewards. I am only willing to risk my life for Master and the sect, and not let down Master's cultivation. Master, I don't need a reward. Lu Hong also said loudly. In the future, Hong Er's life will be Shurzuan's. If Shurzuan has any orders, this disciple will risk his life, climb a mountain of daggers, or plunge into a sea of fire without hesitation. Xia Ruofei saw that Luo Qingfeng was so nervous, and his eyes did not leave Lu Hong and Wang Shan, so he simply did not chat with him. He just sipped his tea and waited. As for Luo Qingfeng, he would let him drink by himself. In any case, he had just made 2 pots of tea, just enough for each person to have one. 3101 Returning to the 3 mountains. 1. Master, please give your orders. Luo Qingfeng said quickly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I don't have any special instructions. In short, I just want you to be safe. The production of wild tea was limited, so the scope of use had to be controlled in the early stages, and it had to be kept strictly confidential. In my opinion, it's best to make the brewed wild tea into a ready-made drink. If it can be mixed with other flavors, it's better not to make the tea fragrance so obvious. In this way, even if the disciples drink the wild tea themselves, they may not be able to guess what they are drinking. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, This old servant understands. Please rest assured, Master, this old servant will definitely choose the disciples with the highest loyalty and relatively better talent to take it first. In addition, some disciples with low cultivation levels should not consume the wild tea for the time being. Xia Ruofei nodded. It's mainly because we've taken into account that only the first time a person drinks wild tea will have an effect. If a qi layer 3 or 4 cultivator drinks wild tea, although their cultivation can also improve by a large margin, once they reach the high qi layer, they won't have this opportunity. And the higher the cultivation, the harder it is to break through the bottleneck. Although Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, Tang Haoren, and the others did not have a high cultivation level when they consumed the wild tea, they were different. Xia Ruofei was confident that when they encountered a bottleneck in the future, he would provide them with better cultivation resources so that their cultivation path would be smooth. However, the ordinary disciples of the Star Caesar sect definitely did not have such a blessing. Therefore, the effects of wild tea were even more precious to these ordinary disciples. Of course, they could not simply use it when their cultivation was very low. Luo Qingfeng immediately understood and quickly said, Yes. Master, this old servant understands. I'm just about to use it on the blade. This is what I meant. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, In short, you have to grasp the specific scope of use by yourself. I don't have any specific requirements. Just pay attention to the few points I mentioned just now. Understood. Luo Qingfeng said, Don't worry, Master. This old servant will definitely not let down Master's painstaking efforts. With the wild tea, the Star Caesar sect's strength will definitely increase by a large margin. The sect's formation is also much better than before. I believe that in time a 2nd or 3rd Oris core cultivator will appear in the Star Caesar sect. By then, it will only be a matter of time before the sect becomes a top sect. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. I naturally believe you. In the future, the Star Caesar sect will definitely be a great help to me. With that, Xia Ruofei took out a small bag of wild tea from the spirit map space and handed it to Luo Qingfeng. There wasn't a lot of wild tea, enough for about 10 people to drink. In reality, the spirit map space naturally produced more wild tea than that. After all, there were 2 wild tea trees. As long as Xia Ruofei was willing to use the time array flag, he could pick tea leaves. almost every day. Of course, even so, the number of wild tea leaves was not so high that it was overflowing. As Xia Ruofei was concerned about the effects of the tea leaves, he had very high requirements for the tea leaves. There were not many leaves that could be picked from a wild tea tree. Even if he used the time array flag to grow these 2 wild tea trees every day, he could only harvest about 2 taels of finished tea leaves a day. I'll give you this much first. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, there will be more. Pick the disciples who meet the conditions and give priority to their cultivation. Qingfeng Luo's eyes were burning as he looked at the small bag of wild tea as if he had seen his dream lover. He grabbed the tea bag in his hand and said with a trembling voice, this old servant here represents the Star Caesar sect. Thank you, Master, for your great kindness. After he finished speaking, Luo Qingfeng was about to kneel on the ground. However, Xia Ruofei raised his hands, and a gentle force lifted Luo Qingfeng up. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, there's no need for this. Between us, Qingfeng, you'll be in charge of the Star Caesar sect during this period of time and focus on improving the overall strength of the sect. I have a feeling that the world of cultivation won't always be so peaceful, and the cultivation environment might not be so bad either. When the time comes, it will be a great era where the winds and clouds will surge. I hope that the Star Caesar sect can seize the initiative. Yes. Luo Qingfeng said solemnly, I understand. Please rest assured, Master, this old servant is willing to do my best and will not disappoint Master's high hopes. Xia Ruofei nodded and patted Luo Qingfeng's shoulder, saying, I believe you. Qingfeng, I'll take my leave. Luo Qingfeng was slightly stunned and quickly said, Master, you've just arrived at the sect. Why don't you stay here for a few days? This old servant is usually unable to serve you by your side, Xia Ruofei chuckled. We'll have plenty of time in the future. I still have some matters to attend to in the country. I won't be staying in the Star Caesar sect for long. This, Luo Qingfeng said, all right then. This old servant will see Master off. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. The 2 of them went to the top floor of Jiaxing Tower. Then they flew out of the window on their flying swords and went up to the roof. Xia Ruofei took out the black flying boat and landed on the deck of the flying boat. He waved at Luo Qingfeng and then controlled the flying boat to leave. The most important thing for Xia Ruofei's return to the country was to test the effects of the wild tea. He was very satisfied with the results and was very excited. 3102 Returning to the 3 mountains, 2, other than that, he still had some things to do. This included teaching the Nikhang Heart Sutra that he had carefully selected to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. In addition, since the wild tea had already been proven to be effective, he naturally wanted to make use of this opportunity to give Song Wei's father, Song Qiming, a taste of it. Although Song Qiming's cultivation level was low, Xia Ruofei hoped that he could improve his cultivation as fast as possible. After all, Song Qiming was not young anymore. Xia Ruofei was confident that he would encounter a greater bottleneck in the future. He would have better resources to help Song Qiming continue to break through. Therefore, the use of wild tea could not be delayed. Other than these matters, Xia Ruofei had not returned to the company for a long time. Although he had put most of his attention on cultivation, he had founded the company himself. Even though he was getting less and less interested in worldly wealth, he still had a special feeling for Paradise Corporation. Hence, he decided to go back to the company and take a look at how Feng Jing and the others were doing and if they needed his help. Xia Ruofei controlled the flying boat and flew directly in the direction of the capital. As they neared the capital, Xia Ruofei lowered his altitude. He maintained an altitude of 30 to 40 meters at a secluded location in the suburbs. Then, he took out his phone and contacted Song Wei. Wei Wei, are you in Beijing? Xia Ruofei asked. Of course. It's not winter or summer break yet, so a good student like me is naturally in school. Song Wei smiled and asked, did you come back to China? In the past, even with a private jet, it took more than 10 hours to fly from Paradise Island to China. Moreover, they had to land to refuel on the way, so the return trip was not particularly convenient. Ever since he had the black flying boat, he could return to China from Paradise Island in just over 2 hours, which was much more convenient. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you're right. And I'm already in the capital. Ah? Really? Song Wei exclaimed in surprise. It's not true. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, Wei Wei, are you free to take a leave of absence for the next 2 days? Did something good happen again? Song Wei asked with a smile. Could it be that it can help one's cultivation break through to another level? Do you think cultivation is like eating and drinking? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just want to bring you back to the 3 mountains. Return to the 3 mountains? Song Wei asked curiously, why did you suddenly think of bringing me back to the 3 mountains? 2 things. Xia Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, but I want to tell you when we meet. Just tell me if you can take a leave of absence for the next 2 days. You're keeping me in suspense. Again. Song Wei said coyly, but she quickly replied, of course, it's okay to take leave. There are fewer courses for postgraduate students, and our boss is very easy to talk to. Then it's a deal. Xia Ruofei said happily, hurry up. And take the day off. I'll come and pick you up. By the way, what's your position? Same old place. Song Wei laughed. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Library? You really are a good student. No problem. I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop of the library. I won't leave until we meet. Song Wei said happily and hung up the phone. Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. He put his phone into his pocket and controlled the flying boat to rise again, flying in the direction of the Capital University Library. The place where he had just stopped was already the suburbs of Beijing. Therefore, with the flying speed of the airboat, it would take them a blink of an eye to cover such a short distance. Xia Ruofei controlled the flying boat and hovered above the rooftop of Capital University's library. The flying boat had opened its shield, so ordinary people couldn't detect its existence at all. If there were cultivators nearby, they wouldn't dare to get close at all when they saw such a domineering flying boat. Even so, Xia Ruofei still released his spiritual power to check the surroundings and remained alert at all times. With his current spiritual power cultivation, it was not a particularly heavy burden for him to detect a range of 10 kilometers at the same time. Xia Ruofei did not have to wait too long. Soon, he saw Song Wei's figure on the rooftop. Xia Ruofei saw this and lowered the flying boat. Song Wei also went straight to the flying boat and jumped onto the deck. Xia Ruofei was standing at the door of the control room. Their eyes met. Song Wei pouted and said, Ruofei, I realized that you're especially fond of keeping people guessing now. He just likes to keep us in suspense. Have you applied for leave yet? Xia Ruofei chuckled. Please, Song Wei said unhappily. It won't be a problem to go back for 2 or 3 days. Now, you can tell me why you're bringing me back. I hope your reason is good enough, or I'll ask Qingxue to teach you a lesson. At this point, Song Wei could not help but burst out laughing. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, of course, the reason is sufficient. As for the first place, I've carefully selected a cultivation technique for you, which is very suitable for young and beautiful female cultivators like you. This way, even if I'm not by your side, your cultivation will not be delayed. That's why you'll need to go to the 3 mountains with me, and call Qingxue along. I'll teach you all together. How was it? This reason should be sufficient. Song Wei seemed to be moved. She blinked her big eyes and asked, really? You've already chosen a cultivation technique? I've always been very concerned about you too, okay? Xia Ruofei said, actually, I've already chosen a cultivation technique. If it wasn't for the fact that I had other matters to attend to these few days, I would have specially come back to look for you. All right. This reason is sufficient. Song Wei smiled and asked, what about the second? You just said there were 2 things. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, the second reason is even more sufficient. I'll have to visit Uncle Song when I get back. My dad? Song Wei was even more surprised. Why did you suddenly visit him? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, what else can I do? Of course it's to ask for my hand in marriage. Song Wei's face turned red. She patted Xia Ruofei lightly and said, don't mess around. We're talking about serious business. Xia Ruofei stopped smiling and said, there's indeed something important. Have you forgotten how you all raised your cultivation levels a few days ago? How can we leave Uncle Song out of such a good thing? Song Wei was stunned at first, but she quickly reacted. She revealed a surprised and happy expression and asked, Ruofei, you mean the wild tea has been successfully cultivated? Xia Ruofei snapped his fingers and said with a smile, correct answer. To be more precise, not only did I successfully transplant them, but I also used time-array flags. In this half a month, the wild tea has actually grown for more than 100 years, so I've already harvested the first batch of finished tea leaves. Well, I just went to the Star Caesar sect and found 2 disciples to test the effects of the wild tea. After that, I rushed back without stopping. He wanted Uncle Song to drink wild tea as soon as possible. How was it? I'm a filial son-in-law, aren't I? Normally, if Xia Ruofei teased her like this, Song Wei would be embarrassed and angry. However, Song Wei was so shocked that she did not notice what Xia Ruofei had said. She was surprised and happy. Ruofei, you're really amazing. In this way, my father's cultivation will also increase by 1 level? It might be more than that. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, Uncle Song's cultivation is only at the 1st level of the aura refining realm. With the effect of the wild tea, it's possible for him to break through 2 or 3 levels in a row. After all, Uncle Song's cultivation talent is still relatively high after the last incident. In short, the effect of this wild tea is worth looking forward to. That's great. Song Wei said excitedly, Ruofei, don't just stand there. Let's hurry back to the 3 mountains. 3103 Imparting a new cultivation technique. 1. The 2 of them took the black flying boat and quickly returned to the 3 mountains. Xia Ruofei controlled the flying boat and landed on the balcony of the Jiangbin villa. Then, he entered the house with Song Wei. Once Song Wei reached Xia Ruofei's house, she immediately took out her phone and called Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue was still at work, but she picked up Song Wei's call very quickly. Song Wei put the phone on speaker and asked with a smile, "Qingxue, are you busy?" "It's all right. I'm not particularly busy," Ling Qingxue said, "but I'm definitely not as free as you, a student." "Wei Wei, you're calling me all of a sudden, is there something wrong?" Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei and smiled. "If you're not particularly busy, I suggest you go home now. Someone seems to miss you a lot." When Ling Qingxue heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she asked in surprise, "You're with Ruofei? You've returned to the Three Mountains? You're pretty smart." Ling Qingxue. "You should be free now, right?" Song Wei asked with a smile. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei also laughed and said loudly, "Qingxue, go home after you've settled your matters. I'm looking for you. MMH. You guys wait for me at home. I'll be right back." Ling Qingxue asked, "Oh right, it's the Jiangbin Villa district, right?" "Yes. Do you want me to go and pick you up?" Xia Ruofei asked. "No need, there won't be a traffic jam at this hour. I'll drive back quickly." Ling Qingxue said, "You should stay at home and accompany Wei Wei first. I'll be there soon." "All right." Xia Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei called Song Wei to the living room on the first floor. Even though Xia Ruofei did not come back often, Ling Qingxue had access to the villa. She maintained the cleanliness of the villa so well that there was almost no dust to be seen. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei sat down at the coffee table in the living room. Then, he took out the wild tea produced in the spirit map space and made tea with great familiarity. In a short while, the villa's living room was filled with the strong fragrance of tea. They didn't have to wait for long. As soon as they finished the tea, Xia Ruofei cleaned the tea set and put in the second cup of tea. They heard the sound of a car outside the courtyard. Then, they saw Ling Qingxue drive an orange beetle car into the villa's courtyard. Ling Qingxue got out of the car and walked into the villa hurriedly. When she saw that Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were already in the villa, her face lit up. She changed her shoes and asked, "Why did the two of you suddenly return to the Three Mountains?" After Ling Qingxue said that, she couldn't help but sniffle. With a puzzled look on her face, she asked, "Ruofei, is this the fragrance of wild tea? Didn't they already run out of stock last time? Moreover, wild tea is so precious that it won't have any effect after you drink it. How can you be so extravagant and drink it like ordinary tea?" Xia Ruofei and Song Wei looked at each other and smiled. Then, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Qingxue, your nose is so sharp. It's indeed worthy of being born in the year of the dog." Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "Don't mock me. You haven't answered my question yet." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "Qingxue, can't you tell? This guy didn't even wait for you to come back, and he already can't wait to show off his wild tea. What does this mean?" Ling Qingxue had already changed her shoes and was walking towards the living room when she heard this. She couldn't help but freeze and stop in her tracks. After thinking for a while, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Her eyes lit up as she said, "Wei Wei, you mean the wild tea has been successfully planted?" Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei's proud face and smiled bitterly. Look at his expression. It already explains everything. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but cheer. this is great. So, you all suddenly rushed back to the Three Mountains just to share this good news with me. There's more good news than this. Song Wei smiled and said, let Ruofei say it himself. After she finished speaking, Song Wei poked Xia Ruofei lightly. Xia Ruofei then cleared his throat and said, Ling Qingxue, I took the time out of my busy schedule to come back to the Three Mountains. When Song Wei and Ling Qingxue heard this, they rolled their eyes at the same time. How dare you use the word busy to describe it? You're the one with the most free time, alright? Xia Ruofei pretended not to see their expressions and continued, the main purpose of my return this time is to pass on a new cultivation technique to the two of you. As long as the two of you master this Nikkang Heart Sutra, your cultivation will not be delayed even if I'm not by your side. A new cultivation technique? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but ask, compared to the absolute beginning scripture, which one is more powerful? There's no absolute, Xia Ruofei laughed dryly. Then, it's not as good as the absolute beginning Heart Sutra? Ling Qingxue asked. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei said seriously, Qingxue. Objectively speaking, the Nikkang Heart Sutra is indeed not as good as the Taichu Heart Sutra when two spirit bodies cultivate together. However, cultivating in pairs was also a limitation of the absolute beginning Heart Sutra. After all, due to the limitations of objective conditions, cultivating in pairs was definitely not as convenient as cultivating alone. And if he just cultivated the absolute beginning Heart Sutra by himself, the efficiency would definitely be far inferior to the Nikkang Heart Sutra. Even if it was a normal pair cultivation, the effect would not be as good as the Nikkang Heart Sutra. Therefore, this cultivation technique is also very good. You must not look down on it. 3104 Imparting a new cultivation technique. 2. I'm just asking. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips into a smile and said, how could you possibly give us a very bad technique to practice? That's good, Xia Ruofei laughed drily and said, sit down and have some tea. I'll explain the Nikkang Heart Sutra to you. Yes, yes. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei nodded in unison. The three of them sat around the coffee table. Xia Ruofei made tea while explaining the situation of the Nikkang Heart Sutra to the two of them. After hearing this, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but smile and say, that sounds pretty good. Isn't it equivalent to having two more specialties after mastering this technique? What do you mean? Xia Ruofei was confused. A dance and a zither. Ling Qingxue said, didn't you say that when the moves of the Nikkang Heart Sutra were used together with the heart technique, it could perfectly display the graceful figure of a female cultivator, just like dancing? In addition, this cultivation technique also included the secret technique of using the zither to launch sound wave attacks. Wasn't this equivalent to having two more specialties? In the future, if Weiwei's school had a party or something, she could go up and dance. No. Forget about dancing, how could he show such a good figure in public? Let's go and perform the zither. Xia Ruofei saw that Ling Qingxue was digressing further and couldn't help but say, Qingxue. The main point is the cultivation technique, okay? Why do you have such a strange point of focus? Although Song Wei did not say anything, she could not help but laugh. Ling Qingxue then stuck out her tongue and said, aren't we just trying to liven up the atmosphere? Ruofei, please continue, please continue. I promise I won't interrupt you anymore. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then, he continued to explain the Nikkang Heart Sutra to the two of them. He also took out 2 copies of the cultivation technique. He had prepared in advance from the spirit map space and handed them to the two. Then, Xia Ruofei said, "This is the Qi refining stage part of the Nikkang Heart Sutra. You must first memorize it. This is the most basic requirement. Then, you must understand the content of the cultivation method. After you've understood the content, you can try to cultivate it. Of course, I'll continue to explain it to you. In addition, you're all at the 5th Qi layer and will soon break through to the 6th Qi layer, so the first part won't be too difficult for you. You should be able to get started very quickly." "I'm good at memorizing." Song Wei smiled and said, "I'm still a student. My memory isn't bad either." Ling Qingshui grinned and said, Wei, why don't we have a competition? Let's see who can remember faster and more firmly. Ruofei will be the judge." "All right. That's a good suggestion," Song Wei said. "What's the point of just competing?" Xia Ruofei ridiculed, "Of course, we have to increase the bet. To make it more exciting. Move aside. The judge has no right to speak," Ling Qingshui said with a straight face on purpose. Then, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. In fact, the two of them had long since broken away from the category of ordinary people. At the 5th Qi layer, during the process of cultivation, their entire person had unknowingly evolved a lot, and the degree of development of their brain region had far exceeded that of ordinary people. Therefore, they were able to quickly memorize the contents of the cultivation method, which were extremely obscure to ordinary people. The time taken was about half an hour. Then, the two of them supervised each other's recitation, and even took out a paragraph from a certain page to ask each other questions. The atmosphere of the competition was quite intense. Of course, Xia Ruofei was happy to see that happen, because that way, the two would remember him better. Xia Ruofei only started explaining the technique after the two of them had memorized the contents. This time, it wasn't explaining from a macro perspective, but breaking down every sentence of the cultivation method and explaining it in great detail from the beginning. The cultivation technique he had obtained from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance contained the cultivation experience of many predecessors. All of this was injected into Xia Ruofei's mind. Hence, even if Xia Ruofei had never cultivated the Nikkang Heart Sutra, he had a deep understanding of martial arts. At least, he had no problem guiding Song Wei and Ling Qingshui. Song Wei and Ling Qingshui's foundations were already very solid, and they had already been in contact with cultivation for a few days. Therefore, their performance was much better than when they first started learning the absolute beginning scripture, especially the relatively simple parts at the beginning, which they could basically understand on their own. Xia Ruofei's mouth was dry from all the talking. He finally explained the Qi refining stage part of the technique to Song Wei and Ling Qingshui. He picked up the teacup on the coffee table, took a sip, and then said with a smile, "I basically taught you all what you need to know, but I don't suggest that you start cultivating the Nikkang Heart Sutra today. I think it's best to go back and study the contents of the cultivation method. You must understand it thoroughly, and then we'll start our first cultivation. At that time, I'll be on the side to protect you." When it came to cultivation, Xia Ruofei naturally had more say than Song Wei and Ling Qingshui. Hence, the two of them nodded in agreement. In addition, you must take good care of the cultivation technique. Xia Ruofei said, "This cultivation technique has been lost in the cultivation world. If the news gets out, I'm afraid many people will covet it. Therefore, I suggest that even if you want to review the old and learn the new, you must pay attention to your safety. Don't take it out in public, and it's best to take it out when you're alone at home. Also, when you don't need it, just put it in your storage ring. That's the safest place. Hence, even if Xia Ruofei had never cultivated the Nikkang Heart Sutra, he had a deep understanding of martial arts. At least, he had no problem guiding Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Song Wei and Ling Qingshue's foundations were already very solid, and they had already been in contact with cultivation for a few days. Therefore, their performance was much better than when they first started learning the absolute beginning scripture, especially the relatively simple parts at the beginning, which they could basically understand on their own. Xia Ruofei's mouth was dry from all the talking. He finally explained the qi refining stage part of the technique to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. He picked up the teacup on the coffee table, took a sip, and then said with a smile, I basically taught you all what you need to know. But I don't suggest that you start cultivating the Nikkang Heart Sutra today. I think it's best to go back and study the contents of the cultivation method. You must understand it thoroughly, and then we'll start our first cultivation. At that time, I'll be on the side to protect you. Hence, even if Xia Ruofei had never cultivated the Nikkang Heart Sutra, he had a deep understanding of martial arts. At least, he had no problem guiding Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Song Wei and Ling Qingshue's foundations were already very solid, and they had already been in contact with cultivation for a few days. Therefore, their performance was much better than when they first started learning the absolute beginning scripture, especially the relatively simple parts at the beginning, which they could basically understand on their own. Xia Ruofei's mouth was dry from all the talking. He finally explained the qi refining stage part of the technique to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. He picked up the teacup on the coffee table, took a sip, and then said with a smile, I basically taught you all what you need to know, but I don't suggest that you start cultivating the Nikkang Heart Sutra today. I think it's best to go back and study the contents of the cultivation method. You must understand it thoroughly, and then we'll start our first cultivation. At that time, I'll be on the side to protect you. When it came to cultivation, Xia Ruofei naturally had more say than Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Hence, the two of them nodded in agreement. 3105 Returning to the company, 1. Ling Qingxue asked, curiously, we're going to visit Uncle Song? Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei tenderly and explained, didn't Ruofei grow wild tea? He wanted to give it to my father as soon as possible. But my father doesn't know much about cultivation, so Ruofei had to find a good reason to visit him. Ling Qingxue suddenly understood and said, yes, yes, yes. This was what he should do. If it wasn't for the inconvenience last time, she would have invited Uncle Song to drink wild tea together. Now that we've grown it ourselves, of course we can't forget about Uncle Song. Ling Qingxue continued, if that's the case, then we'll follow Ruofei's plan. You'll come with me and drive my car home, Ruofei, and I will visit you again tonight. Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue and asked with a smile, you really don't have to. Ling Qingxue blushed and interrupted. Song Wei, it's not the first day I've known him. We're not that close. It's decided. Xia Ruofei also smiled and said, let's do this. I'll go to the company in the afternoon. Speaking of which, I haven't been to the company in a long time. It's a little unreasonable if I don't go and take a look. That's true. Ling Qingxue said without hesitation, if it wasn't for Sister Feng Jing's hard work, your company would have been destroyed. I've Never seen a boss as lazy as you. Ling Xiaotian had been in the food and beverage business for many years, starting from a small restaurant and growing into a large food and beverage group. Ling Qingshui had been influenced since she was a child. Her impression of her father was that he had always been busy and rarely had time to rest. In Ling Qingshui's eyes, a business life should be like her father's. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was definitely a non-mainstream type. You should go back to the company and take a look, Song Wei said with a smile. Then it's decided. Let's go out together and do our own things. We'll meet at my house tonight. Xia Ruofei and the other two were chatting while eating lunch. It was almost 2 in the afternoon when they were done cleaning up the dishes. Most companies had relatively short lunch breaks, so it was already time to go to the company. So, the three of them went out together. Xia Ruofei was still driving the Night 15 SUV alone. At the entrance of the villa district, he waved goodbye to Song Wei and Ling Qingshui, who were also in the Orange Beetle, and drove to Taoyuan Building. Xia Ruofei arrived at the Peach Blossom mansion and parked his car in the underground parking lot. Originally, his elevator card had the right to directly enter the chairman's office floor, but he didn't want to see the company's situation, so he took the stairs to the lobby on the first floor. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to walk in, the lady at the front desk called out to him. Sir, may I know who you are looking for? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He looked at the unfamiliar front desk of the company and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He hadn't been to the company for a long time. There were probably many new people in the company recently, but even the front desk didn't recognize him. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had the spirit map space, so his stuff was usually stored in the space and could be taken out at any time. He put his hand into his pocket and took out his work pass from the spirit map space. He handed it to the front desk and said with a smile, I'm an employee of the company. This is my work card. The receptionist was suspicious. As a receptionist, recognizing people was the most important task. This person had never been to the company, so how could he be a company employee? She looked at the work card doubtfully and saw that the number on it was 001, and the position column wrote chairman. The receptionist was shocked. She rubbed her eyes and took a closer look at Xia Ruofei. Wasn't this the big boss of the company? Xia Ruofei was quite popular on the internet. Although the new receptionist had never seen Xia Ruofei before, she had seen many videos and photos of Xia Ruofei on the internet. Especially after she joined Paradise Corporation, she naturally knew the legendary boss of the company like thunder. However, there were still some differences between her and a real person when she looked at photos and videos. Furthermore, after Xia Ruofei had broken through to the Golden Core stage, although his appearance did not change much, his temperament was very different. More importantly, the receptionist would never have thought that the big boss of the company would be so low key. He walked into the company with his head lowered. Logically speaking, the big boss had finally come, so he should be surrounded by people. Hence, she had no consciousness and could not recognize Xia Ruofei. After confirming that the person in front of her was really the company's chairman, the lady at the front desk couldn't help but shake her hand and almost lost her grip on the work card. Then, she said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry, Chairman, I was careless and didn't recognize you. The young lady at the front desk was very afraid. She thought to herself, with such a big mistake this time, I might lose my job. The benefits of Paradise Corporation were quite good. Even for a basic position like the front desk of the company, the benefits were much higher than that of the front desk of other companies. Xia Ruofei smiled and took his work card. What's there to apologize for? You're just carrying out your duties. And you've done a good job. You should be praised. 3106, returning to the company, too, the lady at the front desk was stunned. It turned out that the company's big boss was yes, chairman. The lady at the front desk said quickly. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at her. Then, he walked in. Ling Qingxue asked curiously, "We're going to visit Uncle Song?" Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei tenderly and explained, "Didn't Ruofei grow wild tea? He wanted to give it to my father as soon as possible, but my father doesn't know much about cultivation, so Ruofei had to find a good reason to visit him." Ling Qingxue suddenly understood and said, "Yes, yes, yes. This was what he should do. If it wasn't for the inconvenience. Last time, she would have invited Uncle Song to drink wild tea together. Now that we've grown it ourselves, of course we can't forget about Uncle Song." Ling Qingxue continued, "If that's the case, then we'll follow Ruofei's plan. You'll come with me and drive my car home, Ruofei, and I will visit you again tonight." Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue and asked with a smile, "You really don't have to." Ling Qingxue blushed and interrupted. "Song Wei, it's not the first day I've known him. We're not that close. It's decided." Xia Ruofei also smiled and said, "Let's do this. I'll go to the company in the afternoon. Speaking of which, I haven't been to the company in a long time. It's a little unreasonable if I don't go and take a look." "That's true," Ling Qingxue said without hesitation. "If it wasn't for Sister Feng Jing's hard work, your company would have been destroyed. I've never seen a boss as lazy as you." Ling Xiaotian had been in the food and beverage business for many years, starting from a small restaurant and growing into a large food and beverage group. Ling Qingxue had been influenced since she was a child. Her impression of her father was that he had always been busy and rarely had time to rest. In Ling Qingxue's eyes, a business life should be like her father's. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was definitely a non-mainstream type. "You should go back to the company and take a look," Song Wei said with a smile. "Then it's decided. Let's go out together and do our own things. We'll meet at my house tonight." Xia Ruofei and the other two were chatting while eating lunch. It was almost 2 in the afternoon when they were done cleaning up the dishes. Most companies had relatively short lunch breaks, so it was already time to go to the company. So, the three of them went out together. Xia Ruofei was still driving the Night 15 SUV alone. At the entrance of the villa district, he waved goodbye to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, who were also in the Orange Beetle, and drove to Taoyuan Building. Xia Ruofei arrived at the Peach Blossom mansion and parked his car in the underground parking lot. Originally, his elevator card had the right to directly enter the chairman's office floor, but he didn't want to see the company's situation, so he took the stairs to the lobby on the first floor. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to walk in, the lady at the front desk called out to him. "Sir, may I know who you are looking for?" Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He looked at the unfamiliar front desk of the company and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He hadn't been to the company for a long time. There were probably many new people in the company recently, but even the front desk didn't recognize him. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had the spirit map space, so his stuff was usually stored in the space and could be taken out at any time. He put his hand into his pocket and took out his work pass from the spirit map space. He handed it to the front desk and said with a smile, "I'm an employee of the company. This is my work card." The receptionist was suspicious. As a receptionist, recognizing people was the most important task. This person had never been to the company, so how could he be a company employee? She looked at the work card doubtfully and saw that the number on it was 001, and the position column wrote chairman. The receptionist was shocked. She rubbed her eyes and took a closer look at Xia Ruofei. Wasn't this the big boss of the company? Xia Ruofei was quite popular on the internet. Although the new receptionist had never seen Xia Ruofei before, she had seen many videos and photos of Xia Ruofei on the internet. Especially after she joined Paradise Corporation, she naturally knew the legendary boss of the company like thunder. However, there were still some differences between her and the real person. When she looked at them, she said in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, Chairman, I was careless and didn't recognize 2016 you photos and videos." Furthermore, after Xia Ruofei had broken through to the Golden Core stage, although his appearance did not change much, his temperament was very different. More importantly, the receptionist would never have thought that the big boss of the company would be Salo Ki. He walked into the company with his head lowered. Logically speaking, the big boss had finally come, so he should be surrounded by people. Hence, she had no consciousness and could not recognize Xia Ruofei. After confirming that the person in front of her was really the company's chairman, the lady at the front desk couldn't help but shake her hand and almost lost her grip on the work card. Then, she said in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, Chairman, I was careless and didn't recognize you." The young lady at the front desk was very afraid. She thought to herself, with such a big mistake this time, I might lose my job. The benefits of Paradise Corporation were quite good. Even for a basic position like the front desk of the company, the benefits were much higher than that of the front desk of other companies. Xia Ruofei smiled and took his work card. "What's there to apologize for? You're just carrying out your duties. And you've done a good job. You should be praised." The lady at the front desk was stunned. It turned out that the company's big boss was so approachable. Xia Ruofei didn't care about what this lady was thinking. He smiled and asked, "Can I go in now?" "Please come in," the receptionist said quickly. Xia Ruofei walked in but stopped after 2 steps. He turned around and looked at the lady at the front desk. The young lady suddenly became nervous again. Xia Ruofei said, "By the way, don't tell President Feng and the others that I'm back in the company. I'll walk around on my own first. I'll go up and look for President Feng myself later." "Yes, Chairman," the lady at the front desk said quickly. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at her. Then, he walked in. The benefits of Paradise Corporation were quite good. Even for a basic position like the front desk of the company, the benefits were much higher than that of the front desk of other companies. Xia Ruofei smiled and took his work card. "What's there to apologize for? You're just carrying out your duties. And you've done a good job. You should be praised." The lady at the front desk was stunned. It turned out that the company's big boss was so approachable. Xia Ruofei didn't care about what this lady was thinking. He smiled and asked, "Can I go in now?" "Please come in," the receptionist said quickly. Xia Ruofei walked in, but stopped after 2 steps. He turned around and looked at the lady at the front desk. The young lady suddenly became nervous again. 3107 Arrival at the Research Department, 1. Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh. Boss Feng, what kind of problem have you given the government? The other requests are nothing much. Be it tax incentives or policy support, they're all written in the document. The main thing I mentioned is, Feng Rao smiled. Feng Jing slowed down and smiled. In order to leave enough space for the company's future development, we believe that it is imperative to build our own park. In fact, in Sanshan, there are several companies of similar scale to our company, but their development potential is far less than ours. However, these few companies, big and small, have all applied for some land to build their own park. Xia Ruofei understood immediately. He laughed and said, "It seems like you're preparing to claim land." This was indeed an exorbitant price. The city government agreed so easily? Yeah. Feng Rao shrugged. I'm starting to think that I'm asking for too little. I should have asked for more land. How much did you ask for? Xia Ruofei could not help but ask. 300 mu. Feng Rao said with a smile. What? 300 mu? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but cry out, attracting the attention of a few employees nearby. He lowered his voice and said, President Feng, you're really bold. The city government is really brave to agree to this. Feng Jing laughed. Although it's in the suburbs, it's a good location for industrial land. 300 mu, without any discount. What project are you planning to do with so much land? Xia Ruofei could not help but ask. Although he didn't care much about the secular industry now. However, the meaning of the Paradise Corporation was different to him. His feelings for the Paradise Corporation would not become indifferent just because his cultivation level was getting higher and higher. However, this kind of feeling became purer and purer, and the factor of wealth became lower and lower. Hence, Xia Ruofei had to pay attention to Feng Jing's big move. Of course, Xia Ruofei trusted Feng Jing. He didn't think that Feng Jing would mess around or be rash. He only asked to understand the situation. A comprehensive industrial park, of course. Feng Rao said with a smile. He had even thought of the name. It would be called Paradise Industrial Park. At that time, other than the farm, the rest of the Peach Blossom Company can basically be moved to the industrial park. The initial plan even includes the main pharmaceutical factory. Although Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory was a pharmaceutical factory, the products it produced were all pure, natural Chinese medicine products. Even the dregs were used, so it would not cause any pollution. Moving to the industrial park would not have much of an impact. On the contrary, it would be more beneficial for Paradise Corporation to integrate the industry. Speaking of the industrial park, Feng Jing couldn't help but exude a strong sense of confidence. She continued, for the first phase, we're planning to build the company's headquarters building. In addition, we're planning the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, Taoyuan Health Industry Demonstration Base, Taoyuan Internet Marketing Center, our own data center, and so on. In addition, we've also specially applied for a part of the land to build 2 residential buildings, hoping to completely solve the current housing problem for employees. Woof. This plan isn't small. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. However, I support the construction of the employee residence. Feng Jing smiled. Employees can apply for different types of housing according to the number of years they've been employed. In addition, employees who have served the company for a certain number of years can buy out the property rights of the house with money. The price will not be higher than 70% of the market price of the house in the same area when it was built. Of course, if the price of the house dropped, it would be calculated at 70% of the actual market price. We're still working on the specific details, and we'll report it to you when it's more mature. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction and said, not bad. This is in line with our paradise corporation's corporate culture. I've said long ago that I must do my best so that my employees don't have any worries. In the future, we'll even build our own kindergarten for the children of our employees. The company will also have to step in and coordinate with them to solve the problems of primary and junior high school admission. Dong Yun couldn't help but smile and said, Chairman, your thoughts and CEO Feng's are really the same. This year, some of the employees' children needed to be admitted to the nursing home, and some people raised some of their practical difficulties on the internet. President Feng gave me this task and asked me to coordinate and solve it. I've been working at the city's education bureau recently. Director Feng said that if the Department of Education can't handle it, she'll personally go to the municipal party committee and the city government to ask for help. Of course. Feng Jing's face reddened. Of course. We have to carry out the chairman's ideas. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, all right, back to the main topic. President Feng. You're doing such a big project. You must have spent a lot of money, right? Yes. Feng Jing nodded and said, the total investment for this project is about 5 billion. Woof. That's not a small amount. Xia Ruofei exclaimed. Feng Rao could not help but glance at Xia Ruofei and said, Chairman, I'm talking about total investment. The first phase of construction naturally did not need that much money. I estimate that 2 billion is the maximum. Moreover, our company's cash flow has always been very abundant, and our debt situation is extremely healthy. In addition, the construction funds are not paid in a one-time payment, but are paid in proportion to the progress of the project. This way, the initial investment is even less. Even if I don't have enough money, I'm confident that I can raise it in a short time. At most, it would just be a loan. Now, the banks are begging us to take a loan. 3108 Arrival at the Research Department, 2, not bad, not bad. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, give me a copy of all the information on this project later. I want to take a good look at it. Xia Ruofei's interest had been piqued, so he naturally wanted to study the project information to prevent any mistakes. No problem. Feng Jing nodded and said, by the way, Chairman, the Sanshan city government is really sincere this time. Not only did they not give any discount, but they even symbolically charged the land at 1 Chinese yuan per mu. In fact, they're giving it away for free. It's also because I didn't spend any money on the land that I dared to put so many projects into the first phase of the project in one go. The Sanshan city government sure is generous. Xia Ruofei said in surprise, if I didn't know you well, I would even suspect that you've gone to work as a leader. Feng Jing smiled. I definitely won't do anything illegal. The municipal government did give a lot of support to a few companies with more potential, including our company. We took the opportunity to make some requests. We just didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Feng Jing added, actually, this is also because we started to focus on internet marketing. At that time, our management had already formed a consensus to vigorously develop our own marketing platform and even build our own data center. This was also written in our application report as a key development point. On the other hand, Sanshan has also been committed to building an internet industry cluster. A few years ago, they began to promote some internet projects, including Digital Town, so when our report was submitted, the leader was also very optimistic about it. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but chuckle and said, "This can be considered the right time, place, and people. No wonder. Things are so smooth." The three of them talked as they walked. After Xia Ruofei said this, he looked up and saw a new sign, Development Department. "Let's go and take a look together," Xia Ruofei said. Then, he took the lead and walked into the R&D department. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but chuckle and said, "This can be considered the right time, place, and people. No wonder things are so smooth." The three of them talked as they walked. After Xia Ruofei said this, he looked up and saw a new sign, Development Department. Feng Jing also said, "The Development Department has been doing well recently. The progress of our own online marketing platform in Paradise Mall is very fast. If there are no accidents, the internal version should be developed in advance." He laughed and said, "This is the newly established Development Department, right? The main force of our own online marketing platform? It will also be the main force in building the data center in the future." Dongyan smiled and said, "We've been hiring a lot of people in internet technology and marketing. There are new people coming in almost every day." Yang Xinqing. Feng Jing said, "I used to be the head of the technical support department. I'm an expert in technical matters." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "I think I have some impression of this person. He joined the company quite early. I think he was personally poached by CEO Feng?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but chuckle and said, "This can be considered the right time, place, and people. No wonder things are so smooth." The three of them talked as they walked. After Xia Ruofei said this, he looked up and saw a new sign, Development Department. Feng Jing also said, "The Development Department has been doing well recently. The progress of our own online marketing platform in Paradise Mall is very fast. If there are no accidents, the internal version should be developed in advance." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Then I'll have to take a good look." "Oh. Right, who's in charge of the research department? Do I know him?" Yang Xinqing. Feng Jing said, "I used to be the head of the technical support department. I'm an expert in technical matters." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "I think I have some impression of this person. He joined the company quite early. I think he was personally poached by CEO Feng?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but chuckle and said, "This can be considered the right time, place, and people. No wonder things are so smooth." The three of them talked as they walked. After Xia Ruofei said this, he looked up and saw a new sign, Development Department. He laughed and said, "This is the newly established Development Department, right? The main force of our own online marketing platform? It will also be the main force in building the data center in the future." Dongyan smiled and said, "We've been hiring a lot of people in internet technology and marketing. There are new people coming in almost every day." Feng Jing also said, "The development department has been doing well recently. The progress of our own online marketing platform in Paradise Mall is very fast. If there are no accidents, the internal version should be developed in advance." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Then I'll have to take a good look." "Oh right. Who's in charge of the research department? Do I know him? Yang Xinqing. Feng Jing said, I used to be the head of the technical support department. I'm an expert in technical matters. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, I think I have some impression of this person. He joined the company quite early. I think he was personally poached. By CEO Feng? That's right. Feng Jing laughed. Back then, all of this was my problem. I personally interviewed most of the employees back then. Let's go and take a look together, Xia Ruofei said. Then, he took the lead and walked into the R&D department. That's right. Feng Jing laughed. Back then, all of this was my problem. I personally interviewed most of the employees back then. Let's go and take a look together, Xia Ruofei said. Then, he took the lead and walked into the R&D department. 3109, finally meeting, 1. At this point, Yang Xinqing looked around and his gaze landed on Chen Xian, who was busy coding. He shouted, Little Chen. Chen Xian. Come over here for a moment, when Yang Xinqing arranged for everyone to maintain order in the office. Chen Xian naturally knew that the chairman was coming to inspect. However, it didn't make a difference to him. Whether the chairman came or not, it didn't matter to him. He didn't have any plans to amaze the world with a single feat in front of the chairman. However, Yang Xinqing was his superior. He naturally couldn't refuse Yang Xinqing's request. Chen Xian looked at the code that he was writing at a crucial point in his work with some reluctance. In the end, he stopped what he was doing and stood up to walk toward Yang Xinqing. When Xia Ruofei heard Yang Xinqing call out Chen Xian's name, he could not help but be stunned. Then, he caught sight of Chen Xian, who had just stood up. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned Chen Xian's body. However, his expression returned to normal very quickly. However, Xia Ruofei's heart was already in a state of shock. Chen Xian's appearance in his company and his position as a bottom-level employee was something that he had not expected. At that moment, countless thoughts appeared in Xia Ruofei's mind. Why was Chen Xian here? Did the First Heaven Society investigate my situation? What was Chen Xian's purpose in coming to Paradise Corporation? Even with Xia Ruofei's mental fortitude, he was still a little distracted in such a situation. Fortunately, he was able to control his emotions. At least, Yang Xinqing, Feng Jing, and the others couldn't tell. Xia Ruofei forced himself to calm down, as Chen Xian was already in front of them. In reality, Chen Xian did not know Xia Ruofei's true appearance. Due to his cultivation technique, Chen Xian could not tell that Xia Ruofei was in the golden core stage. 2. Be more precise, Chen Xian could not tell that Xia Ruofei was a cultivator. Hence, even though Chen Xian thought that Xia Ruofei looked familiar, he did not take it to heart. No matter how high Xia Ruofei's prestige was in the Paradise Corporation and how popular he was on the internet, he was just an ordinary person in Chen Xian's eyes. Naturally, he would not spend too much effort on Xia Ruofei. Hence, Chen Xian only felt a sense of familiarity with Xia Ruofei. He concluded that he might have seen some photos and videos of Xia Ruofei when he was studying the information of the Paradise Corporation. That was why he felt this sense of familiarity. President Yang. You were looking for me? Chen Xian asked in a tone that was neither haughty nor humble. Xiao Chen, this is the company's chairman, Mr. Xia Ruofei, said Yang Xinqing quickly. Hello, chairman. Chen Xian then greeted Xia Ruofei before turning to Feng Jing and Dong Yun. Hello, CEO Feng. Hello, President Dong. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. He had been observing Qin Xian's expression. At least, Qin Xian had not recognized him yet. With Xia Ruofei's judgment, he could tell that Qin Xian was not pretending. Qin Xian was now quite famous in Paradise Corporation, especially after he solved a bug that had been troubling everyone for a while. Even Feng Jing couldn't stop praising him. As such, Feng Jing and Dong Yun both smiled and nodded in response. As Xia Ruofei's mind raced, he smiled and did not speak. Yang Xingqing pointed at Qin Xian and said, Chairman, Xiaochen only joined our company recently, but his technical level is very high. He's an expert in coding. During this period of time, Xiaochen's work had been outstanding and he had successfully solved several difficult problems. It can be said that it's because Xiaochen came to work in our company that the Peach Blossom Mall project can be so smoothly pushed forward. Yang Xingqing's evaluation was extremely high. However, the programmers who heard his words didn't feel uncomfortable at all. They praised Qin Xian's skills for being impressive, and they were all convinced. The evaluation criteria for programmers were very clear. If their code was better than most people's, then they were awesome. Feng Jing also smiled and said, Chairman, Xiaochen was personally recruited by President Yang. It's all thanks to him during this period of time. Otherwise, the Peach Blossom Mall project might not have been completed on time. Not to mention now, the progress of all the sub-projects has already exceeded the schedule. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, Good code is hard currency. Xiaochen, thank you for choosing to join our Paradise Corporation. I'll remember you. Work hard and you'll have a bright future. Thank you for your encouragement, Chairman Chen. Xian replied. I will continue to work hard. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, Don't worry. The company will never forget any employee who has contributed to the company. In terms of treatment, I will definitely not treat everyone badly. CEO Feng, since Qin Xian has been performing so well recently, you guys have to show him the reward. It's also a form of motivation for the other employees. Feng Jing smiled. Don't worry, Chairman. His salary and performance will be linked to his performance. On top of that, the development department will also receive some special project bonuses. So, Xiaochen's income this month will definitely not be low. That's good. Xia Ruofei nodded and looked at Qin Xian. He smiled and said, Xiaochen, you can go back to your work. 3110, finally meeting, 2, all right. Qin Xian nodded and said, Chairman, leaders, I'll head over first. Qin Xian felt that Xia Ruofei was familiar, especially his eyes. He felt like he had seen them before. However, in comparison, an ordinary person from the secular world was naturally not as interesting as the code he was writing. Therefore, Qin Xian couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Since he had already dealt with the situation here, he had to hurry back to his coding. The reason why Xia Ruofei said so much was because he wanted to observe Qin Xian's reaction. From the few words that he had exchanged, Xia Ruofei could basically confirm that Qin Xian did not recognize him at all. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was much higher than Qin Xian's. It was impossible for Qin Xian to hide his emotions in front of Xia Ruofei. This discovery calmed Xia Ruofei down a little. However, he still had a lot of questions. Qin Xian's appearance in his company was simply too illogical. Even if Qin Xian wanted To cultivate in the mortal world, he would most likely choose to go to the First Heaven Society. Even if he didn't want to train in his own industry, there were many companies outside that were hiring. Especially if Chen Xian used a programmer as a cover, there was actually a wide range of choices. Moreover, no matter how you looked at it, those more mature e-commerce platforms were more attractive. In contrast, Peach Blossom Company started with agricultural products and lacked the temperament of the internet. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Chen Xian didn't have a 100% chance of going to an internet company to gain experience, there would still be a large number of companies and positions for him to choose from. The probability of directly applying for a job at Paradise Corporation was actually very low. Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not think that it was a coincidence that Chen Xian was working at the Paradise Corporation. Especially after he had paid a visit to the First Heaven Society, he was filled with vigilance. Even if Chen Xian didn't know Xia Ruofei's true identity, what about Chen Nanfeng, the sect leader of the heavenly sect? Xia Ruofei guessed that Chen Xian's arrival at the Paradise Corporation was most likely Chen Nanfeng's order. Then, what was Chen Nanfeng's purpose for sending Chen Xian to the Paradise Corporation? Did Chen Nanfeng have any ill intentions? Xia Ruofei felt that everything was confusing and he had to be careful. Because if he made a wrong move, he might be doomed eternally. It might even affect the people close to him. After all, it seemed like the First Heaven Society had already seen through his background. Hence, during the inspection, Xia Ruofei was more or less absent-minded because his mind was not on the company at all. However, he concealed it quite well, so Feng Jing and Dong Yun didn't notice it. After a quick inspection of the entire company, Xia Ruofei took the special elevator to the chairman's office floor with Feng Jing. Dong Yun had already left, and there were no outsiders in the office, so Feng Jing's attitude was a lot more relaxed. She smiled and asked, "Ruofei, I'll give you a detailed report on the work we've done during this period. However, you'll have to wait for a while. Some specific data and reports are on my desk. I'll have someone send them over first." Xia Ruofei thought for a while. "Sister Che, I have a general understanding of the company's situation. I don't think we should be in a hurry to listen to the specific report." Feng Rao was stunned for a moment before she said, "That works too. You can decide." In fact, Feng Jing's reporting was a normal procedure. After all, Xia Ruofei was the boss of the company. No matter how much authority he gave, Feng Jing was still a senior manager. Xia Ruofei could give up as much authority as he wanted, but Feng Jing had to be in the right position. Hence, every time Xia Ruofei returned, Feng Jing would report everything to him. This was also a form of attitude. However, since Xia Ruofei was not in the mood to listen to the report, Feng Jing would not insist on reporting it now. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's put the report aside for now. I'm quite interested in the development of the Taoyuan Mall project. And Yang Xinqing is also a newly promoted management. If he's in the system as the leader, I will definitely talk to him, so I think we should talk to Yang Xinqing first." "No problem." Feng Jing smiled and said, "The Peach Blossom Mall project is indeed the company's inappropriate." In a short while, Xia Ruofei had understood the whole process of Chen Xian's promotion. In the end, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "President Yang, you have the demeanor of a Bo Lu. For this Chen Xian to be able to work in our company, we have really picked up a treasure. President Yang, you've contributed a lot, most important project in the near future. In the future, the proportion of internet marketing will become larger and larger. You can talk to Yang Xinqing personally and highlight the importance the company places on the development department. It's quite good. Then tell someone to inform Yang Xinqing to come up. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, then go do you flatter me, Chairman. Yang Xinqing quickly replied. However, since Xia Ruofei was not in the mood to listen to the report, Feng Jing would not insist on reporting it now. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, let's put the report aside for now. I'm quite interested in the development of the Taoyuan Mall project, and Yang Xinqing is also a newly promoted management. If he's in the system as the leader, I will definitely talk to him, so I think we should talk to Yang Xinqing first. No problem. Feng Jing smiled and said, the Peach Blossom Mall project is indeed the company's most important project in the near future. In the future, the proportion of internet marketing will become larger and larger. You can talk to Yang Xinqing personally and highlight the importance the company places on the development department. It's quite good. Then tell someone to inform Yang Xinqing to come up. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, then go do your own things. I'll call you directly if I need anything here. All right. Feng Jing nodded and said, I'll arrange it. Soon, Yang Xinqing came to Xia Ruofei's office with excitement. Xia Ruofei smiled and invited Yang Xinqing to the guest area. He even made tea for him personally, which made Yang Xinqing feel flattered. Then, Xia Ruofei asked about the Paradise Mall in a casual tone. Of course, this was just a pretense. After listening to Yang Xinqing's report on the progress of the project, Xia Ruofei naturally changed the topic to Qinxian. During the inspection, Yang Xinqing was the one who introduced Qinxian to Xia Ruofei and the others. Hence, Xia Ruofei's interest in Qinxian didn't make Yang Xinqing feel that it was inappropriate. In a short while, Xia Ruofei had understood the whole process of Qinxian's promotion. In the end, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, President Yang, you have the demeanor of a beau lieu. For this Qinxian to be able to work in our company, we have really picked up a treasure. President Yang, you've contributed a lot. You flatter me, Chairman. Yang Xinqing quickly replied. In a short while, Xia Ruofei had understood the whole process of Qinxian's promotion. In the end, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, President Yang, you have the demeanor of a beau lieu. For this Qinxian to be able to work in our company, we have really picked up a treasure. President Yang, you've contributed a lot. You flatter me, Chairman. Yang Xinqing quickly replied. 3111 gongs in front and drums in front. 1. Yang Xinqing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. Even though Qinxian had only been in the company for a short time, Yang Xinqing had some understanding of him. Even though Qinxian always had a warm smile on his face and spoke to everyone in a friendly manner, Yang Xinqing could always feel that there was a barrier between him and Qinxian. Even Qinxian's friendly attitude gave him a cold and arrogant feeling. This feeling was extremely contradictory, but it was how Yang Xinqing truly felt. Other than that, Qinxian didn't mention how amazing his skills were. However, there were some flaws that people with amazing skills had as well. For example, there were times when he was a little stubborn and stuck to his principles. This was especially true when it came to technical matters. If Qinxian felt that something was right, he would stick to it even if the other party's seniority and position were higher than his. Of course, the truth eventually proved that Qinxian was right. When Yang Xinqing came down the stairs, he was worried that Chen Xian would be unwilling to meet the chairman. If that were the case, things would be difficult for him. Fortunately, Chen Xian was just sticking to his principles. The deal was not low, so the thing he was worried about did not happen. Yang Xinqing led Chen Xian into the elevator and up another flight of stairs. After all, an ordinary employee's elevator card wouldn't be able to reach the chairman's floor. At the door of Xia Ruofei's office, his team of assistants had already arrived. The person in charge of the team, Qin Yanan, was sitting at the work desk by the door. Seeing Yang Xinqing and Chen Xian walk down the stairs, Qin Yanan stood up with a smile and greeted them. "Mr. Yang." Then, she smiled and nodded at Chen Xian. Yang Xinqing was now the new department head of the Paradise Corporation, and Chen Xian's reputation as a technical expert was growing by the day. Therefore, Qin Yanan naturally wouldn't neglect them. "Yanan, the chairman wants to talk to Chen Xian." "I'll send him over," Yang Xinqing said in a friendly manner. The team that Qin Yanan was in charge of was dedicated to Xia Ruofei. Even if Yang Xinqing's status had risen sharply, he would not put on airs in front of Qin Yanan. "Yes." Qin Yanan nodded slightly. "The chairman has already given the order. Chen Xian can go in directly after he arrives." "All right. Thank you, Yanan." Yang Xinqing replied hurriedly, "I'll send Chen Xian in for a while. I'll be out soon." Even though Xia Ruofei was summoning Chen Xian, Qin Yanan wouldn't sternly stop Yang Xinqing. She knew that Yang Xinqing's actions were just for show, so she immediately smiled and nodded. "Of course, no problem. Please come in." After she finished speaking, she gently knocked on the door, then pushed it open and made an inviting gesture. Yang Xinqing and Chen Xian both nodded at Qin Yanan before walking into the office. Qin Yanan closed the office door and returned to her desk to continue working. She did not prepare any tea because Xia Ruofei had specifically ordered her to do so. Xia Ruofei had told her not to prepare anything and to stop anyone from visiting while he was conversing with Chen Xian. No one was allowed to interrupt the conversation. This anyone included Feng Jing. Although the request was a little strange, Qin Yanan naturally wouldn't ask too much. In fact, she would definitely carry it out to the letter. Therefore, she personally guarded the door. Not only was no one allowed to enter, but she would also not go in and disturb them. In the office, Xia Ruofei was sitting on the office chair with his back to the door. He was looking at the scenery of the three mountains through the glass window. The back of the office chair was very high. From Yang Xinqing's and Chen Xian's angle, they could only see a little bit of Xia Ruofei's hair. "Chairman, I brought Chen Xian over," Yang Xinqing said carefully. Xia Ruofei turned his chair around and looked at Chen Xian. Then, he smiled and said, "You've worked hard, President Yang. You can go and do your work." "All right," Yang Xinqing replied. "All right. Chairman, I'll take my leave first." Yang Xinqing left in a hurry. Soon, only Xia Ruofei and Chen Xian were left in the spacious office. "Please take a seat." Xia Ruofei raised his hand and pointed at the chair opposite his desk, smiling. "Thank you, Chairman," Chen Xian said. He sat down opposite Xia Ruofei and looked up at him, waiting for his instructions. At this moment, Chen Xian's heart was in a mess. Of course, he wasn't nervous at all. In Qin Xian's eyes, no matter how successful an entrepreneur was in the secular world, he wouldn't be pressured in the slightest. However, he could not figure out why Xia Ruofei wanted to meet him alone. He was also worried that Yang Xingqing's strong recommendation might make Xia Ruofei want to promote him. In fact, he just wanted to be a basic programmer quietly. He had no intention of being promoted. In reality, Qin Xian's performance had already tempted Yang Xingqing. Even though he had only been in the company for a short time, Yang Xingqing had already thought of promoting him to take charge of a project team. With Qin Xian's capabilities, he was more than capable of leading a project team. However, Qin Xian rejected the offer. He was here to gain experience, not to continue working in Paradise Corporation. What was the point of being a small leader? Not to mention, after becoming the head of the project team, he wouldn't be able to touch on specific projects every day like now. The work of management and coordination would consume a lot of his experience, and this wouldn't help him gain experience. Hence, from the moment he entered Xia Ruofei's office, Qin Xian had been worried that Xia Ruofei would promote him. 3112 Gongs in front and drums in front, 2. Xia Ruofei didn't say anything. He just stared at Qin Xian quietly. The office was extremely quiet. Qin Xian felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. He could not help but look at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Chairman, I wonder what instructions you have for me." Xia Ruofei slowly revealed a smile, but he did not answer Qin Xian's question. Instead, he asked, "You haven't been at the Three Mountains for long, have you?" What was his impression of the city of Sanshan? How do you feel about the Paradise Corporation? Qin Xian pondered for a moment before replying, "The Three Mountains border the ocean. At the same time, it's also situated beside a mountain and a river. The degree of greenery here is one of the best among all the provincial capital cities in the country. Naturally, it's a very livable city. It's not bad to live here." Qin Xian was lying through his teeth. In reality, in the eyes of cultivators, it didn't matter how good the natural environment was. With the current state of the spiritual energy, the Three Mountains were definitely not a place to live in. As for Paradise Corporation, Qin Xian did not notice Xia Ruofei's half-smile and continued, "The feeling it gives me is everyone is very energetic and motivated. Everyone in the company seems to be full of energy. I think everyone's happiness and sense of achievement should be very strong, definitely better than most companies." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "That's an objective assessment, but do you really think the Three Mountains is a good place to live?" "Brother Qin." Qin Xian was stunned. The way Xia Ruofei addressed him had changed, which confused him. At the same time, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Before Qin Xian could react, Xia Ruofei continued, "Brother Chen, could it be that the First Heaven Society's food isn't good? Why did you suddenly come to my small place to make a living?" This time, Xia Ruofei used the voice he used when he moved a Xia Tian to a cultivator, changing one's voice was a simple matter. All they had to do was to use true energy, or vital energy to slightly change the shape and position of their vocal cords. Xia Ruofei was already very familiar with the position of Xia Tian's voice, so he could easily produce Xia Tian's voice. Qin Xian was taken aback as a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. After a long while, he cried out, "Brother Xia? Your brother Xia Tian?" Before Qin Xian could scream, Xia Ruofei had already set up a soundproof barrier. At the same time, he began to change his appearance right in front of Qin Xian. In the blink of an eye, he had taken on Xia Tian's appearance. Chen Xian had witnessed the entire process. His entire being was like a clay sculpture with his mouth wide open. He did not have the demeanor of the young master of the number one sect at all. However, he was completely oblivious to it. When Xia Ruofei asked Yang Xingqing to call Qin Xian up for a private conversation, he had. Elders who were not as strong as Qin Xian could not stop Xia Ruofei. Unless they hid in the sect and did not come out, it would be easy for Xia Ruofei to deal with them. Hence, Xia Ruofei had no intention of playing hide and seek anymore. He decided to confront Qin Xian face to face and see what the heavenly sect was up to. Meet again so soon, and in such a setting. I think Brother Chen must have a lot to say to me. You can start now, I'm all ears. When Qin Xian saw Xia Ruofei's cold expression, he suddenly came back to his senses. Even though he had no idea why his father had sent him here to train, the moment he saw Xia Ruofei and Xia Tian's appearance, he immediately understood many things. At the same time, he began to change his appearance in front of Qin Xian. In the blink of an eye, he had taken on Xia Tian's appearance. Qin Xian had witnessed the entire process. His entire being was like a clay sculpture with his mouth wide open. He did not have the demeanor of the young master of the number one sect at all. However, he was completely oblivious to it. When Xia Ruofei asked Yang Xingqing to call Qin Xian up for a private conversation, he had already made up his mind. He didn't intend to hide anything from Qin Xian. Instead, he was going to get straight to the point and ask him directly if the First Heaven Society really wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't be afraid. His greatest reliance was naturally not the Peach Blossom Company, nor was it the Star Caesar sect, but the Peach Blossom Island that he managed well as the spirit map and painting scroll hidden in his palm. Perhaps the Paradise Corporation would suffer heavy losses, and even his close friends would be in danger. However, once Xia Ruofei decided to go all out, he naturally could not care so much. If the First Heaven Society really dared to target ordinary people, they would have to be prepared for Xia Ruofei's crazy revenge. Xia Ruofei might not be able to kill Chen Nanfeng, and even Chen Xian might not be able to kill him. After all, as the young sect master of the First Heaven Society, Qin Xian had many life-saving treasures on him. However, the chi-refining disciples of the First Heaven Society, and even a few early Golden Core elders who were not as strong as Qin Xian, could not stop Xia Ruofei. Unless they hid in the sect and did not come out, it would be easy for Xia Ruofei to deal with them. Hence, Xia Ruofei had no intention of playing hide and seek anymore. He decided to confront Qin Xian face to face and see what the heavenly sect was up to. When Xia Ruofei's appearance was Xia Tian's, Qin Xian was stunned. Xia Ruofei had a faint smile on his face and continued, Brother Chen, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon, and in such a setting. I think Brother Chen must have a lot to say to me. You can start now, I'm all ears. When Qin Xian saw Xia Ruofei's cold expression, he suddenly came back to his senses. Although he still did not know why his father had sent him here to train, the moment he saw Xia Ruofei turn into Xia Tian, he suddenly understood many things. Unless they hid in the sect and did not come out, it would be easy for Xia Ruofei to deal with them. Hence, Xia Ruofei had no intention of playing hide and seek anymore. He decided to confront Qin Xian face to face and see what the heavenly sect was up to. When Xia Ruofei's appearance was Xia Tian's, Qin Xian was stunned. Xia Ruofei had a faint smile on his face and continued, Brother Chen, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon, and in such a setting. I think Brother Chen must have a lot to say to me. You can start now, I'm all ears. When Qin Xian saw Xia Ruofei's cold expression, he suddenly came back to his senses. Although he still did not know the reason why his father sent him here to gain experience, the moment he saw Xia Ruofei turn into Xia Tian, he suddenly understood many things. Although he still did not know the reason why his father sent him here to gain experience, the moment he saw Xia Ruofei turn into Xia Tian, he suddenly understood many things. 3113 Heart-to-Heart Talk 1. The scene was not as tense as Qin Xian had imagined. Xia Ruofei even let Qin Xian go to the guest area and made tea for him personally. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not take out the wild tea that had been successfully transplanted. Instead, he used the Taoyuan de Hong Pao. Qin Xian felt a little awkward, especially when he thought about how he had entered Xia Ruofei's company as an ordinary programmer. Before Xia Ruofei had revealed his identity, he had still addressed Xia Ruofei as chairman. This made him feel even more uncomfortable. Xia Ruofei gestured for Qin Xian to try the tea he had brewed. Then, he asked, Brother Chen, your father didn't send you to our Paradise Corporation just to let you gain experience in the secular world, right? I know you might not know the inside story, but I hope you can tell me everything you know. Of course, I won't force Brother Chen. Even if you turn around and go back to the first heaven society now, I won't stop you. Qin Xian nodded slightly. Xia Ruofei's way of doing things was very kind. However, he also knew that if he really left, his friendship with Xia Ruofei would end here. Even if they were not enemies, they would be strangers. Qin Xian did not wish for that to happen. He had felt that the two of them hit it off the first time he had met Xia Ruofei at the auction. After a few interactions, this feeling became even more obvious. Especially when he found out that Xia Ruofei was already an early stage golden core cultivator and had long stolen his title as the youngest golden core cultivator. He admired Xia Ruofei even more and hoped to become better friends with him. Qin Xian thought for a moment before replying, Brother Xia. A son shouldn't speak of his father's faults. Besides, I really don't know my father's intentions. The old man had always done things without leaving any traces. However, since Brother Xia has asked, I can only try my best to tell you my feelings. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly and did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Qin Xian and made a listening gesture. Qin Xian pondered for a moment before saying, I'm guessing it might be related to the 5 holy badges. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His face revealed a strange expression, but he quickly returned to normal and didn't show any signs of being moved. The night before I left, my father had specifically asked me to bring the 2 5 holy badges with me, but he didn't explain why. However, the 5 saint medallions are extremely precious, and there are still some risks when I take them with me to travel the secular world. However, he insisted that I take them with me, which is somewhat abnormal. That's why I guessed that the 5 saint medallions had something to do with my father sending me out to gain experience. Qin Xian was very calm when he said these words. He did not even care about his own safety. After all, the 5 saints badge was so precious and his cultivation was not as high as Xia Ruofei. If Xia Ruofei really coveted the 5 saints badge, it could really be snatched away under the current circumstances. However, he still didn't hesitate much and told them his judgment in full detail. Xia Ruofei's mind raced. After hearing Qin Xian's words, he had the same judgment as Qin Xian. However, it would make sense to say that he could not hide his cultivation and appearance in front of Chen Nanfeng. After all, Chen Nanfeng was a late stage golden core cultivator, and his spiritual power cultivation was far superior to Xia Ruofei's. However, the 5 Saints token. Xia Ruofei was sure that there would be no flaws. Could it be that Chen Nanfeng had really noticed something and even guessed that he had a 5 Saints badge on him? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Qin Xian saw that Xia Ruofei was in a daze and could not help but call out, "Brother Xia." "Oh." Xia Ruofei returned to her senses and said, "Brother Chen, I'm sorry. I was a little distracted. Please continue." Qin Xian looked at Xia Ruofei thoughtfully. He had some guesses in his mind. However, he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, "I don't have any other information." Then, he told Xia Ruofei about how Chen Nanfeng had summoned him that night and asked him to come to the secular world for training. In the end, he said, "That's how it is." "Actually, I'm also confused." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. Thank you for telling me this, Brother Chen," he said. A bitter smile appeared on Qin Xian's face as he replied, "Brother Xia, if I had known that this company was your property, I would never have come even if I had to risk disobeying my father's orders. I'm truly sorry for what happened this time." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this. Brother Chen, I really don't know what the First Heaven Society's attitude towards me is, and I don't know what purpose your father has for arranging this. However, please go back and tell your father that I have no intention of becoming enemies with the First Heaven Society, nor have I ever wanted to dominate the cultivation world. I hope that nothing like this will ever happen again." At this point, Xia Ruofei's expression turned serious. He looked at Qin Xian and continued, "Yes. This is my bottom line. Although the industries of the secular world are insignificant in the eyes of many cultivators, I'm different. I don't want to see the Paradise Corporation being affected and coveted by others, and I don't want my family and friends in the secular world to be threatened or even hurt by the cultivation world. If such a thing really happens, no matter how strong the other party is, I will definitely take revenge madly and not rest until I die." 3114 Heart 2 Heart Talk 2 Xia Ruofei's tone was filled with killing intent, and even Qin Xian could not help but shiver. However, a bitter smile soon appeared on Qin Xian's face as he replied, "Brother Xia, you're being too serious. Even if my father had a deeper meaning behind his actions, it's definitely not what you're guessing. Perhaps Brother Xia doesn't know, but there are some unwritten rules in the cultivation world. One of them is something that everyone acknowledges, and that is that no matter what kind of enmity there is between the two sides, it cannot affect the friends and family of the other side in the secular world. It cannot affect ordinary people, or else it might even become the public enemy of the cultivation world." Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows and asked doubtfully, "There's such a rule?" "I don't have to lie to you, Brother Xia," Qin Xian continued, "more than 100 years ago, there was once an early-stage golden core cultivator who massacred his enemies home in the cultivation world. In the end, this golden core cultivator was hunted down by almost the entire cultivation world. Soon, he had no way out. In the end, he fled into an extremely dangerous ancient cultivation ruin in a panic. He hasn't come out yet, so there's a high chance that he has fallen inside. Why is there such a rule? Xia Ruofei asked. Everyone has their own friends and family. Especially in the current cultivation world, there aren't many high-level cultivators. Many people still have friends and family in the secular world. If everyone is unscrupulous, then the world will be in chaos and everyone will be in danger. Qin Xian continued, that's why everyone will consciously follow this rule. Of course, some independent cultivators, especially those evil cultivators with a bad reputation, might not play by the rules. But no matter what, with my father's status, he would never do such a thing. Please rest assured, Brother Xia. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I see. I know. Brother Chen, since you don't know, I won't make things difficult for you. However, please leave the Paradise Corporation and the Three Mountains as soon as possible. This was good for everyone. I also don't want our relationship to be affected by this matter. Speaking of which, I have a presumptuous request, Qin Xian hurriedly said. Please speak. Xia Ruofei said. Brother Xia, can you let me work at the Paradise Corporation for a while? Qin Xian said. After he finished his sentence, he saw Xia Ruofei frowning slightly and showing a hint of displeasure. He quickly explained, Brother Xia, don't misunderstand. I want to stay. It has nothing to do with my father's instructions. It's just that I participated in the development project of Paradise Mall, and many things are already half done. I still hope that we can finish what we started. Moreover, our research department now relies more on my technical ability. If I suddenly leave, I'm afraid that my work will be greatly affected. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned and revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The scene was not as tense as Qin Xian had imagined. Xia Ruofei even let Qin Xian go to the guest area and made tea for him personally. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not take out the wild tea that had been successfully transplanted. Instead, he used the Taoyuan de Hong Pao. Qin Xian felt a little awkward, especially when he thought about how he had entered Xia Ruofei's company as an ordinary programmer. Before Xia Ruofei had revealed his identity, he had still addressed Xia Ruofei as chairman. This made him feel even more uncomfortable. Xia Ruofei gestured for Qin Xian to try the tea he had brewed. Then, he asked, Brother Chen, your father didn't send you to our Paradise Corporation just to let you gain experience in the secular world, right? I know you might not know the inside story, but I hope you can tell me everything you know. Of course, I won't force Brother Chen. Even if you turn around and go back to the First Heaven Society now, I won't stop you. Qin Xian nodded slightly. Xia Ruofei's way of doing things was very kind. However, he also knew that if he really left, his friendship with Xia Ruofei would end here. Even if they were not enemies, they would be strangers. Qin Xian did not wish for that to happen. He had felt that the two of them hit it off the first time he had met Xia Ruofei at the auction. After a few interactions, this feeling became even more obvious. Especially when he found out that Xia Ruofei was already an early-stage golden core cultivator and had long stolen his title as the youngest golden core cultivator. He admired Xia Ruofei even more and hoped to become better friends with him. Qin Xian thought for a moment before replying, Brother Xia, a son shouldn't speak of his father's faults. Besides, I really don't know my father's intentions. The old man had always done things without leaving any traces. However, since Brother Xia has asked, I can only try my best to tell you my feelings. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly and did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Qin Xian and made a listening gesture. Qin Xian pondered for a moment before saying, I'm guessing it might be related to the 5 holy badges. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His face revealed a strange expression, but he quickly returned to normal and didn't show any signs of being moved. The night before I left, my father had specifically asked me to bring the 2 5 holy badges with me, but he didn't explain why. However, the 5 saint medallions are extremely precious, and there are still some risks when I take them with me to travel the secular world. However, he insisted that I take them with me, which is somewhat abnormal. That's why I guessed that the 5 saint medallions had something to do with my father sending me out to gain experience. Qin Xian was very calm when he said this. He did not even care about his own safety. After all, the 5 saints badge was so precious and his cultivation was not as high as Xia Ruofei's. If Xia Ruofei really coveted the 5 saints badge, it could really be snatched away under the current circumstances. However, he still didn't hesitate much and told them his judgment in full detail. Xia Ruofei's mind raced. After hearing Qin Xian's words, he had the same judgment as Qin Xian. However, it would make sense to say that he could not hide his cultivation and appearance in front of Chen Nanfeng. After all, Chen Nanfeng was a late-stage golden core cultivator and his spiritual power cultivation was far superior to Xia Ruofei's. However, the 5 saints token. Xia Ruofei was sure that there would be no flaws. Could it be that Chen Nanfeng had really noticed something and even guessed that he had a 5 saints badge on him? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Qin Xian saw that Xia Ruofei was in a daze and could not help but call out, Brother Xia. Oh. Xia Ruofei returned to her senses and said, Brother Chen, I'm sorry. I was a little distracted. Please continue. Qin Xian looked at Xia Ruofei thoughtfully. He had some guesses in his mind. However, he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, I don't have any other information. Then, he told Xia Ruofei about how Chen Nanfeng had summoned him that night and asked him to come to the secular world for training. In the end, he said, that's how it is. Actually, I'm also confused, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, okay, I understand. Thank you for telling me this, Brother Chen, he said. A bitter smile appeared on Qin Xian's face as he replied, Brother Xia, if I had known that this company was your property, I would never have come even if I had to risk disobeying my father's orders. I'm truly sorry for what happened this time. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, let's not talk about this. Brother Chen, I really don't know what the First Heaven Society's attitude towards me is, and I don't know what purpose your father has for arranging this. However, please go back and tell your father that I have no intention of becoming enemies with the First Heaven Society, nor have I ever wanted to dominate the cultivation world. I hope that nothing like this will ever happen again. 3115 Distributing Wealth. 1. I'd be very happy to. Qin Xian replied, Brother Xia, please keep my identity a secret. Let me experience the life of an ordinary person as an ordinary employee. No matter what my father's real purpose was for asking me to come to Paradise Corporation to gain experience, I really enjoy this kind of life. Xia Ruofei smiled. As long as you don't think it's hard. I have a golden core stage master working for me for free. Why would I be unhappy? Qin Xian finally heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up and said sincerely, "Brother Xia. Thank you." After Qin Xian left, the smile on Xia Ruofei's face disappeared and he became serious. He didn't manage to obtain much information from Qin Xian, but he had to take it seriously. He didn't know what Chen Nanfeng knew, but he didn't dare to underestimate the intelligence-gathering ability of a top sect in the cultivation world. Since the other party had already found out about the Paradise Corporation through his real appearance, his situation in the secular world was probably no longer a secret to Chen Nanfeng. This included his past experiences and even his service in the Lone Wolf Brigade. It was probably difficult to hide. Therefore, Xia Ruofei was considering whether there were any flaws in his carefully created identity as the hidden disciple of a Yuanying expert. On the other hand, it was naturally related to the Rising Dragon token. In other words, it was the token that was known as the Five Saints token in the current cultivation world. He took out the Rising Dragon token from the stone room in the cave. In the spirit map space. Since the information provided by Scholar Yuntai was more accurate, he only studied it briefly and left it in the spirit map space. He didn't take it out to the outside world from the beginning to the end. However, this time, Chen Nanfeng had very abnormally requested Qin Xian to come to the Paradise Corporation for training. He had even specifically asked Qin Xian to bring along the 2 tokens of the First Heaven Society. This was something worth pondering over. Could it be that Chen Nanfeng had already realized that he had the last token that had never appeared before? Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. No matter what was said, the feeling of not having any secrets in front of him was really uncomfortable. Besides, Xia Ruofei was worried that the First Heaven Society might not have found out about the situation on Paradise Island. He carefully thought for a moment and felt that, although he didn't dare to say that Paradise Island was flawless, it wouldn't be easy for the other party to find out. Recently, he had been using the flying boat to enter and leave the Peach Blossom Island, which could basically prevent him from being followed. Therefore, if there was a flaw, it was nothing more than the fact that there would be a flight record left when the public jet was used to enter and leave the island in the early stages. However, the public jet Paradise was a private jet, and the airport of Paradise Island was under his control, so the possibility of the flight record being leaked was not high. Then there were the workers on the island. They hadn't gone off the island for the first time, and they didn't know much about the situation on Peach Blossom Island. Even if the First Heaven Society's intelligence-gathering ability was heaven-defying, the only information they got from the family members of the workers was that Xia Ruofei owned a private island. This was very common among the rich in the secular world and wasn't special. After Xia Ruofei ran through the information, he came to the conclusion that there was a possibility of leakage on the Peach Source Island, but the possibility was relatively low. Of course, even if the First Heaven Society knew about the situation on the Peach Garden Island, Xia Ruofei was not afraid. At most, he would play face cards. He was still very confident in the Taishu Xianqing formation. If he wanted to defend it to the death, even if Chen Nanfeng attacked with the entire Tianmen, it would be difficult to take it down in a short time. Not to mention that the resources in the cultivation world were getting more and more scarce. Even a powerful sect like the First Heaven sect would find it hard to support a full-scale war. The losses they would suffer were not something they could afford. Even if they managed to conquer the Paradise Island, the losses would not be worth it. If Paradise Island was exposed, Xia Ruofei could even have the Star Caesar sect move half of their forces to Paradise Island. Then, he could openly develop His forces on Paradise Island. With the Star Caesar's strength, they had a place in the cultivation world. Besides, they also had 2 Oris core stage cultivators, himself and Luo Qingfeng. They were much stronger than many first-class sections. It was not a crime for them to be in control of a precious cultivation ground. After careful analysis, Xia Ruofei felt a little more at ease. No matter what Chen Nanfeng's purpose was, it was not a bad idea to respond to changes by staying the same. Of course, he wouldn't let his guard down, especially at the Peach Blossom Island. He had to strengthen the security to prevent a sneak attack. Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately set up a soundproof barrier around himself. Then, he took out a satellite phone from his space and called Li Yifu. Now that there was a golden core cultivator in the company, and Chen Xian's identity was a little sensitive as he was the young sect master of the First Heaven Society, Xia Ruofei had to be careful. He contacted Luo Qingfeng in his office and set up a barrier. As for using a satellite phone instead of an ordinary mobile phone, it was naturally for the sake of privacy. After the call went through, Xia Ruofei immediately told Li Yifu to be more alert from now on, especially against the sudden attack of high-level cultivators. Li Yifu didn't know what had happened, but he didn't question Xia Ruofei's orders at all. He immediately said that he would be very careful and wouldn't let anything happen to Paradise Island. 3116 Distributing wealth. 2. Xia Ruofei also told Li Yifu that he would rush back as soon as possible after he finished his business here. If the threat came from the First Heaven Society, Xia Ruofei would not dare to take it lightly. No matter how careful he was, he would never be too careful. After settling the affairs on the Peach Blossom Island, Xia Ruofei took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Then, he gave Feng Jing a call and prepared to use the free time before he got off work to listen to her report. Soon, Feng Jing came to Xia Ruofei's office with a huge stack of data and reports. She started to report to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was more or less absent-minded, but in general, he was listening more seriously. He also expressed his approval of some of Feng Jing's decisions during his absence and gave her a lot of praise. Unknowingly, it was already close to the end of the day. Feng Jing's report was also coming to an end. In the end, Feng Jing said, "Ruofei, that's about all the work you've been doing for the past few days. Now that the company's cash flow is sufficient, I dare to start the park project. Since you support my approach, I can rest assured." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Sister Ran, you can do whatever you want. In the future, you'll be in charge of the company's decisions, big and small. Unless you think it's related to the company's life and death, you can call or send me an email to ask for my opinion. As for other things, you don't have to ask for my opinion. It seems like you've made up your mind to be a hands-off shopkeeper." Feng Rao sighed. "Chairman, I'll still hang it. That's no problem." Xia Ruofei said, "However, I will gradually let go of the company's specific affairs. I believe that this will not be a problem for you and the other members of the team. Moreover, from the long-term development of the company, this should be a good thing." "All right then," Feng Jing said. "Paradise Corporation was developed by us. You have your own big things to do, so I can't keep asking you to be tied to the company's matters. Don't worry, Ruofei. As long as you don't chase me away, I'll definitely help you guard the foundation of the Paradise Corporation. And we'll work hard to make it grow and become a great company. Sister Ran, I'm going to give you some more shares." Xia Ruofei was slightly moved. He saw that Feng Rao was about to reject him, so he immediately said, "Don't be an A. Hurry to decline. I've already decided on this. You have a single-digit share now, but you have to worry about the company's affairs, big and small. This is not fair. Are you Ruofei? Sister Ran, let me finish. I'm going to give you 10% of the shares." In addition, he would take out 10% of the shares as an incentive for the senior executives, and another 10% as an option pool for the employees' benefit. Of course, the so-called everyone was by no means equal. Employees had to reach a certain level before they had the chance to receive the option. In addition, they had to serve a certain number of years before they were allowed to cash out the option. Furthermore, the company had to buy it back and was not allowed to sell it to others. You're more familiar with the operation of these shares than I am, so I won't go into detail. Xia Ruofei said. Feng Jing's eyes widened as she said, "Ruofei, the company's market value is in the billions. It's a huge loss for you to take out so many shares at once." Xia Ruofei smiled nonchalantly and said, "I still own 70% of the shares, which is more than enough. Sister Ran, do you think there's any meaning to having so much money? It was just a set of numbers. I don't mind if this set of numbers is a little more or less. But if I take out a part of it, it can make the company more ambitious, can make the senior management more stable, and can let more employees achieve financial freedom. Isn't that good?" Xia Ruofei paused and continued, "Also, I'll entrust you with my voting rights to ensure that you have absolute authority in the company." Feng Rao was dumbfounded. Xia Ruofei had basically handed over all his power. "Ruofei, that's not right, Feng," Jing quickly said after she regained her senses. "This is your company. You created it yourself. But it was built by you and the other employees, brick by brick." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sister Che, although I've entrusted you with the right to vote, I still have the final say and one veto vote, so I'm not giving the company to you. It's just that it's more convenient for you to manage the company this way. You can make many decisions. And it'll be legitimate." Xia Ruofei didn't wait for Feng Rao to say anything. He looked at his watch and said, "It's almost time, I still have to go pick up Qingxue. Sister Ran, that's all for today. I'll have to trouble you to come up with the specific plan in 2 days according to the procedure I just mentioned. I also hope that the share transfer can be completed in 2 days. You'll be in charge of the specific work. I'll just be in charge of signing." With that, Xia Ruofei smiled and stood up. He picked up his handbag from the desk and walked out. By the time Feng Jing came back to her senses, Xia Ruofei had already left the office. Feng Jing called out twice, but Xia Ruofei pretended not to hear her. Instead, he walked even faster and soon disappeared from the door. He took the elevator to the underground parking lot. Feng Jing stood in Xia Ruofei's office with a complicated expression on her face. After a long while, she stomped her feet and muttered to herself, "What? He threw a bunch of things to me and then ran away. The matter of the equity structure is so important, but you decided it with just a few words and threw it all to me. Seriously?" Of course, Xia Ruofei did not care about Feng Jing's complaints. He was already standing in the elevator with a relaxed smile. Xia Ruofei had already considered giving a portion of the company's shares to motivate the executives and employees, especially Feng Jing. He had thought about it carefully. The wealth of the secular world no longer held much meaning to him. However, the Paradise Corporation could not stop its development. The employees also needed this platform to display their talents and earn enough money to live a decent life. It could be said that Paradise Corporation was not just Xia Ruofei's company. It involved hundreds and thousands of employees, and behind them were hundreds and thousands of families. Hence, Xia Ruofei had to deal with everything related to Paradise Corporation carefully. Taking out less than 30% of the shares could produce an immediate incentive effect. In the long run, it was even more beneficial to the company's healthy development. Why wouldn't Xia Ruofei do it? After leaving everything to Feng Jing, he hummed as he walked out of the elevator. After he found his Night 15, he drove straight to the headquarters of Ling Ji. After picking up Ling Qingxue, he drove the Night 15 SUV and headed straight to the Provincial Party Committee's courtyard. Xia Ruofei's off-road vehicle was too eye-catching. Song Qiming had already reported Xia Ruofei's car plate number at the gate. Hence, the armed police at the entrance of the courtyard only did a simple check and let them pass. Xia Ruofei drove skillfully through the roads in the courtyard and soon arrived at the small building hidden by the green trees. This was Song Qiming's family's residence in Sanshan. It was a small Western-style house that had a very old sense of age. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue got out of the car together. Xia Ruofei was about to ring the doorbell when Ling Qingxue stopped him and said, "Are you au fait? Are we just going to come here empty-handed? Isn't that a little rude? I didn't have time to prepare anything." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Besides, isn't wild tea the best gift? But we can't just go in empty-handed." Ling Qingxue said, "I'm prepared." Ling Qingxue then took out 2 fruit baskets and 2 bottles of beautifully packaged red wine from her storage ring. She then smiled and said, "Let's go. I can do it now." 3117 Family Dinner 1. Xia Ruofei finally reacted and couldn't help but laugh. "Qingxue, you're just showing off your storage ring." Ha ha ha, Ling Qingxue did have some thoughts in this regard. Besides, after she got the storage ring, she was really full of novelty. Her storage space was filled to the brim. No matter what, girls always had more personal items than boys, and female cultivators were no exception. However, the 2 fruit baskets and 2 bottles of wine were indeed specially prepared by her. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "Don't make fun of me. Who doesn't know that your storage treasure is better? I'm doing this for your sake, okay? I don't want you to be rude in front of your future-in-laws." Speaking of her future-in-laws, Ling Qingxue still felt a little awkward. However, that slight sour feeling disappeared in a flash. She seemed to have gotten used to her current situation. All right. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Our Qingxue is so thoughtful." After he finished speaking, he brought Ling Qingxue to the front of the courtyard and rang the doorbell. Song Wei's cheerful voice could be heard from the courtyard, "They're coming." Soon, the door to the courtyard opened and Song Wei stuck her head out to take a look. She immediately revealed a happy smile. "Are you au fait? Qingxue. As expected, you guys are here. Please come in." Xia Ruofei was carrying a fruit basket in each hand, while Ling Qingxue was carrying 2 bottles of wine. The 3 of them walked into the courtyard together. "Why did you come to my house to take something? My dad doesn't like this kind of thing." Song Wei said with a smile. "Qingxue prepared this, it's just a small token of our appreciation." Xia Ruofei said, "Uncle Song doesn't accept gifts from others, but he will definitely accept our gifts." you're quite confident. Song Wei chuckled. But you're right. You're his savior. Besides, you've never asked him for anything. He'll be overjoyed if you bring him a gift. How? Could I not accept it? Right, is Uncle Song at home? Xia Ruofei asked. You're still working. But it should be soon. Song Wei said, he had a meeting tonight, but when he heard that you were coming, he immediately changed his schedule and postponed it to tomorrow morning. Yo. That's not good. Xia Ruofei said with a sneer. It's not a meeting in the province. It's not a big deal for him to adjust the schedule of the city meeting, Song Wei said with a smile. As they spoke, the three of them had already passed through the small courtyard and entered the small Western-style house. Song Wei's mother, Fang Liyun, had also walked out of the kitchen. She was wearing an apron and sleeves. It was obvious that she was cooking. Seeing Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, Fang Liyun smiled warmly and said, Are you Ruofei, Qingxue, we welcome you. Please come in. Song Wei took out 2 pairs of slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them on the floor. She smiled and said, New slippers, change into them quickly. Thank you. Xia Ruofei said. Then, he turned to Fang Liyun and said, Aunt Fang, sorry for the sudden visit. What are you saying? Fang Liyun rebuked. Old Song and I are so happy that you came to our house as guests. How could it be a disturbance? However, when Wei Wei is not at home, you young people won't be willing to listen to our nagging. This time, when Wei Wei comes back, you will also come. The house will be lively. After that, Fang Liyun turned to Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, who had already changed into their slippers, and said, Are you Ruofei, Qingxue, go sit in the living room. The soup was still boiling in the kitchen. I have to go and watch the fire. Let Wei Wei chat with you guys. Old Song will be home soon. All right. Aunt Fang, you've worked hard. Xia Ruofei said. Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly and said, Auntie Fang, I'll go help out in the kitchen. No need, no need. Fang Liyun quickly retorted, How can you let a guest help in the kitchen? You guys can drink tea and chat in the living room. I'll be in the kitchen by myself. Dinner is almost ready, I don't need any help. Qingxue, even though you've learned a lot from my family, my kitchen is my mother's exclusive property. Don't even think about occupying it. Song Wei chuckled. Song Wei then led Ling Qingxue and Xia Ruofei to the living room. Ruofei, bring out your good tea. Song Wei said, although the tea at my house is not bad, it's nothing compared to your tea. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, No problem. I'll make the tea, you guys just drink it. With that, Xia Ruofei took out a small bag of tea leaves from the spirit map space and fiddled with the purple sand tea set on the coffee table in the living room. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue saw Xia Ruofei open the bag and pour the tea leaves into the teapot. Even though hot water had not been poured in, the fragrance of the tea leaves alone was enough to make the two of them slightly stunned. Ruofei, is this wild tea? Song Wei asked. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, Of course. Of course, the best tea leaves must be used for the two wives. Xia Ruofei's voice was not loud, but Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were still shocked. They subconsciously looked towards the kitchen and glared at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Don't worry. If I don't want Aunt Fang to hear me, she won't hear me even if I shout. 3118 Family Dinner, 2, Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei with a reproachful look. Then, she turned her attention back to the wild tea. She could not help but say, Ruofei, let's drink it ourselves, and not use wild tea. It's quite a waste. I think the De Hong Pao from before was pretty good. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Although the production of wild tea was not high, it could not withstand the power of the time. Formation. Now we can harvest a batch of tea leaves almost every day, so we won't be short of wild tea in the future. Also, I brought a lot of wild tea this time. Uncle Song has already saved some for himself, so it won't affect him. Xia Ruofei didn't say where he planted the wild tea or who took care of it. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue didn't ask further either. Since Xia Ruofei had said so, and they really liked the unique fragrance of wild tea, they naturally did not try to stop him. Soon, Xia Ruofei finished boiling the water and made the tea. The strong fragrance of the wild tea filled the living room. Even Fang Liyun, who was busy in the kitchen, could smell the fragrance of the tea and could not help but take a deep breath. The kitchen was filled with all kinds of smells, but these smells could not cover up the fragrance of wild tea. Xia Ruofei and the other two were drinking tea and chatting in the living room. After that, Xia Ruofei simply set up a small sound-proof barrier and sat in the living room to continue explaining the Nikkang Heart Sutra to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Xia Ruofei heard the sound of a car engine coming from the courtyard, followed by the sound of a door opening. He scanned the area with his mental power and saw Song Qiming step out of the car. He took the briefcase from his secretary and said calmly, You've worked hard these 2 days. There's no work tonight, so go back and have a good rest. Yes, Secretary. The secretary said respectfully. Then, Song Qiming walked into the courtyard with his briefcase. Hence, Xia Ruofei stopped explaining and kept the soundproof barrier. Song Qiming pushed the door open and walked in. As he changed his shoes, he raised his head and said to Xia Ruofei, who was in the living room, Are you oh? Fei is here. Uncle Song, how are you? Xia Ruofei called out with a smile. Hello, Uncle Song. Ling Qingxue greeted him. Hello, hello. Song Qiming chuckled and said, Qingxue, we welcome you as our guest. Song Qiming could not help but sniffle again. He smiled and said, What a fragrant smell. Did Ruo Fei bring any good tea? Yup. It's a tea from a friend. It tastes pretty good. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other, worried. This was wild tea. As a cultivator, Song Qiming knew that Yu would enter a state of cultivation the first time she drank wild tea. Furthermore, they had already brewed the wild tea several times. It would be fine if Song Qiming did not have any effect after drinking it, but what if the effect was greatly reduced and it no longer worked after drinking it? Even if Xia Ruofei were to brew a new cup of wild tea, Song Qiming could not possibly just drink it in the living room and start cultivating. If Fang Liyun were to see this, wouldn't she be shocked? Fortunately, at this time, Fang Liyun came out of the kitchen with a big pot of boiled fish. She said while walking, Old Song, don't drink tea yet. Dinner is ready. You should drink after dinner. Yes, yes, yes. Song Wei quickly replied. Eat first. Dad, you're getting off work so late. I'm already famished. It was rare for Song Wei to act coquettishly in front of her parents. Song Qiming could not help but laugh and said, "Good, good, good. Since my precious daughter is starving, let's eat first. Enjoy your tea. After dinner." Then, Song Qiming turned to Xia Ruofei and asked, "Ruofei, shall we have a drink tonight?" Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Uncle Song, let's not drink tonight. Other than visiting you and Auntie Feng, I also want to check on your body to see if there are any hidden dangers. If you drink, I'm afraid the test results will be inaccurate, then don't drink." Feng Liyun quickly said, "Old Song, you're too much. All you can think about is drinking. Don't you have enough to drink when you're out socializing? It's not easy for our daughter to come home, and Ruofei and Qingxue also came to see us. Do you think it's nice to be drunk?" Song Qiming forced a smile. "I'm just saying. Even if I want to drink, I'll only have a few glasses. I'm already so old. How can I compete with Ruofei in drinking? Anyway, you're not allowed to drink tonight." Feng Liyun said. Song Qiming clearly knew how to get along with his wife well. He knew that it was unwise to reason with a woman at this time, so he immediately said, "I'm not drinking. I won't drink. I'm determined not to drink it." Seeing this, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. Everyone took their seats in the dining hall and looked at the dazzling array of dishes on the table. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were naturally full of praise. Feng Liyun happily let everyone try it and asked Song Wei to get some fruit juice from the fridge for everyone. Feng Liyun's cooking was very good. Everyone ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was quite good. Song Wei had not been home for a while. Her sudden return was a surprise for Song Qiming and his wife. In addition, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue's visit made the usually quiet house livelier. Naturally, Song Qiming and Feng Liyun were in a good mood. 3119 Family Dinner 3. In front of Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, Song Qiming naturally did not put on any airs as a leader of a province or city. He was completely a cheerful uncle next door. He took a sip of his juice and asked, "Qingxue, how's the development of your Lingji restaurant? I noticed that you guys seem to have participated in the bidding for the canteens of several universities?" Ling Qingxue was a little surprised. She did not expect Song Qiming to pay attention to such a small matter. The Ling's F&B group had been taking a multi-faceted development route in the past few years, while they continued to develop in the mid-range F&B market. They had also opened several high-end private restaurants. In addition, they were also actively participating in cooperation projects with some college canteens. Song Qiming was talking about the bidding projects that Ling GFNB had recently participated in for the canteens of several provincial high schools. "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Song," Ling Qingxue said. "Everything is going quite smoothly. The economic situation in the southeast province is quite good now, and there's also great potential in the food and beverage industry. The management of our corporation is quite confident. I'm not the one following up on the university food and beverage project, but I heard that it's going quite smoothly. If there are no accidents, we should be able to reach a cooperation." Song Qiming smiled and nodded. "This is a good thing. If a star company like Ling's restaurant enters a university, it'll be of great help to improve the standard of the university's food and beverage." It was only a family dinner and not in Song Qiming's office, so he only had a casual chat and did not go too deep. Furthermore, Ling Qingxue clearly had no intention of using him to take any shortcuts, so he nodded in approval. If it was an ordinary merchant, they would do everything they could to get involved with him. Since he took the initiative to ask, wouldn't the other party immediately follow up? Song Qiming thought to himself, as expected of Ruofei's girlfriend, she's so open and honest. This was pure love for the house and its crow. Then, Song Qiming chuckled and said, Ruofei, where's your paradise corporation? You've been developing well recently. You're already a star company in Sanshan City, especially the two products of Yusher cream and heart, nourishing soup, which have long been well known at home and abroad. It's no exaggeration to say that you're a star company in Sanshan. Xia Ruofei chuckled. It's all thanks to President Feng and the others. I rarely manage the company's affairs. I've heard from Deputy Mayor Hao that you're the one who handles all the government affairs. You're always so elusive, Chairman Xia. Song Qiming laughed. Xia Ruofei laughed in embarrassment and said, You're talking about the key enterprises supported by the city this time, right? Director Feng has already reported to me that the city has been giving us a lot of support. I've always wanted to express my gratitude. Song Qiming waved his hand and said, This is what the government should do. Star companies like yours should be supported more. Besides, you don't have to thank me. I didn't interfere in the entire matter from the beginning to the end. The selection process was also fair and open. All the treatment and policies are what you deserve. No matter what, our Paradise Corporation has received a lot of policy support because of this. Xia Ruofei said, especially the land acquisition for the park project. The city's support is too strong. CEO Feng can't believe it. Song Qiming laughed and said, then focus on developing your business. You guys will create more taxes and jobs for the city. That will be the greatest support for the work in the city. That's for sure. Xia Ruofei said, the park project is a project that will involve a lot of infrastructure construction. In the end, won't it still be digested by the enterprises in the city? Moreover, the expansion of the pharmaceutical factory could also produce many new jobs and solve many employment problems. Even our company's headquarters are doing a mass recruitment, preparing to launch our own online shopping center. Then shouldn't you spend more time and effort on the company? Song Qiming smiled and said, I see that you haven't been at Sanshan for a long time. Are you going to retire early? How can an old man like me, who's still working so hard at my age, bear this? Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, Uncle Song, you're always worrying about our country's national affairs. I'm different from you. Paradise Corporation is just a small company, and President Feng and the others are all outstanding enough. Now that the company is on the right track, it doesn't make much of a difference whether I'm around or not. Dad. Song Wei pursed her lips and smiled. Ruofei still had many things to do, he's not just busy with Paradise Corporation, you'll know in the future. Song Qiming smiled and said, it seems like there's a lot of things I don't know. Ha ha ha. Then I won't ask any more. I don't understand the things you young people do. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, there are so many things that you don't know. For example, your daughter has already. Fang Liyun rolled her eyes at Song Qiming. You only know now. The children are just here for a meal. And you have to nag for half a day about work. This isn't your office in the municipal party committee. You should change your bad habit of being a teacher when you get home. Song Qiming accepted her advice and said with a smile, all right, let's not talk about work. After that, Song Qiming did not mention anything about work. He only chatted with everyone. After dinner, Xia Ruofei said, "Uncle Song, why don't we have some tea in the study?" Song Wei and Ling Qingshua's eyes lit up, but they were also a little nervous. Even though they knew the effects of wild tea, Song Qiming had only cultivated for a short period of time, and his cultivation level was low. They did not know what the effects of wild tea were. Even the First Heaven sect couldn't afford to let a first Qi-layer disciple drink wild tea. Song Qiming chuckled and said, "The kind of tea you make before dinner?" The fragrance of the tea was really tempting. "I'm going to have a good taste." 3120 Irresistible Force, 1, then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the study, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he stood up first, walked to the coffee table in the living room, picked up his bag, and walked to the study room with Song Qiming. At the same time, Xia Ruofei shot a look at Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, signaling them to follow. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue thought that Xia Ruofei would be making tea with Song Qiming alone in the study room. They did not know what Xia Ruofei was up to, but they still followed him quickly. Naturally, Song Qiming did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, Ling Qingxue was his guest and his daughter, Song Wei, had not seen each other for a long time. The father and daughter drinking tea and chatting together in the study was naturally a very pleasant thing to do. The four of them quickly arrived at the study, where there were also ready-made tea sets. Xia Ruofei took out a small packet of wild tea from his bag. The one he took out was still the wild tea produced in the spirit map space, not the small packet that Qin Xian had given him today. Although the First Heaven Society's wild tea might be more effective, the First Heaven Society's attitude was still unclear. One had to be cautious. Xia Ruofei could not guarantee that Qin Xian's attitude was as he said. If Qin Xian had done something to the wild tea, wouldn't he be harming Song Qiming? Moreover, the effects of the wild tea produced in the spirit map space were similar to the wild tea of the First Heaven Society. It was more than enough for Song Qiming to consume, so the slight differences were not a problem. When Xia Ruofei opened the tea bag, Song Qiming could not help but sniffle. He asked curiously, "The tea leaves haven't even been brewed, but they already have such a fragrance. I've never heard of such a thing before." Xia Ruofei poured the tea leaves into the teapot and laughed. "This tea is indeed rare. Uncle Song, you have to try it later." I will. Song Qiming said with a smile. Boiling water, heating the pot, making tea. Xia Ruofei was already very familiar with the process of making tea. His movements were smooth and natural. Very quickly, the small study room was filled with the fragrance of tea. Even Song Qiming, who had drunk all kinds of good tea, could not help but look excited when he smelled the tea. As for Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, they were well aware of the effects of the wild tea on Song Qiming, so the anticipation in their eyes intensified. Under everyone's gaze, Xia Ruofei poured the clear tea into the teacup and greeted with a smile, "Come and try it. Wei, Qingxue, you two have a drink too." "I'll take it then." Song Qiming picked up a cup of tea with a smile. He first blew on it gently and then took a deep breath. He looked intoxicated by the fragrance of the tea. "By the way, Uncle Song, it's best to finish the first cup of tea in one gulp. That way, the taste will be better." Xia Ruofei reminded him with a smile. "Woo-woo. Good." Song Qiming nodded and said. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue both stared at Song Qiming quietly. Song Qiming blew on the tea and said, Wei Wei, you guys should have some tea too. Why are you all looking at me? Oh. Song Wei said quickly. She also picked up a cup of tea, but she pretended to blow on the tea and did not drink it immediately. Song Qiming finally brought the teacup to his mouth and drank it all in one go. Then, Song Qiming's expression froze. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Uncle Song, use the qi, nurturing technique immediately. Although Xia Ruofei knew that cultivators who consumed wild tea for the first time would enter a state of cultivation involuntarily, most of the people who consumed wild tea in the past had a certain foundation in cultivation. Song Qiming was only at refined qi level 1. He was also worried that something might go wrong and waste this precious wild tea. Actually, Xia Ruofei did not need to remind him. The genuine qi in Song Qiming's body had already started to circulate on its own. He heard Xia Ruofei's voice and started to circulate his genuine qi according to the Modest Sutra. Xia Ruofei had already set up a spirit-gathering formation beside Song Qiming to check on Song Qiming's spiritual crystal. It was kept in the safe and would only be taken out when he was cultivating. It was definitely too late now. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei was prepared, and the spirit-gathering array was a ready-made array talisman. It was extremely easy for Xia Ruofei to set up the array and was completed in the blink of an eye. After Xia Ruofei set up the spirit-gathering array, he released his spiritual power to monitor Song Qiming's condition. At the same time, he turned to Song Wei and said, Wei Wei, bring this wild tea out for Aunt Fong to try. Can my mother drink it too? Song Wei was stunned. No problem. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, It just has the effect of prolonging life. It's good for your body if you drink it all year round. All right. Song Wei quickly said, I'll go outside first then. My father, don't worry. I'm here. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Qingxue, come with Wei Wei. You guys go and make tea and chat with Auntie Fong. I think Uncle Song still needs some time. All right. Ling Qingxue said. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue took the tea tray and left the study room. Xia Ruofei sat cross-legged beside Song Qiming, observing him closely. It was probably the first time in the world of cultivation that someone at refined qi level 1 had consumed wild tea. Xia Ruofei did not dare to let his guard down and was ready to deal with any unexpected situation. 3121 Irresistible Force, 2. After Song Qiming started to cultivate, Xia Ruofei could feel his aura growing. In just 2 to 3 minutes, Song Qiming had reached refined qi level 2. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. At the same time, he quickly put his hand on Song Qiming's back and used his spiritual power to send a message. Uncle Song, I'm going to change the route of the true qi now. Follow my instructions and guide the true qi forward. Xia Ruofei had used spiritual power to communicate with Song Qiming because he was worried that Song Qiming would be in a state of deep cultivation and could not hear the outside world. Although Song Qiming did not know what cultivation was, he had been at refined qi level 1 for a long time, so he was very sensitive to true qi. Vital qi and true qi came from the same source, but they were of a higher level. The two were of the same lineage. Therefore, when Xia Ruofei's tiny bit of vital qi entered Song Qiming's meridians, he immediately sensed it. Then, he immediately followed Xia Ruofei's instructions and mobilized the essential qi in his body. Under the guidance of Xia Ruofei's vital qi, he began to circulate his essential qi according to the meridian circulation route of the corresponding technique of weapon refining level 2. Song Qiming's qi refining level 2 cultivation was quickly consolidated. At the same time, his momentum did not decrease at all. He was charging straight towards the realm of qi refining level 3. Under Xia Ruofei's guidance, Song Qiming controlled his genuine qi and circulated it for a few rounds. He quickly familiarized himself with the new meridian route. Xia Ruofei had also been using his spiritual power to communicate with Song Qiming, explaining the key points of the second level of the technique. Song Qiming's cultivation level was still increasing rapidly, even though he was at refined qi level 2. The aura on his body was also getting stronger. Xia Ruofei saw that Song Qiming was already familiar with the second stage of qi cultivation of the Modest Sutra. He was relieved and retracted his hand. However, he was still monitoring Song Qiming's condition with his mental power. After about 10 minutes, Song Qiming started to break through the bottleneck of refined qi level 3. Xia Ruofei was also speechless. However, he did not dare to be negligent and paid close attention to Song Qiming's condition. When Song Qiming successfully broke through to refined qi level 3, he immediately followed the same pattern and injected a wisp of vital qi into Song Qiming's meridians again. He guided Song Qiming to change to the corresponding cultivation technique of refined qi level 3 and quickly consolidated his cultivation. Only Xia Ruofei was able to do this, because the Modest Sutra was also derived from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. Although he had never cultivated it before, he had a thorough understanding of this technique and had also inherited the cultivation experience of many predecessors. That was why Xia Ruofei was able to guide Song Qiming in his cultivation under such circumstances. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to communicate with Song Qiming and explained the key points of the technique. Song Qiming's rapid progress finally stopped at refined qi level 4. In fact, Song Qiming had tried to break through to refined qi level 4 several times during the process of cultivation, and the bottleneck had loosened. Xia Ruofei even thought that Song Qiming might break through to refined qi level 4 today. But at the last moment, the effect of the wild tea had been used up. Song Qiming's state of enlightenment was not as strong as before. After all, breaking through was a process that would exhaust one's energy. If he could not break through with the help of the wild tea, it would be impossible for him to break through. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. If Song Qiming managed to break through the qi cultivation level 4 bottleneck, he would be able to slowly consolidate his cultivation under normal circumstances even if the effect of the wild tea leaves disappeared. However, after failing to break through the qi cultivation level 4 bottleneck, Song Qiming would have to wait for enough accumulation and the next opportunity to break through. In comparison, the latter would naturally take more time. However, Xia Ruofei quickly adjusted his state of mind. To any cultivator who had never consumed wild tea before, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity. When it came to breaking through, one had to have the mentality of if you get it, it's your fate. Otherwise, the more rushed you were, the harder it would be to break through. Song Qiming slowly opened his eyes and looked incredulous. Even though he did not know much about cultivation and had always thought that Xia Ruofei had taught him the so-called qi nurturing technique, the changes in his body in the short 20 minutes were real. Even if he was in a state of cultivation where he had forgotten himself, he could still feel the changes. The most direct observation was the crazy increase in power. Song Qiming even felt that he could kill a cow with one punch. Moreover, when he had practiced the qi nourishing method in the past, the warm flow in his lower abdomen was actually true qi. It was just that he didn't know that the warm flow had now become several times stronger. When this warm flow ran through his meridians, he couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Ruofei, what's going on? Song Qiming was dumbfounded. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Song, how do you feel now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? I feel great. But what happened just now? Why do I have such great power? Song Qiming asked in shock. As he spoke, he grabbed a paperweight made of longevity mountain stone from the desk. He gripped it slightly, and immediately left several deep fingerprints on the paperweight. 3122 Irresistible Force. 3. Song Qiming was even more shocked when he saw this. Although the material of the longevity mountain stone was soft, it was absolutely impossible to easily pinch a finger mark on it. No matter what, it was still a stone, not plasticine. This, Song Qiming stuttered. He had thought that the powerful strength contained in his body was just his illusion, but he didn't expect it to be real. Could the power of the human body reach such a terrifying level? In fact, this level of strength was nothing to Xia Ruofei. Moreover, whether it was Song Wei or Ling Qingxue, any one of them could leave a deeper fingerprint on the paperweight. Even a child like Tang Hauran could do better than Song Qiming. After all, Tang Hauran's cultivation level was already at the 4th qi layer, which was one level higher than Song Qiming's. However, Song Qiming, who had never been in contact with cultivation and did not know about the existence of cultivators, was shocked by his own power. Xia Ruofei said, Uncle Song, don't get too excited. Calm down. Calm down. Ruofei, quickly tell me what's going on. Why do I suddenly have such a powerful strength? Song Qiming quickly asked, how did the qi nurturing technique you taught me have such a terrifying effect? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Song, please calm down. Also, you don't have to worry at all. There's nothing wrong with your body now. You're much healthier than anyone your age. As for this power, I will slowly explain it to you. Alright, tell me. Song Qiming took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. After all, he was a senior leader. From the small mountain village to his official career, he had experienced too many things along the way, so his mental strength was much stronger than ordinary people. Xia Ruofei did not answer Song Qiming's question directly. Instead, he smiled and asked, Uncle Song, do you believe that there's a group of special people in this world who have explored their potential to the extreme step by step? They have power that ordinary people can't even imagine. Song Qiming smiled bitterly. In the past, I would have thought that it was a fantasy. But now that I've experienced it myself, how can I not believe it? Ruofei, you're one of the special people you mentioned, right? Song Qiming was not a fool. Naturally, he quickly realized that Xia Ruofei was the one who had taught him the qi nurturing technique. When he had fallen into a state of complete oblivion, Xia Ruofei had guided him twice with the heat flow and taught him more advanced techniques at the last minute, which allowed his strength to improve by leaps and bounds. Since Xia Ruofei could teach him the qi nurturing technique so easily, Xia Ruofei himself must be strong. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He did not say anything and picked up the paperweight like Song Qiming. Under Song Qiming's shocked gaze, the longevity mountain stone paperweight kept changing its shape in Xia Ruofei's hands, as if it had really become soft plasticine. After a while, the square longevity mountain stone paperweight had become a standard longevity mountain stone ball. Xia Ruofei placed the longevity mountain stone ball on the desk and smiled. Uncle Song, we call ourselves cultivators, or practitioners. Perhaps you've already guessed it, but what I taught you before wasn't the qi nurturing technique that old men and old ladies use to train their bodies, but an authentic cultivation technique called the Modest Heart Sutra. You've already experienced the effects of this cultivation technique, so I won't go into detail. When Xia Ruofei was about to feed Song Qiming the wild tea, he was already prepared to tell Song Qiming everything. After all, Song Qiming had already started on the path of cultivation. If he kept it from him and met other cultivators or had an accident during the cultivation process without him knowing, it would be even more dangerous. Cultivator. Cultivation technique, Song Qiming could not help but mutter to himself. Xia Ruofei's few words had completely subverted Song Qiming's worldview that he had formed over the past few decades. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Qiming and continued to explain, in fact, most people's physiques don't meet the requirements to become cultivators, so even if they have cultivation techniques, most people will never be able to step on the path of cultivation in their entire lives. Uncle Song, the reason why you were able to cultivate so smoothly started from the time you were injured, hence, Xia Ruofei told him everything that had happened after Song Qiming's brain was severely injured, including how he had tried his best to pull Song Qiming back from the brink of death. During the process, he had used the precious heart, concentrating grass, which had caused Song Qiming's body to change and become very suitable for cultivation. He told him everything in detail. After Song Qiming heard the complicated and bizarre reason, he could not help but be stunned and speechless for a long time. Xia Ruofei continued his cultivation class. Uncle Song, the division of the realms of cultivators is quite complicated. The stage you're at is called the qi refining stage. Before, you've always been at the first qi layer, but after you drank the spirit tea I brought and entered a state of enlightenment, your cultivation has broken through one after another. Now, you've reached the third qi layer, and even the bottleneck of the fourth qi layer has loosened. The qi refining stage is divided into 9 levels. If a cultivator breaks through to the 9th level, they will break through to a major realm. The realm after the qi refining stage is called the golden core stage. Song Qiming was dumbfounded. There was too much information for him to process. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not continue. Instead, he smiled and said, Uncle Song, at that time, I found that your body had become very suitable for cultivation, so I chose the Modest Sutra that was most suitable for you to teach you. As you can see, you have successfully embarked on the path of cultivation. You don't have to feel any pressure, because the benefits of becoming a cultivator are obvious to you. The most direct benefit is to extend your life. 31-23 The Door to a New World. 1. Xia Ruofei's few words had subverted the worldview that he had built up over the past few decades. All his knowledge of the world had changed in just a few minutes. Even if it didn't collapse completely, at least it had been proven to be incomplete. Moreover, it was his own personal experience. After a long while, Song Qiming raised his head and asked, Ruofei, you're also a member of the cultivators, right? What about your cultivation? Early gold core realm. Xia Ruofei had no intention of hiding it. Actually, the cultivation environment is not very good now. The whole cultivation world is in a very depressed state. The golden core stage cultivators are considered powerful. The nascent soul stage and even the primordial spirit stage have not appeared in the cultivation world for 200 to 300 years. To make it easier for Song Qiming to understand, Xia Ruofei explained further, Uncle Song, if you didn't have this opportunity, you would only be at the first qi layer. This time, the spirit T allowed you to break through continuously, and now you're already at the third qi layer, and you can break through to the fourth qi layer at any time. The whole qi refining stage was divided into 9 stages, from qi refining level 1 to level 9. After breaking through the bottleneck of qi refining level 9, the next big realm was the golden core stage. However, even if you break through the bottleneck, there is still a process to reach the early Jidan stage. The time taken for this process varies from person to person. Some can take a few months, some can take several years. With this explanation, Song Qiming had a general understanding of the cultivation realm. He nodded slightly and then asked, by the way, you said that the cultivation environment is not good. Why? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, no one knows. It's an unsolved mystery in the world of cultivation. However, the objective reality was that the cultivation environment had been deteriorating. This deterioration had started about 300 years ago. It was a very long but continuous process. For example, Uncle Song, you can probably feel that the spiritual energy in the air is very chaotic and violent. It can't be absorbed by cultivators, so most of the day, they can't cultivate. Only during the 4 hours of midnight and Savino clock will the spiritual energy slightly stabilize, allowing cultivators to cultivate. The environment has already become like this, and even normal cultivation can't be guaranteed. One can only imagine the overall strength of the cultivation world. Xia Ruofei took a sip of wild tea and continued, that's why I asked you to use the crystal I gave you when you cultivate. It's called a spirit crystal, and it contains a large amount of concentrated spiritual qi, which can be absorbed by cultivators at any time. It's because you have a spirit crystal that you can practice the qi nurturing technique I mentioned earlier. In fact, you only absorb the spiritual qi inside the spirit crystal, and the spiritual qi in the environment can't be absorbed at any time except at midnight and dawn. If a cultivator forcefully absorbs it, it can lead to various situations. The worst situation is that the violent spiritual energy can't be controlled after being absorbed into the body, and the body will explode and die. Xia Ruofei had also considered that Song Qiming did not understand cultivation at all. He was worried that he would not know the severity of the situation and try to absorb the violent and impure spiritual qi in the air for any reason, which would lead to serious consequences. That was why he had specifically pointed out this point. Song Qiming suddenly realized what was going on. He said fearfully, it's a good thing I've been carrying out your instructions to the letter. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. In fact, even if Song Qiming had tried to absorb the free spiritual energy in the air, the consequences would not have been too serious. His cultivation level was too low back then, and the violent spiritual energy in the air was not easy to absorb. However, now that Song Qiming's cultivation had increased, the risk of absorbing the spiritual qi in the air had naturally increased. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided not to point it out. Song Qiming continued, Ruofei, since this spiritual crystal is so precious, isn't it a waste for me to use it? I'm already so old, even if I cultivate, it's unlikely that I'll have any great achievements. You should keep it for your own use. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Uncle Song, spiritual crystals are only relatively precious in the world. Of cultivation. For ordinary cultivators, a spiritual crystal is indeed quite precious, but I still have a lot of spiritual crystals on hand, and I even have a lot of origin crystals that are one grade higher than spiritual crystals. As long as you can absorb them, I can supply them to you without any problem. Moreover, speaking of age, you're not even 60 yet, are you? He continued after a pause. Song Qiming nodded and said, however, it's a little late to start cultivating at this age, right? Xia Ruofei laughed. That depends on the person. If a rogue cultivator or a cultivator from a small sect starts cultivating at the age of 60, it's definitely too late. But you're different. First of all, you've profited from a disaster after that accident. You're quite talented in cultivation, which means you'll have more stamina. In addition to talent, the most important thing in cultivation was resources. In terms of resources, with my full support, it's not too late for you to start cultivating at your age. I have a cultivator by my side who is now nearly 90 years old, but his cultivation is still stuck at the Qi layer. 3124, the door to a new world. 2, you're still cultivating at such an old age? Song Qiming exclaimed in surprise. It's all right. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, cultivators live longer than ordinary people. It's normal for high-level Qi refinement cultivators to live to 150 or 160 years old. 80 years old is equivalent to middle-aged. If you break through to the golden core stage, you can live up to at least 300 years. Relatively speaking, 80 years old is even younger. 300 years old. Song Qiming exclaimed in shock. This was completely beyond his knowledge. Because in the secular world, 100-year-old man was already quite long and could be regarded as an auspicious person. If a Jingdan stage cultivator could live up to 300 years, then wouldn't 100 years be equivalent to an ordinary person in their early 30s? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. This is just a conservative estimate. As one's cultivation level increases, one's lifespan will be even longer. That was why everyone in the cultivation world was desperately trying to improve their cultivation. The desire for longevity is also an important driving force for these cultivators to work hard in their cultivation. Song Qiming nodded. He understood Xia Ruofei's words. Even he couldn't help but feel moved after hearing it. Who wouldn't want to live as long as their quality of life didn't decline? Xia Ruofei continued, let's talk about the problem of cultivation resources. Some rogue cultivators with very little resources may have started cultivating at a very young age. However, at your age, their cultivation may only be at level 3 or level 4 of the Qi refinement realm. And because you have the spiritual crystals and the spiritual tea this time, you have easily reached the level that they could only reach in decades in such a short time. Moreover, your future development space is much higher than theirs. Therefore, your age is definitely not a problem. You can rest assured about this. Song Qiming was shocked. Although Xia Ruofei's tone was calm, he could feel the cruelty of the survival of the fittest. In the world of cultivation, some low-level cultivators had to spend decades to reach his level of cultivation. But he was just as Xia Ruofei said, he had achieved it easily. Before today, Song Qiming had treated the martial arts that Xia Ruofei had taught him as a qi nurturing technique. To put it bluntly, it was a way to maintain his health. He would take some time out every day to practice. Sometimes, when he was busy with work, he might not be able to persist in practicing every day. This time, it was the spiritual tea that Xia Ruofei had brought. He drank a cup of tea and entered that mysterious state. It only took him 20 to 30 minutes to reach his current cultivation. It was really as simple as eating and drinking. Song Qiming immediately felt the huge difference in cultivation resources. At the same time, he also realized that even in the world of cultivation, the cultivation resources that Xia Ruofei had were not something that most cultivators could have. I understand. Song Qiming nodded and said, Ruofei, you've opened the door to a new world for me. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's a coincidence. Your accident last time was a blessing in disguise. If your body can't cultivate, I won't be able to help you even if I wanted to. Song Qiming suddenly remembered that when he first practiced the qi nurturing technique and felt the obvious effect, he seemed to have asked Xia Ruofei if he could teach this technique to his wife, Fang Liyun. Song Qiming remembered that Xia Ruofei had said that even if he taught her, Fang Liyun would not be able to learn it. Back then, he had absolute trust in Xia Ruofei, so he did not think about this matter anymore. He also did not teach Fang Liyun how to cultivate. Now that he thought about it, he suddenly understood that Qianqian's cultivation talent was a problem. It seemed like Fang Liyun's physique was not suitable for cultivation. At the thought of this, Song Qiming could not help but feel dejected. He and Fang Liyun had been husband and wife for 20 to 30 years, and their relationship had always been very good. If Fang Liyun was unable to cultivate, then one day, Fang Liyun would die before him. He had heard from Xia Ruofei that the lifespan of a meditational cultivator was about 150 years old. Fang Liyun was just an ordinary person. She would not be able to live that long. Xia Ruofei seemed to have read Song Qiming's mind. He smiled and said, Uncle Song, you don't have to think too much about Auntie Fang. Her current physique is indeed not suitable for cultivation, but there might be more opportunities in the future, so it's not impossible for her to change her physique. Moreover, even if she is unable to cultivate, I have the confidence to let her live as long as possible. At least 100 years is not a problem. One must know that there were many spiritual herbs in the world of cultivation. For ordinary people, they were definitely miraculous elixirs that could prolong their lives. For example, the tea that you just drank can also prolong a normal person's life. I've already asked Wei Wei and Qingxue to send it over to Aunt Fang. When Song Qiming heard that, he immediately looked grateful and said sincerely, Ruofei, you're so considerate. As Xia Ruofei had mentioned Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, Song Qiming realized that there was an explanation for the weird expressions on Song Wei and Ling Qingxue's faces. The answer was obvious. Song Qiming's eyes widened. He looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Ruofei, did Wei Wei? Yes, I am. Xia Ruofei did not wait for Song Qiming to finish his sentence. He nodded and said, not only is Wei Wei a cultivator, my girlfriend Qingxue is also a cultivator. I was the one who taught her the cultivation technique. Song Qiming felt a sense of relief when he heard that his wife, Fang Liyun, could not cultivate. He was still a little depressed when he found out that his daughter was now a cultivator like him. This meant that Song Wei could also live for at least 150 years. This was even more comforting than him and Fang Liyun being able to live to 100 years old. This was the feeling of licking one's child from the bottom of one's heart. Ruofei, it's our family's fortune to be acquainted with you. Song Qiming exclaimed. Oh right, about Wei Wei's cultivation, Song Qiming continued. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Qiming and smiled. She has already reached refined Qi level 5 and has also touched the bottleneck. She will soon break through to refined Qi level 6. Song Qiming's expression froze for a moment. Then, he laughed at himself and said, "So, as a father, I'm still inferior to my daughter? Ha ha ha." However, this was nothing. The new generation always surpassed the old. The more powerful Wei Wei is, the happier I am. Xia Ruofei smiled and consoled her. Actually, the difference is not that big. If you work hard, you might be able to surpass her. This was only a consolation. In reality, it was almost impossible for Song Qiming to surpass Song Wei's cultivation progress. Song Qiming's cultivation level was lower than Song Wei's, and he was older. Since their cultivation talents were similar, it all depended on their cultivation resources and techniques. Xia Ruofei was willing to provide them with resources. In terms of cultivation techniques, the If Heart Sutra was inferior to the Nikkang Heart Sutra. Therefore, the gap between the two of them would only get bigger and bigger. Unless Song Qiming had a greater opportunity in the future. Song Qiming's expression froze for a moment. Then, he laughed at himself and said, "So, as a father, I'm still inferior to my daughter? Ha ha ha." However, this was nothing. The new generation always surpassed the old. The more powerful Wei Wei is, the happier I am. Xia Ruofei smiled and consoled her. Actually, the difference is not that big. If you work hard, you might be able to surpass her. This was only a consolation. In reality, it was almost impossible for Song Qiming to surpass Song Wei's cultivation progress. Song Qiming's cultivation level was lower than Song Wei's, and he was older. Since their cultivation talents were similar, it all depended on their cultivation resources and techniques. Xia Ruofei was willing to provide them with resources. In terms of cultivation techniques, the If Heart Sutra was inferior to the Nikkang Heart Sutra. Therefore, the gap between the two of them would only get bigger and bigger. Unless Song Qiming had a greater opportunity in the future. 3125 Chapter 1706, No matter big or small. 1. Song Qiming already had the most direct understanding of a cultivator's martial strength. His own strength had increased dramatically and had exceeded the scope of a normal human. According to Xia Ruofei, he was still at the beginning stage of cultivation. He was one of the lower Qi refinement stage cultivators. Then, wouldn't the destructive power of a high-level Qi refinement stage cultivator, or even a golden core cultivator, be even more terrifying? Song Qiming could not help but think of the mysterious characters in swordsman novels, who could take someone's head from thousands of miles away. If such a person really existed, it would undoubtedly have a great impact on the order of real society. In fact, Song Qiming's judgment was not far from the reality. Although a cultivator in the golden core stage who could control a flying sword could not take a head from 1,000 miles away, he could still do it from dozens of miles away as long as his spiritual power could reach it. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard the question. At that moment, Song Qiming was more like a normal political figure. It seemed that his emotions had really calmed down, because he had begun to consider the problem from the angle he was used to. "Uncle Song, you don't have to worry too much about this." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "The world of cultivation has existed for thousands of years. The current world of cultivation can be traced back to hundreds of years ago. However, in the long history, there have been almost no cases of cultivators causing trouble among the ordinary people." Xia Ruofei paused and continued, cultivators spend most of their time on improving their cultivation. As I said earlier, their ultimate goal is actually to live forever. They usually have no time to care about other things, and the glory and wealth of the secular world are like floating clouds to them, not worth mentioning. To put it bluntly, even the ordinary people of the secular world are no different from ants in the eyes of some cultivators. Song Qiming could not help but smile bitterly. Although Xia Ruofei's words were straightforward, he put himself in her shoes and felt that it was normal for most cultivators to have such thoughts. Also, I heard that there are unwritten rules in the world of cultivation. Xia Ruofei continued, unless there are extremely special circumstances, they are not allowed to interfere with the operations of the secular world. They are especially not allowed to attack the friends and family of cultivators in the secular world. Otherwise, it would be a huge taboo, and they might even be hunted down by the entire cultivation world. Of course, the authenticity of this news has yet to be confirmed. In fact, I know very little about the cultivation world, and I've only learned a lot of things recently. What Xia Ruofei said was exactly what Qin Xian had told him today. Of course, he couldn't trust Qin Xian unconditionally. Even though the news was reasonable, he had always had his doubts. This was a good habit of his. Ruofei, if that's the case, I'm much more at ease. Song Qiming nodded and asked, by the way, the individual strength of cultivators has far exceeded the limits of human beings. Then, is it possible for the power of the cultivation world to be used by our world? By the secular society? Uncle Song, I've said it before, cultivators are very indifferent people. Their utilitarian heart is only reflected in the improvement of cultivation and the fight for cultivation resources. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The matters of the secular world are undoubtedly fleeting to them. So, you'd better not have such thoughts as soon as possible. More than 70 years ago, a war that concerned the fate of the country broke out. At the beginning of the war, Huaxia was defeated and lost a large amount of land. Tens of millions of soldiers and civilians died in the war, but the cultivators still did not stand up. Or rather, only a small number of cultivators took action, but that doesn't affect the overall situation. After Xia Ruofei said that, Song Qiming completely gave up. He smiled bitterly. I should have thought of this long ago. In history, when China was at a critical moment of life and death, the cultivators didn't stand up. How can we expect them to contribute to society now? Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, actually, it might be a good thing if there are no cultivators interfering. A power that had completely lost its balance was difficult to control. Also, it's not like the cultivation world and the secular world have no interactions at all. When Song Qiming heard this, he could not help but tense up. He quickly asked, Ruofei, is there anything else? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, in recent years, the advancement of modern technology has also attracted the attention of the cultivation world. In addition, because cultivation resources are becoming more and more difficult to obtain, many cultivation sects have begun to pay attention to the power of the secular world. Basically, those who have a certain influence in the cultivation world have also begun to develop their own industries. In the secular world, Xia Ruofei looked at the nervous Song Qiming and smiled. However, the reason why they developed secular industries was to further understand the development of modern technology. At the same time, they used the power of the secular world to help them find some cultivation resources. Therefore, these industries were basically legal and compliant, and in the process of operation, they were also done according to the rules of the secular world. There was basically no such thing as using the special means of cultivators for profit. Of course, because of some special resources in the world of cultivation, their industrial development in the secular world is usually more smooth. Song Qiming suddenly thought of the jaded skin cream, heart, nourishing soup, and the delicious-looking vegetables and fruits that were popular all over the world. He could not help but blurt out, for example, the Paradise Corporation that you founded? 3126, Chapter 1706, no matter big or small, too. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, the Paradise Corporation's products do indeed make use of some means of cultivators. However, there are still essential differences between the Paradise Company and the businesses of the cultivation forces in the secular world. First of all, when I founded the Paradise Company, I had yet to come into contact with the cultivation world. To be precise, I was not a cultivator at that time. In addition, from the general manager to the most basic employees of the Paradise Company, all of them are ordinary people from the secular world. The company is not responsible for any information collection, cultivation resources collection, and other work. It is a completely normal secular company. As Xia Ruofei said this, Chen Xian's figure flashed across his mind. This early-stage golden core cultivator was the young master of the number one sect in the cultivation world. He was a basic programmer in his company. However, Xia Ruofei quickly forgot about Chen Xian's special situation. Naturally, his company did not arrange for him to train. Song Qiming nodded and said, Ruofei, I basically understand the situation after hearing your explanation. To be honest, today is a completely different day for me. Uncle Song, like I said, it's important to keep a calm heart. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, when you didn't know about the existence of the cultivation world, when you used the Modest Sutra as an old man's health-keeping technique, wasn't everything the same as before? Your position and social status in the secular world will not affect your cultivation. Of course, if one was too busy with work and couldn't even take out 2 to 4 hours a day to cultivate, then it might really have a certain impact. The path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. Will your cultivation level still regress? Song Qiming asked, curiously. Of course, all the martial artists in the secular world know that you have to practice every day, or your kung fu will be wasted. This is even more so for the cultivators. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, but I think that no matter how busy you are with work, you shouldn't be so busy that you can't even spare a little time, right? Song Qiming looked a little embarrassed and said, I thought it was because I was busy with work or on business trips, so I didn't practice it. But now that I understand the situation, I'll do it every day. No one would be unwilling to live a healthier and longer life, and Song Qiming was no exception. Moreover, after cultivating, one could master power that exceeded the limits of human beings. After knowing the truth, Song Qiming naturally did not treat cultivation as something that he did not care about. Besides, the benefits of cultivation are obvious, Song Qiming continued. In the past few months, I felt that my entire spirit was different. My mind was particularly clear, my energy was particularly abundant, my thoughts were particularly clear, and my work efficiency was much higher than before. I felt like I had suddenly returned to my youth. With the increase in work efficiency, I can have more time to cultivate. For example, it was the same as reading and signing a batch of documents. Before Song Qiming started cultivating, he might need 2 hours. Now, he only needed half an hour to clearly consider all aspects and make comments. That would save them an hour and a half. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Uncle Song, you're in such a good mood. It's a good boost for your work. It looks like the burden on your shoulders will probably increase. At my level, personal progress is no longer determined by workability and political achievements. Song. Qiming smiled and waved his hand. I'm not very interested in this aspect now. I'll be lucky if I get it, but if I don't, it's my fate. I'm just a farmer's child from a small mountain village. I'm already quite satisfied with my current position, managing such a vast and rich land, and serving millions of people. Xia Ruofei did not care much about politics, so he did not continue the conversation. He thought for a while and said, By the way, Uncle Song, before we find a way for Aunt Fong to cultivate, I hope you can keep the matter of cultivation a secret from her. It's not that I don't trust her, but I'm worried that it'll be bad for her to know too much, especially the difference in the lifespan of cultivators and ordinary people. I understand. Song Qiming nodded and said, Don't worry. I've also learned about confidentiality regulations. I promise to keep my mouth shut to everyone. Xia Ruofei was also amused. He waved his hand and said, Uncle Song, I don't think so. I asked you to keep it a secret for another reason, and that's for your safety. After all, your cultivation is still relatively low and you don't have any actual combat experience. If you encounter other cultivators, you'll still be in great danger. At this point, Xia Ruofei's expression turned serious. He said, Uncle Song, the lack of resources in the world of cultivation is beyond your imagination. It's not uncommon for cultivators to fight over a little bit of cultivation resources. Although there were some rules in the world of cultivation, in general, the strong were respected. This was the true law of the jungle. Therefore, if you expose your cultivation and the spiritual crystals you have, you will be in danger. Xia Ruofei took out a jade pendant from the spirit map space and handed it to Song Qiming. Uncle Song, I've carved a small formation on this to conceal your cultivation. Ordinary qi condensation cultivators won't be able to see through it, and this is also a form of protection for you. As for golden core cultivators, they won't notice a low-ranked qi condensation cultivator like you. You must carry this jade pendant with you. Song Qiming took the jade pendant solemnly and said, I know, don't worry. I know what's important. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, besides not easily revealing your cultivation level to others, you must also pay attention during your cultivation process. Although I've said before that it's right to not advance while sailing against the current, there's one more thing you must remember. That's to go too far. Cultivation cannot be rushed. Otherwise, if there is a problem, even I am not confident that I can save him. In the process of your cultivation, you must remain calm. In addition, if you sense that something is wrong, you must stop your cultivation immediately and inform me. You must not take any chances. Song Qiming had no experience in cultivation and his identity was special. He was Song Wei's father. Hence, Xia Ruofei had to remind him of every detail. Song Qiming had clearly accepted the fact that he was a cultivator and started to think from the perspective of a cultivator. He nodded and said seriously, all right, I'll remember your advice. I'll be careful. If there's anything I don't understand, I'll ask you in time. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes. You can call me at any time. Xia Ruofei then took a pen and paper from the desk and wrote down a string of numbers. If you can't get through to my phone, you can call this number. You'll definitely find me. This was the number of the Peach Blossom Island satellite phone. This satellite phone was personally controlled by Li Yifu to ensure that Song Qiming could contact Xia Ruofei at any time. Song Qiming carefully folded the paper with the phone number and put it into the safe. Then, he said, "All right. You don't have to worry too much about me. Didn't you say that I have a good talent for cultivation? As long as I'm careful, there shouldn't be any problems." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "You're right. Normally, there shouldn't be any problems. Uncle Song, considering that you might be able to break through to refined Qi level 4 very soon, I have to teach you the cultivation method for the next stage in advance." 3127 Success 1. After Xia Ruofei finished, he immediately added, "Of course, this is just a precaution. As long as the conditions allow it, I'll definitely be by your side to protect you when you break through. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to leave because of other things. You've mastered the next stage of the cultivation method in advance, as well as some precautions for the breakthrough, so there won't be any problems even if you break through alone." "All right." Song Qiming nodded. "However, I'm getting on in years, and I'm afraid that my comprehension and memory aren't that good." "I'm afraid," Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "didn't it go smoothly when you were learning the body nourishing technique? Don't worry. Although the Modest Heart Sutra is different at each stage of the Qi refining stage, it's still only at the Qi refining stage. There's nothing difficult to understand, and it's relatively easy for you to learn it." Song Qiming chuckled and said, "I didn't know that the health maintenance method was such a powerful thing. The ignorant are fearless. I'm really feeling a little guilty now." "Uncle Song, you'll know after you learn it. It's not as difficult as you think," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "All right. Then I'll do my best." After that, Xia Ruofei started to write down the level 4 cultivation technique of the If Void Heart Sutra and explained it to Song Qiming word by word. At the same time, he drew a meridian circulation diagram for this stage and patiently explained every meridian and acupoint to Song Qiming. After all, Song Qiming had experience in cultivation. Especially after he had broken through several levels in a row today, he had a good grasp of the third level of the Qi refining stage. Therefore, it was not that difficult for him to understand it. Very soon, he had mastered the entire stage of the technique and had also firmly remembered the meridian circulation diagram. After teaching Song Qiming the level for Qi refining technique, the two of them left the study room. It had been more than an hour since Song Qiming consumed the wild tea, his breakthrough, and their long conversation. Besides, it was getting late. Under normal circumstances, Xia Ruofei should have left and returned home. The two of them went to the living room. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were making tea and chatting with Fang Liyun. The tea they were drinking was the pot of wild tea. The tea leaves were quite durable, and the fragrance didn't diminish even after being brewed a few times. Song Qiming noticed that Fang Liyun did not seem to be acting out of place after drinking the wild tea. If there was anything different about her, it would be that she seemed to be in better spirits. Fang Liyun was almost done with her shower and was about to rest, but she seemed to be in the mood to chat and did not seem to be sleepy at all. Song Qiming could not help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. "Qingxue, it's time to go home," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Let's sit a little longer." Fang Liyun smiled and said, "It's rare for us to have such a happy chat. Auntie, it's getting late. We should go back." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "I should be at the Three Mountains for the next few days. I'll come and visit you when I have time." Ling Qingxue and Song Wei were relieved to see Song Qiming come out. In high spirits, Ling Qingxue stood up. "Uncle Song, Auntie Fong, are you au fait, and I will take our leave. You guys should rest early too." "All right then." Fong Liyun said, "Ruofei, if you're at the Three Mountains, come over often. Don't talk about it. Don't worry. Aunt Fong's cooking is so good, I definitely can't help but want to come over and freeload a meal." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Fong Liyun was very pleased and said with a smile, "You're such a sweet-tongued child." After Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue greeted everyone, they walked towards the door. "I'll send you guys off," Song Wei said quickly. Then, she followed him out. Song Qiming looked at his daughter with a complicated expression, but he did not say anything. However, only he knew his true thoughts. After all, Song Qiming had found out about the world of cultivation all of a sudden. He even knew that his daughter's cultivation level was higher than his own. The fact that he could remain so calm showed that Song Qiming's mental fortitude was pretty good. Song Wei followed Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue out of the building and into the courtyard. She asked impatiently, "Are you au fait, how is it?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Refined Qi level 3. And I've already touched the bottleneck of refined Qi level 4, and a breakthrough is just a matter of time." "That's great." Song Wei cheered at first, then she immediately looked back carefully and asked in a low voice, "Then, about cultivation." Xia Ruofei knew what Song Wei was concerned about. He smiled and said, "I've already told Uncle Song some things about the world of cultivation. He now knows that he's not cultivating the health maintenance method that the old men and women in the park use every day." In addition, at this point, Xia Ruofei paused for a moment. Then, he looked at Song Wei and smiled. He also knows that his precious daughter has already reached refined Qi level 5, which is even higher than his cultivation. Ah? Ah. Song Wei couldn't help but exclaim and immediately covered her mouth. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Uncle Song is not a fool. He could tell that you were making wild tea today. However, that's all the information I've revealed. I didn't tell you anything else, including our relationship and the matter of Paradise Island." 3128 Success. 2. Song Wei heaved a sigh of relief, but she was still worried. "About my cultivation, well, my dad. I've observed him. In general, he's quite pleased," Xia Ruofei said, "because I told him that high-level cultivators in the refinement stage can live up to 150 years. Just based on this, he is very willing to see you get better and better on the path of cultivation. All parents in the world are the same. They all want their children to live a better life, and your father is no exception." Song Wei was also touched. She nodded and said, "Yes, I know that, Wei. I've told Uncle Song to keep the cultivation thing a secret from Auntie Fong for now." Xia Ruofei said, "So I think he will find a chance to talk to you alone. Whatever you can say and what you can't say, just grasp it yourself. As for why you're cultivating, just say that I found that your constitution is especially suitable for cultivation, so I taught you a cultivation technique." "Alright, I got it." Song Wei nodded and said. Xia Ruofei didn't say much. Song Wei had always been A steady person, so he was more at ease. The three of them did not chat for long in the courtyard. After all, Song Wei only sent them out for a while. If they stayed in the courtyard to talk, Fang Liyun would definitely find it strange. Xia Ruofei drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle while Ling Qingxue drove the orange Beetle. Meow 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 meow. The two cars quickly left the provincial party committee's family residence one after the other, and drove all the way to the Jiangbin Villa community. After Xia Ruofei finished, he immediately added, "Of course, this is just a precaution. As long as the conditions allow it, I'll definitely be by your side to protect you when you break through. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to leave because of other things. You've mastered the next stage of the cultivation method in advance, as well as some precautions for the breakthrough, so there won't be any problems even if you break through alone." "All right." Song Qiming nodded. "However, I'm getting on in years, and I'm afraid that my comprehension and memory aren't that good." "I'm afraid," Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "didn't it go well when you were learning the body nurturing technique?" "Don't worry. Although the Modest Heart Sutra is different at each stage of the Qi refining stage, it's still only at the Qi refining stage. There's nothing difficult to understand, and it's relatively easy for you to learn it." Song Qiming chuckled and said, "I didn't know that the health maintenance method was such a powerful thing. The ignorant are fearless. I'm really feeling a little guilty now." "Uncle Song, you'll know after you learn it. It's not as difficult as you think," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "All right. Then I'll do my best." After that, Xia Ruofei started to write down the level 4 cultivation technique of the Void Heart Sutra and explained it to Song Qiming word by word. At the same time, he drew a meridian circulation diagram for this stage and patiently explained every meridian and acupoint to Song Qiming. After all, Song Qiming had experience in cultivation. Especially after he had broken through several levels in a row today, he had a good grasp of the third level of the Qi refining stage. Therefore, it was not that difficult for him to understand it. Very soon, he had mastered the entire stage of the technique and had also firmly remembered the meridian circulation diagram. After teaching Song Qiming the level 4 Qi refining technique, the two of them left the study room. It had been more than an hour since Song Qiming consumed the wild tea, his breakthrough, and their long conversation. Besides, it was getting late. Under normal circumstances, Xia Ruofei should have left and returned home. The two of them went to the living room. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were making tea and chatting with Fang Liyun. The tea they were drinking was the pot of wild tea. The tea leaves were quite durable, and the fragrance didn't diminish even after being brewed a few times. Song Qiming noticed that Fang Liyun did not seem to be acting out of place after drinking the wild tea. If there was anything different about her, it would be that she seemed to be in better spirits. Fang Liyun was almost done with her shower and was about to rest, but she seemed to be in the mood to chat and did not seem to be sleepy at all. Song Qiming could not help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. "Qingxue, it's time to go home," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Let's sit a little longer." Fang Liyun smiled and said, "It's rare for us to have such a happy chat. Auntie, it's getting late. We should go back," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "I should be at the Three Mountains for the next few days. I'll come and visit you when I have time." Ling Qingxue and Song Wei were relieved to see Song Qiming come out in high spirits. Ling Qingxue stood up. Uncle Song, Auntie Fong, Xia Ruofei, and I will take our leave. You guys should rest early too. All right then. Fong Liyun said, Ruofei, if you're at the 3 mountains, come over often. Don't talk about it. Don't worry. Aunt Fong's cooking is so good, I definitely can't help but want to come over and freeload a meal. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Fong Liyun was very pleased and said with a smile, you're such a sweet-tongued child. After Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue greeted everyone, they walked towards the door. I'll send you guys off, Song Wei said quickly. Then, she followed him out. Song Qiming looked at his daughter with a complicated expression, but he did not say anything. However, only he knew his true thoughts. After all, Song Qiming had found out about the world of cultivation all of a sudden. He even knew that his daughter's cultivation level was higher than his own. The fact that he could remain so calm showed that Song Qiming's mental fortitude was pretty good. Song Wei followed Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue out of the building and into the courtyard. She asked impatiently, Xia Ruofei, how is it? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, refined Qi level 3. And I've already touched the bottleneck of refined Qi level 4, and a breakthrough is just a matter of time. That's great. Song Wei cheered at first, then she immediately looked back carefully and asked in a low voice, then, about cultivation. Xia Ruofei knew what Song Wei was concerned about. He smiled and said, I've already told Uncle Song some things about the world of cultivation. He now knows that he's not cultivating the health maintenance method that the old men and women in the park use every day. In addition, Xia Ruofei paused for a moment and looked at Song Wei. He smiled and said, he also knows that his precious daughter has already reached refined Qi level 5, which is even higher than his cultivation. Ah? Ah. Song Wei couldn't help but exclaim and immediately covered her mouth. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Uncle Song is not a fool. He could tell that you were making wild tea today. However, that's all the information I've revealed. I didn't tell you anything else, including our relationship and the matter of Paradise Island. Song Wei heaved a sigh of relief, but she was still worried. About my cultivation, well, my dad. I've observed him. In general, he's quite pleased. Xia Ruofei said, because I told him that high-level cultivators in the refinement stage can live up to 150 years. Just based on this, he is very willing to see you get better and better on the path of cultivation. All parents in the world are the same. They all want their children to live a better life, and your father is no exception. Song Wei was also touched. She nodded and said, yes, I know that, Wei. I've told Uncle Song to keep the cultivation thing a secret from Auntie Fong for now. Xia Ruofei said, so I think he will find a chance to talk to you alone. Whatever you can say and what you can't say, just grasp it yourself. As for why you're cultivating, just say that I found that your constitution is especially suitable for cultivation, so I taught you a cultivation technique. Alright, I got it. Song Wei nodded and said. 3129, let's have dinner. 1. When his phone rang, Qin Xian was sitting at his desk, typing away at lightning speed. His fingers were much faster than the average person, and the sound of his fingers tapping away on the keyboard was a continuous stream that seemed to have a different kind of charm to it. Most people might be able to type at such a speed, but it seemed like they had never seen anyone like Qin Xian, who didn't even need to think when it came to coding. All he needed to do was to type furiously. Of course, the programmers in the office were already immune to Qin Xian's heaven-defying performance. In any case, Qin Xian was quick with his work. The code was simple and well-structured, and no bugs were ever found. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that such beautiful code could be typed out at such a crazy speed. Qin Xian's phone rang, and the sounds of typing stopped abruptly. He frowned as he glanced at the screen. When he saw that the caller ID was Xia Ruofei's number, which he had just saved yesterday, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. He picked up his phone and walked out of the office. He went to the corridor next door and picked up the call. "Brother Xia, you were looking for me?" "Brother Chen, you don't plan to work overtime today, right?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "It's all right today. I don't have much work to do. I should be able to get off work on time." "Brother Xia, is there something you need?" Qin Xian asked. "Oh. I'm just asking," Xia Ruofei said. "Also, if you don't have any other plans after work, I would like to treat you to a meal." Qin Xian pondered for a moment before saying, "No problem. All right then. I'll be waiting for you at home." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Oh right, I'll send you my home address. Can you find it?" "Brother Xia, why don't you add me on WeChat?" Qin Xian asked. "Just send me your location." "My WeChat is this phone number." Xia Ruofei was taken aback. He had always treated Qin Xian as the young sect master of the First Heaven Society. He had always felt that Qin Xian might not know about some of the modern technology methods. Hence, the first thing he thought of was to give Qin Xian the address instead of using a simple method like WeChat to locate it. After hearing Qin Xian's words, Xia Ruofei realized that this guy was a true programmer. He was definitely good at using his phone and computer. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I'll add you on WeChat and send you my location." "Okay, brother Xia. I'll go back to the office first. See you in the evening," Qin Xian said. "See you in the evening." After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he opened WeChat and used Qin Xian's phone number to do a search. As expected, he found Qin Xian's WeChat number. Qin Xian's WeChat name was Young Master Chen of Tianyi. This was a rather Chinibu name. The first thing people would think of was a second-generation rich kid. It was completely different from the young, promising, and gentle image of Qin Xian. Xia Ruofei chuckled as he added Young Master Chen of Tianyi as a friend on WeChat. Qin Xian was obviously waiting as well. He approved Xia Ruofei's application immediately. Xia Ruofei sent the location of the Jiangbin Villa district to Qin Xian. He then sent the exact building number of his villa to Qin Xian. Qin Xian quickly replied. It was an expression, a cute cartoon figure nodding quickly. After Xia Ruofei saw it, he almost spat out his rice. Qin Xian's image on WeChat was so different from how he looked in real life. Xia Ruofei did not reply to Qin Xian. He packed his things and left the office. He greeted Qin Yanan, who was on duty, at the door, and walked into his exclusive elevator. He went directly to the underground parking lot and drove back to the Jiangbin Villa community. On the way back, Xia Ruofei gave Song Wei and Ling Qingxue a call each and asked them to come over for dinner. Xia Ruofei knew very well that with the First Heaven Society's ability to collect information, his relationship with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had probably been discovered by Chen Nanfeng long ago. Qin Xian might not have known, but Chen Nanfeng definitely knew. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not plan to hide it anymore. He decided to let Song Wei and Ling Qingxue show their faces. If Qin Xian really wanted to harm Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, he would have to be more careful. After all, Xia Ruofei would not leave the Three Mountains until he was sure that Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were safe. Moreover, he would also let Song Wei stay at the Three Mountains for the time being and not return to the capital. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to take care of both sides. Xia Ruofei asked Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to go to the Jiangbin villa earlier. Therefore, he went to the supermarket to buy some groceries. When he returned to his villa, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had already arrived in the same car. Ling Qingxue had left the company right after receiving Xia Ruofei's call. However, she had driven to the provincial party committee's family residence to pick up Song Wei and then drove to the Riverside Villa area. Therefore, everyone had entered the area at the same time. Xia Ruofei had just parked his car when he saw Ling Qingxue's beetle turn into his field of vision. Very quickly, Ling Qingxue's car had also entered the villa's courtyard. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei got out from the car from the left and right sides. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei, who was carrying 2 bags of vegetables, and asked with a smile, "What kind of guests are we having tonight? You're actually buying so many ingredients when you have them at home." The group of them sat down in the living room of the villa. Xia Ruofei then introduced them, "Brother Chen, this is Ling Qingxue and this is Song Wei. They are both my Dao companions." Ling Qingxue and Song Wei didn't expect Xia Ruofei to introduce them so directly. They blushed. Qin Xian wasn't surprised at all. In the world of cultivation, it wasn't uncommon for powerful cultivators to have multiple Dao companions. Of course, there were also cultivators who spent their entire lives alone, and there were also those who only had one Dao companion. Even if their Dao companion had fallen, they would never be willing to remarry. For example, his father, Chen Nanfeng. In any case, although it wasn't common for a cultivator to have multiple Dao companions in the world of cultivation, it was still considered a normal phenomenon. At least, it wouldn't attract as much condemnation as in the secular world. Xia Ruofei immediately turned to Ling Qingxue and Song Wei and said, "This is the young sect master of the First Heaven sect I told you about, Brother Qin Xian. He's already an early golden core cultivator at such a young age. He's also from a famous sect, so his future is limitless." "Brother Xia," Qin Xian said with a bitter smile, "ever since you've appeared in the world of cultivation, the words young and promising no longer fit me, right?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "In terms of the lifespan of Aurus core stage cultivators, Brother Chen and I are of the same age." Ling Qingxue and Song Wei couldn't help but feel honored when they saw the young sect master of the number 1 sect in the cultivation world praising Xia Ruofei. They couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Qin Xian turned to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue and said, "Hello, my 2 sisters-in-law, don't believe Brother Xia's flattering words. I only entered the golden core stage a few years earlier than others by relying on the cultivation resources provided by my family. I believe that with Brother Xia's support, the 2 of you won't be any older than me when you step into the golden core stage. Sect leader Chen is too humble. Ruofei has been praising you in front of us," Song Wei said with a smile. "They say you're the leader of the younger generation in the world of cultivation." Qin Xian waved his hand and replied, "I don't deserve it. I don't dare." By the way, sister-in-law can just call me by my name or brother Chen like brother. Xia. Calling me young sect Master Chen is really too distant. Greetings, brother Chen. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue said in unison. Qin Xian nodded his head with a smile. After a moment of silence, he said, my two sisters. In-law, I didn't prepare any gifts for our first meeting in advance. I got these two headwear when I explored the ancient cultivator ruins last time. Take it as a meeting gift for you. With that, Qin Xian flipped his hand and took out two exquisite head accessories from his storage ring. He then handed them over to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. One of the two headdress was in the shape of a phoenix with its wings spread, and the other was in the shape of a delicate and beautiful jade orchid. They moved and stopped, but they were both lifelike. Furthermore, the material looked very special. It was neither gold nor jade. It had a metallic texture, but it also had the clarity and luster of jade. It was clearly not made of materials commonly seen in the secular world. This, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other and then turned to look at Xia Ruofei. They did not know if they should accept Qin Xian's gift, so they left the decision to Xia Ruofei. Since it's a gift from brother Chen, you should accept it, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Only then did Song Wei and Ling Qingxue take the headdress and said in unison, many thanks, brother Chen. The two of them didn't need to discuss, and tacitly chose the headdress that they liked. Song Wei took the magnolia headdress, while Ling Qingxue chose the phoenix headdress, which was more in line with their personalities. The two of them held the headwear in their hands and immediately felt a refreshing coolness. It was as if their minds were refreshed and they became much more clear-headed. These two head ornaments have the effect of calming one's mind and focusing one's concentration. After wearing them, you'll be able to cultivate twice as fast. For qi condensation cultivators, the effect was quite good. Originally, I found two rainbow feathers along with these two head ornaments, but the feathers have already been worn down by the passage of time. Otherwise, it would have been more suitable to give them to my two sisters-in-law. Many thanks, brother Chen. Xia Ruofei said, your gift is great. It's also very suitable for Wei Wei and Qingxue, thanks. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue expressed their gratitude to Qin Xian. Brother Xia, you didn't tell me in advance. Qin Xian waved his hand and said, I didn't prepare any special gifts for my two siblings today. Originally, wild tea was more suitable, but with brother Xia's tender and protective nature, I believe that my two sister-in-law should have already taken it. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, brother Chen, you know me well. Ruofei, why don't you talk to brother Chen for a while? Song Wei stood up and said, I'll go prepare dinner with Qingxue. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, okay, thank you. In fact, Xia Ruofei was almost done preparing dinner. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue only needed to stir, fry a few more vegetables, and watch the fire. Besides, Song Wei's cooking skills were not bad, so it was not a problem for her to complete the task. As for Ling Qingxue, as long as she didn't make things worse, Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian were the only ones left in the living room. Xia Ruofei poured away the tea leaves that Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had just made and cleaned the tea set again. Then, he took out the peach blossom de Hong Pao and started to make tea while chatting with Qin Xian. Brother Chen, have you gotten used to working in our company these days? Xia Ruofei asked. It's pretty good. Qin Xian smiled and said, I'm just like everyone else. I clock into work every day, eat in the company cafeteria, and occasionally go back at night to cook my own meal. It's a very fresh experience for me too. Be able to feel the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of ordinary people at close range. It's indeed very beneficial for the cultivation of my mind. In fact, it was more important for Qin Xian to accumulate his cultivation at this stage. Therefore, compared to entering the secular world to train, it was better for him to cultivate in the heavenly abode. Once he met with a bottleneck, he would enter the secular world to cultivate and find an opportunity to break through. However, Qin Xian's personality was more peaceful. Coupled with the orders from his father, Chen Nanfeng, he quickly adjusted his mentality. Since he was already here, he would take things as they came. He started his training journey calmly. He had really experienced the ups and downs of the ordinary people in the secular world. Xia Ruofei poured the tea into a teacup and passed it to Qin Xian. Then, he smiled and asked, "The people in the research department didn't purposely make things difficult for you, right? Tell me directly if you've suffered any grievances. I'll deal with them." Actually, Xia Ruofei was also worried that the people in the development department would be jealous of Qin Xian and deliberately make things difficult for him. If they angered this man, the company would be in chaos and a life could be lost in a matter of minutes. As the saying goes, the emperor's blood flows when he's angry. Qin Xian's ability was much stronger than those emperors of the secular world. If something really happened, Xia Ruofei would rather stand up for Qin Xian himself and deal with a few employees. As long as Qin Xian was not angry, it would be fine. "Brother Xia, please don't do that. And don't just go and ask me to give you a special treatment. Otherwise, it'll be meaningless." Qin Xian waved his hands. Qin Xian seemed to be able to guess Xia Ruofei's concern, so he said seriously, "Brother Xia, don't worry, everyone in the research department is treating me well. Even if the situation you're talking about happens, I'm just an Oris core stage cultivator. How can I stoop to the level of ordinary people? Besides, suffering grievances is also a way to temper one's heart." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. But I still hope that Brother Chen can finish the training as soon as possible. Our Paradise Corporation's temple is too small. If a great god like you kneels there, I'll be on tenterhooks all day long." Qin Xian revealed an awkward expression and said, "It shouldn't be too long. Director Feng has placed great importance on this Paradise Mall project. Recently, he has been strengthening the development force, and our progress has been greatly accelerated. I estimate that in less than a month, we should be able to develop the internal version. As for the subsequent tests and adjustments, I don't need to participate. By then, Brother Xia doesn't need to chase me away. I will take the initiative to leave." "Let's hope so," Xia Ruofei said as he made up his mind. He would ask Feng Jing to hire more dinners ready. Song Wei said with a smile, "You guys can come over and chat while eating." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I'm coming." Then, he put down his teacup, stood up, and said, "Brother Chen, let's go have dinner. You're used to eating the delicacies of the cultivation world, so today you should try the home-cooked food of the secular world. I hope you don't mind." Small amount of spiritual qi. With Xia Ruofei's background as a nascent soul realm disciple, it was 2257 normal for him to take out wine that contained a little spiritual qi. It was just right for his identity. "I've been eating home-cooked food from the secular world recently," Qin Xian replied with a smile. "For example, I think the food in our company's cafeteria is pretty good. Besides, even in the sect, the ingredients we eat are actually similar to the ingredients in the secular world. The legendary spiritual rice and other such ingredients have already become rare due to the deterioration of the cultivation environment. Xia Ruofei touched his nose and smiled. That's true. In fact, it's not easy for cultivators nowadays. The two of them walked to the dining table. Song Wei and Ling Qingshui quickly brought out the dishes that had been prepared in the kitchen. There were indeed some common home-cooked dishes such as boiled fish, braised beef, cabbage and vinegar sauce, bitter gourd soup. However, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei's cooking skills were not bad. So these home-cooked dishes looked good. They also exuded a fragrant smell that greatly increased one's appetite. Xia Ruofei took out 2 bottles of white wine from the spirit map space and said with a smile, "Brother Chen, let's try this Western wine today. I think you don't usually drink much." This Ceylon wine was brewed in Australia's West Winery. However, Xia Ruofei had stored it in the spirit map space for quite a long time, so the taste should be very good. Of course, there was definitely some spiritual energy in the wine. With Chen Xian's standards, he was naturally able to tell. However, wine was different from other ingredients. Many cultivators would store good wine in their cultivation cellars that were rich in spiritual qi. Therefore, it was normal for wine to contain a small amount of spiritual qi. With Xia Ruofei's background as a nascent soul realm disciple, it was normal for him to take out wine that contained a little spiritual qi. It was just right for his identity. Our company in the secular world does have some Western wine, but we really don't drink much. It seems like I'm in luck today, Chen Xian said with a smile. Chen Xian revealed an awkward expression as he replied, "It shouldn't be too long. Director Feng has placed great importance on this Paradise Mall project. Recently, he has been strengthening the development force, and our progress has been greatly accelerated. I estimate that in less than a month, we should be able to develop the internal version. As for the subsequent tests and adjustments, I don't need to participate. By then, Brother Xia doesn't need to chase me away. I will take the initiative to leave." "Let's hope so," Xia Ruofei said as he made up his mind. He would ask Feng Jing to hire more programmers tomorrow. It would be best if he could poach 2 big names in the industry. The development of Paradise Mall could continue to speed up as long as he could get Chen Xian to leave as soon as possible. Spending a little more money and hiring a few more people was nothing. After the two of them had some tea, Song Wei and Ling Qingshui carried the dinner they had prepared out of the kitchen. "Dinner's ready," Song Wei said with a smile. "You guys can come over and chat while eating." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I'm coming." Then, he put down his teacup, stood up, and said, "Brother Chen, let's go have dinner. You're used to eating the delicacies of the cultivation world, so today you should try the home-cooked food of the secular world. I hope you don't mind. I've been eating home-cooked food from the secular world recently." Chen Xian replied with a smile. "For example, I think the food in our company's cafeteria is pretty good. Besides, even in the sect, the ingredients we eat are actually similar to the ingredients in the secular world. The legendary spiritual rice and other such ingredients have already become rare due to the deterioration of the cultivation environment." Xia Ruofei touched his nose and smiled. "That's true. In fact, it's not easy for cultivators nowadays." The two of them walked to the dining table. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue quickly brought out. They also exuded a fragrant smell that greatly increased one's appetite. Xia Ruofei took out 2 bottles of white wine from the spirit map space and said with a smile, "Brother Chen, let's try this Western wine today. I think you don't usually drink much." This Semillon wine was brewed in Australia's West Winery. However, Xia Ruofei had stored it in the spirit map space for quite a long time, so the taste should be very good. Of course, there was definitely some spiritual energy in the wine. With Chen Xian's standards, he was naturally able to tell. Even though Xia Ruofei spoke in a casual tone, Chen Xian's eyes narrowed and his face revealed a strange expression. Originally, he had a lot of questions about his father, Chen Nanfeng, asking him to bring 2 5-saint badges to the secular world for training. These days, he had also made various speculations, but he could not figure it out. It was only when Xia Ruofei suddenly appeared at the Peach Blossom Company that Chen Xian finally understood. Since the Paradise Corporation was Xia Ruofei's business in the secular world, Chen Nanfeng must have had a deeper meaning for him to come to the Paradise Corporation for training. Under such circumstances, Chen Nanfeng had specifically asked him to bring 2 5-saints badges. Could it be that Xia Ruofei had a close relationship with the 5 saints badges? Back at the auction, Chen Xian had borrowed spirit stones from Xia Ruofei to bid for the 5 saints token. At that time, Chen Xian was worried that Xia Ruofei would also want to compete for the 5 saints token. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to lend him the spiritual stones so readily after a short pause. If Xia Ruofei had studied the 5-saint token deeply or knew its secret, how could he give it up so easily? Chen Xian thought about it and realized that there was another possibility. Xia Ruofei already had the last yet to be born 5 saints token. This was almost a guess. Of course, this was all under the premise that Chen Nanfeng still knew everything. In fact, Chen Xian's guess was basically the truth. It was even closer to the truth than Chen Nanfeng's guess. Chen Nanfeng only thought that Xia Ruofei had come into contact with the 5 saints badge recently. He did not expect that Xia Ruofei would have the last 5 saints badge with him. Chen Nanfeng was overconfident because he could sense the weak aura of anyone who had come into contact with the 5 saints badge. If the 5 saints badge was still with Xia Ruofei, even if it was in the storage ring, its aura would definitely not be able to escape his eyes. What he did not expect was that Xia Ruofei did not use a storage treasure, but a much higher grade grotto heaven treasure. If Xia Ruofei had not come into contact with the 5 saints token for a short time in the spirit map space and had not gone to the first heaven sect, he would not have sensed that faint aura. Chen Xian had no idea what Chen Nanfeng's intentions were. He only had a vague guess that it had something to do with the 5 saints badge. Hence, he could not provide Xia Ruofei with more information when he appeared. However, he did not hide anything about the 5 saints badge. Of course, that was all. He did not continue to beat around the bush with Xia Ruofei about the 5 saints token. Chen Xian did not expect Xia Ruofei to lead the conversation to the 5 sacred medallions. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Chen Xian's mind. After a moment of silence, Chen Xian said, "Our 3 clans had once studied the 5 holy badges together. However, we had yet to obtain the 4th badge at that time. The results of the research back then could actually be said to have made no progress at all. Brother Xia, do you have any good suggestions?" Chen Xian was a little more cautious with His words, but his tone was filled with a sense of probing. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother Chen, I'm just saying. After all, no one knows if there will be any new discoveries with the 4 tokens. Since there's no progress in your research, why don't you give it a try?" Qin Xian was slightly disappointed, but he had a feeling that Xia Ruofei was not just saying it casually. He thought for a while and said, "I'll go back and contact my father to ask for his opinion." After all, he would have to step in if he wanted to gather the other 2 sects to bring out the 5 saints' badges. However, the 5 holy badges are with me now, so it might not be too convenient. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Brother Chen, you really can't forget about this experiential learning job. Do you really not want to leave our company that much? Actually, you could have arranged for the meeting to be at Sanshan. This won't delay anything, right?" A light bulb went off in Chen Xian's head. He was even more certain that Xia Ruofei's suggestion was not just for show. However, he didn't show it. He just smiled and said, "Brother Xia's suggestion is not bad. I'll seriously consider it." Following that, everyone tacitly did not mention the matter of the 5 sacred badges again. They drank and chatted, and the atmosphere was very good. At around 9 in the evening, Qin Xian stood up and bade farewell. The reason was that she had to go to work tomorrow and had to go back early to rest. Xia Ruofei and the other 2 couldn't help but laugh. Qin Xian was too immersed in his character. However, Xia Ruofei was rather impressed by Qin Xian. He did everything seriously and did it to the extreme. It was unreasonable for such a person to not succeed. Considering that Qin Xian didn't have a car, Xia Ruofei was supposed to drive him back. However, Qin Xian had rejected the offer and booked a Didi cab instead. Hence, Xia Ruofei and the other 2 walked him to the entrance of the villa district as a way to take a walk to digest his food. Xia Ruofei even saw Qin Xian retrieving his identity card at the entrance of the community. He must have been detained here when he entered the community. The management of the personnel in this villa community had always been very strict. In fact, Xia Ruofei was also very curious about Qin Xian's identity card, but he was too embarrassed to ask him for it. At the entrance of the villa district, Xia Ruofei and the other 2 accompanied Qin Xian for a while. The Didi that he had arranged to meet with arrived. Xia Ruofei took a look and saw that it was an ordinary Ford Focus. Qin Xian must have chosen an ordinary model to save money. 3133 Releasing the signal after waving goodbye to Qin Xian, Xia Ruofei and the other 2 strolled into the villa. Today, the 3 of them had a little to drink, so Song Wei decided to stay at Xia Ruofei's house. She called back to say that she was having dinner with Ling Qingxue and then stayed at Ling Qingxue's house. Song Qiming already knew that Song Wei was a cultivator like Ling Qingxue, so he was very assured that his daughter was staying outside. He did not say that he would send a car to take her home. The 3 of them walked along the beautiful road in the neighborhood. On the way, Xia Ruofei saw that the lights in Feng Jing's little terrace house were still on. Feng Jing must have returned home from work. However, it was getting late and his 2 female friends were by his side, so Xia Ruofei had no intention of visiting. After chatting for a while, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but ask, "Ruofei, do you have any special intentions for suddenly inviting Qin Xian over for a meal?" "Guess." Xia Ruofei smiled and said. "How am I supposed to guess?" Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "I heard the content of your conversation. It's so confusing." It feels like you're just having a casual chat. It was all over the place, and there was no substantial content. However, I don't believe that you would do something meaningless. Song Wei pursed her lips and smiled. Let me make a guess. Is it related to that 5-saint token? Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei in surprise and said, Wei, not bad. You're quite sharp. You can even guess this? Ling Qingshui held onto Song Wei's arm and asked with interest, Wei, how did you guess it? Song Wei smiled and said, it seems that I was right. It's nothing much, I just felt that even though you guys didn't talk about the 5 sages medallion for too long, the atmosphere was clearly different. Furthermore, even though Chen Xian still had that gentle and refined expression, I could feel that he had suddenly become very cautious. I was wondering if this 5 sages medallion was important to him. Xia Ruofei gave Song Wei a thumbs up and said, You're indeed as meticulous as a hare. Ruofei, tell us about the 5 holy badges, said Ling Qingshui as she tugged at Xia Ruofei's clothes. Actually, I don't know much about the 5 saints badges either. However, it's very likely that Chen Xian came to the 3 mountains and joined the Peach Blossom Company for the 5 saints badge. Of course, he might not even be aware that all of this was Chen Nanfeng's arrangement. Xia Ruofei said. Following that, Xia Ruofei selectively told Ling Qingshui and Song Wei about the 5 saint badges. Even though Xia Ruofei spoke in a casual tone, Chen Xian's eyes narrowed and his face revealed a strange expression. Originally, he had a lot of questions about his father, Chen Nanfeng, asking him to bring 2 5 saint badges to the secular world for training. These days, he had also made various speculations, but he could not figure it out. It was only when Xia Ruofei suddenly appeared at the Peach Blossom Company that Chen Xian finally understood. Since the Paradise Corporation was Xia Ruofei's business in the secular world, Chen Nanfeng must have had a deeper meaning for him to come to the Paradise Corporation for training. Under such circumstances, Chen Nanfeng had specifically asked him to bring 2 5 saints badges. Could it be that Xia Ruofei had a close relationship with the 5 saints badges? Back at the auction, Chen Xian had borrowed spirit stones from Xia Ruofei to bid for the 5 saints token. At that time, Chen Xian was worried that Xia Ruofei would also want to compete for the 5 saints token. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to lend him the spiritual stones so readily after a short pause. If Xia Ruofei had studied the 5 saint token deeply or knew its secret, how could he give it up so easily? Chen Xian thought about it and realized that there was another possibility. Xia Ruofei already had the last yet to be born 5 saints token. This was almost a guess. Of course, this was all under the premise that Chen Nanfeng still knew everything. In fact, Chen Xian's guess was basically the truth. It was even closer to the truth than Chen Nanfeng's guess. Chen Nanfeng only thought that Xia Ruofei had come into contact with the 5 saints badge recently. He did not expect that Xia Ruofei would have the last 5 saints badge with him. Chen Nanfeng was overconfident because he could sense the weak aura of anyone who had come into contact with the 5 saints badge. If the 5 saints badge was still with Xia Ruofei, even if it was in the storage ring, its aura would definitely not be able to escape his eyes. What he did not expect was that Xia Ruofei did not use a storage treasure, but a much higher grade grotto heaven treasure. If Xia Ruofei had not come into contact with the 5 saints token for a short time in the spirit map space and had not gone to the first heaven sect, he would not have sensed that faint aura. Qin Xian had no idea what Chen Nanfeng's intentions were. He only had a vague guess that it had something to do with the Five Saints badge. Hence, he could not provide Xia Ruofei with more information when he appeared. However, he did not hide anything about the Five Saints badge. Of course. That was all. He did not continue to beat around the bush with Xia Ruofei about the Five Saints token. Qin Xian did not expect Xia Ruofei to lead the conversation to the five sacred medallions. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Qin Xian's mind. After a moment of silence, Qin Xian said, "Our three clans had once studied the five holy badges together. However, we had yet to obtain the fourth badge at that time. The results of the research back then could actually be said to have made no progress at all. Brother Xia, do you have any good suggestions?" Qin Xian was a little more cautious with his words, but his tone was filled with a sense of probing. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother Chen, I'm just saying. After all, no one knows if there will be any new discoveries with the four tokens. Since there's no progress in your research, why don't you give it a try?" Qin Xian was slightly disappointed, but he had a feeling that Xia Ruofei was not just saying it casually. He thought for a while and said, "I'll go back and contact my father to ask for his opinion." After all, he would have to step in if he wanted to gather the other two sects to bring out the Five Saints badges. However, the five holy badges are with me now, so it might not be too convenient. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Brother Chen, you really can't forget about this experiential learning job. Do you really not want to leave our company that much? Actually, you could have arranged for the meeting to be at the Three Mountains. This won't delay anything, right?" A light bulb went off in Qin Xian's head. He was even more certain that Xia Ruofei's suggestion was not just for show. However, he didn't show it. He just smiled and said, "Brother Xia's suggestion is not bad. I'll seriously consider it." Following that, everyone tacitly did not mention the matter of the five sacred badges again. They drank and chatted, and the atmosphere was very good. At around 9 in the evening, Qin Xian stood up and bade farewell. The reason was that she had to go to work tomorrow and had to go back early to rest. Xia Ruofei and the other two could not help but laugh. Qin Xian was too deep in his acting. However, Xia Ruofei was rather impressed by Qin Xian. He did everything seriously and did it to the extreme. It was unreasonable for such a person to not succeed. Considering that Qin Xian didn't have a car, Xia Ruofei was supposed to drive him back. However, Qin Xian had rejected the offer and booked a Didi cab instead. Hence, Xia Ruofei and the other two walked him to the entrance of the villa district as a way to take a walk to digest his food. Xia Ruofei even saw Qin Xian retrieving his identity card at the entrance of the community. He must have been detained here when he entered the community. The management of the personnel in this villa community had always been very strict. In fact, Xia Ruofei was also very curious about Qin Xian's identity card, but he was too embarrassed to ask him for it. At the entrance of the villa district, Xia Ruofei and the other two accompanied Qin Xian for a while. The Didi that he had arranged to meet with arrived. Xia Ruofei took a look and saw that it was an ordinary Ford Focus. Qin Xian must have chosen an ordinary model to save money. After waving goodbye to Qin Xian, Xia Ruofei and the other two strolled into the villa. Today, the three of them had a little to drink, so Song Wei decided to stay at Xia Ruofei's house. She called back to say that she was having dinner with Ling Qingxue and then stayed at Ling Qingxue's house. 31-34, very understanding. 1. Chen Xian told Chen Nanfeng everything that they had talked about at Xia Ruofei's house. On the other end of the phone, Chen Nanfeng was silent for a long time. Chen Xian didn't dare to rush him, so he waited patiently. After a long while, Chen Nanfeng said, "I'll make the arrangements." "We'll do as Xia Ruofei said and set the location at the Three Mountains." "All right," Chen Xian said. Chen Nanfeng thought for a while and said, "Xianer, contact Xia Ruofei. Tell him that he's more familiar with the Three Mountains. Ask him if he can arrange the location." Chen Xian was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately understood the signal his father was trying to send. He nodded his head and said, "I know, I'll discuss it with him. Also, tell him that the First Heaven Society won't be sending anyone else to participate." Chen Nanfeng said, "In any case, the two tokens are with you. As for Soaring Flower Valley and Surging Waves sect, I'll have them keep it simple and try to send only the sect leader with the token personally or an elder. Don't make a big fuss." Chen Xian knew that everything Chen Nanfeng did was to make Xia Ruofei let down his guard. He didn't understand why Chen Nanfeng was so sure that with Xia Ruofei's participation, there would be a breakthrough in the research of the 5 holy badges. He even had a faint feeling that although his father and Xia Ruofei didn't communicate directly, they seemed to have a silent understanding. "All right, I'll pass on the message. Father, do you have any other orders?" Chen Xian asked. "There's nothing else," said Chen Nanfeng. "You can act according to the situation. Try not to get into a conflict with the Soaring Flower Valley and the Surging Waves sect, under the condition that it doesn't affect the First Heaven sect. Try to protect Xia Ruofei's interests as much as possible. In short, show him as much goodwill as possible." "Understood," Chen Xian said in a relaxed manner. Although Chen Nanfeng did not clearly explain his reason for doing so, Chen Xian could feel that Chen Nanfeng had no intention of being Xia Ruofei's enemy or coveting his treasures. Instead, he wanted to be on Xia Ruofei's good side. This was in line with Chen Xian's original intentions. This way, he would be able to avoid being caught in a dilemma. "That's right, Xian Chen Nanfeng said, "Since Xia Ruofei has revealed her identity, your training in Paradise Corporation should end first. You can stay at the Three Mountains for the time being." In Chen Nanfeng's eyes, Chen Xian leaving the company was a gesture of goodwill to Xia Ruofei. To his surprise, Chen Xian replied after a moment of hesitation, "Father, regarding the training, Xia Ruofei and I have come to an agreement. I will continue working at Paradise Corporation for a period of time to help his company complete a phase of work before leaving. Xia Ruofei has agreed to it himself." Chen Nanfeng was slightly taken aback and asked in astonishment, "Is it a job in the secular world?" "Yes, when I first joined the company, I took on a more important task," Chen Xian said. "If I were to leave suddenly, it might have a huge impact on my work. Besides, you also know that I've always been a man of my word. Even though it's just an ordinary job in the secular world, I don't want to give up halfway. I hope Father can understand and agree with this decision of mine. If Xia Ruofei doesn't have any objections, I'll agree," Chen Nanfeng said after some thought. "Thank you, Father," Chen Xian said happily. After ending the call with Chen Nanfeng, the relaxed Chen Xian wanted to contact Xia Ruofei immediately. However, when he thought of Xia Ruofei's two beautiful Dao companions at dinner and the time now, he suppressed the thought. Actually, Xia Ruofei was struggling to stay in the guest room alone. He was not as happy as Chen Xian had imagined. The next morning, after Xia Ruofei and the other two had breakfast in the villa, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei left the house. Ling Qingxue was instructed to send Song Wei home before going to work. Although Xia Ruofei was still worried about Chen Xian, he did not want to go to the company so early. He decided to stay at home and make some tea so that he could go to the company later. In truth, he knew that given Chen Xian's cultivation level, unless he were to be by Chen Xian's side 24/7, there was no way he would be able to prevent Chen Xian from pulling any cheap tricks or causing any destruction. However, whenever he thought about having a golden core expert writing code in his company, Xia Ruofei would always feel a sense of fear. He would only be at ease if he went to the company to guard it. Xia Ruofei had just finished boiling the water and was pouring a small packet of wild tea from the spirit map space into the teapot when his phone rang. Xia Ruofei looked up and saw that it was the number that Chen Xian had used for his training. He put down the tea bag, took the phone, and answered the call. "Brother Xia, I hope I didn't disturb your rest?" Chen Xian asked. Xia Ruofei could tell that Chen Xian was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "I woke up long ago." "Brother Chen, did you encounter some happy event? You sound so happy. Did some lady in the company confess to you?" "Brother Xia, please don't joke around," Chen Xian replied awkwardly. "Ha ha ha. I was just guessing. I know it's not possible." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "With Brother Chen's family background, all the beautiful female cultivators in the world of cultivation are probably lining up to be your cultivation partner. How could Brother Chen be interested in the young ladies in my company?" "Brother Xia, I haven't thought about finding a Dao companion for the time being. You'd better not make such a joke." Chen Xian smiled bitterly. "The reason I'm here today is because I have something to discuss with you." "Oh? I'm all ears." Xia Ruofei stopped laughing and said seriously, "I'll tell my father about Brother Xia's suggestion last night when I get home." Chen Xian went straight to the point. "My father thinks that this is a good suggestion. It's also a good idea to have the meeting place at the Three Mountains." Xia Ruofei had already expected this outcome, so he was not surprised at all. He smiled and said, "This is a good thing. When the three of you are studying the 5 holy badges, I'd like to join in on the fun and broaden my horizons. I wonder if that's possible?" "Of course we welcome you," Chen Xian replied hurriedly. "It's great that Brother Xia is willing to give us some ideas." Chen Nanfeng had made all these arrangements to make it easier for Xia Ruofei to participate. He also wanted to reduce Xia Ruofei's wariness as much as possible. What was the point if Xia Ruofei did not participate? Hence, even if Xia Ruofei did not ask, Chen Xian would have taken the initiative to invite him. However, Chen Xian did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so cooperative. "Oh right, Brother Xia," Chen Xian hurriedly added, "My father said that you're more familiar with the area around the Three Mountains, so we have a presumptuous request. We hope that you can help us arrange the venue and some other security matters. We hope that you'll be able to help us, Brother Xia. I'm not sure if it's too troublesome." Xia Ruofei also gave Chen Nanfeng a thumbs up in his heart. He smiled and said, "No problem. I'll make the arrangements. You just need to tell me how many people are coming in advance." Leave the rest to me. Thank you so much. Chen Xian hurriedly replied, Brother Xia, there shouldn't be too many people. My father said that I'm the only representative from the First Heaven sect. Furthermore, he'll also ask the Soaring Flower Valley and the Surging Waves sect to arrange as few people as possible. On one hand, it's to keep a low profile, and on the other hand, it's also because he's taking into account that the more people there are, the greater the strength. The research on the 5 holy badges has been going on for many years, but there's no progress at all. Therefore, this isn't a problem. That can be solved easily with more people. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. He thought, it seems that this Chen Nanfeng is quite sensible. He set the meeting place at Sanshan, and I arranged the venue. He also tried to keep the number of people as low as possible. He's worried that I'll be scared. I know. Xia Ruofei said, you decide on the time first. This way, I can get someone to book a place in advance. I'll contact you again after I confirm the time. Thank you, Brother Xia. Chen Xian replied hurriedly. 3135 Exchange Meet. 1. Master, Luo Qingfeng immediately asked, do you need me to go to the 3 mountains to help you? I've already taught my trusted disciples how to control the sect's great formation, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to leave for a few days. Xia Ruofei said, you don't need to. You should stay in the sect and cultivate. I asked you to send people here mainly to do some reception, security, and other such work. Because it's an exchange between cultivators, it's not very convenient for ordinary people to do it. Master, you're gathering cultivators in the 3 mountains for an exchange? Luo Qingfeng suddenly became a little nervous. Then all the more I should come. I'm worried about my safety, don't worry. I can handle it by myself. Xia Ruofei said confidently, as long as you guard the sect well, that will be the greatest help you can give me. Qingfeng, it's settled. Then tell the 8 disciples to contact me directly after they reach the 3 mountains. I'll arrange their accommodation and food and assign them tasks. Yes. Master. Seeing Xia Ruofei's firm attitude, Luo Qingfeng had no choice but to agree. After everything was arranged, Xia Ruofei finally heaved a sigh of relief. He took a sip of tea. Ruofei, did Chen Xian give you a letter of approval? Ling Qingxue asked. N. Xia Ruofei gulped down the tea and wiped his mouth. 3 days later, we will discuss the 5 holy badges together. Shouldn't we find a resort in the suburbs for such an exchange? Ling Qingxue asked in confusion, if we put it in the Shangri-La Hotel in the city center, would it? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the city center is better. It's not like I'm going to fight and kill them, I'm just doing research and exchange. The city center was more convenient. Of course, if they came to the 3 mountains with other intentions, I still have ways to deal with them in the city center. The spirit painting was Xia Ruofei's biggest trump card. He had obtained knowledge from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance and there were many techniques within it. Even an Oris core stage cultivator could easily fall for it if he did not understand these techniques. Besides, Xia Ruofei was more confident in his ability to escape. He continued, Qingxue, you and Weiwei must be with me the day after tomorrow. Don't leave a 5-meter radius around me. If anything happens, I'll be able to take care of you. Most of the people who brought the 5 saint badges to the exchange were important figures of their respective sects and should be at least golden core cultivators. The First Heaven societies Qin Xian was the young sect master and elder of the sect, and he was also at the Golden Core stage. As for Soaring Flower Valley and Surging Wave sect, if there were no accidents, it should be their sect leaders who came. Soaring Flower Valley's Valley Master Lu Mansha and Surging Waves sect Master Mu Xing. These two had a good time with Xia Ruofei during the auction. Strictly speaking, it was all thanks to Xia Ruofei's fire cloud. Pilled up Mu Xing's son, Mu Jianfei, could recover from his injuries. However, there was no knowing what was in a person's heart, especially when it involved major interests. Xia Ruofei could not believe the beauty of human nature. That was why he had requested for both Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to stay by his side. If anything were to happen, he would definitely not care about keeping the secret of the spirit map scroll. He would immediately put Ling Qingxue and Song Wei into his spatial space and then board the flying boat to escape. He wasn't confident that he could escape unscathed from the siege of two mid-stage Golden Core cultivators. Ling Qingxue could hear the seriousness in Xia Ruofei's tone. She quickly said, "I know. I'll tell Wei Wei." Then, Ling Qingxue said worriedly, "But even if you can protect us, what about your Paradise Corporation? And our family, Wei Wei's family?" Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I'm talking about the worst-case scenario. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be any conflicts. However, if they really dare to lay their hands on ordinary people, then they'll be mortal enemies." Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with killing intent as he continued, "Even if I'm not as strong as them for the time being, they won't have an easy time either. In the future, they will face my endless pursuit, and their disciples can forget about walking in the world of cultivation. I will kill anyone I see." Ling Qingxue couldn't help but shiver. She continued, "Right. Attacking ordinary people was crossing the line. If you had that black flying boat, you could really come and go like the wind and become their nightmare. But Uncle Song wasn't an ordinary person. He's already a cultivator." Xia Ruofei frowned and said, "The shielding talisman I gave Uncle Song shouldn't be able to be seen through by ordinary Aura's core stage cultivators unless Chen Nanfeng is there personally." Xia Ruofei felt that Chen Nanfeng's ability was a little strange. It was as if he could see through everything. Hence, he was not sure if the shielding formation could hide from Chen Nanfeng. "There's usually no problem with that," Xia Ruofei said. "Besides, Uncle Song's identity is special. People in the cultivation world are usually unwilling to attack high-ranking officials in the secular world. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Qingxue, I've already said that this is the worst situation. I think the probability of this happening is very small, so there's no need to worry. I asked you to stay by my side just in case. The main theme of this meeting is probably to exchange and discuss with each other." I got it." Ling Qingxue nodded and said, "You should rest well for the next 2 days. You must maintain your best condition." "Don't worry." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I've been maintaining my condition well." For the next 2 days, Xia Ruofei did not go to the office. Chen Xian, on the other hand, seemed to have forgotten about this matter as he continued to work hard. The next day, Xia Ruofei checked into the Shangri-La Hotel. As the host, he had to be there first to arrange everything. The 8 disciples of the Star Caesar sect had also arrived at the Three Mountains. The leader was still the disciple who had experimented with wild tea, Wanshan Lao Ai. He was now a 9th, tier Qi refining cultivator and could be considered a pillar of support in the Star Caesar sect. It was naturally not a problem for him to lead a team for this kind of external mission. All the disciples were very respectful to Xia Ruofei, and Royal Mountain was even more so. Xia Ruofei had arranged for them to stay at the Shangri-La Hotel. He had asked Qin Yanan to book 15 rooms, which should be more than enough. If it was not enough, they could add more rooms at any time. Paradise Corporation was considered a big client. Therefore, Wang Shan and the other 8 people had their own king-sized rooms. 3136 gather _yes. Wang Shan replied respectfully. Great Elder. He bowed slightly to Chen Xian before leaving the room. Brother Chen, come, have some tea. Xia Ruofei smiled as he pushed the teacup in front of Chen Xian. Thank you. Chen Xian smiled and said, so Brother Xia is already the Grand Elder of the Star Caesar sect. From what I know, the Grand Elder of the Star Caesar sect is an honorary position, and it has been vacant for many years. It's all sect leader Luo's fault, Xia Ruofei smiled. Chen Xian looked at Xia Ruofei meaningfully and did not continue asking. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, Brother Xia, have you finished the preparations? Is there anything you need me to do? Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. It's just to ensure everyone's food, accommodation, and transportation. We've also reserved a small conference room for communication. What do I need you to do? I've booked 5 of these luxury suites. You and I will each have 1 suite, and there are 3 more left. If there are more, then 3 sect masters or elders in Soaring Flower Valley and Surging Wave sect, we can open more at any time. We've also reserved the rooms for the people they might bring with them. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Xia. Chen Xian said. Brother Chen, do you want to take a look at the conference room? Xia Ruofei asked, after all, you're the real host. Do you want me to accompany you to the venue? No need, no need, no need. Chen Xian waved his hand and said, how can I not trust Brother Xia when he's handling this? Besides, I don't usually deal with these things, so I can't see anything special about it. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, then don't look at it. I don't know anything about it. It's all arranged by my subordinates. Let's have some tea and chat. Of course, the main reason Xia Ruofei had called Chen Xian over overnight was to consider the possibility that the Soaring Flower Valley and the Surging Waves sect would rush over to the 3 mountains at night. As the one who had gathered them, it would be inappropriate if Chen Xian did not welcome them at the hotel. Of course, reality proved that he had worried too much. The people from Soaring Flower Valley and Surging Waves sect didn't come. The next morning, Xia Ruofei and Chen Xian had breakfast together at the hotel's buffet. The 8 disciples of the Star Caesar sect also finished their breakfast as quickly as possible. Qin Yanan had also rushed to the hotel with the 2 young ladies from the assistant team. However, they were mainly in charge of coordinating with the hotel. If Xia Ruofei had any needs, they would coordinate with the hotel immediately. As for the work of reception, they would naturally not be allowed to come into contact with it. For this, Xia Ruofei had specially reserved 2 rooms as workrooms for Qin Yanan and the others to be on standby in the rooms. After breakfast, Xia Ruofei and Chen Xian went to the hotel lobby and sat down on the sofa. Wang Shan and the others were also divided into 2 groups. 4 of them went to the small conference room to do some preparation work, while the other four stayed by Xia Ruofei's side to wait for orders. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian looked up at the entrance of the hotel at the same time. Then, they stood up at the same time and walked out quickly to welcome him. At the entrance, the valley master of the Soaring Flower Valley, Lu Manxia, and her disciple, Yu Xiner, both wore modern clothes as they strode into the hotel lobby. Although they had changed out of their palace robes, the two of them still looked as magnificent as ever. Whether it was Lu Manxia's mature beauty or Yu Xiner's pure and pleasant appearance, they both made people's hearts beat faster. They looked like a pair of sisters. If one was not from the world of cultivation, one would not believe that Lu Manxia, who looked like a beautiful young woman in her early 30s, was actually an old woman in her 70s or 80s. In fact, as soon as the two of them entered the hotel, they immediately attracted a lot of attention, and the number of people turning their heads was quite high. As Xia Ruofei walked towards Lu Manxia, he nodded to himself. It seemed like Chen Nanfeng was not lying. Besides, he was very influential. Lu Manxia's group only consisted of 2 people. With her status as the valley master, it was definitely a simple task. Especially since she was the only golden core cultivator, it was obvious that she was actively responding to Chen Nanfeng's proposal. Valley Master Lu, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever. Qin Xian greeted with a smile. So it's nephew Chen. A smile appeared on Lu Manxia's cold face. Fellow Taoist Xia is also here. Qin Yanan. And the others had already returned to their rooms to wait for orders, so Xia Ruofei had also changed his appearance to look like Xia Tian. Lu Manxia had a deep impression of Xia Ruofei during the auction and had even bought the spiritual power cultivation technique, the truth of glittering jewels, from Xia Ruofei. She had been studying the truth of glittering jewels for a while and had benefited a lot in terms of spiritual power. Hence, she had a good impression of Xia Ruofei and naturally recognized him at a glance. Valley Master Lu, you've had a long journey. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Yu Xian also greeted him. Xian greets young sect leader Chen. Greetings. Xia. Senior, Xia Ruofei quickly waved his hand. I don't deserve the title senior. Miss Xian you can call me by my name. Or, you can call me fellow Taoist Xia. You can also call him Elder Xia. Qin Xian added. Brother Xia is now the Grand Elder of the Star Caesar sect. Lu Manxia was not surprised by this. She smiled and said, then I must congratulate fellow Taoist Xia. Yu Xian also bowed slightly and said, Xian greets Elder Xia. Miss Xian is too polite. Xia Ruofei hurriedly said, by the way, the Tao friends from the Surging Waves sect have yet to arrive. Valley Master Lu and Miss Xian, why don't you go to your room and rest first? Everything has been arranged. The specific matters of this exchange meeting were all arranged by Brother Xia. He's a local tyrant in the 3 mountains. Qin Xian chimed in. Lu Manxia looked at Xia Ruofei in surprise, then nodded slightly and said, then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Xia. Where? It's no trouble at all. Xia Ruofei said. Then, he beckoned Wang Shan over and said, Wang Shan, this is Valley Head Lu Manxia. From the Soaring Flower Valley. This is Valley Head Lu's beloved disciple, Miss Yu Xiner. Please bring the 2 of them to their rooms to rest. Wang Shan, disciple of the Star Caesar sect, greets Valley Master Lu and Miss Xian. Wang Shan quickly bowed and greeted Please follow me. Xia Ruofei smiled. Dali Master Lu, Miss Xia, the fellow Taoists from the Surging Waves sect have yet to arrive. Brother Chen and I will have to wait here for a while. We won't be able to accompany the two of you upstairs. Fellow Taoist Xia is too polite. You don't need to worry about me. Lu Manxia smiled and said, we can help ourselves. 3137 Token number 1 appears. 1. The 4 tokens looked almost exactly the same, the only difference was the number engraved on them. These 4 tokens were numbered 2, 3, 4, and 5. Among them, Token 2 and Token 4 both belonged to the First Heaven sect. Token 3 came from the Flying Flower Valley, and the remaining Token 5 belonged to the Vast Wave sect. In the small meeting room, Qin Xian, Lu Manxia, and Mu Xing stared at the 4 tokens with wide eyes, not knowing how to study them. As for Yu Xian and Mu Jianfei, they had lost all sense of existence. There wasn't even a place for them to look at each other. They could only look at everyone from a distance. In fact, the 3 sects had also joined forces to study the 5 sacred badges in the past few years. However, just like before, the appearance of the badges was almost the same. There were no changes even when they were placed together. They could not find any breakthrough in the study at all. The elders of the 3 sects had studied the 5 holy badges all year round. They had also tried to study the serial number of the badges. After all, this was the only difference between the badges. There were indeed people who tried to do it from the engraving technique of the number, the fine lines, and other aspects. However, they chose the wrong direction from the beginning. Naturally, there would only be one result, and that was to walk into a dead end. Today, the 4th command token had also joined in, but it seemed to have no effect. It was no different from the previous 3 command tokens. Lu Manxia and Mu Xing both turned to look at Qin Xian. He had asked the First Heaven sect to gather the 2 sects to study the 5 sacred writs together. They naturally thought that the First Heaven sect had made some discoveries. They just needed to put the 4 writs together to verify it. After all, the First Heaven sect had 2 writs. This was something that no sect had been able to do in the past. How could Qin Xian have any clues? He looked at Xia Ruofei again. Brother Xia, did you find any clues? Qin Xian asked. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. They were very puzzled by Qin Xian's behavior of asking Xia Ruofei without saying anything. Xia Ruofei suddenly became the focus of attention in the small meeting room. Even Mu Jianfei and Yu Xiner looked at him. Xia Ruofei cleared his throat and said, 2 seniors, Brother Chen, there won't be any results if you study these 4 tokens together. This is because we're still missing the last token. I feel that after we've gathered the last token, there will definitely be a surprise. In fact, the modern cultivation world had a very limited understanding of the Rising Dragon Order, which was also the 5 sacred tokens. They couldn't even be sure if there were only 5 tokens. However, among the tokens that had been born so far, the largest number was the Blue Waves Sex token number 5. Therefore, everyone tentatively named it the 5 Sages token. At the same time, the mainstream thought that there were a total of 5 tokens in a set. However, no one dared to pat their chests and say that there was definitely no 6th, which was the Lu token. Of course, Xia Ruofei's point of view was not new. The mainstream opinion in the cultivation world was that, under the premise that there were only 5 tokens in a set, clues would appear after all 5 tokens were gathered. The research on the 5 holy badges would also make a breakthrough. Hence, Xia Ruofei's words did not have much meaning. To put it bluntly, it was just correct nonsense. However, Lu Manxia and Mu Xing were sect leaders after all, and they both had a good impression of Xia Ruofei. So, they naturally would not scold Xia Ruofei on the spot. They just felt a little disappointed. However, Qin Xian was secretly anxious as he replied, "Brother Xia, I also believe that. But the last number. 1 token hasn't appeared yet, right? We can only study these 4 tokens for now. I wonder if Brother Xia will be able to find any valuable clues from these 4 tokens?" Xia Ruofei didn't plan to hide it anymore. He smiled and said, "I really can't find any clues from the combination of 4 tokens. But we can try to put all 5 tokens together." As long as he still wanted to study the secret of the 5 sages token, it was impossible for him to hide the fact that he had the 5 sages token. After all, he only had 1 token, so he couldn't study it well no matter what. Only by gathering all 5 tokens together would there be a magical change. The other 4 tokens were in the hands of others, so it was impossible for him to study them quietly. Therefore, Xia Ruofei had used his connection with Chen Nanfeng and the First Heaven Society's influence to gather everyone together. The purpose was to combine the tokens. After all, money moved people's hearts, so there was naturally a risk in doing so. However, Xia Ruofei had already minimized the risk. The soaring flower Dali and the surging waves sect did not mobilize their forces, and the meeting place was set at the 3 mountains, which he had full authority to arrange. Moreover, he himself was an early-stage golden core cultivator, which even Lu Manxia and Mu Xing did not know. In addition, he had made some arrangements in the meeting room in advance to prevent Lu Manxia from sensing the fluctuations of the true hair. It was not only soundproof and shielded. If a conflict really broke out, the array that Xia Ruofei had set up with the jade talismans was enough to trap them for a few minutes. With such a time difference, Xia Ruofei could easily pick up Song Wei and Ling Qingxue and escape Xuanji by airboat. He had already let Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to the Shangri-La Hotel, but they were just staying in Xia Ruofei's room. If there was a conflict, Xia Ruofei could drive the airboat and pick them up from the window on the side of the outer wall. There was more than enough time. With so many arrangements, Xia Ruofei had some confidence. Since he was destined to be unable to hide it, he might as well get straight to the point. Qin Xian and the rest did not immediately understand what Xia Ruofei meant. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, took out token number 1 from the stone chamber in the mountain sea realm with a thought. At the same time, he wrapped the token with a layer of mind power, completely isolating the token from the outside world. "Seniors, Brother Chen," Xia Ruofei said, "actually, there's a token in the storage spiritual treasure that my master gave me. The number is 1. It's just that my cultivation level was too low before, so I couldn't open this storage magic treasure at all. I only managed to open the storage magic treasure that my master gave me because I had a breakthrough in my cultivation level recently. In the end, there's only this number 1 token inside." 3138 Floating point image. 1. Xia Ruofei had already heard about the changes in the token from Master Yuntai, so he was not as surprised as Qin Xian and the others. Of course, it was also the first time he saw the tokens put together, but his attention was more on the Fuyu point that Yuntai scholar had mentioned. Xia Ruofei didn't see the floating point that Yuntai scholar had mentioned on the side of the token. He thought that the floating point should be on the back. Everyone's attention was attracted by the changes in the token. A huge surprise had filled their hearts for so many years. In order to study the 5 sacred tokens, the 3 sects had invested a lot of manpower and resources, but there had been no progress at all. Today, they finally saw the light of hope. Staying the same was the most despairing thing, as change meant new opportunities. Mu Xing kept staring at the token, as if trying to recall something. Suddenly, he pointed at the token and shouted, "Rising Dragon! Rising Dragon! Could this be the Rising Dragon token?" Qin Xian and Lu Mancha's faces lit up with joy. Upon hearing this, Lu Mancha hurriedly asked, "Sect leader Mu, do you know the origin of this token?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be surprised. It was the first time he heard someone other than the layman of the cloud platform call the 5 sacred writs Rising Dragon writs. He couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, the layman of the cloud platform didn't know much about the Rising Dragon writs. In the early days, his cultivation was too low, so he wasn't qualified to participate in the study of the Rising Dragon writs. It would be great if Mu Xing could learn more about the Rising Dragon writs from other channels. "I'm afraid everyone will be disappointed," Mu Xing said. "I don't know much about the Rising Dragon Order. I can't even be sure if this is the Rising Dragon Order." Mu Xing paused for a moment and said, "Actually, I saw it in a remnant of an ancient book." However, the description of the Rising Dragon Order in the remnant of the book was only a few words. It said that the leaders of the 5 sects gathered at the Flying Dragon Peak to study the Rising Dragon Order. I only just saw the 2 words Rising Dragon on the token and tried my best to recall that there was such a sentence in the ancient records. Lu Mancha couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when she heard this. She couldn't help but ask, "Sect leader Mu, think about it carefully. Is that really the only thing you said?" In fact, Lu Mancha was also confused because she was too concerned. Mu Xing was a veteran golden core cultivator and basically had a photographic memory. He was not like ordinary people in the secular world, whose memory would become blurry after a long time. Perhaps his impression would become a little shallow, but as long as he tried to recall it seriously, he would definitely not remember wrongly. Since he said that there was only one sentence, he was basically sure that there was no more content. Mu Xing smiled bitterly and said, "Ballet Master Lu, I'm not old and muddle-headed. My memory isn't so messed up. I'm very sure that the record about the Rising Dragon Order in the ancient book only has this sentence. If Valley Head Lu doesn't believe me, I can even contact the sect immediately and have someone send the fragment of the ancient record to the 3 mountains." Lu Mancha couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She quickly said, "Sect leader Mu, you've misunderstood me. I didn't mean it that way." Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian were considered the younger generation, so they would not get involved in this. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "I feel that regardless of whether this thing is called the 5 Holy Order or the Rising Dragon Order, let's first take a look at what's so special about this combined order." Xia Ruofei's suggestion was agreed upon by everyone. Lu Mancha even cast a grateful look at Xia Ruofei to urge him to change the topic and help her out of her predicament. The token was a little bigger than an adult's palm, and there were only 2 embossed words Rising Dragon on this side. Other than that, there were no patterns or anything else. These 2 words were written in seal script. Just as Lu Mancha had said, the strokes were vigorous and powerful. If one paid close attention, one could even feel the imposing aura coming from it. It could be said that just these two words were enough to show that the token that was formed was extraordinary. However, the two words rising dragon were only full of vigor. Other than that, everyone could not see anything special about it, let alone discovering the legendary secret of the complete ancient cultivator relic. Xia Ruofei naturally picked up the rising dragon token on the conference table. He pretended to look at the front and then turned it over. When the densely packed floating points on the back of the card were presented in front of him, he could not help but narrow his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The floating points, that scholar Yuntai said, would change once every 50 years were all distributed on the back. Chen Xian and the rest were also looking at the rising dragon token. Hence, after Xia Ruofei flipped through the scroll, everyone was naturally attracted to the floating points. Senior Yuntai, Xia Ruofei tried to use his spiritual power to directly communicate with layman Dan Taiyin. The mysterious space in the cave of the mountain sea realm in the spirit map space. However, there was no sound. It was obvious that this seclusion madman was still in deep seclusion, completely isolated from the outside world. Xia Ruofei really couldn't understand it. In fact, Scholar Yuntai was already a wisp of soul, without a body. What was the use of closed-door cultivation all day? Originally, he wanted to let layman Yuntai see this floating point pattern, but since he couldn't contact him, he had to give up. Xia Ruofei looked at the floating points on the back of the rising dragon order. The floating points almost covered the entire back of the order. They were so dense that he could not see any pattern. If someone with trypophobia saw such a pattern, he would probably have goosebumps all over his body.